Chapter 1. Resurrection. Wake up. Hurry up and wake up. This guy has been dead for over a year and still hasn't come back to life. In a daze, Wu Jing heard someone speaking. Struggling to open his eyes, a hazy face gradually came into view. With golden punk hair and eyelids drooping heavily, the figure looked somewhat familiar, yet Wu Jing couldn't recall having encountered this person in his previous life. Kurolkas, this kid has come back to life. He's alive. Upon seeing Wu Jing's eyes open, the punk-haired man exclaimed with excitement, more jubilant than those who had just won the lottery. Marco, you're so loud. Of course, I knew he would come back to life, humph. Wu Jing turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and attentively observed. An elderly man, wearing reading glasses and with graying hair, was leisurely lying in a chair, perusing a newspaper. What's going on? This old man looks quite familiar too, but I've never interacted with these two in my past life. Wu Jing shook his heavy head in bewilderment. Wait a minute, Marco? Kurolkas? OMG, these are characters from One Piece. No wonder they sound so familiar. Wu Jing involuntarily shivered. The once-dazed state of his mind suddenly became remarkably clear. He realized he might have experienced the legendary phenomenon of transmigration, landing in the world of One Piecean environment brimming with adventure and violence. Hey Ace, what are you dawdling for? Speak up. Marco waved his large hand in front of Wu Jing's eyes. The Ace he knew was not this quiet. Ace? Marco just called me Ace? Wu Jing calmly glanced at his left arm. On his left arm, there was a tattoo reading ASC with the S marked through, which was indeed Ace's distinctive tattoo. Oh my, I've actually taken over Ace's body. Kurolkas approached leisurely, holding a newspaper. His expression perpetually appeared cold, yet he seemed genuinely concerned about the son of Joel D. Roger. The devil fruit that Roger left for Ace can indeed bring someone back to life. As for what conditions may arise upon resurrection, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps Ace has forgotten his past. He must be suffering from amnesia right now. Kurolkas furrowed his brow. The words of Kurolkas stirred tumultuous waves within Wu Jing's heart. Resurrecting Ace? So, Ace was killed by Akainu Sakazuki and has now been brought back to life by them. Such a scenario would be impossible on Earth, yet it is not uncommon in the world of One Piece. Wu Jing glanced at the chest of this body intact, yet there was a slight lingering pain. I'm not suffering from amnesia. Marco, hurry and bring me something to eat. Gurgle. Wu Jing's stomach protested audibly. It's been over a year since you last ate. It's only natural that you're starving, Marco said, anxiously awaiting Ace's resurrection. Through Marco's explanation, Wu Jing learned what had transpired with Ace. After Ace died in the Marineford War, he was buried in Whitebeard's homeland. Later, after Marco suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Blackbeard Teach, he had been guarding Whitebeard's homeland. Then, the former ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger, Kurolkas, came to their aid, administering a devil fruit to Ace. Miraculously, the wound in Ace's chest, pierced by Akainu, began to show signs of healing. Due to the severity of Ace's injuries and his state of death, the recovery was exceedingly slow. After more than a year, Ace's body had finally healed, just as Wu Jing, who had crossed over from Earth, took over. In his previous life, Wu Jing had been an insurance salesman, thriving through his silver tongue and striking appearance. His insurance business flourished, as many female clients sought him out specifically for assistance. Within half a year, Wu Jing had purchased a BMW X6. This drew considerable attention from the headquarters of the insurance company, recognizing this 20-year-old prodigy's exceptional capabilities. Despite being only 20 years old, Wu Jing had risen to the ranks of top elites in the often despised insurance industry. Such success required not only strong tactics and acting skills, but was not merely reliant on superficial good looks. If it weren't for his disdain for academia during his youth, leading him to drop out of high school early, Wu Jing believed he deserved far more than what he had achieved. Just as he contemplated a better plan for his life, a sudden car accident claimed his life. Just when things were going well, disaster struck. Now, he found himself in the animated world of One Piece, a realm filled with adventure and fervor. Wu Jing felt a surge of excitement he needed to calm his racing heart. Feeling the powerful thumping of his heart, he realized his life was about to start anew. Wu Jing had always been fond of the anime One Piece. It was an adventure-filled series, albeit with a plot that often dragged on. His arrival was destined to bring about revolutionary changes to this vast sea. In this lifetime, Wu Jing vowed not to be reckless and impulsive like Ace. However, that did not mean he would live modestly. He was determined to charge boldly through the world of pirates, brimming with ambition and passion. He aimed to live authentically, to become the pirate king, and to unveil the buried truths of a century-old history. Furthermore, he intended to take down Blackbeard. He had always harbored a strong disdain for Blackbeard, even in his previous life, and he would surely avenge Ace. The past me has died once, now let me restart my life. Wu Jing gazed eagerly at the starry sea. Restarted my life? Ace, stop messing around. Wu Jing's words caused Marco to feel a twinge of headache. Now, everyone in the pirate world knows you are Roger's son. If the world government finds out you're still alive, they will certainly not let you off the hook. Kurolka scolded Wu Jing in annoyance. Ah, indeed, my identity will provoke the world government to ruthlessly eliminate me. Wu Jing's words relieved Marco. At least this guy had finally shown some restraint. In the past, Ace would have been like a raging bull, impossible to rein in. However, what Wu Jing said next made Marco begin to sweat. Then you two need to help me change my appearance from now on. My name will be Wu Jing. Wu Jing said nonchalantly, as though this were a trivial matter. It made sense. Ace's identity would make it difficult for him to thrive in the pirate world. Wouldn't it be better to be his true self? Wu Jing wanted to live authentically, to make a name for himself, and to write a new chapter in this world. Since he had entered the pirate world, the trajectory of this realm would begin to be rewritten from this moment on. Chapter 2. A few relics for you. In response to Wu Jing's request, both physicians wore expressions of disdain. Fool, I'm merely a doctor who treats illnesses for cosmetic surgery. You should seek Marco's help. Kurolka's, renowned for his medical skills in the pirate world, had no interest in performing cosmetic procedures. Marco, then you help me change my appearance. I'll provide you with a portrait, and you can modify it accordingly. Since Kurolka's refused, Wu Jing had no choice but to turn to the Phoenix Marco for assistance. With his bird fruit and regenerative flames, combined with the bizarre healing abilities of the devil fruit within him, even extensive facial surgery would leave no scars. Ace, you're changing your name and appearance. Are you planning to stir up trouble again? Aren't you afraid of being captured by Blackbeard? Marco said, patting his mouth, wanting nothing more than to take a good nap. During this time, he had worried endlessly for Ace, and now that he finally saw Ace resurrected, his mood lightened. Hey, why be afraid of anyone? I will eventually wipe out the Blackbeard pirates. I will make him pay tenfold for what he did to Dad. Remember, I'm now called Wu Jing. Let the pirate world be astonished by me. Haha. Wu Jing did not show any displeasure at Marco's concerns. He knew Marco held deep affection for Ace and would undoubtedly assist him in this endeavor. Now that he had been resurrected, Wu Jing felt it was time to celebrate his return to life. He would address everything else after satisfying his hunger. He was nearly starving. The three soon gathered at a table, indulging in hearty drinks, as Ace's resurrection was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for them. Wu Jing discovered that after his resurrection, his alcohol tolerance had dramatically increased. He even managed to outdrink Marco, likely due to this modified body. After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, Kurolka's led Wu Jing to a secret chamber. There, Kurolka's presented him with several items left by Gold Roger, fulfilling a long-held wish. Kurolka's informed Wu Jing that his father, Roger, had once suffered from an incurable disease. Knowing that his demise would lead to the dissolution of his pirate crew, Roger concealed his vast treasure at the end of the Grand Line, in Raftel. Then he took a small portion of his wealth and distributed it among each crew member, sufficient for their comfortable retirement. Naturally, Roger also secretly hoarded some valuable items, reserved for his children. He did not place these treasures directly beside his wife, Port Gastille Rouge. Keeping such valuables near his expectant wife would only heighten the risk to his family. Before Roger surrendered to the Navy, he entrusted these treasures to Kurikasu, instructing him to safeguard them for the future of Ace. Alas, Ace was rather headstrong and acted out of loyalty. In this perilous era of piracy, he remained too weak. His attempt to capture Blackbeard failed, leading to his own capture and eventual demise in the Marineford War. The devil fruit within Wu Jing's body is referred to by Kurakasu as the rebirth fruit. In addition, Roger left behind two other items: an unassuming yet remarkable small box and a knife exuding an otherworldly aura, both cloaked in a uniform deep black hue. Upon seeing the box, Wu Jing was filled with anticipation, pondering what extraordinary treasures might lie within. As he slowly opened the lid, his hopes were dashed, revealing merely an ordinary piece of paper. What could be so shrouded in mystery about a simple note? Eagerly, Wu Jing picked up the paper, which bore two names: Fishman Island and Skypea. What could these places signify? Would it not be possible to elaborate further? Wu Jing's expression reflected his confusion despite his exceptional intellect. He found this riddle perplexing. He was somewhat familiar with Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea, directly below the sacred land of the celestial dragons, Miraculously. Wu Jing could locate Fishman Island, but Skypea eluded him. His knowledge of Skypea was limited. It was an island attached to the sky, reputed to be a city of gold, known as the Golden City. Over 800 years ago, it was a place where land was worth its weight in gold, once the trade hub of the Grand Line. With the disappearance of Skypea, Skypea too faded into obscurity. Roger had once visited, leaving a message on the steps of the Golden Bell, a historical text guiding one to Raftel. What was the purpose of this? Why not simply write the message directly to Ace? Instead, he compelled him to venture there. The issue was that no one knew the current location of Skypea. Furthermore, a single historical text was insufficient. Four were required to uncover the ultimate destination of the Grand Line, Raftel. A solitary text held little value, and Wu Jing could only marvel at the uniqueness of the Pirate King's intentions. Kurakasu was equally unaware of the significance of the places mentioned on the note, for Roger had never divulged such information to them. This mystery could only be unraveled by Wu Jing himself. He would not underestimate the note, for anything left by Roger for Ace was surely not trivial. As for the gleaming black knife, it was none other than the first-generation Ghost Slash, which Roger had obtained at the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. The first-generation Ghost Slash is considered the most nefarious blade in the pirate world. It is said that only those stronger than it can wield it, lest they be consumed by its malevolent essence. Wu Jing attempted to draw it once, only to find it draining his power like a vampire, causing his arm to momentarily wither. Fortunately, the rebirth fruit within him swiftly replenished his expended strength. With the robust supply of energy granted by the rebirth fruit, Wu Jing quickly regained his stamina. He then waved gently towards the vast expanse of the ocean before him, unleashing a powerful wave of ethereal blade energy that detonated upon the water's surface. The once tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves as if a tsunami had struck. He felt no response from any legendary sword spirit, nor did he sense any abnormalities within his body. Chapter 3: A Remarkable Recovery. In a brightly lit room, a surgical table was set, upon which lay a young man with smooth, radiant skin. Ever since the rebirth fruit had been implanted into Ace by Kurakasu, all scars from past injuries, including those sustained during the Marineford War, had vanished completely. Moreover, his physique had become increasingly striking, with skin as pale as snow and perfectly sculpted muscles. "I've given you a makeover. On the foundation of your portrait, I performed a significant upgrade," Marco declared confidently, playfully teasing Wu Jing. "You've become so handsome now. Are you planning to bewitch the women of the pirate world?" Given Marco's understanding of Ace, he knew that Ace had never been interested in women. Naturally, if Ace requested assistance in altering his appearance, Marco was more than willing to oblige. After all, it was challenging for someone of Ace's stature to stand out in this world. "And what are the tattoos on your body? If those markings are seen, my identity will be compromised," Ace remarked, referring to the special symbols on his left arm and back that could easily arouse suspicion. Wu Jing was not one to shy away from alleviating his burdens. "I have wronged our father. I do not deserve to bear the mark of the Whitebeard pirates." Wu Jing concluded with a final, poignant exclamation. "Ace, neither father nor we shall hold any resentment towards you. My only wish is that upon your resurrection, you would heed my words, thus granting Father's spirit the solace it seeks." Just moments ago, Marco listened to Wu Jing's words, and the long-buried sorrow surged forth once more. Marco has been by Whitebeard's side since childhood. Their profound father-son bond could serve as a textbook case. The tragic demise of father has inflicted a pain upon Marco deeper than anyone else can comprehend. Yet death is an irreversible fate. After all, this fruit of resurrection is a gift that Roger bequeathed to his son. Otherwise, he would indeed wish to present it to father. Little Marco, I implore you, refrain from calling me Ace henceforth. I am now known as Wu Jing. Rest assured, I shall once again uphold the legacy of the Whitebeard pirates. Wu Jing's desired journey is not merely a gentle stream. It is a vast expanse of stars and seas. Oh, that Wu Jing, I do not mean to mock you. But with your current strength, do you truly believe you can uphold the Whitebeard pirates? Marco, upon hearing Wu Jing's words, shot him an exasperated glare. Rest assured, I am certainly not weaker than you at this moment. Wu Jing possesses a clear understanding of his present capabilities. Marco, choosing not to indulge in further banter, resumed his tasks with diligence. Through a minor procedure, Marco swiftly eliminated all the tattoos adorning Wu Jing's body. With the aid of Marco's bird fruit, the flame of regeneration, and the regenerative abilities granted by the fruit of rebirth, the scars from the earlier surgery, whether on his face or body, quickly returned to pristine condition. Moreover, there was no trace left behind, and Marco was quite astonished by Wu Jing's regenerative powers. Wu Jing strolled to the nearby shoreline, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed become more handsome. On the glassy surface of the sea, a striking visage emerged, his own, as he once appeared in human form. Just as Marco had articulated, he had performed a transformation on Wu Jing's appearance based on the portrait provided to him. Indeed, Wu Jing appeared more attractive than ever, and he felt a palpable sense of satisfaction. The world of One Piece is truly teeming with exceptional talents. If Marco's cosmetic skills were applied to humanity, he would undoubtedly be besieged daily by affluent women seeking his expertise to enhance their beauty. Little Marco, we brothers must support one another. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall strive with all my might to aid you, Wu Jing declared, wishing to convey his gratitude through a verbal commitment, which was certainly preferable to silence. I have no pressing needs from you, but as long as you promise to maintain a low profile, I shall be content, Marco replied, gazing up at the azure sky with a lackluster demeanor. Marco's words resonated with Wu Jing. He would ensure that little Marco understood he was no longer the burdensome ace of old. Wu Jing was poised to test his skills. He aimed to swiftly familiarize himself with his extraordinary physical talents, for time waits for no one. Snip! The shadow of Wu Jing vanished in an instant, only to reappear several dozen meters away in a heartbeat. He did not pause, seamlessly employing the sixth technique of the Navy, known as shave, as his figure glided effortlessly through the air above the small island. Moonwalk. Having exhausted the ground, he now took to the skies to showcase his agility. Wu Jing advanced with grace, akin to Sanji's skywalk. Malgao, with his drowsy eyes, rarely opened them wide, for Wu Jing's moonwalk was evidently far more powerful than Sanji's. Wu Jing's utilization of the moonstep in midair is both swifter and more powerful. This allows his aerial mobility to rival that of Malgao in combat form. After propelling himself forward with the moonstep for a considerable distance, Wu Jing found himself above the vast expanse of the sea. Raging Gale Kick, he proclaimed, as he forcefully executed a kick towards the boundless ocean. The ensuing raging gale slash descended like a colossal axe, cleaving straight down towards the surface of the water. The tremendous force of the strike tore open a fissure in the sea, which did not diminish in size, but rather exhibited a tendency to expand. The enormous crack forced the seawater to surge violently to either side. The spectacle was far from over, as Wu Jing unsheathed the original ghost cutter once more. Wu Jing continuously channeled the armament hockey into his blade. Then with a graceful turn, he swung his hand vigorously towards Marco's direction, unleashing a sinister and enchanting blade aura that surged towards him. You dare to strike at me? The chilling blade energy swiftly approached Marco, who hastily dodged to evade the attack. The formidable force crashed into the ground, cleaving a deep trench into the earth. Torrents of seawater erupted forth, showcasing the sheer destructive power of the strike. In that moment, Wu Jing, wielding his sword, approached slowly, panting heavily. The source of his might was his physical stamina. The preceding powerful slash had drained a significant amount of his haki, and even the regenerative fruit could not replenish his strength promptly, necessitating a brief respite. A bead of sweat trickled down the back of Marco's head as he recognized that this ace had surpassed the one he once knew. Although he no longer wielded the formidable powers of the flame fruit, The capabilities granted by the regenerative fruit rendered him even stronger. Ace had grown under the tutelage of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, who imparted the essence of the Marines' 6 powers without reservation. This was a unique and secretive skill of the Marines, yet Garp paid little heed to Marine discipline. Previously, Ace refrained from utilizing the 6 powers, not wishing to reveal his mastery of these techniques, as it could jeopardize Garp. In contrast, Wu Jing bore no such concerns. He was Wu Jing, not Ace. While the 6 powers were indeed physically taxing, this posed no issue for Wu Jing. With the regenerative fruit now in his possession, he could begin to wield these techniques without restraint. However, excessive exertion could lead to a depletion of the regenerative fruit's capabilities. The final strike had nearly left him struggling to walk, prompting Wu Jing to realize that his current state bore resemblance to the internal energy depicted in martial arts novels. The deeper the internal energy, the more powerful techniques one could unleash. Shallow reserves could lead to overexertion after just one significant move. Chapter 4. Let me rewrite the narrative. Aha. No wonder you exude such confidence. It appears you have grown significantly stronger. Marco remarked. It seems the devil fruit not only resurrected you but also enhanced your physical prowess. Wu Jing's earlier display nearly dazzled Marco's weary eyes. Marco's acknowledgement brought a moment of satisfaction to Wu Jing. For receiving praise from the Phoenix, Marco was indeed commendable. Indeed, my physical talents have been upgraded. Yet it may still be premature to confront Blackbeard. His strength is becoming increasingly formidable, and none of his subordinates are to be underestimated. Marco, having endured torment at the hands of Blackbeard in his efforts to protect Whitebeard's territory, was understandably reluctant to engage with him. I am aware of that. My priority is to assemble a pirate crew. I've even decided on a name, the Dragon Slayer Pirates. The Dragon Slayer Pirates? That name lacks creativity, Marco retorted. Lacks creativity? Do you know what kind of dragon I intend to slay? Wu Jing replied cryptically, his expression laden with significance. What dragon? Speak quickly. You know I despise being kept in suspense, Marco urged, increasingly bewildered by the man before him. The previous Ace had been remarkably straightforward, yet this resurrected version seemed transformed. Little did Marco know, the person standing before him was not Ace at all. The celestial dragons. Wu Jing declared firmly. Upon hearing this, Marco's expression darkened. The name Dragon Slayer Pirates is far too ostentatious. With our current strength, do we dare to challenge the world government? That would be courting death. Rest assured. The name of the pirate crew will remain known only to us. There is no need for ostentation, Wu Jing reassured him. What I must do now is establish my own reputation. Otherwise, I will not attract capable individuals. Naturally, you will join my pirate crew. I need someone as skilled as you to be my ship's doctor, he added with a grin. Not a chance. I refuse to join your ridiculous pirate crew. I have no desire to be hunted by the celestial dragons, Marco snapped back, revealing his frustration with a clenched jaw. Wu Jing remained unfazed, responding instead with a charming rogue smile. In the realm of pirates, he was currently of no consequence. The world government was oblivious to his existence, and pirates were equally unaware of him. He needed to establish his reputation dramatically within this world, and he could not afford to lose, for the time being. He wished to refrain from confronting Blackbeard. The act of eliminating Blackbeard was no trivial matter. Wu Jing was well aware of Blackbeard's character. The cunning of Blackbeard surpassed that of someone as naive as Luffy. The evolution of Blackbeard's crew had been meticulously orchestrated under his strategic vision, executed step by step. In contrast, Luffy's Straw Hat pirates thrived due to an array of fortunate encounters and the aura of a protagonist. Blackbeard's journey, however, unfolded almost entirely within the confines of his own calculations, interspersed with various schemes and patience. Initially, many in the pirate world regarded Blackbeard as a weakling, deceived by his facade. Yet his current power was already formidable, possessing 2 terrifying devil fruit abilities, the Yami Yami no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi. As a newcomer, Wu Jing understood the need for caution. He did not wish to repeat the tragic fate of Ace. Nevertheless, he aspired to carve out a name for himself in the pirate world, laying a solid foundation for his ascent onto this grand stage. His preliminary plan was to eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo. In terms of both crew strength and individual prowess, Doflamingo was clearly a tier below Blackbeard. Wu Jing was aware that Minggu would soon host a grand tournament at the Korea Coliseum in Dressrosa. Following Ace's demise, the Mera Mera no Mi was reborn somewhere in the sea, ultimately falling into Ming Ji's possession. At that time, Minggu intended to use the Mera Mera no Mi as a prize to entice Luffy and his companions to participate. as he planned to eradicate the Straw Hat Pirates to establish his own dominance. Wu Jing resolved to preemptively thwart Ming Ji's nefarious schemes. His very presence signified a forthcoming alteration in the narrative of the pirate world. The trajectory of this world had begun to deviate from its established path. Furthermore, he would capture Minggu. Known for his brutality and ruthlessness, Minggu would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, yet he lived with unparalleled ease. Bolstered by the backing of the world government. Although exiled from Meriawa, he still held the bloodline of the celestial dragons. Most dared not confront him, despite his infamy. Capturing this malignant tumor, Minggu would undoubtedly elevate Wu Jing's renown. Ultimately, the pirate world was fraught with uncertainties. Without enduring great tempests, it was impossible to attain supremacy. After conversing for a while longer, they proceeded to the residence of Dr. Kurokas. True to form, Kurokas reclined leisurely in his chair, engrossed in a newspaper. "Old man, we are preparing to set sail. You should join us. We truly need your expertise, and how dull it must be for you to remain here alone." Wu Jing implored Kurokas earnestly. Despite having the exceptional Dr. Marco aboard, Kurokas's extensive medical experience offered an additional layer of security. "I am old now. Too frail for such upheavals. I have long grown weary of the pirate life. A tranquil existence is what I cherish. This era belongs to you young ones." Kurokas reflected with a hint of nostalgia. It was rare for him to exhibit such warmth towards Wu Jing, as he typically embodied a more cantankerous demeanor. Wu Jing found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Kurokas's amiable disposition, accustomed to his caustic remarks. This sudden gentleness might be a genuine display of emotion in light of their impending separation. Kurokas would return to his lighthouse, quietly spending the remainder of his days. "Very well, Kurokas, I shall visit you often when I have the chance." Wu Jing bid farewell to Kurokas. Wu Jing and Margot sailed away on the pirate ship that had brought them here, cutting through the waves. "We require a helmsman and a navigator." "I am not accustomed to such exhausting labor," Wu Jing lamented. Margot, with his punk hairstyle, weakly resisted. He currently held the roles of ship's doctor, navigator, and helmsman, single-handedly managing all three responsibilities. Wu Jing had never lived upon the vast ocean, lacking even the slightest experience in navigation. Should he be entrusted with the helm, a moment's inattention might lead to a shipwreck, plunging them into the abyss. "Take your time. For now, I must inconvenience you," the captain assured, "but rest assured, I shall not neglect your contributions and will reward you generously in due course." Wu Jing responded nonchalantly, acutely aware of his current financial destitution. Knowing he could only issue an empty promise for the time being. "What kind of reward are we speaking of?" Marco inquired with keen interest as Wu Jing reclined, leisurely sipping his drink. "Wealth, beauty, power, whatever your heart desires, I can facilitate it for you," Wu Jing replied with casual ease. "I have no interest in riches, nor do I harbor thoughts of women. As for power, it feels more like a burden to me. I yearn for the carefree days under the protection of our father, when we were blissfully untroubled," Marco lamented, lost in a sea of nostalgia. The affection bestowed upon him by Whitebeard was forever etched in his memory. The once mightiest man of the pirate world was also his greatest idol. "Fear not, little brother. I shall summon all of our father's children once more. They were my brothers then, and they remain so now, and shall continue to be my brothers in the future. We are bound together," Wu Jing proclaimed with grandiosity, his voice resonating across the expanse. He understood the life Marco yearned for, and he was resolute in fulfilling that desire. "Let us hope you keep your word, Wu Jing. What purpose do we have in going to the Sabaody archipelago?" Marco queried. "You will soon discover that upon arrival. I shall take a brief respite. Otherwise, I shall lack the strength to engage in any conflict later," Wu Jing stated before surrendering to slumber, leaving Marco wide-eyed, pondering the disparity between his brother's words and actions. Chapter 5. "I am here to seek Raylia. What a refreshing sleep. I am famished." Wu Jing wiped the drool from his mouth, having indulged in a delightful slumber. If not for the pangs of hunger, he would have continued to bask in the bliss of dreams. Upon awakening, he immediately ventured to the storeroom in search of sustenance, and soon returned with an armful of delectable treats. He procured several barrels of rum, tossing one over to Marco, who was thoroughly exhausted and in need of replenishment. "Ah, this is invigorating. After feeling utterly drained, a sip of this rum revitalizes me," Marco exclaimed, lifting a barrel with one hand and consuming it voraciously. He had been so weary that his eyelids felt heavy, yet with the alcohol coursing through him, he was instantly re-energized. "Little brother, you've worked hard. How much longer until we reach the Sabaody archipelago?" Wu Jing inquired. "We shall arrive shortly. Do you have any idea how long you have slept?" Marco replied. How long? Wu Jing questioned, curious. 2 days and 2 nights. I called for you hundreds of times. If you had not awakened today, I was prepared to toss you overboard. Faced with Marco's playful threat, Wu Jing theatrically displayed a look of sheer terror, much to Marco's satisfaction. Wu Jing naturally understood that he would not act in such a manner. However, if he were to display complete indifference towards Margot's words, it would deeply wound her feelings. Wu Jing possesses a profound understanding of human relations. He is an exceptional insurance salesman. After approximately 2 hours, Wu Jing finally spotted a small black dot on the distant horizon. As he drew nearer, he discerned towering islands resembling colossal trees. Bubbles occasionally surfaced from the ground, indicating that they had reached their destination, the Shambadi Islands. The entire archipelago comprises 79 trees, each meticulously numbered, with towns and facilities established upon each tree. The delineation of the Shambadi Islands is distinctly organized, adhering to the numerical designations on the trees. Wu Jing was quite familiar with the surroundings. He could effortlessly navigate through perilous areas without consulting a map, arriving at his desired destination with ease. Soon, they anchored the pirate ship at the harbor. There are too many Marines here. It would be perilous for you to accompany me. I shall go alone, he asserted. As a mere unknown in the world of One Piece, Wu Jing felt secure in his travels, and having Marco along would only complicate matters further. What brings you to the Sabaody archipelago, anyway? Surely you can divulge that now. Marco acquiesced to Wu Jing's words, but remained apprehensive about his friend embarking on reckless ventures. I seek Silver's Rayleigh, who works as a coding craftsman at the 58th tree of the Sabaody archipelago. Wu Jing revealed this information to his trusted companion without hesitation, continuing. He was the vice captain of my father's crew, and I intend to enlist his combat prowess for our forthcoming plans. My objective is to confront one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and hold him accountable for his past transgressions. Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, had long since retired from the pirate life, publicly declaring his withdrawal from the tumult of the seas. I fear you may be disappointed, Marco cautioned, aware that Rayleigh was not one to alter his resolutions lightly. How can we ascertain the possibility without attempting it? Wu Jing replied resolutely. Regardless, I aim to gather as many capable allies as I can. Despite Marco's warnings, Wu Jing remained undeterred and resolute. Even the faintest glimmer of hope would not lead him to relinquish his ambitions, as such determination is essential for those who aspire to greatness. Wu Jing rested the blade upon his shoulder, a habit reminiscent of the death surgeon Lao. It was not imitation. Rather, Wu Jing found a certain elegance in bearing the weapon thus. With a graceful leap, he effortlessly ascended to the shores of the Comoros Islands. Observing Wu Jing's departing silhouette, Mao Gao couldn't help but acknowledge his undeniable charm, particularly in the nonchalant cadence of his stride. Wu Jing did not proceed directly to Tree No. 58 in the Shambodi archipelago to seek out Rayleigh. Instead, he made his way to Shopping Street number 30. Coloca's bestowed upon him 1 billion berries, a sum ample enough to sustain him for a considerable duration, all of which were remnants of Roger's legacy. Wu Jing intends to procure a substantial array of daily necessities, with alcohol being an indispensable inclusion. Additionally, he requires clothing, as he is currently bare-chested, reminiscent of Ace's attire during his lifetime. Wu Jing opted for a simple white short-sleeved shirt, holding no extravagant expectations for his attire. After all, he already exuded charm. He then procured 500 barrels of rum, a favored libation among seafaring men, often referred to as the drink of pirates. Wu Jing instructed the shopkeeper to deliver the goods to the pirate ship he had designated at the port and contacted Marco via snail phone, requesting him to receive the barrels of wine upon arrival. Wu Jing took 2 barrels for himself. After attending to a few trivial matters, he did not proceed towards the 58th tree where Rayleigh resided, but instead made his way to the extortion bar at the 13th tree, owned by Shaki. Soon, Wu Jing found himself standing at the entrance of the bar. From the outside, the establishment appeared quite ordinary, entirely devoid of the peculiarities suggested by its name. Upon pushing the door open and entering, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere, with many patrons engaged in discussions about the latest trends in the pirate world. Wu Jing observed a myriad of individuals around him, from those with refined and gentle appearances to others who exuded a fearsome aura. Some regarded him with ill intentions, while others seemed to ignore his presence entirely. Nevertheless, Wu Jing remained composed as he settled into a corner. As a newcomer to the pirate world, he was nonetheless well acquainted with its intricacies. He understood that those who appeared genteel were often more ruthless than their intimidating counterparts. Sir, would you care for a drink? A charming little girl approached him with a smile. I do not partake in alcohol, he replied. Very well, then what would you like to eat? She inquired. I shall not eat either. Then what are you doing here? This establishment does not welcome idlers. You ought to leave. The little girl retorted bluntly, clearly displeased by his presence. The pirates of Sabati Archipelago were well aware that Shaki's bar was not to be trifled with. Her urging for Wu Jing to depart was, in fact, for his own good. Have your boss come to evict me. Otherwise, I shall not leave, Wu Jing declared loudly, ensuring everyone could hear him. Do you know who owns this establishment? Are you courting trouble? The little girl was taken aback by his audacity, finding his good looks wasted on such foolishness. The patrons of the bar, having overheard Wu Jing's bold proclamation, turned their sympathetic gazes toward him, fully aware of the formidable Shaki, who dares occupy his space without intent. A melodious voice suddenly chimed in, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of high heels striking the floor. Shaki sauntered toward Wu Jing, coolly puffing on a cigarette. Her captivating eyes caught Wu Jing's attention, rendering him momentarily entranced, despite her apparent maturity. Chapter 6. Seeking a worthy ally. Upon witnessing Wu Jing's striking visage, Shaki's long-dormant heart fluttered unexpectedly. Her previously impassive expression softened into a smile. Boy, not consuming anything? Are you out of funds? Allow me to treat you, she offered, much to the astonishment of the onlookers who never anticipated such courtesy toward the troublemaker. And Shaki, it's been too long. You grow more enchanting by the day, Wu Jing sweetly flattered, fully aware of her fondness for compliments, a tactic he had not employed in his previous encounters. You know me? Shaki was caught between delight and surprise. This handsome young man was a stranger to her. May I have a word in private? It's rather noisy here, Wu Jing grinned with a nonchalant demeanor. Of course, I shall escort you to my room, Shaki replied, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The crowd of pirates stood agape, witnessing nothing more than Wu Jing and Shaki laughing and departing together, revealing her penchant for younger companions. Inside a private chamber, Shaki's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. What is your name? She inquired, her earlier warmth replaced by wariness. I am Wu Jing. Here to seek your associate, Rayleigh. He maintained his playful demeanor, unfazed by the tension. Apologies, he is presently unavailable. You would do well to leave. Angering him could lead to dire consequences, she cautioned, genuinely concerned for the young man. Oh, Aunt Shaki, you remain as charming as ever, skilled in the art of deception. Rayleigh, stop loitering at the door and join us for a drink. Wu Jing called out, squinting toward the entrance. The door creaked open to reveal a man with long, flowing hair and a prominent scar across his right eye, none other than the Dark King Rayleigh. Young man, your observation hockey is impressively developed. I have concealed my presence entirely. Rayleigh praised without reserve. A barrel of rum was placed before him, one of the two that Wu Jing had intentionally set aside for this meeting. It was not that Rayleigh lacked drink. Shaki owned a bar, after all. However, offering fine spirits personally conveyed a gesture of goodwill. Rayleigh, without hesitation, lifted the barrel and drank heartily. Shaki, unable to intervene, knew Rayleigh was not concerned about poison in his drink. Delightful, simply delightful. Ha. Rayleigh reveled in the moment, embodying the charismatic leader of the Roger Pirates. Speak plainly, what brings you here? Rayleigh inquired directly, appreciating the young man's forthrightness. I plan to capture Don Quixote da Flamingo and Dressrosa soon and require your assistance when the time arises, Wu Jing stated. I have withdrawn from the piratical conflicts, and we are not acquainted. I advise against provoking da Flamingo. He has ties to the world government and serves as a tool for the Emperor Kaido. Engaging him could invite insurmountable trouble, potentially leading to your demise. Wu Jing remained non-committal to Rayleigh's warning, instead placing the legendary blade, Shodai Kitetsu, firmly on the table. How did this blade come to be in your possession? Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with excitement upon recognizing the sword, a relic once cherished by Roger himself. Wu Jing did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the snail phone. With a series of blips, the device came alive, and upon connection, the snail's head appeared adorned with a ring of feathers, revealing himself to be Colocus. Rayleigh, it's me, Colocus. The young man before you is none other than Roger's son, Ace. You are aware that Roger entrusted me with a devil fruit of resurrection for unforeseen circumstances. And fortuitously, it has now come into play. After a brief pause, Colocus continued, do not be surprised by his appearance. The Phoenix Marco altered his visage. This lad, upon his revival, desires to reinvent himself, and I have no say in the matter. I've said what I needed to. The rest is for you to discuss. Before Rayleigh could react, the snail phone drooped its egg-like eyes, denying him the opportunity to speak. Rayleigh gazed at the phone with a smile, accustomed to Colocas's irritable temperament after all these years. So, it's you, lad. You remembered to bring wine for your Uncle Ray, but not a token for me. HM? Shocky feigned anger, casting a playful glance at Wu Jing. How could I forget my Aunt Shocky? I specifically brought these 500 boxes of Marlboro for you. Wu Jing swiftly retrieved a large heap of cigarettes from his bag. In truth, these were not intended solely for Shocky, they were meant for his own supply. He mused that if they were to embark on a voyage without any tobacco, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Cigarettes and alcohol were essential in the pirate world. Why didn't TU arrange for the merchants to transport 500 barrels of wine to the port? Wu Jing pondered, hoping to entice some avaricious pirates. Ah. You truly understand Aunt Shocky's preferences, Shocky exclaimed, cherishing the pile of Marlboro. In the world of One Piece, several women are rarely seen without a cigarette. And she is one of them. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a troublesome individual. What prompted you to confront him? Rayleigh expressed his bewilderment regarding Wu Jing's intentions, questioning the rationale behind provoking Doflamingo without cause. During the Marineford War, he ruthlessly slaughtered many of my brothers. This blood feud must be avenged. Wu Jing's eyes glistened with a fiery intensity, embodying a desire to eviscerate Doflamingo. Half of this sentiment was genuine, as Doflamingo remained an adversary that Wu Jing felt compelled to eliminate. More importantly, this was an opportunity to alter the narrative. Having arrived in this world, the story of One Piece was destined to be rewritten. In that case, Ace, remember to contact me later. I wish to make amends for not arriving in time to rescue you during the Marineford War. I haven't set sail in a long time, and I apologize for getting lost on my way. Rayleigh generously acquiesced to Wu Jing's request, feeling considerable guilt over Ace's demise. Haha. Rebirth is not without its merits. Uncle Ray, I shall no longer be called Ace. From now on, I am Wu Jing. For Wu Jing, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Arriving in the world of pirates was a venture filled with intrigue and excitement. Chapter 7. A relaxed duel. Wu Jing and Rayleigh engaged in conversation for quite a while before preparing to return home. Wu Jing politely declined Xia Qi's invitation to dinner, fearing that Aunt Xia would reminisce too much about his childhood, which might inadvertently reveal his hidden past, as he was not well acquainted with Ace's early years. Before departing, Rayleigh took Wu Jing to the primitive forest to assess his current strength. Facing a vice admiral in his very first battle, Wu Jing held nothing back. Rayleigh, too, unleashed his full might, both of them engaging in a clash reminiscent of celestial bodies colliding. The powerful clash of their haki rendered the surrounding area barren for several kilometers, leaving devastation in its wake. Neither party resorted to their ultimate techniques. Rayleigh aimed to gauge Wu Jing's capabilities, while Wu Jing sought to evaluate his own strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their fierce struggle continued for over 2 hours. In the face of Wu Jing's relentless onslaught, Rayleigh found himself expending considerable stamina to counter the assault. He could sense fatigue creeping in, a consequence of his advancing age. Had he been confronting an enemy, he would have sought a swift resolution, aiming to eliminate the opponent without prolonging the encounter. In stark contrast, Wu Jing remained invigorated, eager for more. It was a rare opportunity to spar with such a formidable opponent. Let us call it a day. Your current strength is already on par with that of a Navy admiral, Rayleigh remarked, having nearly gauged Wu Jing's abilities and deeming it unnecessary to continue exhausting himself in combat. Come on, I haven't had enough yet. Let us engage in 300 more rounds, so I can learn more combat techniques from Uncle Rayleigh, Wu Jing replied, reveling in the thrill of battle. As he had mentioned, the encounter with Rayleigh had notably enhanced his proficiency in utilizing the resurrection fruit. His recovery speed after exertion had improved compared to before, and the immense destructive force generated during their clash had inflicted some damage on his body. However, aided by the resurrection fruit, he swiftly recovered from such injuries. I still have a few years left in these old bones. I look forward to witnessing the dawn of a new pirate era. Who will become the next pirate king? You or Luffy? I'm quite eager to find out. Rayleigh expressed his anticipation for the forthcoming pirate era, hoping they would fulfill Roger's unaccomplished dream. I suppose it shall be me. Wu Jing unabashedly acknowledged his own excellence. He aspired to be the savior of this world, striving to become a pirate king unlike Roger. I hope to see that day come, haha. Rayleigh squinted at the dashing young man before him, reminiscent of how he had once gazed upon Luffy. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh, Wu Jing chose not to return home directly. The reason being, he had given away all the cigarettes he had just purchased to Xia Qi, necessitating a new supply. This time, he procured 3,000 packs of Marlboro, preparing for any eventual need. Occasionally, when he felt the urge to show off, he could indulge in a few cigarettes to ease his worries. Wu Jing decided to transport it to the port himself, as it was on his way back and would expedite the process. This modest burden could easily be carried with one hand. Wu Jing held a knife on his left shoulder, while his right hand elevated a large bag of tobacco, a gesture that appeared somewhat ostentatious. The pirates of the Shambodi Islands were no fools. Such an exhibition would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. As night fell, Wu Jing had distanced himself from the bustling streets and briskly walked into a less populated area when he suddenly halted. "Are you several following me with the intent to seize my tobacco?" he inquired, not even glancing back. "You are quite perceptive," one of the assailants replied. "We won't make it difficult for you. Merely relinquish that satchel, and we shall act as benevolent souls, granting you your freedom. Oh, and do leave the knife as well." The speaker was a burly man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a broadsword resting on his hefty shoulders. "How generous of you," Wu Jing retorted mockingly. "If you wish to see the sun tomorrow, I suggest you retreat as far as possible." He held little interest in these feeble adversaries, craving instead to engage with those of greater prowess. Yet, should death knock at his door, he would not shy away from it. "You dare call me weak? My arms are thrice the size of your legs. I will crush you." The muscular man, thoroughly incensed by Wu Jing's words, charged forward with his blade. In an instant, Wu Jing vanished from sight, and a blinding white light flickered at the throats of the pirates. A resounding whoosh echoed as the light passed, and moments later, the pirates found themselves bleeding profusely from their necks, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sheathing his knife, Wu Jing reappeared several hundred meters away, his expression impassive as he strode forward. He relished the thrill of slaughter, aware that such actions were inevitable. In this world, kindness towards others often equated to cruelty towards oneself. The struggle for survival was as commonplace as the air one breathed. "Xiaoma, I have returned. Look at the delightful bounty I have brought for you," Wu Jing exclaimed, presenting a plethora of fruits and an array of fragrant meat-like delicacies before him. "As long as I have wine, everything else is yours." Marco appeared disinterested, lacking enthusiasm for the feast. It seemed he held little passion for many things, including love. "By the way, have you persuaded Rayleigh to join our cause?" This was the question Marco was most eager to know. Wu Jing remained silent, his expression melancholic as he gazed into the vast distance of the sea. "Fool," he mused, "I told you, that old man has washed his hands of it. He cannot be swayed by mere words." Mao Gao offered no sympathy, for it was Wu Jing's disbelief in his words that brought about this situation. "Ha, you are the fool. Rayleigh has already agreed. I can summon him with a simple call from my snail phone." Wu Jing chuckled, pointing at Mao Gao, who was left utterly perplexed. He understood the value of such connections far better than Ace did. Hey, how have you become so unscrupulous, so fond of toying with others?" Mao Gao inquired. Though secretly, he found it endearing. "You are becoming increasingly clever." The pirate world was fraught with peril, a realm where wits were pitted against strength. Ace had often acted recklessly in the past, unable to be dissuaded despite every warning. "You truly care for me, little brother? Fear not. I shall not let you down again." Wu Jing had come to regard Mao Gao as the closest friend he had in this world, and he was determined to make Mao Gao proud. "Let us dispense with idle chatter. What are our plans moving forward? You mentioned that juggling multiple roles is exhausting. We must swiftly seek powerful allies to strengthen our crew." Wu Jing yearned for crew members like Mao Gao, who possessed formidable strength and outstanding character. Unfortunately, he could not broadcast recruitment notices like in the human world, for this was the world of pirates, where communication was still primitive. As night fell, they chose not to set sail immediately, but instead docked at the port of Sabaody Archipelago to rest and wait for dawn before embarking. Chapter 8. A sudden calamity. A warship glided through the waters, where a handsome man leaned against the railing. The brisk wind tousled his hair, yet it could not disturb his thoughts. He held a large barrel of liquor in his left hand, with 3 cigarettes delicately pinched between his right fingers. He alternated between taking hearty swigs of alcohol and deep drags from his cigarettes, his expression one of sheer bliss, inciting Mao Gao's ire. "I toil endlessly here, while you indulge in sheer pleasure. How is that fair?" Mao Gao protested. "Did you not vow to learn navigation from me and share the burdens?" Though he was the captain, he felt betrayed by Wu Jing's actions. Mao Gao had once been the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, never having to shoulder such responsibilities. "Calm down, little brother. I require fine wine and cigarettes to inspire my creativity. Without proper planning, great accomplishments remain elusive," Wu Jing replied earnestly. In truth, He was not contemplating such matters. He merely sought a convenient excuse to deflect. This comforting feeling was foreign to him, a luxury he had never afforded himself during his days on Earth. Such days of indulgence were fleeting. Once he achieved fame, he would likely be thrust into a whirlwind of chaos. Thus he must cherish this beautiful time. Money, fine wine, and women, these were the pursuits for which many toil their entire lives. Wu Jing too had his desires. Women? Suddenly, a particular woman crossed his mind, the Empress Boa Hancock, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world of One Piece. Little brother, my inspiration strikes. Our next destination shall be Amazon Lily. Wu Jing's eyes sparkled with mischief. Is your inspiration to pursue women? Are you aware that Amazon Lily enforces a strict ban on men? Any man who dares to enter meets a grim fate, Malgao remarked, bewildered by Wu Jing's intentions. He could not fathom why Wu Jing would wish to go to such a place. Hancock was known for her haughtiness and disdain for others. If Luffy can go, why not me? Trust me on this, Wu Jing said, flashing his characteristic roguish smile. Perhaps my brother's charm is simply too potent. Or maybe Hancock's judgment is clouded. Regardless, it matters not. Malgao remained unconvinced, his interest piqued only by Wu Jing's true purpose for visiting. Women are fickle. Yesterday she favored my brother. Today she may take a liking to me. My charm surely surpasses Luffy's. Wu Jing grinned wickedly at the boundless sea. The knowledge he possessed about the world of pirates rivaled that of the renowned journalist Morgan's. Beware, beauty can be a double-edged sword. Do not drag me down with you. Malgao thought, apprehensive about the implications of the ban on men in Amazon Lily. Yet, he soon altered the ship's course towards the destination, Amazon Lily. The journey from Sabaody Archipelago to Amazon Lily was long, and it was not without its challenges. Along the way, they encountered several small pirate crews attempting to rob them, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Wu Jing's blade, sinking both men and ships to the depths below. Occasionally, he would wave at the pigeons soaring above. For a fee, one could procure newspapers from these birds, which proved to be quite convenient and informative. Upon witnessing the departure of Akiji from the Navy to join the Blackbeard pirates, Wu Jing recalled this news from his previous life. Additionally, the announcement regarding Don Quixote da Flamingo offering the Flame fruit as a prize had also been made public, with the competition set to take place in 3 months at the Dreyer's Rosa bullfighting arena. Wu Jing casually perused other news, noting that it was soon approaching 2 years since the conclusion of the Paramount War. Wu Jing was aware that the Straw Hat Pirates would soon gather at the Sabaody Archipelago, as per their agreement made 2 years prior. They would then proceed to Dressrosa, preparing to reclaim the Mera Mera Nomi. With his own resurrection following Ace's body, it was inevitable that the narrative would shift. There appears to be a fierce battle unfolding on the sea ahead. Should we not venture forth to witness the spectacle? Wu Jing observed a small island several kilometers away, where intense combat was taking place. His formidable observation haki allowed him to perceive the ripples of energy stemming from the confrontation with remarkable clarity. What is there to behold in such commotion? We might find ourselves inadvertently ensnared in it. Marco had never been one to indulge in the excitement of others. He preferred to remain aloof when matters did not concern him. Very well, let us take a detour. Wu Jing reluctantly relinquished his desire to witness the fray. He was filled with fascination for the world of pirates, yet his battle-hardened companion Marco displayed a disinterest that was quite palpable. As Wu Jing and his companions navigated around the small island, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted on their pirate ship. The entire vessel trembled violently, causing Malco to lose his footing and tumble over, landing squarely on his back. Wu Jing turned around and was astonished to discover that the stern of the ship had been struck by a massive boulder, which bore unmistakable marks of a blade. Damn it! Even taking a detour couldn't help us evade this calamity. It seems fate does not wish for our escape. In that case, I shall confront the instigator of this trouble, Wu Jing thought, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gazed at the distant isle, convinced that it was a deliberate act. Wu Jing leaped high from the vessel, employing the moonwalk technique as he propelled himself towards the islet. Margao, without hesitation, unleashed the powers of the mythical beast fruit, transforming himself instantaneously into a resplendent blue phoenix, soaring swiftly onward. Wu Jing and Margao arrived at the scene in mere breaths. At first, they beheld a formidable figure adorned in a red apron, a colossal axe resting upon his broad shoulders. The visage and hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of a young girl. Wu Jing recognized this individual. He was a man, the captain of the Naval Headquarters Scientific Division, known as the bodyguard of the notorious Beijiaopunk, known as Jean Tamaro. At that moment, Jean Tamara stood over a half-beast man with a dragon's head, whose body was drenched in crimson. A ghastly wound marred his chest, which Wu Jing surmised had been inflicted by Jean Tamaru's massive axe. Upon noticing Margao, Jean Tamaru exhibited surprise, while he chose to disregard Wu Jing entirely. To him, Wu Jing was merely an insignificant pawn. The very stone that had been hurled at him moments prior was a deliberate act of aggression with his battle axe. The robust half-beast beneath his feet had previously wielded the boulder as a weapon against him. With a mighty swing of his axe, Jean Tamaru had sent the stone flying like a golf ball towards Wu Jing's warship, motivated by a desire to cause destruction, for Wu Jing's vessel was a pirate ship. Chapter 9. A little dragon man. Jean Tamaru, it has been a while. Your arrogance remains unchanged, Margao remarked coldly, his gaze fixed upon Jean Tamaru. He understood the nature of Jean Tamaru well, and a fierce battle was undoubtedly imminent. He was prepared for the confrontation. Heh, it seems fortune smiles upon me today. Capturing this fugitive and a notorious pirate like you will surely earn me generous rewards from the naval headquarters. Thank you, Margao, Jean Tamaru exclaimed with a toothy grin. He too was eager to demonstrate to everyone at the naval headquarters the formidable prowess of the students trained by the yellow ape, Borsalino. As the flames of conflict began to ignite, the tension between Margao and Jean Tamaru thickened, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping them. Ahem, may I interject? Wu Jing ventured to speak at an inopportune moment. Though it seems inappropriate, I am curious about what you wish to say. Please, go ahead, Jean Tamaru replied, peering at Wu Jing with an inquisitive expression. Could you enlighten me about the background of this fugitive at your feet? I am Jean Tamaru, the most tight-lipped man in the world, and I shall not divulge such information, Jean Tamaru retorted dismissively, his disdain evident. Wu Jing lightly chuckled. Knowing well that this was a catchphrase of Jean Tawan, with just a little prodding, the truth would be revealed. Despite being oblivious to the fugitive's background, Jean Tawan insisted on maintaining his pride, claiming to be the tightest-lipped man in the world, which was quite embarrassing. Wu Jing immediately retorted against Jean Tawan, declaring, "Who says I don't know? This dragon man is none other than the world-renowned scientist Vegapunk, who developed it through the artificial zoan-type fruit. Vegapunk entrusted me with delivering this pet to the noble Lady Lilia of the world, but unexpectedly, this wretched dragon man decided to escape to this deserted island." Jean Tawan confessed without reservation, puffing himself up with pride as he looked at Wu Jing, trying to appear impressive. "Thank you for your revelation. Indeed, your lips are sealed. But I suggest you keep them stitched shut. A mouth too large is prone to leaking secrets," Wu Jing quipped. As expected, Jean Tawan soon divulged a secret. "You. What does it matter to you? As long as I kill you today, no one will ever know of this incident," Jean Tawan said, swinging his massive axe. Imbued with haki, towards Wu Jing with great speed. Paper drawing, Wu Jing's body transformed like clay, skillfully evading Jean Tawan's fierce attack. The 6 styles of the Navy? Jean Tawan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He was not surprised that Wu Jing dodged effortlessly, but rather by Wu Jing's adept use of the Navy's technique, paper drawing. Jean Tawan could not recall anyone by the name of Wu Jing in the Navy. Could he be a new recruit? No. It was impossible for the Navy to associate with the notorious pirate, Marco. At that moment, Jean Tawan's thoughts became muddled. Who are you? How can you use this technique? Wu Jing chose not to respond to Jean Tawan's inquiry. Shave. Jean Tawan's expression turned incredulous. He realized that Wu Jing wielded the 6 styles with remarkable proficiency, surpassing his own capabilities. As Wu Jing vanished from sight, Jean Tawan quickly activated his observation haki, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of his opponent, which made him sweat nervously. This young man's strength exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Jean Tawan swiftly turned and swung his axe backward, but found nothing. The hand remained on his shoulder, prompting Jean Tawan to swing his axe repeatedly for hundreds of times, yet each time he struck only air. This relentless teasing drove him to the brink of madness. Marco, standing nearby, was on the verge of drifting into slumber, his eyelids nearly covering his eyes. Jean Tawan's clumsy physique could hardly keep pace with Wu Jing's lightning-fast speed. The half-beastman, who had previously fainted, now regained consciousness. His towering form diminished into that of a small dragon human, resembling a little dragon. He pressed his small hands against his chest wound and struggled to crawl to a nearby tree, leaning against it to rest, utterly exhausted from the earlier battle. Coward, do you lack the courage to face me in a duel? Is hiding and playing hide-and-seek so enjoyable? Jean Tawan lamented his loss of face. Being toyed with by Wu Jing left him with only his verbal bravado. Just as Jean Tawan finished speaking, Wu Jing appeared before him, looking at him as if he were a fool. Before me, you are nothing but a joke. Hearing Wu Jing's words, Marco strained to keep his heavy eyelids open, aware that the grand finale was about to unfold. As the first generation of the sword, onigiri, was unsheathed, the temperature in the air plummeted. Both Marco and the little dragon felt a chilling presence, while Jean Taowan couldn't help but shiver. He was the primary target of onigiri, and thus bore the brunt of its pressure. At that moment, the blade began to hum, as Wu Jing's haki flowed into it continuously. The once gleaming black blade now radiated a sinister aura, becoming increasingly eerie. Moonwalk, cloud ladder, Wu Jing ascended into the air, then gripped his sword tightly as he descended, aiming directly at the grounded Jean Taowan. The violent pressure bore down on Jean Taowan, becoming unbearable as Wu Jing approached. He found himself unable to move, even to evade the impending strike. Jean Taowan clenched his teeth, bracing against Wu Jing's attack, as cracks began to form beneath his feet, spreading rapidly. Jean Taowan roared at the sky, raising his arms high with the massive axe, attempting to block Wu Jing's formidable blow with its side. A thunderous boom echoed across the island. The entire land trembled violently, and a mushroom cloud erupted from the spot where Jean Taowan stood. As Wu Jing sheathed his sword, he instinctively brushed back his hair. Even in battle, his hairstyle must remain intact. In stark contrast, Jean Taowan had been driven into the ground by Wu Jing's powerful strike. His eyes rolling back as he lapsed into unconsciousness, this was the most potent blow Wu Jing could deliver. Seeing Jean Taowan in such a state, the little dragon, disregarding his injuries, lunged at him, prepared to bite down on his neck. Hey, that's my trophy. Who gave you permission to touch it? Wu Jing exclaimed, his gaze inadvertently betraying a hint of bloodlust. The little dragon shivered instinctively, immediately releasing Jean Taowan and attempting to flee. Hey, who said you could leave? I saved your life, and you think you can just walk away? Initially, Wu Jing had no intention of stopping him. But upon realizing the half-beastman understood human speech and was easily intimidated, he found the creature rather endearing. Wu Jing contemplated the idea of having a laborer by his side. Recognizing that, although the little dragon man was no larger than Neza, he had consumed an artificial devil fruit. The form he had previously observed must have been the result of the devil fruit's power, which had enhanced his physique. The little dragon man turned around, casting a pitiful gaze at Wu Jing, fully aware that any notion of resistance was futile. He had already witnessed Wu Jing's formidable strength and understood that opposing him would yield no results. Chapter 10. The bounty notice has been released. Wu Jing did not slay Jean Taowan, for the value of such an act would be far too insignificant. Instead, it would invite relentless pursuit from the Navy, bringing him unnecessary troubles that would yield no benefit. Wu Jing would never engage in a venture that would lead to a loss. However, he did plunder the naval warship that Jean Taowan had docked at the shore. This would at most draw the Navy's attention, but it would not provoke a significant uproar. After all, Jean Taowan had been thoroughly defeated and subsequently robbed, an event of considerable disgrace that they would be unlikely to report. Wu Jing departed from the deserted isle, accompanied by the little dragon man, and continued their journey towards Daughter Island, Amazon Lily. Under the tutelage of Malgao, the little dragon man swiftly assumed the role of helmsman. His earnest demeanor while standing on a stool, diligently maneuvering the ship's helm, was undeniably charming. Guided by Malgao, this seasoned navigator, the little dragon man meticulously operated the warship, steadily advancing towards Daughter Island, Amazon Lily, much to Malgao's delight, as he was relieved from such arduous labor at last. The warship of Wu Jing continued its voyage across the sea for 2 days. Is that Daughter Island? A tender voice inquired. The slender fingers of the little dragon pointed towards a distant small black dot. Malgao and Wu Jing exchanged glances, astonished that this little dragon could speak human language. Why had he pretended to be lifeless before? Wu Jing and Malgao had been fervently discussing their plans to visit Daughter Island, and the little dragon had absorbed their conversation with remarkable acuity. Little serpent, that indeed is Daughter Island. I shall take you there for matchmaking. The place is replete with beauties for you to choose from. As long as you fancy, I can easily procure them for you. Wu Jing shamelessly boasted, seeking to gauge the intentions of this half-beast who had consumed the artificial zoan fruit. The outcomes were clear, either spare him or eliminate him. Letting him go was out of the question. Revealing his subsequent plans would only allow him to return home to tend to his fields. What sounded like warm words to others sent chills down the little dragon's spine. Master Wu Jing, I am a dragon, not a serpent. Your manner of addressing me wounds my pride. My name is Long Kuei, and furthermore, I am. The little dragon removed his trousers, his eyes glistening with tears, as though he had suffered some grave injustice. Wu Jing and Marco were momentarily speechless, realizing she was a girl. It was no wonder they were surprised. With her dragon-like stature reminiscent of Neza, it was difficult to discern her gender. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Wu Jing felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, he was a pirate now and did not intend to harbor such benevolent feelings. All right, little Lone Kuei, from now on you are one of us. Sharing my secrets with you is not an issue, but you must remain loyal to me. Do you understand? Wu Jing squinted at the petite dragon girl, offering a half-smile. Rest assured, esteemed Wu Jing, since you have saved Lone Kuei, my life now belongs to you. As long as you do not compel me to commit any heinous acts, I will obey your every command. The little dragon girl replied earnestly, biting her lip as she gazed at Wu Jing. Wu Jing was quite pleased with her attitude. She bore a resemblance to the innocent and kind-hearted Kiku from Wano. Ace had spent quite a considerable time in Wano during his youth. Marco approached gently, placing a reassuring hand on Lone Kuei's delicate shoulder, crouching down to meet her gaze. We are not villains. There is no need to be anxious. Trust us. We will treat you well. Upon hearing Marco's words, Lone Kuei suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears soaked the back of Marco's shirt, and she found him far more comforting than Wu Jing, as Marco exuded a warmth that made her feel safe and cherished. Wu was utterly bewildered, leaving Lone Kuei with the impression that he had somehow bullied her. Was it merely because he possessed a slightly more imposing demeanor than Mao Gao that her tears flowed so profusely? Wu Jing was unaware of the tragic past that haunted Lone Kuei. From a tender age, she had been seized by the world government to undergo cruel experiments. Vegapunk had fed her a synthetic animal fruit, which, due to inherent flaws, had prevented her from fully transforming, leaving her in the peculiar form of a dragon-headed human. When the celestial dragon Charlos visited Vegapunk's laboratory, he laid eyes upon Lone Kuei and sought to present her as a gift to the celestial dragon Liliagon, hoping to curry favor with her. This ignited a deep-seated hatred within Lone Kuei towards the celestial dragons. Initially, she lacked the courage to speak in Wu Jing's presence. But upon overhearing him and Mar Gao discussing battle plans, she realized that they too harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. Summoning her bravery, she boldly expressed her desire to join such a pirate crew. Meanwhile, within the colossal whale Labu at Twin Cape, Kurosaka's remained unchanged, reclining in his chair, legs crossed, leisurely perusing a newspaper. At that moment, he was fixated on a particular corner of the paper, where the striking visage of Wu Jing was prominently displayed. The Navy had placed a bounty on him, branding him a pirate with a reward of 50 million berries. The name of this wanted criminal bore a question mark, as they were unaware of Wu Jing's true identity. In stark contrast, the bounty for defeating Sabaody Archipelago's Bartolomeo was a mere 50 million berries. A blatant insult to his prowess. The world government had based this bounty on information provided by Bartolomeo, who claimed he had battled Wu Jing for an entire day and night before ultimately being defeated. However, due to a moment of carelessness, Wu Jing managed to escape. Consequently, the world government assessed Wu Jing as formidable, yet not a significant threat. Lone Kuei, you two have been targeted by the world government, Wu Jing exclaimed, spotting her bounty notice in a smaller section of the newspaper. Ah, what an honor. If not for accompanying you, I would have been destined to be forgotten by the world. Thank you so much, Master Wu Jing. By the way, what is my bounty? Lone Kuei's face lit up with excitement. She was eager to learn her worth. 20 million berries. 20 million berries? How astounding. I am truly overjoyed. Lone Kuei beamed, bouncing with delight. Hold your horses. I haven't finished yet, Wu Jing interjected. This 20 million berries is solely for your devil fruit ability. If you do not possess the fruit, there will be no reward for the person who captures you. His final statement resonated loudly, as he aimed to toughen up the inexperienced girl. Woa! Lone Kuei's pitiful lament began anew. Mar Gao, standing nearby, felt a surge of frustration. Did Wu Jing have a penchant for child cruelty? Hey, stop teasing the young girl. With us around, her value will only soar, Mar Gao retorted, unable to bear it any longer. Lone Kuei then leaped into Mar Gao's embrace, seeking warmth. This time, it was Wu Jing who felt exasperated. Mar Gao had already grown fond of Lone Kuei, leaving him feeling like a mere figurehead. Chapter 11. The Perks of Being Handsome. Amazon Lily, nestled in the calm belt adjacent to the Grand Line, is an island inhabited solely by women. On this island resides a formidable pirate crew known as the Kuja Pirates, comprised entirely of fierce female pirates. Led by the world's most beautiful woman, the sole female warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock. Halt your advance. Leave at once. Amazon Lily refuses all visitors, save for Lord Luffy, commanded the island's guardian warrior, Daisy Margaret, as she sternly addressed Wu Jing's worship. Wu Jing recalled the last time when Luffy inadvertently stumbled upon Amazon Lily, and was apprehended by this guardian warrior. It was then that she learned that a man's private part was not merely a mushroom. Daisy, I have urgent matters to discuss with Boa Hancock. Please, open your gates and allow me entry. Wu Jing stepped out of the cabin, unequivocally stating his purpose. I'm afraid Lady Snake will not meet with any other man, except for Lord Luffy. She has decreed that she shall receive no other suitors. Please return, Daisy replied. Upon seeing the exceedingly handsome Wu Jing, her tone softened instantly. Moreover, he even knew her nickname, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. I am Luffy's brother. Hancock will meet with me. ISNT Lord Ace, Luffy's brother? Already deceased? I cannot believe your words. I forgot to mention, he has a cousin named Wu Jing me. He entrusted me with an urgent matter to relay to Hancock. Daisy, you must believe me. Wu Jing gazed earnestly at the alluringly dressed Daisy. His penetrating eyes left her in a state of disarray. Daisy found herself utterly unable to withstand the electricity emanating from Wu Jing's gaze. The man before her possessed a striking beauty that far surpassed the rustic charm of Luffy, and even outshone the dashing noble pirate Cavendish she had seen in the newspapers. After a moment's contemplation, Daisy reluctantly opened the door. For someone like her, who had never ventured beyond the island, she was quite willing to heed the words of a handsome stranger. You cannot enter. Only this gentleman and his pet are permitted inside, Daisy stated bluntly to Marco, expressing her indifference to his looks. Wu Jing shook his head with a sense of pride, his striking look serving as a passport to the Isle of Women. Malgao found himself at a loss for words, merely staring in disbelief. Had he known, he would have considered enhancing his own appearance. The sight of Wu Jing's smug demeanor left him quite displeased. Lord Wu Jing, please follow me. I shall escort you to the chamber of Lady Snake, Daisy said gently, her demeanor suggesting that serving Wu Jing was a most joyous task. Look, Daisy is accompanied by a man and a pet. A true man. A real man. It has been ages since I've seen one. This man is so handsome. Far more so than the previous one. Daisy, are you not aware that Lady Snake has forbidden men from entering? An elderly woman shouted from a distance, commanding several scantily clad female warriors beside her, seize him and deliver him directly to the execution platform. For Wu Jing, merely gaining entry to the Isle of Women was a trivial matter compared to the challenges that lay ahead. Grandmother, please allow me to explain. This gentleman is the cousin of Luffy. He claims to have urgent news for Lady Snake. Daisy hurriedly defended Wu Jing. You believe his words after just a few statements. Foolish Shuiju, what are you all waiting for? Hurry and dispose of this man. The elderly woman shrieked, her voice sharp with authority. Upon hearing her command, four robust figures immediately surrounded Wu Jing, while Long Kuei was completely disregarded. Wu Jing casually glanced around, taking in the stunning figure of Jieking, the robust Stobi, the provocatively dressed Bailadona, and the tall Aphilandella. This was a treatment he could never have enjoyed in his previous life as a human. The four warrior women of the Daughter Island did not immediately spring into action. The man before them was simply too handsome, and they were reluctant to resort to violence. How audacious! Have you all chosen to disregard my commands? I am the illustrious Fire Blossom, the great-grandson of the previous emperor. The shrill voice of Grandma Jia erupted once again. Shut up! Wu Jing bellowed at Grandma Jia, a visible aura of blood-red dominance hurtling towards her. With a thud, the old woman rolled her eyes and collapsed, legs in the air. The onlookers were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and the four female warriors, intimidated by Wu Jing's presence, parted to create a path. I am here to seek Hancock. You may carry on with your business. Wu Jing's demeanor shifted dramatically from gentle to commanding. This was his true self, unfettered by the world around him. What a handsome man. I truly admire him. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, if he were mine, I would be the happiest woman alive. Another chimed in. How greedy. Such a handsome figure should be shared among us. Said a third. Yes, we should keep him here as our own, to carry on the legacy of Daughter Island, they agreed, their eyes sparkling with infatuation as they gazed at Wu Jing. His every movement exuded an irresistible charm that had ensnared them in a state of adoration. Long Kuei, you stay here. These older sisters are not bad people. Just be obedient, Wu Jing advised Long Kuei. She nodded in response, soon finding herself surrounded by the women of Daughter Island, who were eager to inspect her. Upon discovering she was female, their faces fell in disappointment. However, they still found her adorable. They bombarded Long Kuei with questions, which left her feeling overwhelmed, for she was but a naive child, knowing very little. Daughter Island was small. After walking a short distance, they could already see the rear palace. Just as Wu Jing and Daisy were about to proceed, two exceptionally tall figures blocked their path. They were Hancock's younger sisters, the second sister boa Candlestick Flower and the third sister boa Marigold. Daisy, have you not learned from your previous mistakes? Bringing a strange man onto the island again will not be forgiven by Lady Snake this time, Candlestick Flower scolded, her long tongue flicking back and forth. Sister, that pretty boy is quite handsome. Did you not express a desire to bear children? Perhaps we should have our eldest sister bestow him upon you. So we may soon become aunts, Marigold suggested, eyeing Wu Jing with mischief. Wu Jing felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a repulsive snake. Lady Candlestick. This gentleman beside me, Wu Jing, is... Daisy hurriedly tried to explain. Daisy, enough. I am not Luffy's cousin. But do not worry, you will be safe. I will protect you, Wu Jing interrupted her. At this point, he no longer needed to conceal his identity. He could speak plainly without fear. Daisy fell silent. Yet she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart at his words. Did this man truly wish to protect her? She found herself lost in a self-indulgent reverie. Had Wu Jing known her current emotions, he would likely have choked on his own blood in disbelief at such shamelessness. Another brash young fool. Reminiscent of the straw hat Luffy from years past, though undeniably more striking. I must admit, I am beginning to take a liking to you, giggled Candlestick Flower, her tongue flickering over her lips, contemplating motherhood. Sister, when you began to entertain such thoughts, this pretty boy appeared at your doorstep. Truly, it must be fate. I am thrilled for you. Soon I shall be an aunt. Marigold's mouth, already large, widened further with her laughter. Have you two not had enough? Marigold. If you wish to be an aunt, I can grant your desire. I can have Hancock bear you a whole brood, Wu Jing said nonchalantly, his words sounding like thunder in the ears of the sisters. Little Jean, stop wasting time with him. Let us capture him and take him to our sister. We can lock him up and do as we please, Candlestick Flower declared, immediately activating her snake abilities to ensnare him with her tail. Where is he? Candlestick Flower searched frantically, unable to spot Wu Jing. Sister, he is in the air. Marigold gasped, witnessing Wu Jing gliding through the air towards Hancock's chambers. She swiftly unleashed her own snake abilities, launching her tail like a spear at him. Iron block, steel. Wu Jing did not dodge. Instead, he reinforced his defenses. The powerful impact of the snake's tail collided with his body, leaving no mark. Instead, the force propelled him forward, increasing his speed. Thank you, Wu Jing remarked, taking advantage of the situation while maintaining his aloof demeanor. Curse that pretty boy, pursue him. Marigold seethed, wishing she could peel the skin off Wu Jing. Using the moon step technique continuously in the air was exhausting for ordinary individuals, yet Wu Jing recovered fully in mere breaths. With a casual push, he opened the grand door to the rear palace, revealing the voluptuous Hancock adorned with serpent-shaped earrings, resting her chin on her hand, her deep blue eyes glinting with intrigue as they locked onto Wu Jing. Her guardian snake Salome also gazed at him with wide-eyed curiosity. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. You truly are Luffy's cousin, aren't you? Just like him, a man of exceptional prowess, one to be adored, Hancock broke the silence. Having observed Wu Jing's actions when he subdued Grandma Jia with his conqueror's haki, she realized his mastery of haki surpassed her own, capable of targeting fixed points. If Wu Jing had not managed to control his conqueror's haki just now, all the female warriors of Daughter Island in his vicinity would have been rendered unconscious. She reflected that her current abilities pale in comparison to Wu Jing's, and even Luffy falls short. The mastery of such haki was something Wu Jing only comprehended a few days ago during his encounter with Rayleigh, realizing the potential of combining observation haki with conqueror's haki. By utilizing observation haki to perceive the enemy's movements, he could instantaneously unleash conqueror's haki. It was only through countless attempts that he managed to tenuously blend the two forms of haki together. Just moments ago, he had used Granny as a test subject to practice this technique. Wu Jing remained unresponsive, his arms crossed defiantly as he squinted and brazenly observed Hancock with rapt attention. In the face of Wu Jing's gaze, Hancock displayed a coy expression of shyness. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to temptation long ago. Wu Jing, however, possessed extensive knowledge of the majority of characters within the world of One Piece. He was acutely aware that the woman before him was not what she seemed. She was attempting to deceive him, seeking to lower his guard for a lethal strike. With measured steps, Wu Jing approached Hancock, the sound of his small shoes echoing crisply against the floor. Halt! Do not approach Lady Snake, came the loud rebuke from the newly arrived Lamp Flower and Golden Flower. Withdraw. Inform everyone that I am retreating to the outskirts of the city, and no one is permitted near the harem, or they shall bear the consequences. Hancock's tone was laced with an ominous chill. Sister, Lamp Flower began, But upon meeting Hancock's unyielding gaze, she swallowed her words. The two sisters had no choice but to close the door and depart the palace. Soon after, the sound of clapping echoed through the chamber, startlingly swift. Once Hancock's sisters had exited, Wu Jing applauded, genuinely appreciating the Empress's regal aura. "Hancock, I am privy to many of your secrets, particularly the greatest one upon your back." At some point, Wu Jing lit 3 cigarettes and began to smoke, enveloping Hancock in a cloud of smoke that rendered her ethereal in his eyes, captivating him entirely. "Then you shall remain here, buried in this place." Hancock glared furiously at Wu Jing. The patience she had been maintaining shattered upon hearing his words. This was the greatest humiliation of her life, one that she could not allow outsiders to know. Grumbling will not resolve your issues, especially when you choose to remain an outsider. That guarantees perpetual obscurity. Wu Jing unflinchingly criticized the woman who appeared formidable yet was, in truth, riddled with timidity. Though Hancock harbored deep-seated animosity towards the celestial dragons, she had never taken substantial action against them. Silence. "In my eyes, you may seem powerful, but to them, you are but an insect, even less than that. Engaging in conflict with them only leads to death, as Roger's fate proves." Hancock collapsed to the ground, sobbing pitifully, her tears cascading down her cheeks. She loathed this world profoundly. Did she not wish to resist? She had tried, only to realize her own insignificance and lack of power, resigning herself to her fate. Life has no what-ifs. Without life, there are no possibilities. Hancock recognized her lack of support and, after much struggle, had managed to gain a position in the 7 warlords of the sea through the government. Ultimately, she understood that it was merely a farce. She was nothing more than a pawn of the government. As soon as she lost her value, she could be discarded at any moment. She had always felt insecure, unable to find a person to rely on, her heart perpetually adrift. Though Luffy often acted irresponsibly, he was sincerely genuine, which led her to fantasize about him as her emotional anchor. She deceived herself, realizing that her feelings for Luffy were not genuine love. This era presents the finest opportunity to reshape the world, and I am the one upon whom great hopes are placed. Should you join our Dragon Slayer pirate crew? I can help you dispel the shadows in your heart. Wu Jing extended his flawless hand toward Hancock, her complexion rivaling that of the Empress herself. "Do you think you can sway me with mere words?" "You underestimate me," she retorted defiantly. After all, Hancock was a woman who had weathered many storms. If she were to easily shake hands with Wu Jing, it would diminish her worth, akin to selling herself. Who said anything about a handshake? You are quite self-absorbed. Yet I must admit, I have always been infatuated with you. Wu Jing's intentions were misunderstood. He was not extending his hand for a handshake, but rather lifting Hancock's chin with his finger, gazing deeply into her eyes. He was entranced by the beauty that had driven so many men in the pirate world to madness. This visage, now within his reach, was a dream come true. Had he not struck a chord within Hancock's heart, plunging her into despair, it would not have been so easy for him to take liberties. Men are not to be trusted. You are merely a wolf in human guise. Hancock evaluated Wu Jing's advances, though she was somewhat taken aback by the clarity in his gaze as he admired her extraordinary beauty and diamond-like figure. In Chapter 13, Embracing the Beauty, Wu Jing had remained in Hancock's chambers for 3 days and nights, yet they had yet to emerge. During this time, the women of Amazon Lily were filled with both anticipation and concern, having learned from Lamp Flower and Golden Flower about the sounds emanating from the palace. Their worry grew as the days passed. Would Wu Jing strike before it was too late? Would he overexert himself? They were deeply concerned for their idol. If Wu Jing were to discover the foolish thoughts harbored by this group of mindless women, he would undoubtedly chastise them severely. Possessing the miraculous ability of rebirth, he remains invigorated even while tirelessly contending with them. Meanwhile, Gong Danghua and Jing Zhansao could no longer suppress their growing concerns. Hancock is not only their queen but also their own sister. They resolved to force open the door to ascertain the true nature of the situation. With a resounding crash, the chamber door was swiftly pushed open by the two sisters, revealing an astonishing sight. They beheld Wu Jing and Hancock, both impeccably attired, with Wu Jing seated in a grand armchair below, while Hancock occupied the serpent throne above. "You two are utterly lacking in decorum. You barge in without even knocking." Severely disrupting my conversation with Lord Wu Jing, Hancock scolded them, her displeasure evident as the behavior of her younger sisters left her feeling embarrassed. "It's quite all right. They were merely concerned that I, the villain, might be mistreating you," Wu Jing remarked, adopting a playful demeanor. Typically, his demeanor is relaxed, but in critical moments, he shifts to an intense focus. We are not worried about our sister being bullied by you. Rather, we are concerned that your frail physique might become exhausted." The sisters whispered to themselves. Had Wu Jing been privy to such thoughts, he would not have spoken so amiably. "Shouldn't you quickly express your gratitude to Lord Wu Jing for his benevolence? I am truly fortunate to have such a supporter as him," Hancock mused, habitually retreating into her realm of delusions, convinced that Wu Jing would surely assist her in dispelling the inner turmoil that plagued her. Wu Jing understood that Hancock was foolishly dreaming of a future where her aspirations would materialize. The mark of the flying dragon's hoof was her most profound taboo. Those unaware might perceive her as the pirate empress, the world's most exquisite beauty, yet she bore the indelible stigma of being a celestial dragon slave. No matter how this mark might be altered, its existence was an undeniable truth. As long as it had existed, she would forever be unable to escape the identity of a slave. After several days of diligent effort, Wu Jing managed to instill a sense of anticipation in this woman regarding his future plans. During this time, the two had engaged in a confrontation, the outcome of which was all too predictable. Currently, Hancock's bounty stood at 80 million berries, a figure that had remained unchanged for a decade. But it was undoubtedly worth several times that now. Once she ascended to the position of Shichibukai, the world government ceased to issue bounties for Hancock. Wu Jing conservatively estimates that Hancock's current bounty is no less than 500 million berries. Hancock unreservedly showcased the powers of the sweet fruit against Wu Jing. She first unleashed sweet, sweet wind, forming heart-shaped gestures with her hands that emitted beams of heart-like light. As was the case with Luffy, Wu Jing remained unscathed. The resolve of a formidable warrior cannot be easily bound by a woman. She then employed Arrow of Captivation, launching a multitude of pink arrows. Those struck, regardless of their feelings towards the Empress, would be turned to stone. Once hit, petrification was inevitable. However, those whose strength surpassed Hancock's might evade such fate. Wu Jing effortlessly executed the technique shave, deftly evading the barrage of pink arrows. Ultimately, Hancock unleashed her perfume femur, her long, fair legs striking towards Wu Jing with relentless force. A closer inspection revealed that the tips of Hancock's shoes were enveloped in formidable haki. One might wonder why she did not cover her entire long, elegant leg with haki, as that would have increased its lethality. The reason lies in the nature of haki, which is black. Adorning her pristine legs with such a color would render them unsightly, an outcome she wished to avoid. She aspired to embody the world's most beautiful woman. However, Wu Jing remained oblivious to this detail, his focus solely on Hancock's raised leg. He conceded to having a slight penchant for peeping, a habit he indulged in during his younger days. This time, rather than evade, Wu Jing allowed his haki to envelop his hand and extend up to his arm, using sheer strength to grip Hancock's long leg firmly. Consequently, Hancock's fair leg was ensnared by the audacious Wu Jing, leaving her unable to retract it. The unabashed gaze of Wu Jing caused her a mix of embarrassment and anger. This man, unmistakably a lecher, remained utterly unaffected by her alluring fruitability. What could this possibly mean? Unlike Wu Jing, Luffy was impervious to her beauty, not out of appreciation, but rather due to his complete ignorance of it. Wu Jing's profound understanding of appreciation left her utterly perplexed. For the world of pirates is indeed filled with eccentricities. Hancock refrained from employing her conqueror's haki to continue the battle against Wu Jing. Fully aware that the limitations of her haki were modest, deploying it against Wu Jing would only lead to her own humiliation. From the outset to the conclusion, Wu Jing effortlessly neutralized her assaults, never once launching an offensive against her. Hancock recognized that she was not a match for Wu Jing, whose prowess surpassed hers by several tiers. Ultimately, she unexpectedly collapsed into Wu Jing's embrace, allowing him to dictate her fate. As she yearned to discover how he would treat her, Wu Jing offered her a mischievous smile before leaning down to plant a fervent kiss upon her lips. The absence of further developments surprised her. For Wu Jing, kissing such a stunning beauty fulfilled a long-held desire from his days as a human. Apart from this kiss with the Empress, he refrained from engaging in any other violent acts. Subsequently, he elucidated to Hancock the purpose of his dragon-slaying pirate crew and outlined the forthcoming battle strategies. He then explained his rationale for inviting her to join. He recognized Hancock's deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons, understanding that his crew would benefit from a member of her caliber. Hancock, intrigued, wondered how Wu Jing had come to know the secret behind the hoof of the celestial dragon mark on her back. Wu Jingza informed her that it was a good friend who had shared the information with him, but he was not at liberty to disclose the friend's name. Wu Jing could only respond to Hancock in a roundabout way. He certainly could not reveal that he hailed from a different realm. Let Hancock ponder the implications herself. Indeed, Hancock did contemplate this matter, And aside from her two sisters and Luffy, there was no one else privy to the secret. She was confident that her sisters would never disclose this embarrassment to anyone, and after much consideration, it seemed only Luffy, with his loose tongue, might inadvertently let it slip. Rather than harboring resentment, she felt gratitude towards him for introducing her to a man she could rely upon. As for her true identity, Wu Jing had no intention of divulging it to Hancock. He had no desire to share it with anyone. However, he recognized the necessity of Ace's formidable connections. Relying solely on his own efforts would take countless years to overcome the powerful forces at play. The world of pirates did not celebrate solitary endeavors. As exemplified by the fearsome four emperors and the myriad pirate crews scattered across the seas. There were exceptions, such as the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Although Mihawk's strength rivaled that of Shanks, one of the four emperors, he remained content in his position as a warlord of the sea, largely due to his indifference towards power and wealth, preferring the tranquility of his current lifestyle. If Mihawk were to establish a pirate crew akin to Shanks and recruit formidable members, the pirate world would not merely recognize four emperors but would acknowledge 5. Chapter 14. Betrothed to a Woman BRRR. The snail phone belonging to Marco suddenly rang, and upon seeing the caller, he recognized it was Wu Jing. Hello. Wu Jing, what is the situation? Do you require assistance? If so, I can be there immediately, Marco inquired urgently as he answered the call. After so many days without news from Wu Jing, he felt a twinge of concern. Rest assured, my friend, I have everything under control. Navigate your warship to Amazon Lily. And I shall await your arrival, Wu Jing replied confidently. It was indeed a joy to have a comrade like Marco by his side. Just as Marco finished the call, the grand entrance of Amazon Lily swung open once more, with Daisy there to receive him. You may enter, but had it not been for Lord Wu Jing's orders, I would not have allowed you passage, Daisy proclaimed, adopting an aloof demeanor, which could only be attributed to Marco's less-than-charming appearance. Marco felt a surge of irritation at Daisy's words, which implied that he was eager to enter. He had no desire to engage with someone so naive, lest he become the subject of Wu Jing's jokes. Marco was escorted to the arena of Amazon Lily, where the stands were filled with a diverse array of scantily clad women, all cheering exuberantly towards the staircase above. At the top of the stone steps, 2 lavish thrones were positioned. To Marco's astonishment, he recognized Wu Jing seated on one, with Hancock occupying the other. This was indeed Amazon Lily, where the queen should preside, and outsiders were relegated to lesser seats. Observing Hancock's contented smile, Marco was assured that she was there of her own volition. Furthermore, the adoring cheers from the women present suggested they were eager to heed Wu Jing's commands. Marco was perplexed by the overwhelming charm Wu Jing seemed to possess, instantly becoming the prince charming in the eyes of these women, likely due to the enhancements he had undergone thanks to Marco's efforts. He resolved to consider improving his own appearance. Otherwise, life would become unbearably stifling. Marco, you have arrived. Have you taken a liking to any of our ladies? Should you fancy someone, I would gladly arrange for her to be betrothed to you. Hancock greeted Marco from the steps below. Though they had little interaction, she was aware of Marco's formidable prowess from the war at Marineford, which was not inferior to her own. Not interested. The women here are unremarkable. I have no desire for any of them, Marco replied dismissively, his vibrant orange punk hairstyle bobbing as he surveyed the women in the stands with disinterest. How infuriating. He lacks the looks to be picky and yet dares to make such pretentious remarks, utterly contemptible. If I weren't longing for a child, I wouldn't even consider cooperating with him, even if he begged on his knees. How shameless. I wholeheartedly support Wu Jing's words. He is deserving of such sentiments. A chorus of women erupted in outrage at Marco's brazen comments, causing Wu Jing to feel a headache from the din. Was it so difficult to speak with a modicum of tact? Marco's bluntness had incited the ire of the single women of Amazon Lily. Lady Snake. This man dares to insult our female compatriots publicly. I propose that Lady Snake impose some form of punishment upon him. So he understands that the women of Amazon Lily are fierce warriors, not to be trifled with, Daisy interjected, stepping forward to stand beside Marco. Eager to teach this arrogant man a lesson. Stand down. Do not be disrespectful. He is a dear friend of mine, Hancock commanded, disregarding Daisy's plea. Daisy, a cage bird, could not comprehend the caliber of Marco's status. Upon hearing Hancock's order, Daisy complied obediently, turning to exit the arena. Wait. Marco interjected unexpectedly, chuckling to himself, leaving the audience bewildered. Hancock, please repeat what you just said. My hearing has been a bit off lately, and I didn't quite catch that. Upon hearing Marco's request, Hancock's expression soured. She dismissed his earlier comments with disdain, disliking his commanding tone. Hancock, do reiterate. I am unclear on your intent, Marco pressed, determined to elicit a response. Listen closely. No matter which lady you desire, I shall arrange for her to be betrothed to you, Hancock declared, her voice reverberating through the arena like thunder. The notion that Wu Jing would seek her out filled her with immense joy. Very well, I choose her, Marco declared, pointing at Daisy. Ah? Daisy gasped, her legs trembling at Marco's words, sensing the threat of impending doom. Indeed, Daisy, you are to become Marco's woman, Hancock replied without hesitation, issuing her command to Daisy. The arena erupted into chaos, but Hancock raised her hands to restore order. Please, everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement to make. I will be embarking on an expedition to the New World alongside Lord Wu Jing. For the time being, my position will be assumed by Granny Nyan, and I ask that you all heed her guidance. As one tumult subsides, another arises. Hancock's announcement has sent shockwaves through the entirety of Daughter's Island. Even the matriarch stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Hancock's unexpected and astonishing decision, one beyond her influence. Yet, the prospect of once again assuming the mantle of Empress brought her a measure of joy. Wu Jing gestured for Hancock to approach, and then whispered softly into her ear. In order to gather everyone together before our departure, we shall host a grand wedding for Margot at the hour of you tomorrow. It has been quite some time since our daughter island has celebrated such an occasion. Hancock smiled alluringly at Wu Jing, who, in turn, flashed a mischievous grin at Margot, causing Margot to awkwardly chuckle. Initially, Margot intended to tease Daisy, hoping to impart a lesson to the naive girl. However, he never anticipated that Wu Jing would orchestrate such a grand spectacle. The audacious captain was indeed taking it too far. He could only shake his head inwardly, acknowledging that words once spoken are like water spilled. They cannot be retrieved. If they were to play, they might as well go all the way. After all, he would soon be leaving this place. Congratulations, little Margot, on finally winning the heart of a beauty. Chapter 15. Organizing a wedding at the stroke of the hour of you. A distant island glowed brightly amidst the vast sea, filled with joyous voices. A dapper gentleman, clad in a suit and holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, was being led by an adorable little girl. As they ascended the stone steps, he was accompanied by his best man, Wu Jing, while the charming little girl, Long Kue, served as the flower girl. Truly, Wu Jing has shown us what a wedding should be like. Margot looks quite dashing today. Daisy also appears stunning, dressed in white lingerie. How I adore her ensemble. I wish I could wear something like that. If only I could have a wedding with Wu Jing, I would be the happiest woman in the world. But stop dreaming. Wu Jing and the Snake Princess are destined to be together, so we should abandon such thoughts. Wu Jing drew inspiration from the wedding customs of the living, incorporating certain elements to orchestrate this grand ceremony for Margot. Hancock's palace, the most opulent residence on Daughter Island, was transformed into a bridal chamber. While the arena was designed as the venue for the nuptial celebration, the suit adorning Margot was meticulously crafted by Wu Jing, and the well-dressed Margot appeared notably more spirited, endearing himself to those on Daughter Island who once held disdain for him. Ascending the throne platform of the arena, Wu Jing beheld the bride, Daisy, alongside her maid of honor, Hancock. Hancock radiated brilliance in her alluring white wedding gown, which showcased her diamond-like physique to perfection. Her vivid red lips complemented her stunning visage, her allure overshadowing that of the bride, much like Wu Jing's magnificence eclipsed that of the groom, Margot. Yet, this evening, they were not the main attraction. Margot, will you cherish Daisy for a lifetime? Hancock playfully recited the words Wu Jing had taught her, finding amusement in the moment. Her question momentarily left Margot speechless. He had not anticipated the complexity of marriage. Had he known, he would not have toyed with Daisy, leading to this awkward predicament. I will, Margot replied bashfully, stealing a glance at Daisy, whose cheeks had flushed a deep crimson, providing him with a sense of solace that she no longer resembled the fierce woman she once was. Hancock placed Daisy's hand into Margot's, then eagerly moved to Wu Jing's side, yearning for her own such ceremony with the esteemed Wu Jing. I now declare that Margot of the dragon-slaying pirates and Daisy of the nine-snake pirates are wed and may enter their chamber. Wu Jing's resounding voice echoed throughout every corner of Daughter Island. As his proclamation concluded, a cascade of flowers began to fall from the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In response to this enchanting scene, Margot wasted no time, wrapping an arm around Daisy's waist as he activated the powers of the bird fruit. Splendid blue flames erupted from his arms, swiftly transforming into a pair of exquisite azure wings. With a swift motion, Margot took to the sky, cradling Daisy beneath his arm, soaring amidst the shower of blossoms like a sprite dancing through a floral sea. Overwhelmed by Margot's powerful display, Daisy was moved to tears, realizing just how handsome this man truly was. The women below erupted in ecstatic screams, captivated by Margot's performance, their envy of Daisy palpable. After executing a dazzling aerial display, Margot guided Daisy towards Hancock's palace, officially entering their marital chamber. Wu Jing and his companions had not yet concluded their revelries. He was tasked with escorting a group of women to a wedding feast, preparing for a night of unrestrained merriment and indulgence. The following dawn heralded the rise of the sun. Margot, cease your procrastination and board the ship at once, Wu Jing had shouted countless times. Yet Margot remained engrossed in conversation, hand in hand with Daisy. Long Kue, set sail. Let him remain here for eternity. He will inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Wu Jing seethed with frustration, for in just one night, Margot seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Captain, shall we not wait a while longer? Brother Margot will board the ship shortly, Long Kue pleaded, her deep bond with Margot preventing her from abandoning him. Set sail as ordered. Are you the captain, or am I? Wu Jing retorted with irritation. The dragon-slaying pirate ship embarked. While the women of Amazon Lily waved farewell to their empress and to the man they idolized, Wu Jing, Daisy shed tears of reluctance as she bid farewell to her beloved Margot. Not long after the ship departed Daughter Island, Margot activated his bird fruit ability and soared towards the vessel. Little brother, if I delay any further, I suspect it will be a month before you can bear to leave. Such profound feelings that you would forsake even your brothers, Wu Jing mused, a twinge of guilt tugging at his heart for having pulled his comrade from the warmth of companionship so swiftly. How callous you are, to so quickly cast aside Daisy while surrounding yourself with women, Margot remarked, clearly displeased, as he observed Wu Jing's joviality with Hancock, who attended to him with drinks and cigarettes. Now, do not speak so harshly. You too have a woman at your side, Wu Jing countered, gesturing toward Long Kue at the helm. Margot's forehead creased with irritation, and he erupted in a torrent of expletives directed at Wu Jing. For the presence of women had undeniably altered Margot's demeanor. After the commotion subsided, tranquility returned to the ship as they embarked on their grand maritime adventure. Wu Jing assigned Hancock a task, entrusting her with the management of the ship's provisions. It seemed implausible to Margot and Long Kue that an empress would take on the role of a cook. To their astonishment, Hancock readily accepted the responsibility, indicating that Wu Jing had thoroughly captivated her heart and soul. Captain, there is a large ship ahead, Long Kue reported to Wu Jing. Navigate around it. We are currently in a truce, Wu Jing replied, leisurely basking in the sun on the deck. He had made considerable provisions on Daughter Island, and now, even if they were to plunder, there would be no space to store the goods. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such courtesy. We cannot evade it. They are actively pursuing us. What should we do? A naval warship? What? Wu Jing and his companions immediately rose and gazed toward the sea, where a warship was swiftly approaching them, its speed far surpassing theirs, rendering escape futile. The naval vessel, developed by the world government, boasted superior technology and stability compared to ordinary pirate ships, leaving Wu Jing in a state of resignation. The naval warship soon caught up with them, yet Wu Jing, Margot, and Hancock remained remarkably composed, fully prepared to engage in battle. Report, there are 4 pirates aboard the ship, namely Margot, Hancock, Long Kue, and an unidentified individual. Seemingly the pirate who escaped from the clutches of Bartolomeo last time, a Navy officer relayed to a burly man. Wu Jing observed the burly man wielding a saber. His eyes closed, a scar in the shape of ink stretching from his forehead to beneath his eyes. This was none other than Fujitora, one of the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 16. An invitation aboard. It is a pleasure to meet you both. May I inquire as to your destination? Fujitora greeted them with courtesy, leaving one unaware to believe they were close friends. No comment, Marco replied dismissively, casting a glance at Fujitora. Despite their small number of 4, they felt no fear in the presence of a single admiral of the Navy. Their only concern was the potential destruction of their ship at sea, for they were all devil fruit users, undoubtedly helpless in water. On land, they could unleash their full prowess. Well then, why not come aboard my ship for a while? Otherwise, Fujitora threatened, revealing the whites of his eyes, implying that refusal would lead to the annihilation of their pirate vessel. Go ahead and try. It has been a while since I last fought, and I must admit I am itching for a challenge, Hancock retorted defiantly, her disdain for the Navy palpable. Viewing them as mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons. As tensions escalated, Wu Jing stepped forward. Since Admiral Fujitora has extended such a gracious invitation, it would be rude for us to decline. Therefore, we shall not stand on ceremony. With a light leap, he was the first to board the Navy warship. Hancock followed closely, her concern for Wu Jing's safety exceeding that of Marco, who also did not lag behind, leaving Long Kuei alone to guard their ship. Fujitora instructed his subordinates to bring 3 chairs for them while he seated himself upon the deck. "Last time you escaped from Bastille. This time I shall ensure you remain with me," he said without reservation. Had he known that Bastille was lying, he likely would have refrained from making such a statement. Some words may not hold truth. "I fear you may be disappointed shortly," Wu Jing replied with an air of nonchalance, provoking irritation among the Navy personnel aboard. They yearned to raise their spears and turn Wu Jing into a pincushion. This pirate was insufferably arrogant, and they wished nothing more than to eliminate him on the spot. Gravity, the fall of 1,000 heights. Suddenly, Wu Jing and his companions lost control over their bodies, plummeting towards the ground as their chair disintegrated beneath them. Marco and Hancock felt a surge of panic as they realized their bodies had inexplicably grown heavier, causing them to collapse to the floor. Had they not braced themselves with their palms, they would have embraced the deck intimately. Only Wu Jing managed to maintain a semblance of balance, much to Fujitora's astonishment. Although he was blind, his observation haki swiftly revealed that Wu Jing was the least affected by the oppressive force of Fujitora's gravity fruit. Analyzing the current situation, it became evident that this man's strength rivaled that of Bartolomeo. Fujitora unleashed a powerful slash towards the trio, intensifying the gravitational force in the surrounding air by threefold. Marco and Hancock found themselves immobilized, as if burdened by a 1,000,000-pound weight, caught off guard by such an assault for the first time. Meanwhile, Wu Jing drew his initial blade, the Demon Slayer, bracing against the tremendous gravity exerted by Fujitora's abilities. Wu Jing understood Fujitora's powers well. He could manipulate gravity at will, elevating it to distances of tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground, capable of pulling down meteorites engulfed in searing flames. He could also induce weightlessness, allowing objects to float or reverse gravity's direction, sending everything on the ground soaring into the sky. At that moment, the naval warship creaked ominously under the strain, the deck groaning beneath the weight of the gravitational force. It soon became clear that the deck was not constructed from ordinary wood, but rather from thick, specialized steel, explaining its remarkable durability. This design was intended to enable Fujitora to wield his gravity fruit effectively aboard the ship without causing excessive damage. As Wu Jing slowly approached Fujitora, dragging the Demon Slayer, the deck emitted a sharp, grinding sound. Fujitora's expression shifted to one of disbelief. It was already impressive that Wu Jing could stand against his gravitational oppression, yet now he was able to move as well. At the outset, Wu Jing found himself struggling to make any progress. However, after a period of adaptation, his body became capable of resisting the gravitational pressure exerted by Fujitora. He surmised that this improvement was linked to the regenerative fruit, which had transformed Ace's physical form into something extraordinary. Wu Jing's performance stirred the sailors of the Navy, who had boldly invited several notorious pirates aboard, confident of their imminent victory. They believed that Admiral Fujitora could subdue them with the powers granted by the gravity fruit, capturing them once they were exhausted. However, the outcome deviated from their expectations. "Form a line immediately and shoot that pirate." A naval rear admiral quickly stepped forward to command, seizing the moment to showcase his leadership, hoping to gain recognition from his superiors as a stepping stone for advancement. The well-trained Navy personnel promptly arranged themselves in an orderly line, guns aimed at Wu Jing's head, awaiting the command. "Stand down," Fujitora stated expressionlessly. The rear admiral, perplexed, could not comprehend why they would not seize the opportunity to apprehend them. This was a chance for significant merit, one he was reluctant to forfeit. Fujitora sensed a hint of danger from Wu Jing. He no longer possessed absolute certainty in capturing him. Initially, he had believed that this unconventional strategy could easily ensnare Marco, as Marco was incapable of fully utilizing his bird fruit abilities. He had dismissed Hancock and Wu Jing, underestimating them, only to find himself humiliated by Bartolomeo's deceit. Wu Jing was, in fact, the strongest among the three. To recklessly engage such a formidable opponent on his own warship risked catastrophic defeat. Thus, he relinquished any thoughts of apprehension. Fujitora withdrew the powers of the gravity fruit, as Hancock, the weakest of the trio, was already gasping for breath, having sustained the most damage. The gravitational suppression from Fujitora caused her 2 prominent assets to rub against the ground for an extended period, much to the delight of the naval minions who feasted their eyes upon her. "My apologies for the offense," Fujitora remarked politely. his words contrasting with his actions, an embodiment of dissonance between speech and conduct. Suddenly, a tremendous noise reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of all aboard. They turned to witness the naval flag, hoisted high on the warship, severed at both the pole and the flag itself. As the blade returned to its sheath, they realized it was Wu Jing's doing. Unceremonious, but reciprocal, it is what I ought to do, Wu Jing grinned mischievously. Had Fujitora not intervened in time, he would have undoubtedly annihilated the naval scum aboard. Rather than displaying anger at Wu Jing's act of defiance, Fujitora smiled, harboring resentment towards the current world government while simultaneously loathing the arrogant and malevolent pirates. Wu Jing did not linger any longer, preparing to depart with Hancock and the others. I hope that when we meet again, we can reminisce, Fujitora remarked to Wu Jing, his words laden with meaning. Though he knew nothing of Wu Jing, he refrained from inquiring, aware that Wu Jing would not divulge anything. The naval warships sailed off in another direction. Chapter 17. An unexpected guest. Lord Wu Jing. Why did you not eliminate them? Hancock lamented, feeling utterly powerless. Had I the capability, I would never have allowed them to return alive. She had just been overwhelmed by Fujitora's formidable devil fruit powers, rendered helpless upon the ground, unable to move. This humiliation was a greater affront than being made to kneel. I intended to vanquish them, but given our current circumstances, such an action would jeopardize our forthcoming plans. Please forgive my leniency this time, Hancock, Wu Jing gently reassured her. He wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts, having a clear understanding of Fujitora's character as a naval admiral with a sense of chivalry. Your concern for me, Lord Wu Jing, fills me with immense happiness, Hancock replied, her hands covering her blushing, beautiful face as her arms nearly burst from the pressure of her attire. Indeed, Admiral Fujitora, selected through the world conscription after the conclusion of the Marineford War, is truly formidable. I wonder how the other admiral, Green Bull, compares, Marco mused. Having underestimated Fujitora's sudden attack, Green Bull's strength is unlikely to be inferior to Fujitora's. I have yet to engage him, thus I remain unaware of his abilities. Wu Jing casually commented. In truth, he was indifferent to the strength of his adversaries. His focus lay on his own power. Gurgle. Wu Jing patted his uncooperative belly, feeling hunger pangs despite having consumed a substantial meal just an hour prior. It must have been the exertion against Fujitora that drained his energy. Hancock, would you be so kind as to brew me a cup of coffee, along with 10 hot dogs and 5 sandwiches? I am quite famished, he requested in an unusually gentle tone, feeling fortunate to have such a beautiful woman attend to his needs. I shall attend to it immediately, Lord Wu Jing. Please wait a moment, Hancock replied eagerly, delighted to serve someone like Wu Jing. As she made her way to the kitchen, she was determined to prepare a delicious feast for her esteemed lord. Hancock, do brew me a cup of coffee as well, Marco added casually. Were it not for Lord Wu Jing's presence, I would never assist you in such matters. I hope this is the last time, Hancock retorted, her demeanor shifting sharply. Sister Cook, could you also whip up some donuts for me? I adore them. Long Kuei chimed in, her sweet voice and charming appearance. Now human after retracting her devil fruit powers, captivated Wu Jing, though he lamented her youth. I am the personal chef to Lord Wu Jing alone. You have no right to make demands of me, Hancock declared, one hand on her hip and the other pointing, her head tilted back defiantly. Yet, she quickly softened her expression. Please wait, Lord Wu Jing. I shall have your order ready in 5 minutes. The Dragon Slayer pirates set sail, following Wu Jing's directive to proceed to Water 7. Initially, Wu Jing had not intended to visit Water 7, but upon being swiftly pursued by Fujitora's naval ship, he realized the inadequacy of his pirate vessel. In the world of pirates, one must be equipped to avoid being overpowered. Recalling past knowledge, he remembered that Water 7 was renowned as the finest shipbuilding location in the pirate world. 800 years ago, it was the site of the creation of the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, said to possess the might to sink an island with a single cannon shot. Wu Jing was certainly not on a quest to usurp the position of the underworld king, for the latter was not currently residing in Water 7, had he been. He would have long been seized by the world government and those frenzied pirates. Although distanced from Water 7, the presence of 2 women aboard the ship alleviated Wu Jing's boredom. Each day, he and Marco indulged in jovial libations, with 3 Marlboros in hand, relishing the scenic views while appreciating the beauty beside them. Hancock's addition enriched his life as pleasures, as she attended to him with exceptional care. Since being assigned the role of chef, she had immersed herself day and night in the culinary arts. However, there was one aspect that Wu Jing found rather unsatisfactory. When he wished to engage in more intimate encounters, she imposed a condition, he must first fulfill a grand wedding ceremony akin to Marco's. Only then would she permit him to act freely. This revelation took Wu Jing by surprise. Hancock was not as simple as she appeared, possessing a sharp intellect of her own. After a voyage of 15 days, they finally arrived at their destination, Water 7. At the city's center stood the tallest edifice, where two grand goblets were perched atop the city walls, from which an endless cascade of azure seawater flowed, a testament to the artistry of the pirate world. Now, allow me to assign tasks to everyone. Wu Jing finally adopted a serious demeanor. The leisure he exhibited earlier was merely a prelude to the earnest endeavors that lay ahead. Wu Jing instructed Hancock and Long Kuei to remain behind while he and Margot ascended to attend to their business, which involved seeking out the mayor of Water 7, Akiji, to discuss the procurement of warships. Why approach Mayor Akiji for the acquisition of warships instead of the largest shipbuilding company, Carrera Shipyard? The reason lies in the fact that Akiji serves as both the mayor of Water 7 and the president of Carrera Shipyard. Upon entering Water 7, Wu Jing did not head to the public office. Instead, he ventured alone directly to Carrera Shipyard. Akiji typically conducts his affairs there, and his residence is also located on the premises, which is regarded as the safest and most secure location on the island. For Wu Jing, entering this domain felt akin to stepping into an uninhabited realm. His swift movements, akin to lightning, combined with the application of observation haki, allowed him to ascertain the positions of the guards and Akiji's whereabouts with remarkable clarity. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping echoed through the air. Come in. The knocker, upon hearing the invitation, slowly pushed the door open. Please take a seat. I will attend to a few documents first. Akiji remained unperturbed, knowing that anyone who entered his office had already undergone scrutiny by his enchanting secretary, Khalifa. She meticulously recorded information about every individual who entered his abode, regardless of whether it was their first visit or not. The room fell into silence, save for the sound of Akiji's pen gliding swiftly across the pages. Soon, he completed the final document, casting it aside with a sigh of relief. The recent surge of business at Carrera Shipyard had indeed exhausted him. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from the newcomer, naturally Wu Jing himself. Who are you? I don't believe we have met before. Akiji expressed a sudden, inexplicable unease upon seeing the unfamiliar face. Given the unprecedented turmoil in the pirate world, he was reluctant to entertain outsiders, as numerous pirates yearned for the warships produced by Water 7. Akiji prepared to reach for the transponder snail to contact Khalifa and inquire about this stranger before feeling at ease to continue their discussion. Otherwise, he would have to dismiss him. However, a pristine hand, as white as jade, pressed down on the transponder snail, preventing Wu Jing from allowing that call to be made. Chapter 18. Let us aid each other. Wu Jing produced 3 cigarettes, snapped his fingers decisively, and ignited a Marlboro in his hand, taking a deep drag immediately after. He exhaled slowly, forming several smoke rings that dispersed throughout the office. After abruptly terminating the phone call, Ice Mountain made no further movements. Since the intruder had refrained from attacking him directly, it was likely that their purpose for coming was not primarily to kill him, but rather to discuss matters. It would be intriguing to see what this stranger wished to convey. Provoking a pirate could lead to dire consequences. Truly, as the mayor of Water 7, he maintained an admirable composure in the face of danger. Wu Jing could not help but commend him for it. He acknowledged that Ice Mountain was a meticulous individual, evidenced by the robust security measures in place at his residence, and his calm demeanor amidst the current peril was commendable. Forgive me, sir, for any laughter at your expense. For the strong, such security is virtually meaningless, Ice Mountain remarked, embodying the astuteness of a businessman, his tone warm and inviting. Without further ado, I wish to commission you to design a pirate ship for me. Certainly, I will escort you to our maritime research facility shortly, where you can select a design that satisfies you. You will only need to pay a 30 deposit, and upon completion, you can settle the remaining balance. To foster our future business relationship, I can extend a 20 discount, he continued, demonstrating his crafty commercial acumen. Knowing that setting a higher initial price rendered the discount almost negligible. Money is not an issue. However, the design presents a challenge, Wu Jing replied, acknowledging the dilemma. Rest assured, I guarantee it will be the fastest vessel among pirate ships, Ice Mountain asserted, his ambition palpable. Wu Jing was aware, however, that even the swiftest pirate ship could not rival the battleships of the Navy. The remarkable speed of Luffy's ship was solely reliant on Frankie's modifications. Allow me to be candid. Those designs are the intellectual property of the Navy, and we are not authorized to sell them to you. Engaging in such illicit activities is beyond our scope. I implore you to understand my predicament, Ice Mountain lamented, his expression one of desperation. Fear not. I shall not press you on this matter, Wu Jing replied with an enigmatic gaze that seemed to penetrate the depths of the situation. Upon hearing this, Ice Mountain finally released a sigh of relief, though he sensed that things were not as straightforward as they appeared. Yet, he could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. And thus he feigned gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your understanding. To express my gratitude, I, in the capacity of the president of Carrera Corporation, will extend a 40% discount on this warship. I believe you grasp my intentions, Ice Mountain. In reciprocation for your assistance, I too shall lend you my support. Please hold for a moment. Wu Jing maintained that profound, enigmatic smile. Soon thereafter, a peculiar buzzing resonated. Wu Jing retrieved a small phone bug from his pocket, displaying the visage of Margao. I have completed the arrangements. Shall I proceed to your location now? Unlike Wu Jing, who had stealthily infiltrated Ice Mountain's office, Margao was granted unhindered access, having received prior notification. He entered Carrera Corporation through the main entrance, a large black bag slung over his shoulder, accompanied by the strikingly alluring secretary, Khalifa. President, I have brought the individual you requested. May I take my leave now? Khalifa, with her breathtaking physique clad in a black silk dress and wielding a thorn whip, radiated an untamed energy, further accentuated by her scholarly appearance behind her glasses, creating an intoxicating visual impact. Do stay. Let us see what delightful gift this gentleman has brought me, Ice Mountain said, his countenance darkening, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Wu Jing signaled to Margao, who casually discarded the contents of the large black bag, a living person. Kaku, Khalifa exclaimed, utterly astonished. Everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. I will ask you questions, and you will answer them truthfully. Should I suspect any deceit, I shall sever your limbs one by one. Once your limbs are gone, your head will follow. So, consider your words carefully, Wu Jing stated calmly, his demeanor relaxed, yet instilling fear in the hearts of those who listened. Where do you hail from? The world government. Who sent you here? Spandam, the chief of the secret agency CP9. The revelation from Kaku caused Iceberg to stir uncomfortably. The world government had indeed dispatched someone to infiltrate their ranks. Kaku, who he regarded as a brother and often shared drinks with, was now entangled in a web of treachery, especially since Iceberg harbored a deep disdain for Spandam. What is your purpose here? Wu Jing pressed on, eager to uncover the crux of the matter. To steal the design blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto. Faced with the gleaming, obsidian blade in Wu Jing's hand, Kaku divulged the truth without hesitation, desperate to ensure his survival. I entrusted the Pluto blueprints to my disciple, Frankie, years ago, which you witnessed firsthand. It was to secure the piece of Water 7, a fact reported by the World News. At that moment, Iceberg's expression hardened into an unyielding facade, his face radiating an icy glare. I have reported this truthfully, yet they remain unconvinced. They suspect you of harboring the blueprints, which is why I have been ordered to remain here to gather further intelligence, Kaku recounted, laying bare his predicament, unwilling to become a cripple. Kaku's admissions ignited a furious resentment in Iceberg. The world government's audacity was intolerable. Should matters escalate, he could sever ties with the naval shipbuilding business entirely. Kaku understood that the world government would not pursue a path of mutual destruction, as it would be detrimental to their own interests. The shipbuilding technology of Water 7 was unparalleled globally, with their naval vessels underpinning their dominance over the pirate world. Destroying this place would mean the Navy would lose its crucial technological support. Let others refrain from interrupting. My interrogation is not yet complete, Wu Jing declared, showing no regard for Iceberg's presence. I am questioning a suspect, and you have no right to interject. Iceberg, recognizing Wu Jing as his benefactor, obediently fell silent. Meanwhile, Khalifa, the secretary, adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The interrogator before her was the most handsome man she had ever encountered, exuding both charm and grace. She found herself drawn to capable men, particularly those with prowess in various domains. One final question. Who else within the Correa company serves as a spy like you? Wu Jing inquired nonchalantly, puffing on his cigarette while casually crossing his legs. Sir, you must already know this, Kaku struggled to articulate, his demeanor suggesting he was at a loss for words. With a swift motion, a sharp sound echoed, followed by a sickening rip, as Kaku's trousers were torn, blood oozing from his thigh. Yet, he remained silent, his complexion pale, terror-stricken by Wu Jing's previous display of power. A slight miscalculation could have cost him dearly. Khalifa, standing beside Iceberg, also turned pale, though the violence did not befall her. She felt an inexplicable concern for Kaku, as if his suffering resonated with her. Chapter 19. Everyone has a demand. Wu Jing gazed at the knife in his hand with a smirk for a moment. It was not that his swordsmanship was lacking, nor that he failed to strike the third leg of Kaku, but rather, he himself served as a formidable deterrent to his opponent. Wu Jing understood the significance of that leg to a man. However, Kaku had not provoked him to the point of fury. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have pursued the matter to its conclusion. For now, he merely issued a warning. Who else at Carrera Corporation is a spy? Wu Jing inquired with an air of nonchalance. Wu Jing's calm demeanor only heightened Kaku's anxiety. Internally, he was in turmoil, his teeth clenched tightly. At last, Rob Lucci's Kaku divulged the name of the spy, subsequently pointing to an individual Khalifa. Although he had initially hesitated to speak, his gaze fixated on the knife in Wu Jing's hand made him tremble with fear, prompting him to reveal everything. The name he was most reluctant to utter was that of Khalifa, the goddess in his eyes. Yet, in the face of life-threatening danger, he had no choice. In contrast, Khalifa's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, repeatedly shifting shades. The ice-cold expression of the iceberg grew increasingly ashen as he realized the multitude of spies surrounding him. He had often felt a sense of pride, unaware that he was ensconced in a den of wolves. Wu Jing exchanged a knowing glance with Margot, who immediately activated his fruit ability and advanced towards Khalifa with haste, seeking to subdue her unarmed. Khalifa, however, was not one to surrender easily. She lashed out with her thorny whip, which, upon contact, would surely cause grievous wounds. Yet, Margot remained undaunted. Seizing the thorny whip with one hand as a resurgence of blue flames surged from him, rapidly mending the gash inflicted by the weapon. Margot was a composed individual who recognized the lethal potential of the thorny whip, but with the aid of his bird fruit, he could swiftly heal such injuries. Despite Khalifa exerting all her strength, she found herself unable to retract the whip, which was firmly grasped by Margot. This predicament left her in a state of desperation, leading her to exclaim her catchphrase, "Let go. You are being bothersome." The moment Khalifa uttered those words, she stumbled backward, for Margot had unexpectedly released his grip. This abrupt release caused Khalifa, who had been straining with all her might in a tug-of-war stance, to fall clumsily, exposing her vulnerable position. Margot, however, refrained from pursuing her, as Wu Jing had already made his move. Wu Jing executed a swift maneuver, arriving before Khalifa in an instant. With no hesitation, he placed a firm foot upon her upper body, demonstrating remarkable elasticity. How infuriating. This is truly an affront. Khalifa attempted to rise, but under the immense pressure of Wu Jing's foot, she found herself utterly immobilized. Indeed, even if it is a provocation, what of it? Wu Jing gazed down at Khalifa with an air of authority, inadvertently revealing a hint of Crimson Conqueror's hockey in his eyes. Suddenly, Khalifa ceased her resistance. Confronted by Wu Jing's overwhelming presence, her internal defenses began to crumble. Detain both of them at once, and also capture Rob Lucci for the judgment of this esteemed individual. Iceberg commanded the approaching guard. There is no need. He has already fled out to sea. Separate them and confine them individually. I wish to interrogate them one by one. Wu Jing instructed, his gaze fixed upon Iceberg. Understood. I will promptly act according to this esteemed gentleman's directives, Iceberg replied without hesitation, issuing commands to the guard. Wu Jing realized that Lucci had fled, as he had already noticed the white dove perched on the windowsill. This dove, named Hadoli, was Lucci's loyal companion, specifically trained to eavesdrop on intelligence. Now, it had vanished without a trace. Wu Jing had the opportunity to hunt down the pigeon, which would have prevented Lucci from discovering the earlier incident, allowing him to seize the moment to capture him. However, Wu Jing refrained from such an action, recognizing that expending energy to apprehend Lucci would serve no purpose, as killing him would yield no benefit. After all, he was merely a pawn of the World Certification Bureau, and eliminating him would only draw undue attention from the organization. Soon, the guards escorted the two individuals away, leaving only Wu Jing, Malgao, and Bing Shan at the scene. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, my lord. To express my gratitude, I have decided to construct a warship for you at no cost, one that rivals the speed of naval vessels, Bing Shan said earnestly, his sincerity evident as he gazed at Wu Jing, genuinely thankful for the man's intervention that had saved him from peril. If these three individuals continued to linger by his side, it would be only a matter of time before they might seek to silence him permanently. Bing Shan, my assistance to you is not solely aimed at having you build a warship. I also wish to cultivate a friendship with you, Wu Jing remarked as he casually opened a bottle of red wine from Bing Shan's table. Without hesitation, Bing Shan presented a large wine glass and poured it with care. To have the opportunity to befriend you is a privilege I deeply desire. Cheers, he exclaimed, pouring himself a glass of red wine and raising it in preparation to toast with Wu Jing. Wu Jing did not clink glasses with him. Instead, he tilted his head back and downed his drink, leaving the awkward ice mountain holding his glass in silence. I wish to befriend you. But whether we can truly become friends depends on your actions, Wu Jing said, his expression darkening. Ice Mountain seemed to grasp the underlying implications of Wu Jing's words. Yet uncertainty lingered in his mind. Wu Jing was acutely aware of the spies surrounding him, and it was plausible that they were privy to even more of his secrets. Please, my lord, speak plainly, Bing Shan tentatively inquired, wary of inciting Wu Jing's ire. Feigning ignorance, the authentic design of the Underworld King is with you, while the version you provided to Frankie is merely a counterfeit you crafted. Wu Jing's penetrating gaze fixed upon Bing Shan. This was the true purpose of his visit to Water 7. Indeed, however, I cannot relinquish this design. It was entrusted to me by my master, Tom, on his deathbed, with the explicit instruction to preserve it for future generations. This is the culmination of our wisdom from Water 7, and I shall not surrender it to anyone, Bing Shan declared, shedding his previous guise of vulnerability and unleashing a fierce roar, establishing his boundaries. Who said I wished for your design? I merely request that you construct a vessel in accordance with the Underworld King's design. If you cannot acquiesce to this demand, you are well aware of the consequences that await you. Wu Jing stared at Bing Shan in bewilderment, as if observing a fool. I only seek a ship, not the design itself. Even if I handed it over, you lack the capacity to study it and bring forth a vessel. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Bing Shan managed to temper his overwhelming excitement. It had been long since he had lost his composure. He recalled the emotional turmoil he experienced when his master, Tom, had been betrayed by Spandam. Tom was ultimately taken to Eni's lobby and sentenced to death, a devastating blow to Bing Shan. I can assist you in constructing such a battleship, but you must agree to one condition, Bing Shan said, his expression hardening as he regarded Wu Jing. This intensity was not directed at Wu Jing. He had come to regard him as a partner. Wu Jing, however, offered no immediate response, patiently awaiting Bing Shan to continue. Help me kill Spandam. Bing Shan's fierce expression remained unchanged. Chapter 20. Handsome men get things done. Years ago, Tom had been implicated in aiding Pirate King Roger in shipbuilding. Following Roger's execution, Tom was also summoned for judgment. Ultimately, in a desperate bid for survival, he crafted a sea train for the government. Yet he still fell victim to Spandam's treachery and was executed. Bing Shan viewed Tom as the closest person in his life. Without him, he would not enjoy his current status, revered and adored by the citizens of Water 7. After receiving Wu Jing's assurance, Bing Shan readily agreed. Provided that Wu Jing did not seize the design of the Underworld King, everything else was negotiable. For Wu Jing, though he was not Roger's son, his very being belonged to Roger's lineage. Given that Tom had suffered due to Roger, he was willing to undertake certain actions for Ace. This was what one might call a bond. After sharing a few cheerful toasts with Bing Shan, Wu Jing chose to interrogate the prisoners. In truth, he intended to question the secretary, Khalifa, which was why he had requested that Bing Shan separate the two prisoners. Having too many people present could complicate matters. Upon entering the holding area, little brother, you may leave now. I wish to speak with her alone. What could you possibly discuss that I cannot hear? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions, he said, donning a serious expression, feigning understanding. Malco chose not to respond, closing the door behind him as he departed. Khalifa languidly reclined on the bed, resembling a slumbering beauty. Were her image to be broadcast in a live human stream, Wu Jing was certain the number of likes would soar into the millions. No one could fathom that this well-appointed chamber served as a prison. The conditions were utterly lavish. Wu Jing gently lifted Karifa's chin with his index finger, admiring the beauty before him. However, his thoughts were not entirely consumed by the figure of this stunning woman. If you release me, I shall offer you my first time. How does that sound? Splendid. I would also like you to be my girlfriend. Granting you a hint of kindness only seems to embolden your audacity. Men can be so shameless. What can I say? It's a consequence of my striking looks. With such handsome features, yet my thoughts tend to wander into mischief. How utterly vexing you are. Karifa's crimson lips whispered, enchanted by the man before her. Karifa. I sincerely apologize for stepping on you earlier. It is merely a testament to your overwhelming beauty. Wu Jing cast a roguish smile in her direction, embodying the adage that bad boys are irresistible. Karifa relished Wu Jing's charmingly mischievous demeanor. After years of espionage at Carrera Corporation, Her greatest reward must surely be encountering a man as captivating as him. If you were more straightforward, perhaps I wouldn't be swayed. But your very lack of sincerity makes you all the more appealing. Karifa showcased her exquisite form. Wu Jing was still capable of mastering his emotions. He was in the process of subduing others. If he could not maintain such composure, how could he expect others to yield to him? One must possess a higher realm than others. I am here to interrogate you. We shall discuss other matters later. Wu Jing nearly succumbed to the allure of the woman who had stirred the waters. Undoubtedly his handsome visage contributed to her enchantment. Interrogate away. As long as it pleases you, I shall not mind. At most, I might say your actions are somewhat inappropriate, he mused. Khalifa approached Wu Jing slowly. Akin to a gentle kitten. I could never be so cruel to you. I simply wish to recruit you into my pirate crew. Are you willing? Wu Jing grasped Khalifa's delicate chin, tenderly caressing it. Her skin was astonishingly smooth. Of course, I am willing. I have grown weary of being an intelligence officer, following you. I believe life would be far more intriguing. Khalifa relished Wu Jing's touch, flashing him an alluring smile that was utterly captivating. For now, I cannot allow you to accompany me, she replied. If not with you, then where would you have me go? Khalifa inquired, puzzled. You should return to the world government. I require you to provide me with crucial intelligence from there. When the time is right, you may join us. I trust that day will not be far off, Khalifa. Wu Jing, unabashed, kissed her. Her lips were truly delightful. Khalifa, more audacious than he, exhibited even less restraint in her actions. Ultimately, the bond between Wu Jing and Khalifa deepened, and such an ally was indeed essential for him. Little did Wu Jing realize that Khalifa was, in fact, a double agent. The moral complexities of the pirate world eluded his understanding. A few days later, Iceberg publicly announced the dismissal of Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa. Concurrently, Wu Jing and his crew prepared to depart. Remaining here would only attract the Navy's pursuit, especially since Lucci had already fled. To bid farewell to Wu Jing's pirate crew, Mayor Iceberg hosted a banquet for the Dragon Slayer pirates at the most luxurious venue on Water 7. Naturally, he was acquainted with the Empress Hancock in the pirate world. There was no one unfamiliar with her, save for those yet to be born. As for Long Kuei, Iceberg knew him as well. He was always attentive to world news, maintaining a daily habit of reading the newspapers. Are you really leaving so soon? Won't you stay a few more days? Iceberg inquired politely. In truth, he wished for Wu Jing and his crew to depart as soon as possible. Each additional day on Water 7 increased the danger. There are still many matters to attend to. However, I shall return to visit you in due time, Wu Jing said, playfully draping an arm over Iceberg's shoulder. A gesture that might lead an outsider to believe they shared a deep camaraderie. Iceberg, upon hearing Wu Jing's words, felt a pang of bitterness. He managed a strained smile that was almost more sorrowful than tears. He was acutely aware that Wu Jing's return to Water 7 was not for his sake, but to seize his Dragon Slayer battleship. Over the past few days, Iceberg and Wu Jing had engaged in exhaustive discussions regarding shipbuilding. It was utterly impractical to construct the vessel exactly according to the design of the Pluton. Many precious materials were simply unavailable on Water 7. They could only endeavor to replicate the design of the ancient weapon to the greatest extent possible. Wu Jing was acutely aware that the fabrication of such formidable warships was a time-consuming endeavor. In the short term, Iceberg would be unable to fulfill the tasks assigned by Wu Jing. Consequently, he had no choice but to depart from the site. Nevertheless, Wu Jing found himself in dire need of a pirate ship that could rival the naval vessels. Thus he unreservedly selected a warship from Iceberg's Carrera Company for immediate use, which Iceberg had no means to refuse. With the matter of the pirate ship settled, the design of the pirate flag remained unfinished. Wu Jing, being meticulous, dedicated himself to crafting the emblem of the Dragon Slayer pirate crew, since it was to be a crew dedicated to slaying dragons. The flag featured a dragon cleaved in two by a mighty sword, aptly encapsulating the essence of dragon slaying. Chapter 21. A friend from afar in just over a month. The competition for the Maramara no Mi would commence at the Dressrosa bullfighting arena. Wu Jing gazed thoughtfully at the distant sea, the fierce ocean winds tousling his hair yet failing to disturb his resolve. Lord Wu Jing, you can directly participate in this competition. I am confident that victory will be yours, Dragon Kuei remarked playfully. She held unwavering faith in Wu Jing's combat prowess. Just listen carefully. Lord Wu Jing has his own plans. It is not for you to offer unsolicited advice, Hancock reprimanded Dragon Kuei coldly, for despite Dragon Kuei's adorably Neza-like appearance to Hancock, she remained the most beautiful and charming. In the face of Hancock's admonishment, Dragon Kuei, could not muster any defiance, fully aware of her own weaknesses. She knew that opposing Hancock would lead to severe consequences. During the days when Wu Jing and Marco were away on business at Water 7, only the two of them remained aboard the ship. During that time, Hancock busily prepared an array of delectable dishes, all in hopes that Wu Jing would enjoy her culinary creations upon his return. Dragon Kue, lured by the tantalizing aromas wafting from the kitchen, succumbed to temptation and stealthily indulged in Hancock's meticulously crafted meals while she was not paying attention. The food proved so irresistible that she devoured every last morsel. When Hancock discovered this transgression, fury ignited within her, and she promptly kicked Dragon Kue into the water, nearly drowning her. Had she not feared the repercussions of Wu Jing's return, she would not have retrieved Dragon Kue from the water. We must preemptively thwart this devil fruit competition, Wu Jing declared. Marco, let us first visit Punk Hazard. He understood that the competition hosted by Don Quixote da Flamingo, with its enticing Mera Mera Nomi prize, was a trap, and he would not be foolish enough to fall into it. Why go to Punk Hazard? Marco questioned, perplexed. 2 years ago, Akainu and Akiji battled there for 10 days and nights, transforming the island into a bizarre landscape of ice and fire. Indeed, we require a guide. Approaching Dressrosa openly will make it exceedingly difficult to meet Doflamingo, Wu Jing replied. He had a keen understanding of Don Quixote da Flamingo, despite his ostentatious arrogance. He was exceedingly wary of strangers, having accumulated numerous enemies over the years. The numerous vendettas pursued against him had claimed countless lives at his hands. The individual whom Wu Jing seeks is none other than Caesar Karat, a former scientist of the Navy headquarters. He was expelled and placed on the wanted list by the scientific division for conducting a myriad of inhumane experiments. Presently, he has allied himself with Don Quixote da Flamingo and is concealed in Punk Hazard. Wu Jing understood that Caesar and Mingu appeared to be collaborators. In essence, they were merely exploiting one another. Both were egotistical and malevolent individuals, never truly regarding each other with respect. Hubris is a vulnerability within a person, and a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Wu Jing is not an arrogant individual, but undoubtedly a person of confidence. If one cannot believe in oneself, one cannot expect others to believe in them either. It is essential to possess self-assurance in life. Regardless of the likelihood of success, one must first cultivate confidence. After 10 days of navigation, Wu Jing and his companions finally arrived at Punk Hazard, situated in the New World. Had they not acquired a new ship, it would have taken them at least another 5 days to reach their destination. Upon entering this realm of contrasting extremes, where fire and ice coexist, their pirate ship was rendered unusable, compelling them to continue their journey on foot. Wu Jing did not lead them to the fiery half of the island, but instead guided them to an island adorned with floating icebergs. The biting cold wind enveloped this island, likely much colder than the Arctic experienced by humankind. For Wu Jing, this chill felt akin to a refreshing cold shower, invigorating him deeply. The most pitiable among them was Long Kue, who had begun to sniffle. In a bid to warm herself, she clung to Marco's thigh, her bun bobbing beneath him, creating an amusing friction. One could only say that youth often lacks discretion. Hancock, on the other hand, continually sought proximity to Wu Jing. He was aware that the harsh environment posed no threat to her, yet if she found comfort in her closeness, he would allow her to indulge, knowing that he would eventually reclaim what was his, with interest. They wandered aimlessly, destined to perish in this desolate place. Marco, feeling compassion for Long Kue nestled in his arms, recognized that in her human form, she remained frail, particularly as she had yet to fully harness the powers of the devil fruit. Soon, they arrived at the tallest iceberg, which Wu Jing pointed out as their destination. Before long, they stood at the foot of this towering ice formation. Marco could discern no abnormality about the iceberg. He was baffled as to Wu Jing's intent in coming here. Did he truly believe someone might be concealed within its icy embrace? Meanwhile, Caesar's subordinate, Smugkey, had already detected the presence of these 4 intruders via a surveillance snail and reported this to Caesar. Caesar quickly made his way to the monitoring center, eager to discover which fool dared to intrude upon his domain. Should the opportunity arise, he intended to capture them, as he had a dire need for living subjects for his experiments. What a rarity! The world's most beautiful woman, Hancock, has graced this place. Could it be my significant contributions to society have inspired her admiration for me? Caesar's musings often betrayed a mind that seemed to operate on a different wavelength. My lord, you must take note that she is accompanied by Marco, who is quite formidable, Smugkey hastily pointed out. Oh, I have been so fixated on Hancock that I failed to notice her companion, Caesar retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. Why must you speak? Get out of my sight. He roared at Smugkey, whose fearful retreat was swift. Caesar's secretary, Monet, who had intended to offer counsel, fell silent upon witnessing his outburst, well aware of his unpredictable temperament. Even with Marco present, I cannot allow Hancock to escape my grasp. I must personally dissect her exquisite form. Open the gates, Caesar commanded with a sinister expression, determined to ensnare them instead of inviting danger into his lair. Sizzle. A small stone door unexpectedly swung open in a corner of the iceberg. Welcome, esteemed Queen Hancock, to our humble abode. Please, proceed through this passage, Caesar announced with an unnerving tone, his anticipation mounting as he envisioned conducting his experiments on Hancock's flawless physique, a prospect that filled him with excitement. Upon hearing Caesar's voice, Wu Jing wasted no time and led the way toward the stone door. Chapter 22. Wu Jing was poisoned. The passage appeared excessively dim and reeked of foulness. Ugh. This is revolting, Long Kuei remarked, skeptical that this was indeed the entrance. The four of them, lined up in single file, traversed the eerie corridor, with Wu Jing naturally at the forefront. If even Long Kuei doubted the validity of the passage, what hope did he have? Before entering the stone door, Wu Jing had sensed it was a trap, yet he chose to proceed nonetheless. He could have unleashed the might of his first-generation sword, decimating the iceberg until he uncovered Caesar's hiding place. However, he refrained, knowing that such an act would incite panic within Caesar, prompting him to summon reinforcements. This, in turn, would draw the attention of Don Quixote Doflamingo and even one of the four emperors, Kaido. Wu Jing sought to exert control over this domain silently and patiently. In truth, there was no necessity for him to bring Hancock and Long Kuei into this perilous situation. It was all a ploy to pique Caesar's interest. He understood that Kaido had a penchant for cruelty, relishing in the destruction of anything of value, be it human or object. Previously, he had obliterated a beautiful island using his gas fruit powers, relishing in the chaos it wrought. Had he not brought Hancock along, Caesar likely would not have emerged to capture him and Marco. Caesar was, after all, a coward at heart, despite his urgent need for live subjects for experimentation. Wu Jing held no regard for Caesar's strength. After all, he was not worried about someone who could not even contend with Luffy. Why do I feel so drowsy? Long Kuei muttered before her body swayed and collapsed to the ground. Hancock soon followed suit, then Marco, and finally, Wu Jing fell, sprawling atop Hancock. Ha ha ha. These foolish humans have walked right into my trap. Quickly, take them to the dungeon, Caesar cackled, reveling in the success of his scheme. Soon, he would have the world's most beautiful woman at his mercy, a thought that thrilled him. Caesar's subordinates swiftly confined the four of them within a prison, and Caesar soon arrived at the scene. Hurry, put sea-stone handcuffs on them. Once they awaken, they will be quite troublesome, he ordered. Acutely aware of Marco and Hancock's formidable combat abilities, several lackeys hastily followed Caesar's orders, affixing sea-stone cuffs onto Wu Jing and the others, effectively nullifying their devil fruit powers. The material was exceptionally sturdy. Even those who had not consumed a devil fruit would find it nigh impossible to break free. After half an hour, the unconscious individuals began to stir, though one remained unresponsive. My lord, this one appears to have perished. There is no sign of life, Smugkey reported, checking Wu Jing's pulse. Finding none, his complexion was deathly pale, clearly devoid of life. Perfectly normal. Those exposed to the poison from my gas fruit seldom survive. Dispose of them in the sea, Caesar replied, confident in his understanding of his gas fruit abilities, having poisoned countless individuals in the past. Wu Jing, please wake up, Long Kuei cried. Aghast at the sight before her, her captain had been poisoned. Remove your filthy hands. My Wu Jing will not die. I will kill you all. Hancock's voice trembled with emotion as she struggled to rise. She attempted to unleash the powers of her sweet fruit to vanquish Caesar and his minions, only to discover that her limbs felt utterly limp and powerless. Ha ha ha, to think you would still attempt to use your powers while shackled with sea-stone. How utterly foolish. Mao Gao exhibited no reaction to the current situation, his expression as blank as a canvas as he gazed at Caesar. In response, Caesar regarded Mao Gao with the same amusement one might reserve for a jester, for he possessed a keen interest in Mao Gao's bird fruit. If he could extract the blood from Mao Gao and conduct thorough research, he could create a plethora of synthetic devil fruits akin to the bird fruit, thus reaping considerable profits. Mao Gao, you have indeed done me a great service. Once I have sufficiently studied your body, I shall take your life, and your devil fruit will yield me a fortune. He mused with a sinister chuckle. There are plenty who wish to kill me. You are but a mere wretch in this regard. Even as death approaches, you maintain such bravado. I had initially intended to grant you a swift end, but I have now resolved to change my approach. I shall savor the pleasure of torturing you slowly." Caesar's malevolent demeanor intensified as he licked his lips, for the arrogant are most sensitive to the scorn of others. "Monet, escort this woman to my laboratory. I intend to treat her with utmost hospitality," Caesar commanded, his gaze fixated on Hancock with a chilling intensity, envisioning her in agony, which filled him with exhilaration. A wicked laugh echoed once more. Then came a pair of splashes, and a man gradually closed the prison window, revealing a charmingly roguish grin. Wu Jing would certainly not perish. He was merely feigning death moments ago, for otherwise, he could not have deceived Caesar and his cohorts. The fruit of rebirth has rendered his physique impervious to toxins, allowing him to approach that stone door without a modicum of trepidation. Caesar's schemes, characterized by poison and fire, do not instill fear in him. He refrained from launching a direct assault on Caesar earlier, wary of being observed by those in the surveillance room. Should he be discovered, it could promptly be reported to Mingo, and such matters require a meticulous approach. The surveillance remains a significant obstacle. First, he must address the nuisances in the surveillance room. Where is this surveillance room located? He has already inquired about it from the two scapegoats earlier. One of them he had stripped and cast into the sea, and he now requires that uniform. Wu Jing, clad in his work uniform, strode beneath the watchful gaze of the surveillance cameras, his features obscured by a cap. The few lackeys in the monitoring room paid little heed to their own. Wu Jing effortlessly entered the surveillance room, and Caesar's subordinates failed to discern his appearance before he swiftly dispatched them all. Subsequently, Wu Jing remained in the surveillance room for a while, committing the layout of the research facility to memory. Wu Jing's first destination was Caesar's laboratory, where he beheld Hancock. Already ensnared by Caesar, her form laid bare upon the surveillance screens. "Hancock, your physique is truly exquisite. It renders me almost hesitant," he mused, as Caesar's malevolent hands roamed across Hancock's body. Even the most enervated of men would find it impossible to remain indifferent in the presence of such a stunning figure. Hancock offered no resistance. Shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, she was utterly powerless. She could scarcely fathom the reality that, despite being exposed to toxic gas, she was still alive, while Wu Jing had perished. "Report, sir. The pirate who was just poisoned has been disposed of into the sea," came a voice. "Damn it, can't you see I'm busy? Get out. If you disturb me again, I shall cast you into the sea to feed the fish as well." Chapter 23. Counterattack. To save Caesar's thoughts were wholly consumed by the woman before him. Any further interruption would be met with dire consequences. Hancock, upon hearing the report, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, her body trembling violently. As she looked up at the man behind Caesar, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Cry, weep all you wish. The more you suffer, the greater my delight," Caesar taunted, mistakenly believing Hancock was mourning his cruelty. A bloodied hand fell to the floor. It was Caesar's. The other hand lingered beneath Hancock, hesitating to descend, for he feared that extending it further would result in its loss as well. Struggling, he turned to glance behind him, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Wasn't this person already dead? How can they be here? Am I seeing a ghost? You were supposed to be dead. The more you know, the quicker your demise. Wu Jing's words startled Caesar into silence, for he greatly valued his own life. Hancock swiftly leapt into Wu Jing's embrace, burying her head within his ample frame. She had always known that this man would not succumb so easily. Her worry had nearly consumed her. "Stay where you are," Wu Jing commanded, cradling the beauty with his left arm while brandishing a knife at Caesar with his right. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Caesar hastily picked up his severed hand from the ground, confident in his ability to reattach it. He abruptly turned back, forcefully expelling a small cannonball towards Wu Jing and Hancock. Though diminutive in size, it contained a vast quantity of gas, promising a devastating explosion. Only within the confines of his unique laboratory would he dare unleash such a projectile. In any other location, the entire facility would likely collapse. The cannonball detonated before Wu Jing, unleashing a tremendous force that left the laboratory in utter disarray. Satisfied with his handiwork as he watched Wu Jing and Hancock vanish amidst the inferno, Caesar turned to make his escape, preoccupied with the thought of reattaching his severed hand. Suddenly, a deep black knife was pressed against Caesar's neck, and Wu Jing regarded him with a cold smirk, as though he were observing a fool. "If you wish to live, cease your futile resistance. Otherwise, it will not be your hand I sever, but your throat." Wu Jing's piercing gaze radiated a thirst for blood. There was no mistaking the murderous intent. For someone like Caesar, the response must be brutal, a vicious cycle of violence. Wu Jing bound Caesar tightly and stuffed a filthy rag into his even filthier mouth. Wu Jing confiscated the storage pouch from Caesar, discovering within it a substantial collection of keys. These keys held immense significance for Caesar, as they were vital possessions he intended to safeguard personally. Among them were keys to his private dwelling, as well as several crafted from sea stone, naturally serving as the keys to those sea stone handcuffs. Additionally, there was a telephone bug accompanied by a directory of contacts, which proved to be quite useful for Wu Jing. Wu Jing used one of the keys to unlock Hancock's handcuffs and then returned the cuffs to Caesar. Upon donning the sea stone handcuffs, Caesar instantly transformed into a pitiful creature. This prompted him to weep and gnash his teeth incessantly, filled with regret for his earlier impulsiveness. He had initially believed he was fully capable of capturing these pirates, only to realize too late that he had invited danger into his midst. This predicament was solely his fault, a consequence of his hubris. How could he have anticipated that the most perilous individual among them was an obscure little pirate? Caesar, known for his arrogance and domineering demeanor, was, in reality, an exceedingly cowardly man. You stay here and keep an eye on him. I have matters to attend to. But I shall return shortly, he instructed. Mua. Hancock planted a forceful kiss on Wu Jing's handsome visage, leaving a vivid red imprint on his cheek. Leave this to me. You go about your business. Trafalgar Law. Who? Wu Jing gazed at the man in the prison with a semblance of a smile, who wore a furry head adorned with leopard spots. Through the surveillance video, he observed that Luo was also imprisoned by Caesar, a scenario seemingly absent in the original narrative. It appeared that his arrival in this realm had subtly altered the storyline, suggesting that he would inevitably influence the unfolding events, thereby determining the fate of this world. However, numerous uncertainties loomed ahead, prompting Wu Jing to ponder thoughtfully for a moment. Luo, I am here to rescue you, he stated calmly, fixing his gaze on Luo, who lay in the prison. Rescue me? Don't be ridiculous. A lackey of Caesar claims he wants to save me, Luo scoffed, displaying his signature sardonic smile. He could hardly bring himself to believe this stranger clad in a research facility uniform. Had he not been shackled with high-loose stone cuffs, which confined his devil fruit abilities, he would have long since escaped through spatial transformation. In fact, he had once infiltrated this place to save others, only to be captured after being incapacitated by Caesar's poison. Much like Wu Jing and his companions, Caesar had refrained from handing him over to Don Quixote da Flamingo, for he coveted Luo's powers and even extracted his blood for research purposes. In response to Luo's skepticism, Wu Jing offered no explanation. Instead, he deftly retrieved 3 Marlboros, snapped his fingers to ignite one, and began smoking leisurely. I suppose you have nothing to say now. Please leave, as your presence taints the air here. Luo, a non-smoker due to his frail health since childhood, would have succumbed to illness long ago had he not consumed the surgery fruit. I merely wish to smoke in peace. Once I've had my fill, I shall speak. Wu Jing replied dismissively, his cravings for a cigarette overwhelming him. The Marlboros in this pirate world were remarkably satisfying. Having finished his smoke, Wu Jing straightened his attire, shedding the work uniform as he no longer needed to disguise himself. The world government has destroyed your homeland, and Doflamingo murdered his own brother, Corazon, your once trusted friend. You are here to rescue the bear known as Bartholomew Kuma, Wu Jing said, his gaze fixed intently on Luo, as if he could see through him. You seem to know me well. What exactly do you want? Luo asked through gritted teeth, his voice sharp. What I want is of no consequence. The question is what you desire and whether I can assist you, Wu Jing replied earnestly, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent figure. Cut to the chase. What do you want me to do? You should know who I despise most, Luo retorted. Having weathered many storms, he understood that nothing came without a price. The man before him, despite offering help, undoubtedly sought something in return. At present, I am uncertain about what I need from you. However, I will assist you in eliminating Doflamingo, Wu Jing declared, aware that he required Luo's assistance for numerous matters, though articulating them now would be futile. Deal, we shall form an alliance, Luo agreed readily. As long as Wu Jing fulfilled this requirement, other matters would pose no issue. He was now eager to step outside for some fresh air. Chapter 24. Why do you keep ordering me around? Wu Jing directly tossed a large bunch of keys to Luo, for he had no leisure to unlock the sea tower stone handcuffs himself. After all, he was not the one who was shackled. Luo could simply try each key one by one. With a click, the handcuffs on Luo were released, filling him with exhilaration as he finally regained his freedom. The room's surgical fruit was promptly activated, and Luo swiftly vanished into thin air, only to reappear beside Wu Jing moments later. Wu Jing felt no concern that Luo might flee, He understood that Luo was in dire need of an ally like him. He recognized Luo as a cunning individual, yet one who possessed a strong sense of principles. Take the key and follow me. Wu Jing commanded before turning on his heel and departing, leaving Luo in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly an ally? The authoritative tone of his command resembled that of a superior, causing Luo's forehead to be adorned with dark lines of frustration. This was not how one played the game. Wu Jing approached the prison where Mao Gao and Long Kuei were held. Meanwhile, his observation hockey was actively scanning the surroundings. From the moment he eliminated those two henchmen, he had maintained a constant vigilance, ever aware of any hidden movements. His stamina and hockey were inexhaustible. As long as he was well fed and rested, he felt invincible. Who are you all? How did this guy, Luo, manage to escape? A woman with flowing, sea-green hair exclaimed in alarm. She was Monet, Caesar's secretary. Possessing the powers of the snow fruit, she could create various forms of snow to attack her enemies. Wu Jing did not grant her the opportunity to perform. With a swift motion, he severed her head. Monet's severed head rolled on the ground, her expression still reflecting the terror she had just experienced. Moments before, she had felt a sudden chill at her neck, an inexplicable rush that was swiftly followed by a piercing pain in her heart. Luo was equally astonished by Wu Jing's lightning-fast movements and the elegance of his sword sheathing, executed with such seamless precision that there was not a single superfluous gesture. Wu Jing confiscated Monet's phone bug, which he would require in the ensuing events. What are you standing there for? Keep up, he said coldly, stepping over the headless corpse of a woman, leaving Luo, filled with indignation, behind. In his heart, he could only scream in frustration. Wu Jing arrived at the place of confinement in Mao Gao, prepared to effect their rescue. Lord Wu Jing, you frightened me to death. I thought you had perished from poison. Long Kuei exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing the strikingly handsome Wu Jing, as she had believed him to be dead. Indeed, I was poisoned. I simply missed you too much and returned to seek you out, he replied with a playful chuckle. Wu Jing's words left Long Kuei so frightened that she could not even cry. She yearned to touch him, but hesitated. You fool, how can you believe this? This fellow could survive 100 lightning strikes, let alone a mere drop of poison. Marco cast a disdainful glance at Wu Jing. Knowing full well that he was feigning death, thus remaining calm and waiting for Wu Jing to rescue him. Wu, you annoying captain. Long Kuei finally broke into loud sobs, overwhelmed by the shock and fright. Marco, what are you doing here? Luo inquired curiously, aware that Marco had once been the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is that you, Luo? What brings you here? Marco replied. I asked you first. Answer my question, Luo retorted, his temper flaring again. Hey, watch your tone. I have officially joined the crew of this man beside you, Marco responded. Luo, upon hearing Marco's words, fell silent, realizing he knew nothing about the man before him. The fact that Marco had joined this man's crew hinted at his extraordinary nature, causing Luo to sweat profusely. In the world of pirates, the unknown often instilled fear. Stop dawdling and quickly unlock those sea prism stone handcuffs. Wu Jing squinted at Luo, finding him rather endearing. Don't keep ordering me around. We are merely allies, Luo shot back, though he diligently worked to unlock the cuffs. After several attempts with different keys, he finally freed Marco and Long Kuei. We're finally free. Oh no, we still haven't rescued Hancock. That monster took her away. We must hurry. Long Kuei exclaimed, recalling Hancock. Despite Hancock's usual harshness towards her, Long Kuei bore no grudges. In her heart, anyone who was part of the dragon-slaying pirates was family. Rest assured, these matters are not for us to worry about. That lad will certainly prioritize rescuing Hancock before considering us, Marco reassured Long Kuei, gently patting her bun. Fully aware of Wu Jing's decisiveness. Little Marco knows me well, Wu Jing said, scratching his head bashfully. Luo gazed at Wu Jing, perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been assertive, yet now he appeared quite amiable in front of Marco. Was he particularly affectionate towards his crew? Luo contemplated this seriously, intrigued by human nature. Hey, are your ears malfunctioning? I've been calling you, yet you seem unresponsive, Wu Jing remarked, still looking bewildered. Mind your attitude. We are allies now, Luo snapped, showing his displeasure with a sharp grin. The group departed from the prison and soon reunited with Hancock under Wu Jing's guidance. Hancock and Luo were old acquaintances. During the Marineford War, Hancock had helped Luo transport Luffy to Amazon Lily. Upon learning that Hancock had also joined Wu Jing's crew, Luo's curiosity about him intensified. The ability to recruit a woman as formidable as Hancock was no small feat, even for the world government. He was well aware that Hancock despite her public allegiance as one of the Shichibukai, had always been reluctant to serve the world government, having aided Luffy during the war. As for Long Kuei, Luo did not know her, but after observing Wu Jing's 3 crew members, he deduced they were not vicious individuals. He considered both Hancock and Marco to be worthy pirates, and he found Long Kuei's endearing demeanor rather likable. This led him to reassess Wu Jing, realizing he was not a malevolent character, and he became less wary of him. A strange sound emanated from a dark corner. Luo glanced casually, only to exclaim in shock. He discovered a person bound and gagged, writhing in pain. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as Caesar, whom he despised for his bloody deeds. "Bring him over. I have words for him," Luo commanded. "What? Why do you keep ordering me around? We're allies. You talk too much. While I'm still patient, you better hurry," Wu Jing replied sternly. Seizing the opportunity to assert control over Luo, who was known for his rebellious nature, Luo, with a disdainful glare, slammed Caesar onto the ground, wishing to inflict even more pain on him. The force of his action caused the floor to tremble. Caesar tried to scream in agony, but the rag stifled his cries, leaving him to silently weep in frustration. Wu Jing and his companions paid Caesar's plight no mind. Had they been in his position, they would have been even more ruthless. Just as Wu Jing had previously severed one of Caesar's hands without hesitation, Wu Jing drew the original demon slayer, aiming it at Caesar's head. Caesar, in a state of panic, vigorously shook his head to convey a plea for mercy from the hero. Wu Jing gestured a decisive no to Caesar, prompting him to kneel in supplication, nearly bowing his head in acknowledgement of his wrongdoing. The initial ghost blade struck Caesar with precision, dislodging the rag that obstructed his mouth. "In light of your earnestness in admitting fault, I shall spare your life today, but I hope your subsequent conduct surpasses your previous performance. Otherwise, my blade shall thirst for your blood," Wu Jing proclaimed, adopting an air of benevolence. He conveyed to Caesar that as long as he met his expectations, he would not suffer any injustice, "but otherwise I shall act in accordance with your words, hoping that once the task is accomplished, you will restore my freedom." Aware that his life lay in another's hands, Caesar understood that any act of rebellion would lead to his own demise. Choosing instead to bide his time for vengeance until he could reclaim his liberty, he was a man capable of endurance. Wu Jing was acutely aware of Caesar's trepidation, recognizing him as a blundering fool whose words held little weight. "It is settled then. I shall not only grant you freedom, but also bestow upon you considerable wealth." Wu Jing made his promise unambiguously clear, yet added, "To motivate you further, I shall temporarily take your hands away." "No. I." Caesar's protest was abruptly silenced as Wu Jing stuffed a filthy rag into his mouth. "I refuse to serve you. I am not your subordinate," Luo casually remarked, finally seizing an opportunity to assert himself, unwilling to acquiesce so readily. "You alone possess the skill to extract another's heart without harm. If not you, then who else?" Wu Jing observed Luo, whose haggard appearance was oddly endearing. "Humph, since you implore my assistance, I shall aid you this once." Luo finally relished a chance to express his defiance, for he was a man of conviction, resistant to following the whims of others. With deftness, he brandished a surgical knife, swiftly extracting and meticulously packaging Caesar's heart. Remarkably, Caesar remained alive and intact, blood dripping from his chest, a testament to the formidable power of the surgical fruit. "I shall now outline our ensuing plans. Each of you has a role to play," Wu Jing stated with utmost seriousness. His immediate goal was to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo, a task that would require considerable effort. Should he merely seek to eliminate Doflamingo, Caesar would be of no use to him. Wu Jing was well acquainted with the topography of Dressrosa, capable of infiltrating the royal palace, known as the Royal Plateau, single-handedly, with the intent to assassinate him. The primary responsibility for capturing Doflamingo would rest upon Wu Jing, with the others providing support, as the strength of Doflamingo's 3 elite officers was not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one confrontation, it was uncertain whether they could be subdued swiftly. Should other key figures be alerted, the battle would become exceedingly difficult. Initially, Wu Jing considered summoning Rayleigh for assistance, but upon meeting Luo, he abandoned that thought, as Rayleigh's influence far surpassed Luo's. If it became known that Rayleigh intervened, Wu Jing's dragon-slaying pirates would undoubtedly attract considerable attention within the pirate world. This required a strategic delay, not from fear, but from a desire to protect his comrades effectively. To achieve a goal, one must allow time for things to settle. The brighter one shines in the pirate world, the more susceptible they become to targeted hostility. Roger, in his time, was particularly targeted by the celestial dragons. Once he fell, his entire crew dissipated. No one dared to admit any association with Roger, for fear of arrest by the Marines. Tom, the shipwright who had once crafted Roger's ship, suffered dire consequences after Roger's demise, falling victim to Spandam's treachery. Rayleigh, Buggy, and Shanks had ceased to mention Roger, recognizing that further entanglement would only bring suffering, and they did not keep Ace in their company. Only figures like Garp dared to secretly raise Ace, while Sengoku turned a blind eye. Otherwise, Ace would have perished in his youth. Yet, ultimately, Ace met his end at the hands of Admiral Akainu. "Smoker, have you handled things?" Wu Jing inquired, activating the transponder snail to contact Smoker, whom he had successfully persuaded to eliminate Caesar's remnants and take control of the research facility. Soon, Smoker arrived with a group, most harboring a deep-seated hatred for Caesar, expressing gratitude to Wu Jing for liberating them from his clutches, as they were once prisoners. Life under Caesar was burdensome, fraught with fear that any misstep might lead to being subjected to his experiments. "Sir, I have brought everyone. We await your orders," Smoker said, his eyes darting cautiously toward Wu Jing. "You shall guard this place diligently, awaiting my instructions," Wu Jing commanded with authority, planning to have Smoker destroy the facility once Doflamingo was captured, allowing them to disperse, as Caesar's experiments held no value for him. "Understood. I shall execute your orders without fail." "Rest assured, sir," Smoker declared with conviction, a tactic Caesar had appreciated. However, for Wu Jing, he prioritized tangible action over mere words, taking little stock in promises. Once matters were settled, Wu Jing prepared to embark on a new journey. With less than a month remaining until the competition for the Burn fruit commenced. "Report, Captain Smoker. Surveillance indicates an intruder has breached our perimeter." Smoker's intercom crackled to life suddenly. "Who is it?" Wu Jing and his companions arrived at the surveillance room, eager to discern the identity of the visitor. Through the video feed, Wu Jing observed a robust man clad in a checkered coat, sporting sunglasses and lightning-shaped sideburns. It was Virgo. What was he doing here? Wu Jing recognized him as Vice Admiral Virgo, the commanding officer of the Navy's G5 branch, who was, in fact, one of the 4 highest-ranking officials under Don Quixote Doflamingo. He was serving as an undercover operative within the Navy headquarters, maintaining regular contact with Caesar. Suddenly, Caesar's snail phone began to ring, displaying Virgo's visage on the screen. After a moment's consideration, Wu Jing decided to answer. "Hello, Caesar, open the door quickly. I'm right outside," Virgo commanded imperiously, exuding an air of complete disregard for Caesar's authority. Wu Jing hung up the phone and commanded Smokey, "Open the door and let him in." Upon hearing Wu Jing's order, Smokey promptly relayed the instructions over the intercom, and soon the grand entrance of the Research Institute slowly swung open. The immaculate and tidy path led directly to the hall of the Institute. This was indeed the main entrance of the Caesar Institute. Virgo appeared to be quite familiar with the place, as he immediately made his way towards the prison upon entering. Let us meet with him and ascertain the purpose of his visit. As Wu Jing and his companions led Caesar towards the prison chamber, he had already untied Caesar, allowing him to attend to Virgo while he observed the unfolding events. "Virgo, what brings you here?" Caesar inquired, perplexed by Virgo's arrival. "Stop pretending to be confused and hand over the person," Virgo replied, his expression stern and icy. If his eyes were not obscured by glasses, they would surely gleam with a chilling light. Upon hearing Virgo's words, a thought crossed Caesar's mind. Were they here to rescue Wu Jing and his companions? It seemed Wu Jing must be affiliated with the Navy, and given his formidable strength, he should have already gained wide recognition. The Navy appeared to favor concealing their trump cards, exhibiting a cunning even more insidious than Caesar himself. However, a nagging doubt arose. Wu Jing was allied with pirates. Confusion clouded Caesar's mind. "I don't know what you're talking about. If there is nothing else, you should leave before you irritate me." Had it not been for Don Quixote Doflamingo's influence, Caesar would have eagerly dismissed him. "You think we are unaware of your concealment of law? Do you intend to hoard the Opopnomi for yourself? Should you err again, the young master will personally pay you a visit," Virgo remarked coldly, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty fiend. His words sent a shiver down Caesar's spine. There was a traitor among them. Under normal circumstances, he would have eliminated all his subordinates. But the sense of unease was not something he desired. He knew the consequences of angering Doflamingo would be dire. Caesar was well aware of Doflamingo's character. He could kill his own father or brother without hesitation, and was even more twisted and terrifying than that. Regrettably, Law had escaped, and Caesar had intended to report the incident to Doflamingo. "It seems you have no desire to live. Allow me to facilitate that for you. I trust the young master will not hold it against me." Suddenly, Virgo's physique began to swell, his muscles bursting through his clothing as they continued to grow. His entire form became enveloped in armament hockey, transforming his skin into a deep ebony, resembling a black titan. As he flexed his powerful body and tightened his fist, a series of cracking sounds resonated. Caesar trembled uncontrollably. Devoid of a heart, he could not endure fierce combat. Virgo, a master of the Navy's 6 powers, swiftly approached Caesar using Saru, launching a powerful punch. Caesar, in desperation, called for help and unleashed a barrage from his gas fruit. But with only half his strength at his disposal, it amounted to little more than a mere tickle against the armored Virgo. With a forceful hook, Virgo knocked Caesar to the ground, surprised by the ease of his victory, yet he gave it little thought. Victory was assured regardless of the method. Virgo refrained from delivering a fatal blow, understanding that Caesar was a pawn of Kaido, and he dared not offend the strongest creature in the world. He produced a din-din mushy and dialed, the sound of its ringing echoing in the air. Monet, come out quickly. Did you not inform me that Law was imprisoned by Caesar? Deceiving the young master can lead to a most gruesome fate. What kind of fate are we talking about? Speak, and I shall grant your requests. Wu Jing entered the prison chamber slowly, followed by others. How did you come to possess Monet's din-din mushy? Who are you? Law? Marco? Hancock? Dragon? Virgo gazed at the formidable figures beside Wu Jing, feeling a twinge of fear in the face of such power. If you wish to know, go ask her in the depths below, Wu Jing replied with a subtle smile, having previously dispatched Monet knowing she was a spy planted by Doflamingo to watch Caesar. While Virgo served a similar purpose within the Navy, Doflamingo had a penchant for espionage, embedding spies throughout. I advise you to hand over Law, otherwise the young master will not spare you. Virgo maintained his unwavering stance, staring defiantly at Wu Jing and his companions. The denizens of the pirate world often exhibited such fervor, showing strength even when aware of their disadvantage, fighting with all their might despite the slim chances of success. Thank you for the warning. But we need not rely on him to spare us. We shall soon seek him out ourselves, Law remarked with a mocking smile as he looked at Virgo, unperturbed even in the face of impending doom. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I shall send you on your way, Wu Jing declared. Blowing on his fair, delicate fists, having no time to waste on futile conversation with a dying man. Seeking death, Virgo charged at Wu Jing, convinced that he was the weakest among them. Handsome individuals often lack strength, and he perceived Wu Jing as merely a pretty face devoid of substance. A large, dark fist collided with Wu Jing's, who met the impact with his own fist, unadorned with hockey, relying solely on the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 powers. With a resounding crack, the two fists clashed, producing a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing. Their expressions conveyed a wealth of emotion. Virgo's face contorted in pain and astonishment. Realizing that his hockey-imbued fist could not overpower the smaller fist of his opponent, who had not even deployed hockey. Surely, not even Doflamingo could have achieved such a feat. Wu Jing's expression was one of unabashed mischief. To deal with a scoundrel like you, I need only exert a fraction of my strength. However, Virgo did not submit easily. He swiftly unleashed a flurry of storm kick strikes towards Wu Jing, each fierce slash aimed with deadly precision. Wu Jing effortlessly evaded with a paper drawing, passing through the myriad of flowers without a single leaf touching him. You should experience my prowess now, huh? Wu Jing refrained from launching an attack, allowing those present to clearly perceive the extent of his formidable strength. Wu Jing held the original ghost cutter in his hand, his gaze as sharp as the edge of a sword as he activated the offensive mode. Wu Jing swiftly activated a shave, a shadow darting around Virgo while brandishing a blade. With the regenerative energy of the rebirth fruit at his disposal, Wu Jing displayed reckless abandon, lavishly expending his stamina. Virgo, caught in this whirlwind, struggled to fend off Wu Jing's relentless assaults. This predicament incited a deep-seated irritation within Virgo, who felt humiliated, as if he were a mere pet being toyed with. After a few minutes of this relentless combat, Wu Jing sheathed his sword, while Virgo lay battered and bruised. Breathless and incapacitated, he had surrendered, never imagining he would fall to an unknown adversary. If you kill me, it will incite a frenzied hunt by the Navy headquarters, and the young master will not overlook your actions either. Killing you is akin to squashing an ant beneath my heel. Besides, I am disinclined to dirty my hands with the likes of you. As for Doflamingo, I shall seek him out shortly, Wu Jing remarked with indifference, his lack of interest in eliminating such filth evident. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Virgo smirked inwardly, recognizing the cowardice behind the facade of bravado. Law, finish him, Wu Jing commanded with an air of solemnity. What? Virgo, who had just been reveling in the hope of survival, was now confronted with the reality of his impending doom. This time, Law expressed no dissent. After all, Virgo was the one who had come to capture him for Doflamingo, thus marking him as an enemy. With a high-frequency surgical knife in hand, Law's weapon, the demon cry, crackled with high-voltage electricity at its tip. With a powerful push from his toes, he leaped towards Virgo and plunged the knife into his body. Under the influence of the high-frequency surgical knife, Virgo's form was mercilessly dismembered. Chapter 27. I seek an individual. Having departed from Punk Hazard Island, Wu Jing and his companions escorted Caesar towards Dressrosa. Wu Jing felt a surge of joy at the prospect of allying with Law, as he had intended to meet him soon. This fortuitous encounter seemed to be a serendipitous boon from the universe. Come, let us drink to this barrel of rum, celebrating our triumphant return from Punk Hazard. Wu Jing raised a large barrel of rum with his left hand while clutching 5 Marlboro cigarettes in his right, eager to unwind. Lord Wu Jing. I shall drink first as a toast, Long Kuei declared, having surprisingly learned the art of drinking. The barrel was nearly as tall as she was, and she downed it in one go, her face flushed, endearing and charming. You little brat, don't drink so much or you'll embarrass yourself by wetting the bed. Hancock chided, casting a sidelong glance at Long Kuei, though inwardly she had come to regard the girl as one of her own. Marco and Law sat leisurely to one side, sipping their drinks and occasionally clinking glasses, both preferring tranquility. The group cherished this fleeting moment of peace, knowing that soon they would be engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Meanwhile, Caesar was left alone, bound to the mainmast, deprived of food and drink, forced to watch others revel in joy. His hatred for Wu Jing had escalated to a monumental degree, having cursed him at least 1,000,000 times in his mind. Before long, the deck was littered with barrels, and Long Kuei had drunk herself into unconsciousness, sprawled on the deck in a fragrant slumber. Hancock, too, had succumbed to intoxication, her face aglow with a rosy hue, her gaze fixed on Wu Jing, occasionally licking her lips in a flirtatious manner. Had this been a different time? Wu Jing would have pulled her over the railing without hesitation. However, he was now more mindful of his image, as he was the captain, choosing instead to maintain a respectful distance. Cheers. At some point, Law had approached and seated himself beside Wu Jing, observing his inebriated state and unsteady posture. Wu Jing seemed to have indulged a bit too much, for otherwise, he would not have been so exuberantly eager to clink glasses with him. Luo took a hearty gulp, savoring the refreshing sensation. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such drinking. In his youth, his frail constitution prevented him from partaking, and now that he was in better health, he found it difficult to locate companions for such revelry. Each time Luo and Wu Jing drank, they would clink their glasses, engaging in a spirited exchange, and before long, they had each consumed 3 large barrels. Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. How delightful. Sob, sob. When Luo was thoroughly immersed in the joy of drinking, he burst into laughter, only to be followed swiftly by tears. Beside them, Malgao stared at Luo in bewilderment. Moments ago, he had been laughing and exclaiming in delight, and now he was weeping profusely. Was this truly joy or merely sorrow? Wu Jing gently patted Luo's back, fully aware of the pain that resided within him. Having witnessed Luo's trials in the original narrative, he felt overwhelming sympathy for him. Those who sought to protect him often met tragic fates, leaving him isolated and vulnerable. As a member of a pirate crew, he frequently faced ruthless assaults, leading Luo to believe that the world had forsaken him, plunging him into profound sadness and despair. Luffy's unwavering optimism towards the piratical realm rekindled a flicker of hope in Luo, yet Luffy's repeated recklessness also weighed heavily on his spirit. Alcohol, a double-edged sword, could inspire joyous revelry while simultaneously unearthing hidden sorrows. The adage that drowning one's troubles in drink often deepens them rang painfully true. Wu Jing, feigning profound understanding, expressed such philosophical musings. Marco, listening to Wu Jing, nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. 2 days prior, several members of the dragon-slaying pirates had indulged in drunken revelry, and after a day of recuperation, they had returned to their natural states. Luo still bore that defiant expression, starkly contrasting his previously uninhibited demeanor while intoxicated, now occasionally marred by the embarrassment of tears. The recollection of his drunken escapades filled him with shame, all thanks to that detestable Wu Jing, who had foolishly intoxicated him. Meanwhile, Long Kuei had developed a fondness for alcohol, often sneaking sips, much to Marco's chagrin, who had chastised her on numerous occasions. He forbade her from drinking, fearing that her inebriation might lead her to recklessly steer their vessel toward disaster. Hancock had increasingly embraced a ladylike demeanor, willingly preparing meals for the crew, albeit with special dishes exclusively crafted for Wu Jing, delicacies that others could not partake in. Wu Jing also found himself assigned a task by Hancock, which involved washing her intimate garments. This predicament left him quite flustered, feeling as though he were being led astray into impropriety. However, when he attempted to approach Hancock, she rebuffed him, citing her unmarried status as a reason, declaring that her virginity required a formal commitment. This left him in a state of inner turmoil, grappling with the choice between being a straightforward man or a hypocrite. After 6 days of sailing, Wu Jing and his companions had successfully landed on Dressrosa, with everyone having made appropriate adjustments to their attire. Each individual had altered their hairstyle and clothing, including Luo, who had donned a different style of hat. According to Wu Jing's initial plan, they were to apprehend Don Quixote da Flamingo and depart Dressrosa. However, he had since revised his strategy, now aspiring to seize control of this prosperous nation, which boasted a formidable economic foundation capable of sustaining its vast resources and manpower. Wu Jing first arranged for everyone to settle into an inn, instructing Hancock and Lon Kuei to remain there to safeguard Caesar, while Luo and Margot ventured out to assess the local defenses and terrain. Wu Jing had his own matters to attend to. He sought out a woman of exquisite beauty, Violet. She was a dancer from the island of Da, an assassin of the Treble Legion belonging to the Don Quixote family, possessing the powers of the Dingiki fruit. She had the extraordinary ability to observe things within a radius of 4,000 kilometers, see through objects, and peer into the depths of the human heart. Why would Wu Jing seek out Ming Ji's subordinates? Is this not a reckless exposure of his whereabouts? Wu Jing would certainly not engage in such foolishness, for he possesses a profound understanding of the intricate web of relationships in this place. Violet's true identity is that of a princess from Da Island, the second daughter of the former King Riku. The king fell under the control of Doflamingo's string fruit abilities, committing numerous atrocities that ultimately led to his disgrace and forced abdication, after which Doflamingo usurped the throne. In order to survive, Violet was left with no choice but to live under the mercy of others, as any other path would mean certain death. To Doflamingo, anyone he deemed useful and manageable was swiftly welcomed into his fold, as each addition meant an increase in free labor. This included individuals such as Law, Violet, and Rebuttal, among others. For him, as a ruler, the necessity of these subordinates was paramount, and he dismissed any thoughts of rebellion, believing that he could extinguish them at a mere whim. Chapter 28. Flower picking in the Meadow Lovers Avenue is a renowned street in Da Island, bustling with couples deeply in love. However, on this particular day, one solitary figure wandered along this thoroughfare, Wu Jing, who, amidst the throngs of enamored pairs, recognized two familiar faces. The wanted toy soldier, Cyrus, and Rebecca, were not lovers but rather father and daughter. Cyrus had been transformed into a toy by Sugar's devil fruit powers, significantly diminishing his combat capabilities. For Wu Jing, the roles of these two were of little consequence to his current plans, and he deemed it a waste of time to recruit them. After departing from Lovers Avenue, Wu Jing made his way directly to the flower fields, where Violet resided. This location also served as the revolutionary headquarters for King Riku's forces, functioning as the intelligence base for the Riku army, enabling them to monitor the movements of the Don Quixote family with precision. Violet primarily occupied this place, ostensibly serving Doflamingo, yet she seldom resided in the royal heights, choosing instead the flower fields. It is said that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. Thus, Violet's abode was rarely visited by Doflamingo, nor did he send operatives to conduct searches. True to its name, the flower fields were adorned with an endless expanse of sunflowers, bathed in the brilliant sunlight that rendered the vibrant sea of blossoms even more resplendent. Nestled within a corner of this floral paradise stood a grand mansion, Violet's residence. Stop. Entry is prohibited. Two soldiers, clad in military attire, shouted angrily, brandishing their firearms. The threat was unmistakable. Should Wu Jing advance any further, they would shoot. Unperturbed by their actions, Wu Jing continued to stride forward with confidence. He had not been invited, and he knew that no amount of persuasion would grant him entry. Thus, he preferred to force his way in, demonstrating his strength to them. Bang, bang, bang. The two soldiers raised their rifles and opened fire on Wu Jing. The powerful armor-piercing rounds struck him, and the soldiers anticipated that they would penetrate his flesh. What they did not expect was that the bullets merely bounced off him as though they were flies colliding with a wall, causing no damage whatsoever. At that moment, Wu Jing had activated the iron block technique of the Marine 6 styles, and his body, enhanced by the regenerative powers of his devil fruit, had attained a hardness rivaling that of Kaido himself. As the 10 rounds were swiftly expended, the soldiers began to reload their weapons, preparing to unleash another barrage upon the intruder. "Why don't you two take a little nap?" At some point, Jing had appeared behind the 2 soldiers, and before they could react, he gently tapped their napes. With a roll of their eyes, they collapsed into unconsciousness. Jing unleashed his formidable observation haki. Swiftly perceiving the interior of the mansion, he discovered that there were 8 individuals inside, frantically scurrying about, startled by the recent gunfire. In an instant, Jing's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Jing was already seated in an archive room overflowing with books, while 8 individuals within the chamber moved about, cradling documents in their arms. Jing did not disturb them. Instead, he quietly lit 5 cigarettes, intending for this group to inhale the intoxicating aroma, thereby easing their tense spirits. Who has the luxury to smoke? Quickly hide those crucial documents. If we are discovered, it will be our end. A woman with a striking figure shouted like a shrew. However, upon noticing a stranger leisurely smoking with one leg crossed over the other on a chair, her words faltered in her throat. "Hello, Violet." Jing exhaled a heart-shaped puff of smoke towards Violet, marveling at the abundance of beauties in the pirate world. "Who are you?" Violet suppressed her anxiety. Having just heard the mention of a gunman, she immediately assumed it was one of Doflamingo's men preparing to intrude. Without even employing her strongest ability from the Mara no Mi, the 1,000-mile eye, to discern the identity of the intruder, to her surprise, it was an exceptionally handsome stranger whose striking features momentarily captivated her attention. "Regardless of what I say, you wouldn't believe me. Why not use your mind reading to discover what I am currently thinking? That way, you will naturally understand without me having to elaborate." Upon hearing Jing's words, Violet brought the tips of her index fingers and thumbs together to form a circle resembling an OK gesture. She then turned her hands around and positioned them in front of her eyes. Jing merely contemplated the matters he currently wished to pursue. Thus Violet could only perceive this limited information, for if the subject of her observation ceased to imagine, her vision would falter. "You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with this esteemed individual." Upon grasping Jing's thoughts, Violet realized her previous concerns were unfounded, and there was no longer a need to conceal the materials within the archives. At this moment, the spacious archive was left with only Jing and Violet, both holding wine glasses filled with the finest red wine from Tokushima. Jing took a delicate sip, finding it indeed delightful, with a smooth texture that danced upon his palate. The harmonious blend of sour, sweet, bitter, and salty flavors left a lingering aftertaste. However, his preference still leaned towards rum. "You wish to join forces with me against Don Quixote Doflamingo, just the 2 of us?" Violet gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before her. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed such an idea as foolish, yet the confidence radiating from him rendered her speechless. "If it were just us 2, I would have fled long ago," he remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of recklessness. "Humph, you are quite the scoundrel. Who else is there?" "My dragon slayer pirates, and soon enough, you shall see who else stands with us." "You have a pirate crew? How many members do you have?" "4. 4? And you dare call that a pirate crew? You know nothing. It's not about the numbers but the quality. One among us is an ally." Violet sighed, resting her hand on her forehead, not from a headache, but from exasperation at Jing's audacity. Did they truly believe they could capture Doflamingo with such a small band? Doflamingo commanded 4 elite officers, one of whom, Virgo, had already fallen to law. 3 remained on Dressrosa, alongside 11 key subordinates, including Caesar's secretary, Monet. "What is it that you require of me?" "Guide me to the land of little people, the Dongtada kingdom." Jing was aware of a secret passage leading there, unknown even to some of Violet's subordinates. "How do you know so much?" Violet regarded him in disbelief. This charming man was undeniably dangerous. "The more you know, the greater the peril," he replied candidly, playfully tousling Violet's hair, for she had bombarded him with inquiries. Chapter 29, The Leader's Charisma. The secret passage had been excavated by the diminutive inhabitants of Dongtada Kingdom. Though small in stature, they possessed remarkable strength and speed, having once been slaves to the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo's lineage. Under the reign of King Riku, they had escaped their servitude, but 10 years ago, upon Doflamingo's return to power, they found themselves enslaved once more. The little people had long prepared for rebellion, yearning for the freedom to live unshackled. The passage was narrow and low, forcing even Jing, who stood at 1.8 meters, to stoop. The 2 traversed the dark tunnel, panting as they finally emerged into the fresh air, gasping in relief. Princess Violet, what brings you here? Is this gentleman your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. I like him, exclaimed Manchury, the princess of Dongtada Kingdom, appearing before them with her father, Gancho, the king. Do not speak nonsense. I have brought him to see Uncle Gancho, Violet replied, her cheeks flushing involuntarily, for she had never contemplated such matters between men and women. What business do you have with me? Gancho inquired, peering at Wu Jing through his reading glasses. I require your assistance in securing a secret passage for future contingencies. For Violet's sake, I shall oblige, but where does this passage lead? To the royal plateau. I shall say nothing more. Kindly take your leave. To withdraw at such a trivial challenge? To escape the binds of fate, one must be willing to gamble, Wu Jing countered, offering no respect to the elderly man. Were it not for his meticulous nature, he would not waste time discussing these matters. Uncle Gancho, he speaks the truth, without taking risks. We shall never have a chance to rise, Violet urged, her eyes pleading with Gancho. They desperately needed a formidable ally like Wu Jing to break free from Doflamingo's grasp. Should Wu Jing depart, they could be left waiting indefinitely. While gambling is indeed wise, one must consider the stakes. Let me hear your plan. Gancho conceded, intrigued by their proposition. Violet, seeing that Wu Jing had chosen not to engage Gancho directly, recounted the plan he had previously shared with her. Her expression tense as she awaited Gancho's response. Wu Jing remained indifferent. This was merely a contingency plan. Should unforeseen events arise at the royal plateau, he trusted in his own abilities to navigate them, though he was genuinely concerned for his companion's safety. To where shall our tunnel lead? Gancho pondered. Considering the royal plateau's formidable defenses, any sign of movement will alert us. After absorbing Violet's battle strategy, Gancho appeared somewhat swayed. Opportunities like this were rare. Collaboration was essential for them to turn the tide. To Doflamingo's palace, Wu Jing stated firmly. What? Gancho's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, shattering his reading glasses in shock. The royal plateau was heavily fortified, and Doflamingo's palace was no exception, reinforced with steel plating that rendered immediate infiltration impossible. Violet was well aware of these facts. The Don Quixote family regarded Doflamingo as a supreme ruler, intolerant of any misstep. I am aware of this. But what you do not know is his fondness for planting pink trumpet trees. You are also aware of how Doflamingo cherishes his pink feather coat. His subordinate, one of the highest-ranking officers, once sullied it with mucus, and Doflamingo vowed to kill him if it ever happened again, ensuring that the subordinate never dared to approach him closely again. All of this aside, the palace's rear garden is adorned with several pink trumpet trees. Their roots are extensive. Should they be covered with steel, it would impede their growth. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon hearing Wu Jing's exposition, Violet was left astounded. Such knowledge eluded even her, yet this man was so well informed. To verify Wu Jing's honesty, she employed her mind-reading ability to discern his thoughts, confirming that he spoke the truth. Please wait. I shall check if Doflamingo's palace has heightened its defenses. Do not misconstrue this. I trust you, Violet said apologetically, her expression revealing her unease. Wu Jing's perceptive nature saw through her pretense, prompting him to entertain chaotic thoughts. If you are concerned, simply look. While finding excuses, I shall inevitably deal with you. Were Violet to use her mind-reading ability at that moment, she would perceive him as a handsome figure with a refreshingly candid disposition, activating her farsight ability from the superhuman staring fruit. Violet extended her vision to the rear garden of Doflamingo's palace, penetrating the ground beneath. After several thorough inspections, her findings coincided precisely with Wu Jing's assertions. Once you have reviewed this, you ought to act swiftly. I have pressing matters to attend to. My apologies. I shall relay the information immediately. Violet hastily responded and instructed King Gancho of the Little People to summon their soldiers immediately, as well as Captain Leo, whose stitch fruit would be invaluable in securing the underground passage. Is there anything I can assist you with? Princess Manchury of the Little People timidly inquired of Wu Jing, who, captivated by Wu Jing's extraordinary beauty, felt a flutter of affection. Observing the princess, whose size resembled that of a fist, Wu Jing let out a soft sigh. While she was indeed beautiful, her diminutive stature paled in comparison to his brother, who exuded strength and vigor. Stay by my side. You shall emerge when needed. All right then. Wu Jing casually tucked Manchury into his pocket. For when the time came and someone was injured, her healing fruit abilities would prove invaluable. Ganjiao, you must complete this task within 5 days, without any respite for the full 24 hours. Otherwise, you will lose this position, Wu Jing said, his eyes narrowed and voice icy. You have no authority to command me. I only heed the words of Princess Violet, Ganjiao retorted, his beard quivering with indignation. Uncle Ganjiao, he is now my superior. And I hope you will comply with his requests. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Wu Jing's demands were not excessive. They pertained to the life and death of the Tokushima Revolutionary Army. The longer the delay, the more likely unforeseen circumstances would arise. There was no need for him to elaborate excessively to Gan Chiao, for as Violet had stated, he was the leader of this operation. As a leader, it sufficed to issue commands. There was no need to be courteous to those who defied his wishes. This exemplified the demeanor one should possess as a leader. Chapter 30. Preparations before the meeting. After exchanging contact information with Violet, Wu Jing departed from the flower field. Before his departure, Violet and Wu Jing embraced tenderly, and the profound gaze she cast upon him stirred a ripple in Wu Jing's otherwise placid heart. Wu Jing initially intended to share a tender kiss, but was thwarted by Violet's single-handed intervention, who suggested that such affection could be expressed abundantly once their mission was accomplished. Wu Jing responded with a sincere and innocent smile. This approach might work on Sanji, whose intellect is somewhat simplistic, but I, though equally passionate, possess an awareness of such tactics that is 5 centuries ahead of the pirate world. Wu Jing was well aware of the subtle feelings that Violet harbored. Yet he merely smiled knowingly. Some matters need not be articulated too plainly, lest they lose their charm. After departing from the flower fields, Wu Jing did not return directly to the inn to reunite with his companions. Instead, he decided to procure some items. With such a wealth of money in his pocket, it would be a disservice to his conscience not to indulge a little. Tokushima is a small nation with a well-developed infrastructure, boasting an array of exquisite delicacies and fine garments. Its shops renowned throughout the pirate world. Wu Jing arrived at a grand emporium, acquiring an abundance of delectable delicacies and exquisite garments. Occasionally, Miraculously would sneak a glance from her pocket, her curiosity piqued by the vibrant world outside, which she had never encountered before. Miraculously, what is it that you desire? I shall procure it for you, Wu Jing said, his demeanor warm and benevolent as he regarded the charming little girl. You are truly too kind to me, dear adult. Shueli yearns for that, she replied, pointing at the alluring ice cream, her petite mouth watering in anticipation. Wu Jing suddenly purchased several hundred items, intending to bring them back for Long Kuei to indulge in, which moved Miraculously to tears. This truly exemplified innocence and purity. Carrying a large parcel back, when it was opened, the companions erupted in jubilant cheers. This captain was genuinely exceptional, always keeping them in mind. Long Kuei, these ice creams and desserts are for you. Wu Jing effortlessly tossed a smaller package from the large parcel. Thank you, Lord Wu Jing, Long Kuei exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she grasped the package. For these snacks were her utmost favorite. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Miraculously, puffed with indignation, emerged from her pocket, radiating an aura of confrontation towards Long Kuei. Wu Jing was acutely aware of Miraculously's childish demeanor and promptly presented her with a small package he had prepared, which, despite its name, was actually hundreds of times larger than expected, causing Miraculously to be moved to tears once again. Hancock, these are for you, Wu Jing said, choosing to personally hand the package to Hancock instead of tossing it casually. This gesture imbued the moment with a sense of ritual, making Hancock feel significant in his heart. As Hancock unwrapped the package, her face flushed with embarrassment upon discovering its contents, an array of risque lingerie. Wu Jing had lost count of how many sets there were, but it was certainly over 100. Margot, next, let us see how you find this, Wu Jing declared, tossing a large bottle of red wine to Margot. Such camaraderie among brothers was marked by this easygoing demeanor, and the wine was sourced from Violet. The contents of the package were swiftly distributed, and suddenly Wu Jing slapped his forehead in realization. Oh dear, I only remembered to buy gifts for my own members and completely forgot about Ro. What a blunder. He feigned embarrassment while glancing at Ro, who had been watching him with eyes brimming with resentment. It was clear that Ro felt slighted for being the only one left out, but he could not voice his grievances, already feeling humiliated. To complain further would only exacerbate his shame, making him wish to bury his face in the ground. Caesar, standing nearby, was gritting his teeth in frustration. These days marked the darkest period of his life. He regretted his past indiscretions, which had led to his downfall, wishing he could have been a renowned scientist, a figure of esteem, rather than being at the mercy of others' whims. Just as Caesar wallowed in his self-reproach, Wu Jing tossed him a splendid suit. Caesar had been unable to care for himself lately, and his clothes were tattered. Wearing them to meet Minggu would surely raise suspicions, even from a fool. In a few days, when you don this suit for our meeting with Minggu, you must present yourself well. Once our goal is achieved, I will keep my promise. Wu Jing said with a bright smile. He understood that no matter how sincere his words, Caesar wouldn't fully trust him, so he merely offered some platitudes, believing that saying something was better than nothing. Rest assured, Doflamingo is our common enemy, and I will act according to your guidance, Caesar replied, his expression earnest. Both were sincere with one another, yet each harbored their own ulterior motives, secrets known only to themselves. Wu gently unfastened the shackles binding Caesar, for he had been present in this place for several days. As long as he held Caesar's heart in his hands, the latter was reluctant to depart. 5 days later, Wu Jing entrusted the phone to Caesar, instructing him to contact Ming Gu in preparation for their meeting at King's Heights today. The delay in providing the phone bug to Caesar was deliberate. An early contact would have hindered their operations over the past few days and prompted Ming Gu to discreetly monitor the port. However, now that they had successfully infiltrated the island, it was imperative to reach out on the same day to catch Ming Gu off guard, thereby eliminating unnecessary formalities, such as a welcoming committee prior to their arrival. After all, Caesar had achieved significant success by capturing Law, the possessor of the Ope no mi bluru bluru. Ming Gu's distinct laughter resonated from the other end. Caesar, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Shaluo luo luo. I'm doing well. I've captured Law and have already escorted him to the island, ready to deliver him to you at King's Heights. Caesar responded steadily, adhering to Wu Jing's instructions. Oh, why didn't you inform me sooner? I could have dispatched someone to welcome you. Very well, proceed directly to my quarters. The guards at King's Heights will grant you entry. Ming Gu appeared quite pleased with Caesar's arrival, especially since he was bringing Law, a person he had long coveted. Law's immortality operation held the promise of eternal life, a desire that Ming Gu had fervently yearned for. After concluding his statement, Ming Gu promptly hung up the phone bug. Wu Jing and Ma Gao, both attired in the uniforms of Caesar's subordinates, donned work caps that obscured much of their features. However, Law utilized the abilities of his surgical fruit to alter their appearances. With a mere selection of flesh, he effortlessly transformed their visages. Wu had transformed into a furtive figure with shifty eyes, while Ma Gao had assumed the appearance of a composed and handsome gentleman. The two were escorting Luo to the royal heights, with Luo's wrist shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, and his formidable sword, Ghost Cry, was grasped firmly by Ma Gao. Hancock and Long Kue did not join the escort, Wu had already arranged for them to rendezvous with Violet. After all, Hancock's voluptuous figure and Long Kue's petite stature could easily arouse suspicion, and Mancheri had accompanied Hancock as well. Chapter 31. Has the secret leaked? The quartet ambled leisurely across the royal heights. Due to Ming Ji's prior orders, the guards showed no signs of hindrance upon seeing Caesar, instead saluting him with military decorum. At this moment, each individual harbored distinctly different sentiments. To begin with, Caesar perceived the conflict with indifference, as long as he remained uninvolved. He would not be manipulated by others. Should Wu prevail, he would simply retreat with his heart held in his grasp. Based on his understanding of Wu, he believed that Wu would not seek to eradicate someone as insignificant as himself. Conversely, if Ming Gu emerged victorious, he could openly declare that he had been coerced. And Ming Gu would not retaliate, given that they were both using one another to their advantage. In truth, he hoped for Ming Gu's triumph, as they shared a mutual complicity, while Wu embodied an ambiguous morality that left him uncertain. Next was Ma Gao, who felt a sense of tranquility. The smooth ascent to the royal heights instilled in him a belief that their chances were quite favorable. 3 against 1 was hardly a daunting task. Then there was Luo, who was filled with excitement, for Ming Gu was finally about to fall into his grasp, allowing him to avenge the fallen Corazon. Lastly, Wu's demeanor was grave. The eerie calm that enveloped the royal heights unsettled him. His instincts warned him that this encounter would not unfold without turbulence. Yet, he thought it unnecessary to dwell on it, for they had already arrived. Even if Ming Gu unleashed his birdcage, he felt no trepidation. Eliminating him would resolve all matters at hand. At that moment, an untimely ringing erupted from Wu's communicator. Wu Jing picked up the telephone bug and, upon seeing that it was Khalifa who was calling, felt not a sense of joy, but rather a heavy burden. After being dismissed by the mayor of Water 7, Iceberg, Khalifa returned to the world government at Wu Jing's request to serve as a member of CP9. CP9 is a clandestine intelligence agency directly under the world government, privy to all but the most critical information, which she is generally well informed about. Occasionally, Wu Jing would reach out to Khalifa. First, to convey how deeply he missed her. Second, to ascertain any recent movements from the world government. And third, to inform her of his current whereabouts, allowing her to be forewarned. Generally, Khalifa would not call during the day, as Wu Jing preferred the romantic ambience of evening conversations, though the truth was he wished to maintain his devoted image. Free from Hancock's scrutiny. Long, it's me, Khalifa. You must leave Dressrosa immediately. What is the matter? The Navy headquarters has just dispatched Admiral Greenbull to Dressrosa, under orders to apprehend a pirate. This directive comes from the world government. That's of no concern. It takes Greenbull a week to reach from the Navy headquarters, by which time I shall have long departed. He is not departing from headquarters. Greenbull is currently on a mission and happens to be the closest to Dressrosa. Hence the Navy's decision to send him to assist Doflamingo. He is likely to arrive within a day, so you must leave at once. Hearing Khalifa's delicate, anxious voice, Wu Jing felt no sweetness in his heart. Just after finishing a call with Doflamingo, this situation had arisen, indicating that Doflamingo had requested support. Otherwise, the world government would not have dispatched someone at such a critical juncture. It appeared Doflamingo had long sensed something amiss with Caesar. This damned fellow. Where had the flaw occurred? Wu Jing had no time to ponder this now. Khalifa, I understand. Don't worry, I will come to see you when I have the chance. Wu Jing kissed the snail phone and abruptly cut the connection, for time was of the essence. The others present were stunned by the call, completely taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the Navy's admiral. Let us escape while Greenbull is still en route. It is rumored that he is even stronger than Fujitora. Caesar was already trembling in fear. If captured by the Navy, he would likely face dire consequences for the numerous sins he had committed over the years. Marco and Law's previously composed demeanor had shattered, their expressions blank as they awaited Wu Jing's decision. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Let us proceed with our current plan. If they perceive us as fools, then we shall continue to play the part of fools. Wu Jing sneered as he glanced toward Doflamingo's quarters, having sensed that someone was observing them. Wu Jing discerned that the individual before him was none other than Brother Ming, who stood before the immense glass window. Observing Wu Jing and his entourage entering the heights of the king, a sanguine smile gracing his lips as he licked them. To him, Wu Jing and his companions appeared to be a flock of lambs, willingly offering themselves for slaughter. After navigating through a series of barriers, Wu Jing and his group finally arrived at the entrance of Ming's chamber, yet not a soul was in sight. The great door creaked open, revealing two women, one a pure and innocent young girl, the other an extraordinarily ugly old woman. The girl, named Sugar, and the old woman, Jorah, were both users of devil fruit abilities and among Ming's 11 principal subordinates. Caesar, my dear, how I've missed you, Jorah flirted with Caesar, her gaze lingering on his tailored suit as she prepared to approach him. Jorah possessed a peculiar taste, drawn to the most nefarious individuals, indifferent to their looks. Old hag, if you wish to live, I suggest you keep your distance, Caesar retorted, a shiver running down his spine at the sight of the repugnant old woman, who always seemed intent on making advances towards him. Sugar, you can leave your two subordinates here. I shall escort you and Law inside to meet the young master, she coldly commanded, casting a frosty glance at Caesar's subordinates. What do you mean? Can't I even bring my own people? Caesar understood the necessity of maintaining the faade, as his very life was in the hands of others. Let them in. We are all allies here. Creating a rift would be unwise, Torbull chimed in from behind Sugar. Though Torbull was one of the 4 highest-ranking officers, he also served as Sugar's personal bodyguard. Sugar's playful devil fruit ability allowed her to transform those she touched into toys of her design, providing Ming with a plethora of free labor that would never betray him. Reluctantly, Sugar turned away, aware that Ming had recently summoned them for a meeting and had begun to suspect Caesar. She understood that allowing these individuals to enter posed a danger to the young master, hence her early intervention with Jorah to prevent Caesar's subordinates from entering. Oh, if it isn't Law. My sword has longed to taste your blood. A man adorned with tribal markings emerged, identified as Diamante, a user of the Flare fruit and one of Ming's top officers. Huh, you still live in the past, Law scoffed. Recalling the torment he had endured at Diamante's hands during his youth, saved on multiple occasions by Corazon. Make haste and let them in. I have an appointment to keep, announced Baby, 5, dressed as a maid, armed with a gun and a knife, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Abandoned by her mother in childhood and later adopted by the Don Quixote family, she harbored an intense desire to be needed. However, all her suitors had been eliminated by Ming, leaving her with a thirst for vengeance. Soon, Ming's subordinates emerged from the shadows, fixating on the 4 like prey. Aside from Wu Jing and Caesar, Marco and Law felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, beads of sweat forming on their brows. After relishing the fear of their quarry before their demise, The group politely parted to allow Wu Jing and his companions to enter and meet their king. In the expansive arena within Ming's palace, Wu Jing and his comrades found themselves amidst the vast coliseum designated for martial contests. Law, welcome home. I've been thinking of you, Ming proclaimed, licking his lips habitually, his fashionable attire rivaling the most avant-garde trends of the modern world. I've grown weary of hearing that phrase since childhood, Lo responded coolly, gazing at Ming, who loomed over him like an immovable mountain. Lo recognized that he was but a pawn in Ming's game, aware of the legendary nature of Ming's devil fruit ability. Rumored to hold the secret to granting eternal life through a surgical procedure, a fate that would ultimately lead to his own demise. Haha. I've always considered you a dear brother. Forgive my excessive concern, Ming said with a chilling smile, eyeing the two unfamiliar figures behind Law, aware they were not Caesar's subordinates. During the earlier taunts directed at Law and Caesar, Ming had been using his observation hockey to monitor the situation outside. Ming, having sensed the calm demeanor of Caesar's two subordinates amidst the presence of so many deranged individuals, understood that such composure was not typical of ordinary folk. I have no intention of killing you. My curiosity lies in how you discerned that Caesar's visit was amiss, Wu Jing stated honestly, revealing that his purpose was not to eliminate Ming, but rather to apprehend him alive. How could I remain oblivious to the demise of my top officer, Virgo? His life card is with the Navy, and I have my people there, Ming observed Wu Jing with the disdain reserved for a jester, as such knowledge was common in the world of pirates. Wu Jing smacked his forehead, realizing that this was common knowledge. Yet, at times, his thoughts would linger in the bygone era of humanity. This time, he would learn from his mistakes. It turned out that there were indeed numerous infiltrators within the Navy headquarters, as the demise of Virgo was relayed to him by an undercover agent he had stationed there. Hiki. Although Virgo had entered Caesar's research facility alone, he did not venture to Punk Hazard unaccompanied. In fact, it was my guards who escorted him to Punk Hazard, yet regrettably, he never returned. We can ascertain that he perished within Caesar's laboratory. But it was certainly not at Caesar's hands. It is no wonder that Ming harbored suspicions regarding Caesar's arrival, for Virgo met his end at the Research Institute. Anything is possible. Could it not be that Caesar sought to monopolize the powers of the Ope No Mi and subsequently eliminated Virgo? Caesar would not dare to kill Virgo. I am more aware of his character than anyone else. So why not use a den mushy to inquire who truly killed Virgo? Given the circumstances, Caesar has yet to contact me. Do you believe I would disturb the murderer? Nevertheless, I know his life is temporarily secure, for I possess his life card. Hiki. All I can do is wait for Caesar to appear, and then I shall uncover the whereabouts of the culprit. I had thought you had already whisked him away. Yet unexpectedly, I received a call from Caesar today, and he reached out to me of his own accord. This took me by surprise. The assassination of a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters had already incited their wrath. However, since the perpetrator had not been identified, they refrained from making the information public, lest it frighten you away. Upon receiving Caesar's call, I struck a deal with the Navy. I disclosed the location of the murderer, with the condition that they would hand over Law to me afterward. The moment Caesar appeared, Minggu promptly relayed the information to the undercover agent, who conveyed it to their superiors, leading to an immediate dispatch of personnel for the ambush, a clever ploy to use another's blade for murder. Poor Virgo, after his death, his master did not seek vengeance for him, and instead relied on the Navy, whom he had betrayed, to exact retribution. Wu Jing displayed a mocking expression. As soon as Wu Jing's words fell, the atmosphere was immediately enveloped in a profound silence, so much so that the faintest sound, like a needle dropping to the ground, could be distinctly heard. Most of these subordinates remained fiercely loyal to Minggu. In their hearts, Minggu stood as their supreme sovereign, deserving of unwavering reverence, free from any hint of desecration. Wu Jing's utterance evidently sparked a wave of intense discontent among them, as they glared at him with eyes ablaze with fury, wishing nothing more than to see him reduced to ashes. Wu Jing and Margot no longer concealed their true selves, shedding their disguises. Margot's appearance captured the attention of the entire Don Quixote family, who surmised that he had come seeking vengeance, especially since Minggu had slain many of their kin during the war atop the summit. As for Wu Jing, the Don Quixote family regarded him merely as a liability, casting not a single glance in his direction. Most members of the Don Quixote clan had already gripped their weapons, and the air grew thick with the scent of gunpowder, signaling that a great battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Hancock and Long Kue had reunited with Violet, utilizing a secret passage excavated by the little folk. They, along with the rebel forces, had arrived at the rear garden of Ming Ji's palace. Violet employed her clairvoyance to monitor Wu Jing and his companions. Upon witnessing them ensnared by layers of enemies, her heart raced with alarm. "Follow me. Lord Wu Jing is in grave danger. We must hasten to their aid," Violet urged. Leading the charge, her concern for Wu Jing palpable. However, Hancock quickly kept pace with her. Had it not been for her inability to pinpoint Wu Jing's exact location, she would undoubtedly have outpaced Violet. Among the rebels were individuals from the Land of Flowers, notably the formidable members of the Green Pepper family, Qing Xiao and Old Kai, whose combat prowess equaled that of Ming Ji's highest-ranking subordinates. The Land of Flowers had long suffered under the oppression and exploitation of the Don Quixote family, yearning for rebellion but cowering in fear of their overwhelming power. Additionally, a large contingent of diminutive soldiers, though no larger than a fist, posed a considerable threat when they surged forth together. "Lord Wu Jing, we have arrived." A throng poured in through the side entrance of the palace. Led by Hancock and Violet, their expressions fraught with worry as they searched for the man they cherished. Upon spotting Wu Jing, who stood gallantly with his sword, gazing at them with a sweet demeanor, their hearts swelled with joy. The sensation of being needed by one they loved was a longing they deeply craved. The entirety of Dressrosa was watching the spectacle unfold via live broadcast, and Mingu smirked, "Let them witness how these rebels meet their demise. It serves as a warning to those who dare to disrupt the peace." His lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin as the stage was set for the impending chaos. Chapter 33. The official commencement. The arrival of the rebels instantaneously bolstered Wu Jing's forces. "Hehehe. So you all knew how to infiltrate through my rear garden. I underestimated you," Mingu remarked, taken aback by the rebels' unexpected emergence. Observing the little soldiers, he discerned their method of entry, recognizing that he could no longer sit idly by and watch the performance unfold. It was time to stretch his limbs. "Violet, do you also seek to rebel?" Ming Ji's countenance darkened, aware that she harbored intentions to usurp his rule. "Your oppressive reign is met with the disdain of the entire populace of Dressrosa," Violet retorted sharply. "And you, Qing Xiao, do you intend to oppose me as well? Shall I simply await my doom?" He chuckled grimly. "If this old body does not confront you now, we shall face extinction. Heh. And you, Hancock? We have no grievances between us. Why wade into these murky waters?" Mingu was most astonished by Hancock's presence, well aware that she had no quarrel with him. In response to Mingu's inquiry, Hancock regarded him with cold indifference. "Must I provide you with a reason for my intent to kill you?" "How absurd," she replied. Suddenly, a youthful voice erupted across the arena. "Powerful dragon claw." All eyes turned to behold a half-beast, a creature with a human body and a dragon's head, charging fiercely towards Mingu. Wu Jing was astonished by Long Kuei's unexpected display. At that moment, Long Kuei had utilized the artificial animal fruit, performed now nearly 3 times the size of Wu Jing. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was focused on the main characters, Long Kuei stealthily approached Brother Ming, intending to strike and injure him. Wu Jing was taken aback by Long Kuei's unexpected cleverness during battle, contrasting her usual foolish demeanor. However, he did not condone her actions. Mingu was far too formidable for her to contend with. Presently, the individual closest to Mingu was indeed Long Kuei, and his subordinates were gripped by terror upon witnessing an attack on their young master. In their eyes, he was akin to a deity, someone who must not be harmed. Yet, it was too late to intercept Long Kuei. With a fierce swipe of her dragon claws, she aimed to injure the man before her. Believing that such a move would facilitate her capture of Mingu, this was the purpose for which her captain had come here. Suddenly, a thick wall of stone erupted from the ground, effectively blocking Long Kuei's powerful strike. Awakened by the powers of the devil fruit, Long Kuei's combat prowess was undeniably significant. Yet, in the face of such a formidable adversary, she found herself helpless. In retaliation, the man who had thwarted Long Kuei's full-force attack initiated his counteroffensive. The stone wall morphed into a massive maw adorned with sharp stone teeth, lunging swiftly toward Long Kuei. If caught by such a monstrous bite, she would likely be obliterated. In this perilous moment, Wu Jing positioned himself before Long Kuei, wielding his original ghost cutter to slash at the oncoming stone jaws. The resulting wave of ethereal blade energy tore through the stone teeth with ferocity. Though the events transpired in mere moments, they felt drawn out. "Step back," Wu Jing commanded. And obediently, Long Kuei retreated. Alas, as she withdrew, she fell victim to a fatal strike. Wu Jing heard the anguished cries of Long Kuei, witnessing a long sword piercing through her heart. The wielder of the sword was Diamante, whose Mera no Mi abilities allowed his blade to extend This was the fate of those who attempt to ambush the young master, a taste of their own medicine, he cackled. As Diamante retracted his elongated sword, he licked the blood from its blade, revealing a delightfully cruel expression. Long Kuei lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, while Marco rushed to her side in a state of desperation, and Violet hurried to join them with Mancheri. The cadre members of Doflamingo observed the pitiful state of the ambusher with cold smirks, believing that daring to ambush their young master was a fate too lenient for her. A sharp voice emanated from beneath Doflamingo's feet, and a towering figure clad in armor, adorned with a cross-shaped visor, leapt up to stand beside him. It was Pika, one of Doflamingo's top 4 executives and a user of the Ishi Ishi no Mi, whose high-pitched voice often drew ridicule, though those who mocked him met a grim fate. Doflamingo had witnessed the events unfold with unwavering calm. The attempt on Long Kuei's life elicited no surprise from him, as he had grown accustomed to countless assassination attempts. What astonished him was Wu Jing's formidable sword strike, reminiscent of Mihawk's legendary slash during the Marineford War, a feat requiring immense haki. Then, Hancock made her move. Her heart set on avenging Long Kuei, her dear friend. With her long, graceful leg, she swept toward Diamante, who utilized his ability, Bullfighter's Cloak, to narrowly block her ferocious kick, leading to a fierce clash between the two. In terms of strength, Hancock held the upper hand. Yet the intervention of Kuja rendered her momentarily outmatched. Others were not idle, as the fuse had been lit, and the conflict could not be halted. Law faced 2 opponents, Tori Pole and Jorel, finding the battle taxing. Although he could evade deadly strikes through spatial manipulation, it drained his stamina considerably. After ensuring Long Kuei's safety, Marco joined the fray. Also facing 2 adversaries, Lao Ji and Delinger, both formidable martial artists, which proved taxing for him as well. Having already expended significant energy treating Long Kuei, Marco found himself in a more precarious state than Law, with injuries marring his body. Fortunately, his bird fruit healing abilities allowed him to withstand the relentless onslaught. In another corner, Qing Jiao and Old Kai faced 3 opponents, Senior Peak, Gladiolus, and Mahabais. Although Qing Jiao and Old Kai possessed greater strength, the trio's exceptional coordination, enhanced by their devil fruit powers, placed them at a disadvantage. Violet, accompanied by the Little People, confronted Baby, 5, and Buffalo, facing dire circumstances. Baby, 5, a weapon fruit user, had laid mines around the area, while Buffalo bombarded their targets with explosive projectiles, akin to an artillery barrage. Violet unleashed her tears of hot iron, Whale's Gaze, summoning 3 steel whales to crash into the foes, but they were swiftly obliterated by Buffalo's relentless bombardment. The tumultuous battle unfolded in the square, filled with clashing blades and swirling dust. Amidst the chaos, Wu Jing maintained his composure, despite their side being at a disadvantage. It appeared that Doflamingo's subordinates had strategically countered them, exploiting the principles of devil fruit abilities to significantly hinder Marco and his allies, a testament to Doflamingo's capable cadre. Kik. Watching others fight is quite dull. It's our turn to play and send you to hell to join Virgo. Doflamingo's aura surged ominously, his serious demeanor truly terrifying. Outside the arena, the citizens of Dressrosa were tense, not cheering for their king, but rallying behind the rebels with fervent shouts. Chapter 34. Let me be a hero, young master. Leave this scoundrel to me. Pika's infuriating voice rang out, dismissing Wu Jing entirely. With that declaration, Pika melded with the earth, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Wu Jing. Wu Jing offered a faint smile. The feeling of being overlooked was destined to change today. Thunderous roars echoed as Pika summoned a torrent of mud and stones from all directions, intent on burying Wu Jing beneath the earth, thereby fulfilling the young lord's decree of sending him to hell. How tiresome. Wu Jing swiftly slashed towards the ground, unleashing a blood-red spectral blade that pierced deeply into the earth. A muffled groan resonated from below as the encroaching earth began to crumble, signifying that Wu Jing's strike had inflicted severe damage upon Pika. Moments later, Pika's massive form emerged from the ground, crawling forth while spewing blood. Gravely injured and unable to remain hidden any longer, Wu Jing dismissed Pika's ambush with indifference. How audacious to attempt such a covert attack in a space as confined as this arena. His observation haki rivaled that of an admiral, and he had long since locked on to Pika's presence. Meanwhile, Minggu observed with a furrowed brow, a visage typically indicative of his anger, yet this time it stemmed not from fury but from the overwhelming prowess displayed by Wu Jing. The ominous aura emanating from the black blade he wielded was unsettling, rivaling even Hawkeye's formidable sword. Minggu could no longer afford to maintain a spectator's mentality. Should this continue, He would lose all semblance of dignity in this world. "Lord Wu Jing, be careful," shouted old Kai, the leader of the 8 treasure navy, as he wielded his guandao, striking fiercely in Wu Jing's direction. The necessity to issue a warning while attacking was indeed a peculiar circumstance. Wu Jing raised his sword to parry Lao Kai's strike, displaying no surprise. Brother Ming had employed the abilities of the line fruit to manipulate Lao Kai's body, reminiscent of a decade ago when he controlled the massacre of the citizens by the tyrant King Li Qiu. This technique was effective only against the weaker, as those of greater strength remained beyond his control. Subsequently, Wu Jing wielded the legendary sword Dai Gui Che with precision, severing the parasitic lines binding Lao Kai, thereby liberating him. The chaos on the battlefield had escalated to a fever pitch. Wu Jing's allies and the rebel forces were exhausting their strength, battling fiercely against their foes. The small race had suffered significant casualties, while Wu Jing's companions fought valiantly, albeit at great cost. Brother Ming's subordinates had also sustained injuries, yet they remained in a comparatively better state. Meanwhile, Wu Jing observed Violetta ensnared in a life-threatening predicament. Baby 5, utilizing the weapon fruit, seized an opportunity to fire a heavy cannonball at Violetta while her guard was down. By the time Violetta became aware, the cannonball loomed ominously before her, and she could already sense the chilling breath of death. Wu Jing would not allow such events to transpire. He skillfully employed Shave to propel himself beside Violet, delivering a swift strike that sent the heavy artillery flying. The cannonball altered its trajectory, hurtling towards Diamante, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Hancock. The explosion left Diamante in tatters. Fortunately, he was shielded by the bullfighter cloak, for without it, he would have sustained grave injuries, if not worse. Wu Jing immediately showcased his prowess by deftly resolving the crisis for the 2 stunning women, earning their admiration. They found themselves in dire need of a man of such caliber. Without hesitation, Wu Jing soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of formidable crimson blade energies upon Ming Ji's subordinates on the battlefield. The blade energies, seemingly endowed with sentience, struck with unerring precision. Ming Ji's 2 high-ranking aides, Tori Pol and Diamante, utilized their respective devil fruit abilities to withstand Wu Jing's onslaught, while several other relatively weaker officers suffered injuries from his shockwaves. Caught off guard by Wu Jing's sudden assault, these individuals retreated to Ming Ji's side, an unexpected turn of events for them. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, my comrades." Wu Jing's voice resonated across the heights of Kings. Observing his allies ensnared in peril, he recognized the moment had come to display his prowess. As the saying goes, true heroes reveal their mettle in times of crisis. This was one of the reasons Wu Jing had withheld his hand. He sought to rescue the damsel and win her heart. Furthermore, he aimed to demonstrate to the people of Dressrosa who the true champion was, in a bid to earn their favor. The onlookers in Dressrosa erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing Wu Jing's powerful display. Damn it, Minggu thought, unable to contain his agitation. He had not anticipated that this unfamiliar man would so swiftly alter the tide of battle. Tidal wave of white lines. Suddenly, the nearby buildings morphed into streaks, surging towards Wu Jing like a mighty wave. This formidable combat technique was a result of Ming Ji's awakened devil fruit powers. Wu Jing did not flinch. He braced himself against Brother Ming's onslaught, his body enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, resisting the sharp, surging white waves that erupted like a dazzling spectacle of electric brilliance. "Lord Wu Jing, keep it up. This lad just loves to show off. Truly, my Lord Wu Jing is nothing short of magnificent and heroic." Wu Jing's companions, along with the onlookers witnessing the fierce battle, were utterly captivated by the formidable physique of Wu Jing. The 16 holy bullets, divine execution was unleashed by Minggu, employing the ultimate technique of his awakened fruit. The ground erupted with 16 torrents of tightly coiled, high-density armed color, manifested as purple lines, rapidly piercing toward Wu Jing. This time, Wu Jing did not confront the attack with his body. Instead, he wielded his sword with lightning speed, executing 16 strikes imbued with armed color Haki to counter Ming Ji's assault. The resounding clashes echoed across the sky, a series of violent impacts reverberating through the atmosphere, leaving the inhabitants of Der Island in a state of shock as they beheld this breathtaking confrontation. Initially, they observed Wu Jing's side at a significant disadvantage, devoid of any glimmer of hope. However, Wu Jing's emergence rekindled their optimism. They were weary of living in such a perpetual state of anxiety. For over an hour, the two engaged in an intense battle. Wu Jing adeptly maneuvered in close and distant combat, while Minggu, proficient in long-range engagements, maintained a strategic distance to maximize the potential of his string fruit abilities. Mingge, an extraordinary wielder of Conqueror's Haki, infused his attacks with an overwhelming aura in an effort to intimidate Wu Jing. What he did not anticipate was that Wu Jing was also a possessor of Conqueror's Haki, surpassing him in both quantity and quality. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Mingge found the strength of this unknown individual, Wu Jing, far beyond his estimations. With a ghostly black blade, an unyielding physique, and inexhaustible stamina, Wu Jing was no ordinary adversary in the world of pirates. Yet, Mingge had never heard of him. It was no wonder that the formidable Virgo had met his demise shortly after entering Caesar's laboratory. He had undoubtedly encountered this monstrous foe. Had Mingge known of the formidable presence among Caesar's entourage, he would not have been so overconfident in letting them in, but rather would have sought to intercept them and await the arrival of Green Bull. Mingge, much like Caesar, had erred due to his arrogance, believing it would be an easy victory, only to inadvertently invite disaster. Look at how those lines are appearing around the King's Heights, Violetta observed, ever vigilant of her surroundings, more familiar with the area than Wu Jing and his companions. The birdcage. Law's face paled at the sight. This was Ming Ge's ultimate technique. Those trapped within the birdcage would face certain death from the razor-sharp strings if they could not escape. This time, the birdcage was only deployed around the King's Heights, indicating Ming Ge's intent to swiftly eliminate Wu Jing. Squinting at the distant figure of Mingge, Wu Jing mused, "Let so many accompany you to the grave." Upon sensing Wu Jing's gaze, Mingge finally revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 35. I can be king to the birdcage, the most destructive technique of Ming Ge's string fruit, comprised sharp lines that could injure even someone of Violetta's caliber with the slightest contact. Those ensnared within found it nearly impossible to escape, for the threads forming the birdcage could also disrupt electromagnetic waves and wireless signals, preventing them from summoning help with phone bugs. The area surrounding the King's Heights spanned approximately 10 kilometers, and the birdcage would retract at a speed of about 50 miles per hour. In less than 6 minutes, it would converge back to Ming Ge's side, ensuring the demise of anyone unable to flee. Upon witnessing the birdcage, Ming Ge's subordinates had already stealthily approached the strings. Mingge manipulated the birdcage, widening the lines at a specific location to allow his men to escape first. Meanwhile, Wu Jing and his companions were like ants on a hot pan, frantically searching for a solution amidst this perilous moment, feeling utterly helpless. While others would be at a loss, Wu Jing understood that defeating the operator would dissolve the entire crisis. "Law, I need your assistance." Wu Jing called to the tattered figure behind him. "Just say the word." Luo responded without hesitation. Wu Jing whispered a few words into Luo's ear. After listening, Luo drew his blade, Ghost Cry, and swiftly charged towards the direction of Mingge. For minutes had already elapsed, and Mao Gao and the others watched the nearby birds with anxious anticipation directed at Wu Jing. Meanwhile, Wu Jing leisurely lit 5 Marlboro cigarettes, the rhythm dazzling the onlookers. Was this a display of bravado before death? Did Luo still wish to struggle? As Luo rushed forward, Mingge remained unfazed. To him, Luo was still nothing more than a weakling. In the room slaughterhouse, Luo regarded Mingge with a mocking smile. After uttering the name of his skill, he vanished from sight, only for Wu Jing to materialize where Luo had just stood. "Ghost kill," Wu Jing bellowed. At that moment, the blade in his hand, Ghost Cry, erupted with a brilliant, otherworldly light, and a powerful blade aura surged towards Mingge like lightning. Mingge broke into a cold sweat, caught off guard by Wu Jing's sudden appearance, unable to react in time. The blade aura, imbued with an eerie light, penetrated Ming Ge's innards, and after a brief struggle, he collapsed to the ground. With Ming Ge's fall, the birdcage vanished in an instant, and Wu Jing's companions quickly arrived to secure Mingge with high loose stone handcuffs. At that moment, Mingge was on the brink of death. That single strike had nearly claimed his life. Previously, Wu Jing had instructed Luo to utilize the spatial transformation ability of the speed fruit in the slaughterhouse to deliver a surprise attack on Mingge. That strike was the result of Wu Jing channeling his armed Haki into the first-generation Ghost Cry. This Haki could be stored within the blade for a short time, exponentially increasing the damage inflicted. The name Ghost Kill had occurred to him spontaneously. Since the blade was designed for killing, the term was quite fitting. After Mingge fell, Diamante and the others immediately charged at Wu Jing. This time, Wu Jing held nothing back, raising Ghost Cry and unleashing a flurry of strikes at Ming Ge's subordinates. The frenzied, spectral blade aura surged towards them, resulting in severed limbs and, in some cases, instant death. Mao Gao could no longer bear to watch, while they had fought desperately. Wu Jing merely stood by, hands in pockets, enjoying the spectacle. He always relished playing the hero. Luo wore an expression of weariness and resignation internally. He felt immense gratitude towards Wu Jing, recognizing that the formidable Minggu was beyond his capability to handle. Thunderous applause erupted across Dressrosa. As the citizens finally witnessed Ming Ji's defeat, the detestable Don Quixote family brought to its knees. The man named Wu Jing had become their hero. Long live Lord Wu Jing. The voice of the live broadcaster, Gaz, reverberated through Dressrosa, a proclamation he had hesitated to make prior to Ming Ji's fall, knowing that if Wu Jing had lost, it would have spelled disaster for him. The citizens of Dressrosa worshipped Wu Jing on the screen. This was the outcome he had desired. A chance to be regarded as a king. The sounds of unwavering adoration filled the skies of Dressrosa, as the video depicted Wu Jing flanked by two beauties, Hancock and Violet. Afternoon approached. Wu Jing, accompanied by Margot, arrived outside the prison where Minggu was detained. After Margot administered appropriate treatment, Minggu gradually regained consciousness. If not restrained by the sea prism stone handcuffs, he could utilize his string fruit abilities to mend his damaged organs. Hehehe. Do you realize that imprisoning a celestial dragon is a profound insult to them? Minggu, undeterred by his confinement, exuded an even more imperious demeanor. Though cast aside by the celestial dragons, he still regarded himself as one of them, viewing himself as superior and disdainful of the lowly, relishing in their servitude. With their lives resting at his whim, no one can prevent my return to Miraculously. Otherwise, their fate shall be death. Someday, I shall return to my homeland. Wu Jing exposed the scars within Ming Ji's heart. His every action was driven by the desire to grow powerful enough to reclaim his place among the celestial dragons. Is this all you amount to? Cast aside by that group of scoundrels, yet you remain obsessed with them. Infuriated by Wu Jing's derision, Ming Ji's countenance twisted in rage. Yet he refrained from responding. Now a prisoner, he could only harbor this hatred within. As for justice and evil, you understand it clearly. Only the victor embodies justice. But this has nothing to do with you. You shall never be the victor. Your deeds have destined you for abandonment by this era. I am your terminator. Wu Jing flashed his characteristic roguish smile. Kill me? If you have the courage, do it now. Hehehe. Minggu dismissed Wu Jing's words, weary of such bravado. To dare to kill him so openly would be a grave affront to the celestial dragons, with consequences beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. Even his clandestine ally, the Yonko Kaido, would never dare utter such words. Haha. My pirate crew is known as the Dragon Slayer Pirates, and the dragons I seek to slay are you celestial dragons. Wu Jing's seemingly casual remarks resonated like thunder in Ming Ji's heart, causing his heartbeat to momentarily falter. It was the first time he had heard someone dare to utter such words. The exalted celestial dragons were not to be trifled with. Bururu. The transponder snail rang. Chapter 36. Is it a cow or a donkey? Report, Lord Wu Jing, Admiral Green Bull's warship has arrived at the shores of the island. What should we do? Violetta's voice trembled with anxiety. On the verge of tears, he was the only man she could rely on. Just let them in. I will deal with him shortly, Wu Jing gently reassured her. For a fragile woman like Violetta, enduring such a multitude of overwhelming events in a single day was an unbearable strain. Row, go and eliminate sugar, Wu Jing commanded. You young brat. You dare not kill me, so you can only vent your frustrations on that little one. Minggu scoffed arrogantly. While he would not overly concern himself with the life of a subordinate, being so easily manipulated left him deeply unsettled. While he still drew breath, he would revel in his arrogance, savoring these fleeting days. Haha. Wu Jing regarded Minggu with disdain. The celestial dragons had dominated the pirate world for over 800 years, and this blind sense of superiority had been cultivated over time, even on the day of his demise. Minggu likely believed he was merely intimidating Wu Jing. Before Wu Jing's transformation, he assessed Ming Ji's life as that of a pitiful creature with lofty ambitions yet perpetually unable to rise above them. Wu Jing considers himself a person of lofty aspirations, deeply yearning for the position of leadership. However, unlike Minggu, he does not indulge in arrogance that alienates him from societal acceptance. Much like Roger, who, despite facing a minority of detractors, is predominantly revered as the Pirate King, Wu Jing understands that mere acknowledgement from a select few is insufficient. One must garner the support of the majority. Doflamingo, inherently tainted by malevolence, exhibited hysteria upon losing his celestial dragon status, driven by an insatiable desire to dominate others. His ambition to reclaim his former glory led him to offer his father's head as a token of allegiance. He has never shown a shred of mercy towards the common folk. While some ignorant inhabitants of Dressrosa extolled his virtues, he secretly treated their families as mere playthings, exploiting them for a decade. The notion of Doflamingo having significant family ties is but a ruse to deceive others. Even the life of his loyal subordinate Virgo pales in comparison to his mercantile pursuits. He would not hesitate to eliminate his own brother, Mingo, let alone these so-called family members devoid of blood relations. Mingo has tirelessly sought powerful subordinates around the globe. Yet his inhumane actions render him incapable of attracting formidable pirates, except for those of mediocre strength who covet wealth and luxury. Ming Ji's aspiration to become the pirate king is a delusional fantasy, one that his subordinates naively believe in. However, Wu Jing perceives this as a rather unamusing jest. To ascend as the pirate king, one must confront the four emperors. How can one claim the title without vanquishing them? Mingu has never contemplated defeating any of the four emperors, let alone taking action. Does he think the position of pirate king will be handed to him on a silver platter? While Mingu harbors his own schemes, they lack ambitions, as he foolishly believes that attaining immortality through the Op no Mi will ensure his success. He is oblivious to the changing tides of time. As the current four emperors age, new and formidable pirates will inevitably emerge. What competitive edge does Mingu possess? Overconfidence is merely arrogance. Lacking strength while greedily pursuing more is a grievous sin, one that he must bear the consequences of himself. After his capture, Mingu believed that the world would descend into chaos without him, yet the world remained undisturbed. Instead, he became a source of ridicule and gossip within the pirate realm. Many expressed sympathy for Doflamingo's family, as his parents and brother are benevolent individuals. However, for Wu Jing, compassion is absent from his lexicon. Each individual's life trajectory is shaped by their choices. Had Ming Ji's father made different decisions, perhaps he would not have faced such a fate. Choosing a path that aligns with one's true self is the essence of a fulfilling life. Otherwise, one can only blame themselves for their circumstances. In the previous pirate world, Mingu was defeated by Luffy and imprisoned in the 6th level of the undersea prison. In this world, however, Mingu is not so fortunate. He serves as a stepping stone for Wu Jing on his path to greatness. Where is Doflamingo? Why has he yet to emerge to greet me? This is exceedingly vexing and infuriates me. I might just capture him alongside. A towering figure bellowed in discontent at the entrance of the King's Heights. This imposing man, clad in a navy white coat and a green checkered shirt, wielded a weapon reminiscent of a halberd. He was none other than Admiral Green Bull. Doflamingo has already been apprehended. You should return, came the response from the gathering of individuals, including Wu Jing and his companions. Wu Jing, accompanied by his subordinates, sauntered towards Green Bull, nonchalantly puffing on 5 Marlboro cigarettes. With each movement, he exuded an irresistible charm. For the women who recognized Wu Jing, such an impeccable visage, unparalleled strength, and an understanding of what women desire was truly a rarity in the pirate world, igniting their yearning to toil alongside him. As for the fate of Doflamingo, it was of no concern to him. After all, you are the scoundrel who killed Virgo, and I, the general, shall bring you back for execution. Ha ha ha. Green Bull's laughter echoed fiercely into the heavens, resonating throughout the entirety of D Island, sending shivers down spines with its chilling intensity. Do not presume that being a bull grants you the liberty to boast at will. Beware the lash of the bullwhip. Wu Jing smirked mischievously at Green Bull, intrigued by his prowess. Nanny? Am I truly so obscure in the pirate world? Perhaps it is merely because I have yet to encounter a worthy pirate, he mused. Today, I shall use you to establish my reputation. It is simply your ill fortune. Green Bull, incensed by Wu Jing's words, bristled with pride. Being a man who valued his image immensely, he would never engage in battle unless he deemed his opponent satisfactory, preferring to command his subordinates instead, as he was excessively concerned with appearances. Moreover, when Green Bull undertook missions, he treated them as leisurely vacations, indulging in food, drink, and revelry. He often donned civilian attire to enjoy the vibrant festivities of the island nation, living a carefree life, leading many to mistakenly perceive him as a wastrel, oblivious to his true identity as a vice admiral. No need for you, Sir Wu Jing, to lift a finger. Allow me to subdue this loathsome bull myself. Hancock, taking the initiative, stepped forth to battle, eager to showcase her prowess before Wu Jing, perhaps fearing he might be swayed by another woman. I disdain to engage with a woman. You are truly lacking in courage, requiring a woman to step forward. What a useless man, Green Bull sneered at Wu Jing. By all accounts, this is a woman's affection for him, Wu Jing retorted, feeling belittled by Green Bull's words. A foolish donkey, oblivious to the care women bestow. Wu Jing returned Green Bull's disdainful gaze. Nanny, am I truly a bull? Chapter 37. The bullfight is quite dangerous. Wu Jing and Green Bull stood at the Dado bullfighting arena, surrounded by a treacherous pool teeming with ferocious piranhas, ready to devour anyone who dared to fall in. This venue was originally intended for the competition over the flame fruit scheduled for a month later, but Wu Jing's unexpected arrival abruptly concluded the event. He had already secured the coveted flame fruit, yet Green Bull's presence ignited a fierce contest of its own. The stands were overflowing with spectators, predominantly locals from Dado, fervently cheering for Wu Jing, while a minority comprised of Green Bull's naval supporters looked on. Both combatants had agreed to a duel of precisely 300 exchanges, neither more nor less. Should one falter, it would signify defeat. If one were slain, that too would count as a loss. The outcome rested solely on their performance. They had also settled the consequences of their defeat. Should Wu Jing lose, he would meekly surrender to the Navy, whereas if Green Bull were to fall, his only obligation would be to declare 3 phrases to the heavens: I am a foolish donkey. Without hesitation, Green Bull acquiesced, confident in his impending victory, believing he could triumph effortlessly. His insufferable demeanor left Hancock and others feeling anxious. Should Wu Jing lose, he would be taken away by the Navy, possibly never to return. It was evident that Green Bull possessed formidable strength, prompting Wu Jing to contemplate the necessity of exerting his full power. The match was about to commence. The arena's announcer, Gaz, reported with palpable tension, rooting for Wu Jing, the hero of Dado. With a resounding clang, the bell signaled the official start of the contest. The audience's hearts raced in unison, as if they were participants themselves. In stark contrast, the two combatants maintained an air of calm assurance, as if victory were already assured. After you. Wu Jing gestured grandiosely to Green Bull, attempting to project an image of cool confidence, fooling those unaware into thinking him courteous. Do you think I need your permission, brat? Do not push me too far, or I shall end you right here, Green Bull retorted, feeling humiliated and determined to shatter the young man's pride. Come now, spare the theatrics, it is rather unbecoming, Wu Jing replied, unperturbed by the bull's ire. Eager to gauge his own strength. The regenerative properties of the fruit of rebirth continuously augmented his mastery of hockey and stamina, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. In comparison to the past, even defeating the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo would now be a matter of mere moments. Beast transformation. Green Bull suddenly erupted in size, his forehead sprouting 2 formidable horns. His muscles swelled, dense green fur sprouted across his skin, his hair stood erect, his eyes turned a vibrant green, and his aura radiated an ominous hue. This resembles the Bull Demon King, Wu Jing mused, momentarily taken aback by Green Bull's transformations, realizing he had activated his Zoan-type Devil Fruit's Berserker mode. Ha ha ha. Experience the might of my Green Bull fruit. Green Bull cackled maniacally, stomping the ground, causing the earth to tremble in fear. Fixing his bulging eyes on Wu Jing, he unleashed a barrage of over 100 shockwaves, each aimed with deadly precision. No matter which direction Wu Jing dodged, Green Bull's gaze followed, unleashing a relentless assault. With their proximity and the speed of the shockwaves, one struck Wu Jing squarely. Blood splattered across the arena. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been grievously wounded. This marked the first time Wu Jing had sustained an injury since entering the pirate world, as previous encounters had been mere sparring sessions with lesser adversaries. Wu Jing's injury elicited gasps of astonishment from the spectators, accompanied, of course, by a small faction of cheers from the Navy. As wounds appeared on his body, the regenerative fruit within him activated instantaneously, enveloping the injuries in a shimmering radiance, which, before long, facilitated his swift recovery. Wu Jing paid no heed to his wound. He was now wholly focused on the impending battle. The Green Bull, taken aback by Wu Jing's extraordinary physique, could not fathom why this young man dared to be so brazen. With a surge of audacity, the Green Bull vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside Wu Jing, thrusting his sharp horns forcefully towards Wu Jing's heart. Wu Jing did not evade. Should he have dodged, it would signify his defeat. In a fierce battle lasting 300 exchanges, the assessment of victory and defeat hinges upon the techniques employed. Wu Jing deftly wielded his blade to counter the onslaught of the Green Bull, continuously channeling his formidable energy toward the first-generation Ghost Che. The Green Bull, indeed brimming with vigor, exhaled thick plumes of white vapor from its nostrils. The two warriors stood their ground, locked in a fierce contest, while the audience fervently rallied behind their champions, their cheers echoing tirelessly. For a full 150 exchanges, neither combatant resorted to lethal strikes. Instead, they engaged in a vigorous back-and-forth clash, as if each were determined to outlast the other in a war of attrition. Despite the exertion, Wu Jing remained undeterred. Confident in his ability to swiftly replenish his energy, yet he was perplexed by the Green Bull's unyielding force. After such an extended bout, not only did the Green Bull show no signs of fatigue, but its strength appeared to intensify. The Green Bull, too, marveled at its opponent's resilience, likening Wu Jing to an indomitable cockroach, which only fueled its excitement for the fight. It had been long since the Green Bull encountered someone who ignited such fervor within, thus amplifying its own fighting spirit, a surge of bovine power coursing forth. After half an hour of this stalemate, the intensity of their confrontation remained unabated. Realizing the futility of this exchange, the Green Bull chose to abandon this method of combat, knowing that its energy would eventually deplete. While Wu Jing could afford to recuperate with a mere meal, ready to battle for an entire year if necessary, the situation devolved into a standoff, which was unnecessary for Wu Jing. The Green Bull could utilize this time to restore its stamina, its recovery rate vastly superior, akin to a rapid recharge. Then came the Bull's ultimate technique, the Bull Power, Demon King Slash. The Green Bull raised its halberd, which became enveloped in swirling green currents, exuding an aura of terror. The audience gasped in astonishment as they witnessed this formidable move, sensing the very fabric of the world shift in response to its power. It was undoubtedly the Green Bull's ultimate attack. Wu Jing, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger, contemplated this new threat. This strength likely surpassed that of a Kaino. Determined to test the potency of his own skill, Wu Jing unleashed his technique, the three-colored Haki, mixed slash, gathering his energy. Once more, the world trembled. This time at his command. Wu Jing's technique is a fusion of the three forms of Haki: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. His formidable regenerative body not only replenishes the supply of Haki, but also possesses an innate advantage in its control. In the hands of Wu Jing, the original ghost cut transformed into a weapon nearly the size of Green Bull's long spear after being enveloped in the three-colored Haki. It became even more ethereal and ghostly, occasionally emitting haunting wails. Young man, I must say I am quite impressed with your performance. Should you choose to join my ranks, I shall take responsibility for Virgo's demise. Green Bull expressed his admiration for Wu Jing's strength, recognizing that if this man were to join the Navy, it would significantly bolster its overall might. Green Bull, cease your attempts at humor. If you are unwilling to engage, I suggest you depart promptly, as I am rather occupied. Wu Jing nearly chuckled, for he had come here to claim the title of Pirate King, not to serve as a mere pawn of the world government. Then do not blame me. Prepare to receive the strike. Green Bull raised his long spear, aiming it menacingly at Wu Jing. Come forth, let us see whether you are a bull or a donkey. I eagerly await the outcome. Wu Jing too raised his black blade, pointing it defiantly at Green Bull. With a swift motion, both vanished from their positions, appearing in midair, each wielding their weapons with fervor as they lunged towards one another. Chapter 38. A new ally and a woman. The clash of their blades resonated powerfully, echoing across the skies of D Island. Astonishingly, cracks began to form in the very air above, reminiscent of the tremors unleashed by Whitebeard's quake fruit. Should such a battle unfold upon the ground, the sheer destructive force of their violent exchanges would obliterate everything in its vicinity. Such power. Green Bull possesses the strength to contend with Kaido. This is troubling, Wu Jing pondered, lost in awe of Green Bull's extraordinary physical prowess. Fear not. He will not falter, Marco observed intently, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Still, he believed in Wu Jing's resilience. Let us rally behind the hero of D Island. Lord Wu Jing. Gambat. Gaz, the announcer, led the crowd in exuberant cheers for Wu Jing. Lord Wu Jing, Gambat. Gambat. The audience in the stands, fueled by Gaz's enthusiasm, fervently shouted their support for Wu Jing. Hancock and Violet, too, fervently encouraged him, their anxious hearts causing their chests to rise and fall dramatically. A beautiful sight amidst the tension. In the sky, both combatants wore fierce expressions, determined to shatter one another with their weapons, engaged in a fierce exchange reminiscent of valiant warriors. Now, they unleashed their most potent attacks without reservation. Though the speed of their clashes had diminished from the initial fervor, each strike bore the weight of their greatest lethality. The first to falter would be deemed the loser. Thus, they engaged in this exhausting battle for nearly 3 hours. Yet Green Bull remained as vibrant as ever, a testament to his monstrous physique. Wu Jing was beginning to lose his patience. He was determined to bring down the Green Bull swiftly. In response to his fervent resolve, Wu Jing suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Consequently, his combat prowess doubled, allowing him to strike the Green Bull with such force that it struggled to catch its breath. If one strike was insufficient, Then he would deliver several more. Wu Jing, resembling a watermelon, wielded a massive sword and savagely hacked at the green bull before him. Wu Jing's regenerative fruit exhibited signs of awakening, with a continuous flow of energy emanating from the audience and the aquatic beasts in the water. The green bull brandished his long spear, strenuously resisting, his hands marred with bloodstains. Look, someone has fallen. In the midst of their fierce clash, one would surely emerge defeated. A towering figure plummeted from the sky with great velocity, crashing down with a resounding thud that sent a mushroom cloud spiraling upwards. As the smoke dissipated, the green bull was revealed in a big shape, panting heavily with an expression of disbelief. That last strike had been utterly terrifying. Ah, Lord Wu Jing has triumphed, Kez exclaimed excitedly, his voice igniting a fervor among the audience who began to chant Wu Jing's name. With his sword returned to its sheath, Wu Jing leveraged the moon step technique to leap down beside the green bull. Indeed, the green bull was formidable. He had assumed his brute strength would be enough to wear Wu Jing down, only to find himself on the brink of exhaustion instead, a notion he had never anticipated. After such an intense battle, Wu Jing felt a hint of fatigue. Even though the regenerative fruit had fully restored his stamina, the sensation of weariness could not be entirely eradicated. Go ahead and shout, Green Bull. Oh, my apologies, Green Donkey, Wu Jing taunted, gazing at the fallen green bull, intent on aggravating him further. Aren't you full of bravado? Today, I shall elevate your anger to the heavens. Brother, have some mercy. I value my reputation greatly. Well, that is your concern. I want to offer my respect for free. Then tell me, as long as you don't make me look foolish in public, I shall grant you any request. Be my subordinate. Change that request. Spit it out quickly. I am quite busy. Wu Jing smirked cruelly, eyeing the green bull's tail with anticipation. The green bull, feeling the weight of Wu Jing's sinister expression, tightened his legs in trepidation. This lad was truly ruthless. I concede, but do not expect me to engage in anything too extreme. I am a vice admiral of the Navy. Cornered, the green bull reluctantly lowered his defenses, recognizing Wu Jing's formidable strength at such a young age, hinting at a future even more powerful. I understand. Is this your way of agreeing? Brother. After his defeat, the green bull promptly summoned his subordinates to depart from the scene, unable to bear the humiliation of remaining. He also issued a gag order to his men, insisting that news of his defeat must not leak out. Should he discover any traitor, they would be fed to the fishes. Wu Jing also instructed that the people of Tokushima should refrain from disclosing this information, as this younger brother holds significant importance. The entire island of Tokushima resonated with the vibrant melodies of samba, and the populace joyfully sang and danced, while atop the heights of the king. The revelry mirrored the festivities below. In a small chamber, Wu Jing twirled Violet in a lively Latin dance, his hands exploring her form with a graceful finesse. During his previous life as a human, Wu Jing had diligently honed his dancing skills at the academy, possessing an innate talent for the art. Yet, his true passion lay in acting. Had fate not intervened, he believed that with his talent, winning a Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers award would have been well within his grasp. Stay here, Wu Jing. The people will crown you as their new king. Violet gazed at him with deep affection, captivated by his perfection, reluctant to see him depart. I have numerous matters to attend to. Fear not, for I shall think of you, he replied earnestly, looking into the eyes of the exquisite beauty before him. Then let me accompany you. I can take care of you. My lord. Violet's eyes glazed over as she nestled against Wu Jing, a warmth enveloping her. Keep me here, and assist me when I require your aid. Will you? Assist you? What a delightful prospect. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, for you are the hero of this land, and the sole champion of my heart. To conquer this enchanting lady was akin to conquering the nation itself. Thus, he resolved to immerse himself in arduous toil. As the night succumbed to the whispering winds, it concluded with the gentle creaking of the floorboards. Upon awakening the following morning, Wu Jing was already dressed and brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, Princess Violet lay snoring softly, exhausted yet blissful after having surrendered her innocence to the one she adored. Outside, a figure awaited. Luo? What brings you here? Wu Jing expressed mild surprise at Luo's presence. I have slain Sugar, and the toy soldiers have returned to their human forms, Luo stated with an expressionless visage. Very well. I presume you have more to convey? Matters here have concluded, and I am preparing to depart. What was it you wished for my assistance with? I seek your help in integrating another devil fruit within my body. This was nearly an impossible feat. It would require the implantation of a powerful heart within him, a burden his body could scarcely endure. Luo was taken aback by Wu Jing's audacious notion, remarking, "One's body cannot sustain the consumption of 2 devil fruits. I advise you to abandon this idea. You are bothersome. I shall simply kill Doflamingo and use his heart instead. Should you perish, do not blame me." Luo replied with a resigned expression, astonished by the peculiarity of Wu Jing's request. Chapter 39. Duel Gains. My Lord Wu Jing, I shall miss you dearly, sobbed Mancheri, tears streaming down her face. "Do not weep, Princess Mancheri. We shall visit you whenever we can," Long Kuei reassured her. Having narrowly escaped calamity with the aid of Mancheri's healing fruit. "I do not want your visits. I only desire Wu Jing to come see me." Humph. "Very well. I shall visit you. I shall be your elder brother. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall vanquish them." Wu Jing grinned charmingly at the adorable Mancheri in his palm. "I do not want you as my older brother. I want you to be my man." Mancheri's words left Wu Jing momentarily speechless. How could someone so small desire him as her man? Such a notion was bewildering. For the women in the pirate world were formidable. "Mancheri, do not be foolish. My Lord Wu Jing is eager to set sail, and he is quite busy," Violet interjected, unwilling to share this handsome figure with another. "Do not harbor such delusions. My Lord Wu Jing is my fiancé, for I am simply too beautiful," Hancock proclaimed, striking her signature pose. Infuriating, the 2 women from Der Island were thoroughly incensed by Hancock's words, ready to engage in conflict. Wu Jing could not help but support his forehead, displaying a visage of acute exasperation. Even the allure of his striking handsomeness came with its own burdens. Hey. Can you all please quiet down? I am exceedingly busy," he exclaimed. "If you did not intervene soon, they would be stuck here for an eternity." With the collective farewell of the island's populace, Wu Jing finally departed from Der Island, leaving with a vessel laden with goods. His haul included the capture of Ming Gu and the acquisition of Der Island, not to mention the coveted burned fruit, which he would not forsake. Initially, he contemplated ascending to the throne as the king of Der Island, but he soon dismissed this unambitious notion. A mere king of Der Island could not satisfy his aspirations. He aimed to be the pirate king. Princess Violet now rightfully held the title of king here, and Wu Jing had resolved to win her affections, relying on her to govern in his stead. As for the prisoners in the dungeon, aside from Mingo, who he took with him, Caesar remained incarcerated, while the others were dispatched to the Navy headquarters under Violet's orders. This strategy would not only yield a substantial fortune, but also win the hearts of the people of Der Island. The bounties on the members of the Don Quixote family had long been posted. Naturally, the world government had no desire to eradicate the Don Quixote family. They required this power to maintain stability in the pirate world. This was a facade, a pretense, treating the global populace as if they were fools. Buzzing. Wu Jing's transponder snail rang, revealing the alluring lips of Califa. Lung, you've caused quite the uproar. The entire Don Quixote family has been toppled," Califa called, having swiftly learned of the news. The world government truly had a rapid grasp of information. "Oh, it's nothing. You've seen my prowess firsthand," he replied nonchalantly. "You insufferable wretch, I know you're flirting with Violet. I will eliminate that harlot," she declared vehemently. "Don't act recklessly. Do you still want my affection?" Wu Jing teased. "Of course I do." "Good. Your man will not be ensnared by trivialities. His journey is among the stars and the seas. Indeed, in every regard, you are simply magnificent, my dear Lung." After exchanging sweet nothings, Califa reluctantly ended the call. A day after leaving Der Island, Wu Jing's remarkable feats reverberated throughout the pirate world. In the depths of Miraculously, an individual observed the newspaper on the table with interest, prominently featuring Wu Jing's visage. This individual was none other than him, a figure capable of bringing the 5 elders to their knees, whose gender and age remained shrouded in mystery. Im's attention was not on Wu Jing himself, but rather the dagger in his hand. Meanwhile, in a modest lounge within the Holy Land, the 5 elders lounged on a sofa, leisurely sipping coffee, as if the affairs of the world bore no relevance to them. They were the pinnacle of global authority, denoted by the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The revered Im had not yet made an appearance. Jupiter. "It appears the Don Quixote family is on the verge of extinction," remarked a man with golden hair and beard, sipping his coffee, identified as Venus. "Better dead than tarnishing our family's name. The Don Quixote branch has long been purged," replied a white-haired man with a long beard, known as Jupiter. "Were it not for your influence, I would have seen to his demise long ago," grumbled a bald man with flame-shaped sideburns and a birthmark on his forehead. Recognized as Mars. "Doflamingo should indeed be dealt with, but it is not for others to handle," Family matters must be resolved within the family, grumbled an elder resembling Marx, known as Mercury. Very well, let us capture Doflamingo and toss him into the underwater prison for his retirement, declared the cold-eyed man, Saturn. The five elders regarded Wu Jing's emergence with indifference, primarily concerned with whether Ming Ji's fate would affect the celestial dragon's reputation. In the Navy headquarters conference hall, admirals and vice-admirals congregated. Damn it, that scoundrel Doflamingo was utterly powerless, defeated by a newcomer. Akainu exclaimed, pounding his fist against Wu Jing's image in the newspaper, reducing the table to splinters. Green Bull, weren't you dispatched to Der Island to apprehend them? How did you allow them to escape? Sengoku inquired, stroking his beard while scrutinizing the unfamiliar face on the paper. Is that my fault? When I arrived, they had already fled, Green Bull replied, donning a look of exasperation. To have defeated Ming Gu so swiftly, this individual possesses strength far beyond mine. Vice Admiral Chato exclaimed in amazement. Useless man, with your caliber, you dare pursue me? Perhaps in your next life, Vice Admiral Peach remarked disdainfully. Chato had professed his affections for her 100 times, only to be rebuffed each time. She was indeed the most beautiful flower among the Navy. The next time I encounter him, I shall demonstrate the strength of my fists, Carp vowed, delivering Chato a playful thump. How terrifying. Another troublesome individual has emerged, Kizuru remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. The system of the 7 warlords of the sea should be abolished. They serve no purpose and merely bring disgrace, Fujitora opined, finally seizing the opportunity to challenge the subpar policy. Meanwhile, on Onigashima near Ueno, Kaidoa the Beast was seething with rage, occasionally taking large swigs from his jug of sake. The defeat of Mingo had deprived him of significant profits. He would not tolerate anyone encroaching on his territory. Rayleigh also contacted Wu Jing, lauding his impressive performance while advising caution and reminding him to reach out if anything arose, which Wu Jing appreciated. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Slayer pirates were engrossed in the news, relishing their newfound fame from the Der Island incident. Law chose not to depart, as his agreement with Wu Jing remained unfulfilled. In the battle for Der Island, Wu Jing had garnered immense global attention, causing a notable upheaval in the pirate world. His bounty soared from 50 million berries to a staggering 500 million berries. Had Green Bull not concealed the truth of his defeat, Wu Jing's bounty would have likely doubled. Additionally, the bounties for Marco and others saw minor increases. At last, I have gained some recognition, Wu Jing exclaimed, inhaling the smoke from his 10 cigarettes. Life requires both luck and hard work, he mused. Congratulations, Lord Wu Jing. Your brilliance and might shall unify the realm for centuries to come. Dragon Kuei exclaimed with sycophantic glee. At such a tender age, transforming from innocence to a sycophant so swiftly, your future is boundless, Wu Jing reflected with a mix of admiration and amusement. Hancock gazed at him with a flirtatious expression, leaving Wu Jing in a state of inner turmoil, longing yet restrained. Chapter 40. The war at Marineford was not an isolated incident after this upheaval. The Dragon Slayer pirates seemed to vanish from the pirate world, eluding both the Navy and other pirates. Where had they gone? They returned to Amazon Lily. Wu Jing is acutely aware of the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. Currently, his pirate crew finds itself at the center of attention, and it would be prudent to lay low until the storm passes before making any grand moves. Even in the world of pirates, the 4 emperors themselves refrain from being ostentatious and reckless. They understand the importance of discretion when the time calls for it. Allowing one person to bask in the limelight can incite envy and resentment among others. An important matter on his return to Amazon Lily is the news of Marco's wife, Daisy, expecting a child. Marco has certainly made a remarkable impact. Upon hearing this news, Marco was nearly brought to tears with joy. Had it not been for a previous mishap, he might not have considered finding a woman to carry on his legacy. Daisy, upon seeing Marco, rushed to him, overwhelmed with affection after such a long separation, showering him with kisses on his cheeks. The women of Amazon Lily are known for their spirited nature. Marco, being a man of simple heart, felt his face flush under the gaze of so many. The other women on the island were equally thrilled to see Wu Jing return, especially since he brought along a man, none other than Law. Law felt the scrutinizing eyes of these women upon him, which made him quite uncomfortable, as if he were a sheep among wolves. Law, feel free to choose anyone you fancy, do not hold back, Wu Jing exclaimed playfully, puffing smoke rings at the women surrounding him, who seemed to revel in his antics. Honestly, I have no interest in women, I merely seek tranquility, Law replied, his expression one of indifference. He was not the type to be easily swayed by ordinary women. Suit yourself. We shall linger here for a few days before contemplating our next steps, Wu Jing stated, and proceeded to walk away with Hancock amidst a throng of women, leaving Law surrounded by hundreds of admirers. Sir, will you come sleep at my house tonight? One woman proposed. Come to my place. My sister and I are excellent caretakers. Brave one, why not join me? We 10 sisters all sleep together. You may choose whoever you wish. Law broke into a cold sweat. The women here were exceedingly bold, dressed as if they were nearly unclad, and they were unabashedly flirtatious. While such an opportunity would delight many, unfortunately for them, they encountered Law. Please, step away. I have no interest in women, Law declared, frowning at the women encircling him, some of whom had begun to make advances. With Law's resolute dismissal, the women could only sigh in disappointment and return home, lamenting that true gems are hard to find. Wu Jing, through his keen observation, marveled at the situation on Women's Island, pondering that if it were on Earth, men would indeed be exceptionally fortunate. During his days on this island, he allowed himself to indulge in the pleasures of food and drink, seeking to relax his mind, occasionally reflecting on combat techniques. His previous battle with Green Bull had bestowed upon him invaluable experience, enhancing his proficiency with the legendary sword, the first-generation Guiche. Furthermore, the regenerative fruit began to exhibit signs of awakening. During the fierce confrontation with Green Bull, spanning over 300 rounds, the depletion of energy was unprecedented. Had he relied solely on his usual recovery rate, defeating Green Bull would have been impossible. Driven by an intense desire to win, Wu Jing discovered that the regenerative fruit was absorbing energy from its surroundings. The spectator's energy was siphoned and transmitted to him by the fruit. This energy theft was imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Wu Jing could distinctly sense the influx of energy into his body, with the restoration of his own power. Complemented by the continuous supply of external energy, he ultimately delivered a staggering blow that felled Green Bull. Had the regenerative fruit not awakened, the outcome might have been different. Green Bull thrived on the intensity of the battle, growing bolder with each exchange. Relying solely on his own strength, Wu Jing could only muster his most potent strike at its peak. It was the infusion of external power that enabled him to deliver that breathtaking cut. Green Bull, thus defeated by a young energy siphoner, felt an overwhelming urge to bury himself in shame. But thankfully, Wu Jing preserved his dignity. A mere act of assistance meant little to Wu Jing. What mattered most was maintaining face. In the dining hall of Women's Island, Wu Jing and his companions feasted heartily, relishing the delectable cuisine of the pirate world. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Wu Jing, as was his custom, snapped his fingers and effortlessly lit 3 Marlboro cigarettes. Why haven't you eliminated Minggu yet? Keeping him around only invites trouble, Marco questioned, his confusion mirrored by the others. 2 years prior, the Paramount War unfolded at Marineford, resulting in the tragic demise of Whitebeard and Ace, a memory that still chilled him. Shanks had made an appearance, but only after the battle concluded. And even as Roger's son, he was reluctant to provoke the Navy, who had the world government backing them. As for Kaido and Lin Lin, they were both reckless, devoid of strategic thinking. Relying on them would lead to perpetual stagnation for the pirates. The pirate crew resembled a disbanded group, easily manipulated and having completely lost their dignity. The world government established the 4 emperors to incite their conflicts, thereby maintaining balance within the pirate realm. They would never allow one faction to dominate, as exemplified by Roger's fate. In essence, the world government seeks to control this world, positioning themselves as the elite while relegating others to subservience. Any rebellion would be swiftly quelled, leaving the pirates in a state of profound despair regarding the future. After all this, what do you truly intend to do? Luo questioned, still perplexed by Wu Jing's intentions. We lost face during the Paramount War, and I must reclaim it there, Wu Jing declared. Lord Wu Jing, what are you really planning? Please tell us. I'm dying of curiosity, Long Kuei interjected, her youthful inquisitiveness evident. Do you wish for others to know that you slayed Don Quixote da Flamingo at Marineford? Marco gazed at Wu Jing in disbelief. Wu Jing remained silent, merely nodding gently before immersing himself in a smoking, for he found inspiration in the act. The onlookers were left agape, their jaws nearly unhinged, their eyes bulging in disbelief, as Wu Jing, that scoundrel, appeared poised to reenact the epic battle once more. Chapter 41. Murder requires justification. Wu Jing's thoughts left Marco and the others feeling utterly fatigued. The respite they had enjoyed over the past few days was swiftly obliterated by his few words. The act of slaying Minggu in front of the entire world by Marin Fando was a deed that stripped the celestial dragons of their dignity. And there was undoubtedly no favorable outcome awaiting them. I refuse to partake in this. You shall handle it as you see fit. Marco was the first to decline, recalling how his father had met his demise due to the past actions of Ace, and he had no desire to suffer a similar fate at the hands of this current Ace. I shall not participate either. I am still but a child. Dragon Kuei exclaimed, already entwined with Marco. Neither Luo nor Hancock expressed their opinions. Hancock was not afraid. Rather, she was reluctant to witness Wu Jing come to harm. However, she hesitated to offer counsel, fearing it would only deepen his isolation. Luo, what is your stance? What do you mean by that? This matter does not concern me. I certainly will not attend. You bunch of cowards. I foolishly regarded you as brothers and sisters. What a disgrace. Wu Jing unleashed a torrent of curses, vehemently pointing at them, branding them as a group fearful of death. The atmosphere grew somber for a quarter of an hour until, unexpectedly, Wu Jing burst into laughter. A laugh so infectious that he could not contain it, accompanying it with a rhythmic pounding on the table. The others were left bewildered by his inexplicable mirth. How could his emotions shift so rapidly? They struggled to comprehend his sudden change in demeanor. Wu Jing was acutely aware that these individuals, with their limited intellect, could not keep pace with his rhythm. After all, he was a master of performance. At this moment, he was indeed acting, observing their attitudes to ascertain how best to proceed with his narrative. Well, I understand that lacking sufficient confidence, you are reluctant to take such significant risks. Allow me to share my intentions with you. With an air of calm assurance, Wu Jing casually caressed Hancock's pert posterior, appreciating its remarkable elasticity, lamenting only that he was not permitted to indulge in the experience. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, the group became increasingly intrigued, swiftly gathering around him, eager to discover how he intended to navigate such a formidable challenge. After several hours of patient narration, Wu Jing divulged his entire plan to them in great detail. Naturally, plans are static, while people are dynamic. Hence, some changes along the way are entirely expected. The group listened with rapt attention, praising Wu Jing's imaginative scheme, considering it worth a try. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. I will not compel you. Even if you choose not to assist me, I shall still regard you as dear family. Wu Jing maintained a calm demeanor, his acting skills truly remarkable. We are family, echoed the others, except for Luo. Thank you for your support, Wu Jing continued. Since Luo did not oppose, that counts as support for me, haha. Wu Jing unabashedly took the lead regarding Luo's involvement, leaving Luo in despair, wondering how someone could be so shameless. However, Luo did not voice any objections. He was genuinely intrigued by Wu Jing's plan and was eager to witness the downfall of Brother Ming as a form of solace for Kelisong's spirit. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Tomorrow I shall set forth for Fishman Island, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming Marineford War, Wu Jing stated sagely, as the saying goes. Preparation is the key to success. The others grasped the initial part of his words, but the latter adage eluded their understanding. A month is a considerable amount of time. The longer the delay, the greater the chance of unforeseen complications. The notion of reenacting the Marineford War had not recently dawned on Wu Jing. It had occurred to him during his meeting with Rayleigh. He had expressed his intention to travel to Dressrosa to eliminate Brother Ming, thus establishing himself as a significant figure in the pirate world. Rayleigh had informed him that Brother Ming's standing in the pirate realm was rather low. At best a second-rate character. Even if he were to kill Ming, he would only garner a modicum of attention and appreciation from a fraction of the pirates, but not the fervent adoration of the majority. After pondering Rayleigh's words, Wu Jing found them reasonable and conceived the idea of orchestrating a grander scheme to recreate the Marineford War. Choosing to execute Brother Ming at the former Navy headquarters, Marineford, would be akin to slapping the celestial dragons in front of the world's pirates, a thrilling prospect indeed. He aimed to incite madness within the pirate world, demonstrating that there were those brave enough to challenge the powerful, thereby solidifying his image as a king in their hearts. Brother Ming, being of celestial dragon blood and notoriously cruel in Dressrosa, negated the need for Wu Jing to emphasize that this was an assassination of a celestial dragon. The knowledge was already widespread. Stating it too explicitly would only lead to irrevocable tensions with the celestial dragons. Currently, it was unnecessary to provoke them to such an extent. Their might was formidable, and to recklessly engage would be folly. Wu Jing would not be so foolish. Thus, he would adopt a bold facade, proclaiming righteousness as his banner while eliminating Brother Ming. The celestial dragons may speak of justice, but he would advocate for benevolence. Brother Ming's heinous actions, murdering his father and brother, and his inhumane conduct in Dressrosa were indeed deserving of contempt within the pirate world. Wu Jing's actions are entirely justified, the Navy cannot openly confront him, lest they forfeit their claim to righteousness. This matter requires further contemplation, necessitating an examination of the various formidable factions within the pirate world. One must consider their perspectives to discern which side they might align with. The beast pirates, without a doubt, will send representatives, as Brother Ming has provided them with substantial benefits. The Big Mom pirates are likely to maintain a neutral stance, were Big Mom to possess beauty. Wu Jing might entertain the thought of courting her, but her lack of allure dissuades him. Shanks will remain uninvolved, as this matter bears no significance for him. Yet Wu Jing will devise a means to entice his presence. As for Blackbeard, he remains an unpredictable variable, should he find no advantage in this affair. He is unlikely to cause any disruption. The Straw Hat Pirates will undoubtedly make an appearance, and Wu Jing recognizes the necessity of forging an alliance with this faction. Well aware of Luffy's potential, his arrival signifies that the pirate world is destined to be rewritten by his hand. The narrative is his to dictate. Furthermore, there is another faction that occupies Wu Jing's thoughts. The remnants of Whitebeard's forces represent a formidable strength that cannot be overlooked. He has maintained communication with Marco and the captains. Wu Jing has emerged as a rising star on the island, garnering significant attention, much to the delight of Margot, who is also receiving extensive coverage. This newfound fame has resulted in Margot's phone being inundated with calls. Various captains have voiced their grievances, questioning why he has not coordinated activities with them, leaving Margot at a loss for words. Am I to blame? This is not solely within my purview. During the previous capture of Doflamingo, Wu Jing found no need for their assistance. Having too many people would complicate matters. Yet, this time, the mantra of more hands make light work is paramount. It is essential to first send these companions to Marineford to diligently prepare, as the notoriety from Doflamingo's downfall rivals that of Ace's demise. The news of Doflamingo's execution must not be prematurely disclosed. Otherwise, the world government and other nefarious forces will likely dispatch agents to thwart their plans. Such a course of action would be self-defeating, as he currently lacks the formidable resources of the world government to manage such an endeavor. The Navy announced Ace's execution a fortnight ago, primarily to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a trap. However, Wu Jing's objective in eliminating Doflamingo is to solidify his status as a king, propelling himself into the ranks of the most influential powers within the pirate world. He intends to create a grand spectacle, while simultaneously ensuring that the associated risks remain within manageable limits. Although fame can be a double-edged sword, with the rewards being substantial yet accompanied by exponentially increasing dangers, one cannot hope to achieve prominence in the pirate realm without establishing a formidable reputation. Chapter 42. A brazen welcome on the shores of Women's Island. Hancock and her companions gazed longingly at the receding pirate ship. Wu Jing did not bring Hancock along to Fishman Island this time, as the preliminary work on the Marineford side needs her attention. Additionally, he did not include Marco, who rarely has the opportunity to see his wife, especially since she is due to give birth in a few months. It is far better to allow Marco to remain here with his wife, reflecting his qualities as a commendable leader. Marco is indeed pleased with Wu Jing's arrangements. Wu Jing was accompanied by Law and Long Kue. One was a top-tier physician, and the other an exceptional helmsman. As long as they had sufficient provisions, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, with Hancock absent, it was even more convenient for him to exhibit his masculine prowess. Wu Jing, what suddenly prompted your desire to visit Fishman Island? Law remarked casually. Gulp, gulp. Wu Jing raised a large barrel of liquor in his hand and tilted his head back, draining the entire container of rum in one go. Refreshing, utterly exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Law observed Wu Jing without pressing him for a response. He understood that when Wu Jing was earnestly drinking, he would disregard anyone, even if they were the king of the world. To meet a woman, Wu Jing began to weave his enigmatic narrative again. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just say what you need to say, Law replied with a look of exasperation, having grown quite familiar with Wu Jing's antics. Impudence. Wu Jing suddenly delivered a playful flick to Law's forehead. The unfortunate Law now sported a little mushroom on his head, although his head throbbed painfully. He dared not show any sign of defiance. Continuing to resist would only lead to greater misery. Seeing Law obediently remain silent, Wu Jing felt quite satisfied. Subduing Law was merely a matter of a moment. Long Kue contentedly played the role of an onlooker, steering the ship while incessantly munching on snacks. Completely indifferent to Law's pitiful state. However, Wu Jing's upcoming journey to Fishman Island was motivated by two reasons. One was to meet a woman, and the other was the note among Roger's belongings, which mentioned Fishman Island. The other location, Sandola, was entirely unknown to him. The woman whom Wu Jing visited was none other than Princess Shirahoshi of the Ryugu Kingdom, a mermaid princess who appears once every 800 years, endowed with the extraordinary ability to commune with the Sea Kings. At this moment, Shirahoshi had inherited one of the three ancient weapons, the title of Poseidon, granting her the power to communicate with and command these formidable beings. However, her kind-hearted and innocent nature prevented her from wielding this power for destruction. Otherwise, the world government would have discovered her long ago, and her freedom would have been compromised. Wu Jing was well aware of this secret. Shirahoshi possessed the terrifying ability to summon the Sea Kings of the pirate world, a power that could easily obliterate a small island with a single attack, enough to make the world government tremble in fear. Perhaps when Poseidon chose a successor, it was based on the individual's moral character to determine their worthiness of such power. Had someone like Doflamingo been chosen, the pirate world would have descended into chaos long ago. After several days of sailing, Wu Jing beheld the distant holy land of Miraculously. The majestic and towering peaks of the Red Line were adorned with colossal skyscrapers, the headquarters of the world government, while the adjacent smaller buildings were the residences of the celestial dragons. Such opulent architecture, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship, explained why the inhabitants here held themselves in such high regard, viewing those beneath them as mere lower-class citizens. Wu Jing couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur before him. Wu Jing did not venture to marry Geos to create a disturbance with him. Rather, Fishman Island resides over 10,000 meters beneath the sea at Miraculously. This location serves as a crucial passage to the New World and is also the birthplace of the majority of the fishmen and merfolk. It is renowned as the undersea paradise, a veritable dreamland. The fishmen, exemplified by the former warlord of the sea, Jing, possess characteristics of both human and fish, allowing them to walk upright, whereas the merfolk, like the illustrious Shirahoshi, can communicate with fish, inhabiting the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island. Situated at depths exceeding 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, Wu Jing's destination was the Dragon Palace Kingdom, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea, the very heart of Fishman Island. Vessels aiming to reach this realm typically required a protective membrane applied at the Chambord Archipelago, navigating through the currents to ensure a safe arrival. This concern had already been addressed by Wu Jing during his time at Water 7, where he requested a small human-powered submarine from Iceberg. Utilizing any other form of propulsion to such depths posed a risk of running out of power and sinking to the ocean floor, leaving them, as fruit users, largely defenseless in the water. However, with the submarine at his disposal, as long as he possessed strength, he could freely traverse the seabed, a resource he had in abundance. As the ship drew nearer, Wu Jing instructed Long Kuei to halt their voyage. The closer they approached Miraculously, the more perilous the journey became. He was already capable of covertly entering the depths beneath Miraculously via a diving ladder, opting for solitude in this venture. He felt a twinge of unease leaving Long Kuei alone aboard, so he decided to have Luo remain as a precautionary measure. He held confidence in his own abilities, yet harbored a singular concern regarding the possibility of his body coming into contact with seawater. Fortunately, the submarine was of exceptional quality, easily withstanding ordinary attacks. Though Fishman Island lay far beneath the waves, it was not devoid of sky and clouds. The colossal tree, the sun tree Eve, thriving near Fishman Island, transmitted sunlight from the surface to the depths below. Encasing the island was a protective membrane that enveloped it entirely. Once within this barrier, Wu Jing would be secure. For inside Fishman Island, there was no seawater, only an environment akin to the surface of the pirate world, filled with fresh air. Wu Jing propelled himself towards Miraculously at an astonishing speed, navigating the depths of the ocean aboard his submarine, a pace that rivaled even that of energy-fueled vessels. After half an hour of deft maneuvering, he finally beheld an island encased in a bubble, a sight that heralded the arrival at Fishman Island. Accelerating with fervor, his submarine surged forward like an arrow. For once inside, negotiations would be considerably easier. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from the protective membrane surrounding Fishman Island. Prompting Wu Jing to inwardly lament, it appeared his presence had triggered an alarm, although he had yet to make contact with the membrane. The violent churn of the surrounding waters was sufficient to activate the security system. Cursing under his breath, the blaring alarm incited Wu Jing into a frenzy, his feet dancing upon the controls with the swiftness of lightning. Were he pedaling a bicycle at that moment, he would undoubtedly outpace even a Ferrari. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannonballs was rapidly discharged towards him, yet with an impressive display of agility, Wu Jing adeptly evaded the onslaught. Nonetheless, he found himself perspiring. The blast radius of the explosions was formidable, and he feared for the integrity of his vessel. After all, this was not solid ground here. The ocean was his greatest adversary. To his dismay, Wu Jing's heightened senses remained alert, revealing a weapon hurtling towards him with alarming speed. A golden trident, swift as a bolt of lightning, was now on a direct trajectory toward his submarine, and evasion was no longer an option. Wu Jing remained composed, directly enveloping the submarine with his armed color hockey. Such physical assaults were within his capability to manage. Following a violent collision, the trident returned empty-handed, while Wu Jing's submarine successfully penetrated Fishman Island. How perilous! Is this truly the way to welcome guests? Wu Jing cast an irritable glance at the few individuals below, his attention particularly fixated on the woman who was larger than others. Chapter 43. The secrets of Guha. At the pinnacle of Fishman Island stood a luxurious palace constructed from massive coral reefs, shells, and various other materials, where a colossal dragon coiled majestically at its center. 5 individuals occupied this grand space, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. They were King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom, Princess Shirahoshi, and the 3 princes, Prince Sharkstar, Prince Huangstar, and Prince Fanchastar. As Wu Jing beheld the golden trident in Sharkstar's grasp, he instantly recognized that the recent strike had been unleashed by him. Who dares approach? State your name, he demanded. Sharkstar furrowed his brow, regarding the stranger with an intensity befitting a formidable adversary. That previous assault had required every ounce of his strength, yet it had been effortlessly repelled by Wu Jing's overwhelming aura. Sharkstar, I have yet to settle the score with you, and yet you presume to question me? Wu Jing glared menacingly at Sharkstar, transforming his previously celestial visage into one resembling a fearsome deity. It is you who trespassed upon Fishman Island. What fault lies in my actions? Sharkstar replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment, as he sensed the conqueror's will emanating from Wu Jing. Wu Jing indeed demonstrated the prowess of the conqueror's haki, albeit only a fleeting glimpse. Beneath the ocean depths, he maintained a demeanor of submission, revealing his status as a devil fruit user. Should he fall into the water, his demise would be imminent. Welcome to Fishman Island, esteemed guest. May I inquire about your purpose here? King Neptune, having observed the scene for a moment, stepped forward to mediate. There is no need for formality. I merely wish to engage in conversation with Princess Shirahoshi, Wu Jing replied, his eyes gleaming with interest as he regarded the bashful princess. The allure of such beauty could indeed lead men astray, yet with her towering height of 12 meters, she was beyond the reach of most. Are you truly here just to chat with me? Shirahoshi inquired, her expression one of innocent curiosity. The notion that someone would brave considerable dangers simply to converse with her thrilled her immensely. Enough of this frivolity. Do not divert the topic, or we shall have to escort you out. The second prince, Fukaboshi, scowled, having weathered many storms in his life. He was not easily swayed by Wu Jing's charms. Let us put that to the test, Wu Jing declared, raising his sword, the Sho Iketetsu. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I shall not yield easily. I trust his words. Everyone, return to your duties. Dismissed. Neptune commanded his attendants. A diverse gathering of fishmen hesitated momentarily before dispersing, leaving only the members of the royal family behind. You 3 should attend to your responsibilities as well. Princess Shirahoshi shall remain here. Neptune instructed. Father, let us stay to protect you, his 3 sons protested. Such impertinence. He is an honored guest. Leave at once. Upon hearing their father's decree, the princes had no choice but to comply. Once the others had departed, Neptune knelt on one knee, paying his respects to Wu Jing, with Shirahoshi dutifully mirroring his gesture. Wu Jing did not exhibit an expression of enjoyment. Instead, he appeared utterly perplexed. What was the situation? After all, he had done nothing. The first-generation blade, Ghost Chopper, in your excellency's hands is the national treasure of Fishman Island, lost during the blank century 800 years ago. Who would have thought to see it in your possession today? Thank you for presenting such a treasure at my doorstep. I apologize for any previous offense. Neptune's attitude took a sudden turn upon noticing the Ghost Chopper in Wu Jing's grasp. Hold on. I am not here to deliver a blade. I am its rightful owner now. Wu Jing cared little whether the sword was indeed the national treasure of Fishman Island. Just because it belonged to your family 800 years ago does not mean it still does today. Who knows if it was not seized from someone else back then? If you can wield this blade, I have no objections. As they say, a treasured sword is bestowed upon a hero. Neptune boisterously laughed. Do not trouble yourself with that. Your information here is rather outdated. as you seem unaware that I vanquished Doflamingo with this very sword." Wu Jing stylishly brushed his hair back. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Neptune moved closer, squinting his aged eyes to scrutinize Wu Jing's face, almost reaching out to touch it. "You are the great hero, Lord Wu Jing? A benefactor to the people, a true paragon of virtue," Neptune generously praised. Wu Jing felt quite satisfied with Neptune's commendation. However, his satisfaction did not stem from the compliments but rather from the fact that his name could resonate throughout Fishman Island, a place 10,000 meters beneath the sea. After defeating Doflamingo, this indicated that his choice to confront Doflamingo was indeed sagacious. However, this is not a complete sword, Neptune suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing swiftly unsheathed the black blade, finding it entirely intact, devoid of any chips or cracks. "Father, is it not complete?" Shirahoshi held the ghost chopper in her delicate hands, her alabaster palms easily enveloping the sword. Yet, Wu Jing had no time to admire her hands. His gaze was wholly captivated by Shirahoshi's ample bosom. If one were to categorize cup sizes by the alphabet, Shirahoshi would undoubtedly correspond to the letter Z. It requires the assembly of 3 ghost choppers to forge a complete sword, known as the Demon King. Your implication is that by gathering the first, second, and third generations of ghost chopper, one could transform it into the Demon King? That is one way to articulate it, though it is not necessarily definitive. Simply collecting all 3 ghost choppers does not guarantee the emergence of the Demon King. The Demon King recognizes its master. Only those with extraordinary strength and willpower may wield it. Otherwise, they risk being consumed by it, leading to its further division into 3 blades. Although this sword has remained in the Dragon Palace, its origins are not documented in the archives. I only know that Joy Boy once wielded it, after which both he and the sword vanished during that blank century. Upon hearing the name Joy Boy, Wu Jing recalled that he was a figure from the blank century, a friend of the mermaid princess of that era, Poseidon. So, it was Joy Boy who lost this sword, resulting in the division of the Demon King into 3 blades. Wu Jing pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. That seems plausible. There are still 2 ghost choppers whose whereabouts I am unaware of. If you could locate them, it would be splendid. As long as this blade is in the hands of a righteous individual, it remains a good sword. In the hands of a villain, however, it becomes a cursed blade. Rest assured, I shall find the other 2 blades. This sword is safest with me. After all, I have saved the entire populace of Dressrosa, Wu Jing declared confidently. You truly are a paragon of virtue, young man. Shirahoshi holds you in great esteem, she remarked. Chapter 44. I am this exceptional Neptune hosted a grand feast for Wu Jing in the banquet hall, also arranging for Law and Dragon K to join them. The opulent hall was remarkably spacious and towering, featuring a shell-shaped stage at its center for singers and musicians to perform. As Wu Jing savored the splendid array of performances, indulging in the delectable cuisine unique to Fishman Island, complemented by aged wine from a century-old cellar, he truly experienced the essence of a paradise removed from conflict. Wu Jing reclined comfortably upon the back of White Star, relishing the beauty of the moment. Occasionally, he would nuzzle against her adorable features, an exquisite sensation indeed. White Star, unfazed by Wu Jing's audacious antics, would intermittently offer him delectable treats. "Little White Star, I require your assistance," Wu Jing remarked with a cheeky grin while sipping his drink. "What is it, my dear brother?" "You can count on White Star to help you," she replied eagerly. "I need you to procure a Sea King for me. I assure you, I shall return it once I am finished. The Sea King is my dear companion, possessing formidable destructive power, and I fear you might be tempted to misuse it in a moment of excitement. Little White Star, I assure you, I am a person of great prudence. My sole aim is to ensure the well-being of the people of this world," Wu Jing earnestly declared, though it was White Star who had compelled him to make such a promise. "Very well, with your word, I feel at ease," she chuckled sweetly, flashing a youthful smile that left Wu Jing entranced. After all, she was one of the 3 most beautiful women in the pirate world, surpassing earthly beauties by a millennium. Emboldened by the spirits, Wu Jing boldly lifted a large barrel of liquor and approached the royal family of the Dragon Palace, eager to foster relationships with them. They held the reins of authority over Fishman Island, while White Star, despite being the heir to the Sea King, possessed an innate adorability that rendered her unsuitable for leadership. Capturing the allegiance of this group would effectively mean capturing White Stars as well. "I shall drink to your health. The rest is up to you." Wu Jing gestured respectfully to King Neptune before raising the barrel of brandy, effortlessly downing it in one go. The brandy of the pirate world could easily outshine even the finest spirits. King Neptune applauded Wu Jing's hearty drinking prowess, having just finished his own sizable goblet. The fierce potency of the liquor momentarily left Neptune reeling, while Wu Jing appeared as unfazed as if he had merely consumed water. Wu Jing did not relent. He urged Luo to pour him another large barrel of brandy. This time, he raised his glass in honor of Prince Sharkstar, downing the drink in one swift motion, eliciting applause from the assembly in the banquet hall. Long Kue, meanwhile, devoured his food with fervor, clapping enthusiastically for Wu Jing, while Luo maintained a stoic expression. He realized that since encountering Wu Jing, he had inexplicably developed feelings of jealousy. He envied Wu Jing's exceptional prowess, formidable combat skills, striking appearance, eloquence, and remarkable capacity for alcohol. Wu Jing's virtues were perpetually on display, marking the first instance of such disconcerting emotions for Luo. Thus, Wu Jing continued to toast to 10 individuals, nearly acknowledging all those of influence from Fishman Island. Ordinarily, he would have limited his toasts to the king and the prince. But this time he sought to showcase his drinking prowess, believing that greater capacity for alcohol also implied a larger heart. Wu Jing downed over 1,000 jin of baijiu in one breath, leaving everyone bewildered as to how he managed to accommodate such a staggering quantity within his belly. Even Wu Jing himself was at a loss. The grand banquet continued until midnight, with many guests already inebriated and carried away, while Wu Jing merely exhibited a slight tipsiness. The only one abstaining from alcohol was Bai Xing, who would become intoxicated at the first sip. She took the initiative to guide Wu Jing on a tour of Fisherman's Island. Wu Jing lay directly on Bai Xing, admiring the picturesque scenery of Fishman Island while reveling in the beauty before him. "You are truly exceptional, my dear. Just a sip from you would leave me utterly intoxicated," Bai Xing remarked, extending her delicate, fair hand to curiously poke Wu Jing's abdomen. Wu, in a flurry of urgency, pushed her hand away. The gentle touch from Bai Xing had already elicited a response, oblivious to how utterly captivating she was. "Bai Xing, how shall you reward my commendable performance?" Wu gazed at her with mischievous intent. Such an innocuous woman intrigued him, yet her emotional intelligence seemed woefully lacking. Even his finest charms might elude her understanding. A more straightforward approach appeared to be the most effective course of action. "I am uncertain how to reward you. What do you desire?" She giggled innocently, unaware of Wu's impure thoughts. "How about a kiss?" he suggested playfully. "Certainly," Bai Xing responded with enthusiasm. She leaned in, her ethereal lips brushing against Wu, enveloping him in a tender embrace. At that moment, Wu's restless mind began to wander. He wished fervently for the abilities akin to Luffy's rubber fruit, allowing his form to expand beyond Bai Xing's, with certain attributes adjustable at will. Faced with such an exquisite beauty, Wu found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, especially with someone as seemingly harmless as Bai Xing, which was indeed a notable flaw of his. The architecture of the Fishmen was remarkably diverse, and Bai Xing guided Wu through the wonders of Jelangcode Square, Coral Hill, and the Fish Buddha Villa, among other enchanting locales. Their adventure culminated at a CAF, known as the Mermaid CAF, where Wu was aware that the proprietress, Shaylee, was also a fortune-teller. Unfortunately, her foresight was plagued by visions of misfortune, which led her to despise divination, ultimately shattering her crystal ball in despair. The arrival of Wu Jing captured the collective attention of the CAF, reminiscent of the last time a humanoid outsider graced this place, which was several years ago when Monkey D. Luffy visited. Inside the CAF, numerous elegantly adorned women were profoundly drawn to Wu Jing's striking appearance, casting him admiring glances with great frequency. However, Wu Jing remained utterly indifferent to their advances. His current companions were the finest of the pirate world, each a formidable woman in her own right, and his standards were exceptionally high. "Princess, welcome to our establishment," Sherry greeted in a tone devoid of emotion, before taking a deep drag from her pipe. She, too, was a devoted smoker, having witnessed the myriad misfortunes of the world, and sought solace in her habit. "Sister Sherry, please bring me 2 cups of the usual coffee I often enjoy," he requested. "Just a moment," she replied. Before long, Sherry personally delivered 2 large cups of coffee, the rich aroma enveloping Wu Jing, while Shirahoshi eagerly took a sip, unable to contain her anticipation. Wu Jing also took a sip, savoring the delightful aroma and the exceptionally smooth texture. It was, indeed, the finest coffee he had ever tasted. Chapter 45. Gift Me a Sea King. Fishman Island resembles a paradise, where not only the scenery is breathtaking, but the inhabitants are also remarkably kind-hearted. Living 10. 000 meters beneath the ocean, the fishmen are shielded from the wars above the surface and the mundane conflicts of the world, allowing them to experience a profound sense of tranquility. Wu Jing couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He found himself quite fond of this way of life. However, such thoughts were fleeting, passing through his mind in an instant. Wu Jing understood that this was merely a fade. Fishman Island was a coveted prize, once seized by Whitebeard, which deterred both the Navy and pirates from further encroachment. However, following the conclusion of the Paramount War and the demise of Whitebeard, many sought to claim this lucrative territory. Ultimately, Big Mom took control of the island, entering into a transaction with Fishman Island. She lent them the flag of the Big Mom pirates, thus ensuring the island's protection. Yet, as the price for safeguarding Fishman Island, it was mandated that the island provide 10 tons of confections each month to Big Mom. It is important to note that producing 10 tons of sweets requires several hundred tons of raw materials, representing a veiled form of plunder. As a marginalized community, Fishman Island had no choice but to endure this indignation in silence. Wu Jing has already conversed with King Neptune, assuring him that he will transform Fishman Island into a land of freedom and that he will resolve this situation with Big Mom. Making empty promises is Wu Jing's forte. For the time being, he is unable to fulfill them, yet it is certain that he will deliver in the future. After spending a night on Fishman Island, Wu Jing prepared to depart, taking with him a Sea King. The Sea Kings are extraordinary creatures, regarded as the most formidable species within the ocean. Typically residing in the calm belts flanking the Grand Line, they are notorious for attacking ships, posing a significant threat and obstacle for those traversing these waters. Those who dare to intrude upon the calm belts are often devoured by these leviathans. In the pirate world, aside from the heir of Poseidon, Princess Shirahoshi, no one else can communicate with these powerful beings of the sea. However, they possess the ability to comprehend human language. Only Shirahoshi has the capability to command their allegiance. Others cannot tame them, as they would rather face death than submit to anyone else. Shirahoshi summoned 10 Sea Kings, and before these colossal creatures, both she and Wu Jing appeared diminutive in comparison. Shirahoshi introduced each Sea King, and ultimately, Wu Jing chose a shark named Flying Spirit. This particular Sea King, a shark nearly 1 kilometer in length, is not considered excessively large. Its appearance resembles that of a whale shark, adorned with numerous white spots that lend it a striking beauty. Despite its fearsome visage, Flying Spirit is quite powerful. Shirahoshi informed Wu Jing that it had assisted them on numerous occasions in sinking invading ships. Though it may seem ferocious, before Shirahoshi, Flying Spirit behaves like a docile pet, reveling in her affection. Truly, as the heir of Poseidon, she demonstrates an effortless ability to tame even the most fearsome of beasts. Wu Jing observed Bai Xing chattering animatedly with Fei Ling, though he could not discern the content of their conversation. Nevertheless, Fei Ling obediently approached him. "Dear sir, I have already spoken to Fei Ling. It now listens to you as well as me," Bai Xing said, her face alight with anticipation. Thrilled to be of assistance to Wu Jing, "I am truly overjoyed. Thank you, Bai Xing. You have been a tremendous help to me." Wu Jing's expression radiated happiness, as he intended to convey to Bai Xing just how significant she was to him. Witnessing Wu Jing's blissful demeanor, Bai Xing smiled brightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of presence from being so profoundly needed by him. Following the instructions on the note provided by Roger, Wu Jing had come to comprehend the significance of arriving at Fishman Island, and the rewards were indeed substantial. Firstly, he learned that by uniting the 3 demon slayers, he had the opportunity to synthesize the Demon King. Furthermore, he discovered that his heroic deeds held considerable influence within the world of pirates, and finally, he acquired a splendid sea creature of noteworthy caliber. Wu Jing and Bai Xing bid farewell, leaving Fishman Island with their companions. Bai Xing reluctantly saw Wu Jing off, admiring his heroic deeds on the island and harboring a fondness for the intriguing young man. Wu Jing chose not to utilize the submarine to return to the surface. Instead, he commanded Fei Ling to swallow the submarine, allowing it to ascend directly. In merely 1 or 2 minutes, they reached the surface of the sea. A speed unparalleled by any submarine, almost divine in its swiftness. Following Wu Jing's instructions, Fei Ling emerged from the depths with remarkable discretion, considering they were merely tens of kilometers away from the sacred land of Miraculously. After delivering them to their ship, Fei Ling submerged once more, closely trailing Wu Jing's pirate vessel. Possessing such an extraordinarily practical Sea King, they could navigate the ocean with unparalleled ease. With its formidable constitution, Fei Ling could effortlessly confront adversaries of the vice admiral rank. When faced with opponents of the admiral caliber, it would not engage in a direct confrontation, ensuring its life remained unthreatened. Wu Jing intended to inquire with Bai Ling about the number of Sea Kings he could secure. A solitary Sea King might not pose a significant challenge to the four emperors. However, several formidable Sea Kings would certainly cause them considerable distress. Wu Jing was determined not to allow the flying spirit of the Sea King to be easily revealed, reserving it primarily for use as a means of transportation, and generally opting not to utilize it. If discovered, the flying spirit would undoubtedly face greater peril. Chapter 46, Seeking the Straw Hat Crew on the Dragon Slayer pirate ship. A group of individuals was gathered, indulging in a lavish feast. Despite the calm surface of the sea, Wu Jing's mind was anything but tranquil, preoccupied with his forthcoming plans. Encountering the Straw Hat Crew was essential. Their alliance would enhance the complexity of the impending war. Wu Jing took a drag from his cigarette, casting his gaze towards the blazing sun above. The issue is, we cannot locate Luffy and the others, Marco lamented. Though he firmly believed that Luffy would come to their aid. There is no one I cannot find. They are in Lobe Town, Wu Jing declared confidently. With his romantic interest Califo working at the world government, Wu Jing was well informed. The presence of undercover Navy officers traversing the pirate world ensured that the movements of these pirates were largely known to the world government, making it wise to avoid crowded locations. Lobe Town, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, is situated in the East Blue, near the entrance to the Grand Line. It is the birthplace and execution site of the former Pirate King, Gold. Roger, is there good food in Lobe Town? The food-loving Long Kuei pondered, as her thoughts immediately turned to culinary delights upon arriving in an unfamiliar place. Wu Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, a testament to Long Kuei's insatiable appetite. Aside from food, can you think of anything else? If you provoke me, you know the consequences, Wu Jing remarked, casting a sly glance at Long Kuei's well-formed figure, causing her to hastily shield herself. She had endured several playful squeezes from Wu Jing, and despite her resistance, it proved futile against his strength. According to reliable information, the Straw Hat Crew had landed there to meet with Sabo, expressing keen interest in the flame fruit in Wu Jing's possession, believing it rightfully belonged to them. Wu Jing directed this statement towards Law, eager to gauge his reaction. Naturally, Wu Jing would not acquiesce. The fruit was his, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. You expect me to assist you in transplanting it to yourself? Law mused, expressing his skepticism regarding Wu Jing's willingness to part with such a valuable asset. Of course, this fruit belongs to me as long as I possess it, Wu Jing affirmed, unwilling to forfeit the utility of the flame fruit. Are you not concerned about seeking them out and facing their wrath? Law questioned, puzzled by the notion of requesting assistance from those who sought the fruit for themselves. I would welcome their aggression. It would provide me with an opportunity to negotiate, Wu Jing replied with a roguish grin, gazing out at the vast sea of stars. It was an immutable law of nature that strength dictated truth. You are quite reckless. I hope this does not implicate me, Law said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He knew Luffy was similarly unpredictable, and he feared the potential chaos that could unfold if their paths intersected. Having spent nearly 6 months in the pirate world and drawing from his prior knowledge, Law perceived the complex dynamics of this realm. The lower echelons remained relatively innocent, while those in positions of power manipulated the world around them, allowing events to unfold as long as they remained within their control. The Straw Hat Pirates, representing a new generation of power, were not subjected to excessive oppression by the world government. Despite Luffy's lineage, his grandfather being Garp and his father the revolutionary leader Dragon, should they pose a threat to the world order, it was unlikely that the major powers would stand idly by. Law's instincts told him that the top-tier forces in the pirate world did not regard the Straw Hat Crew as a significant threat, permitting them to stir trouble while the onlookers watched. When the Straw Hats began to gain traction, it would be too late to extinguish the flames, serving as a cautionary tale for those contemplating rebellion. Currently, the pirate world was dominated by the world government, with the 4 emperors sharing a portion of the profits. They seemed satisfied with the status quo, aware that any shifts could provoke widespread discontent. Wu Jing had a sense of the depths of this intrigue, knowing that no one desired an additional contender for the shared spoils. After orchestrating the war, the complexities of the pirate world would undoubtedly shift, and Wu Jing would secure his place on this grand stage. He sought greater turmoil, believing that the more chaos ensued, the more it would unsettle the world government, drawing them out from their shadows. He eagerly anticipated observing how the various factions would respond to him, for he held no fear of the fragmented nature of the pirate world. Chapter 47. Meeting the Straw Hat Crew Logtown gained notoriety in the pirate world due to the legendary legacy left by the former pirate king, Roger. Many pirates were drawn to this town because of him, significantly boosting its economy. In a private dining room of a tavern, a diverse group sat together. Some adorned with straw hats, others with top hats or sun hats. This gathering comprised the Straw Hat Crew and Sabo, who were deliberating strategies to reclaim the flame fruit. This Wu Jing fellow is quite formidable, having defeated Don Quixote da Flamingo, Usopp remarked, admiration evident in his expression as he gazed at Wu Jing's portrait. Usopp, you are diminishing our own prowess by idolizing others. We too can vanquish that clown, Luffy retorted, his finger pointed at Usopp in frustration. I find him rather handsome. Nami confessed, momentarily displaying a rare infatuation, as her standards for attractiveness were notably high. I share your sentiment. He is quite the dashing young man, Robin added. Her arms crossed as she regarded Wu Jing's likeness, while the imposing figure loomed in the background. Wu Jing's heroic deeds in the world of pirates have garnered her recognition, complemented by her unparalleled beauty. When women turn to their charms, they can be even more formidable than men. Are you two women contemplating betrayal? I shall not let this fellow off easily. Sanji, witnessing his two goddesses fawning over another man, felt a surge of indignation and vowed to mar Wu Jing's handsome visage. Hey, we are currently discussing the battle plan. Let us refrain from remarks that may dampen morale, Zoro admonished from his reclined position, hands clasped behind his head. Regardless, we must reclaim that fruit. It is a relic of Ace, Sabo asserted, his gaze resolute as he looked at the group, yearning for possession of such a remarkable treasure. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wu Jing and her companions leisurely sipped their drinks. Choosing not to reveal themselves before the Straw Hat Crew just yet, Wu Jing wished to remain concealed from the watchful eyes of the Navy, as he had recently become their focal point of attention. With so many people around, approaching them directly would inevitably reveal his whereabouts. These actions were mandated by the world government, which had ordered the Navy to apprehend Wu Jing for the sole purpose of extracting information about Mingge. Instead of seeking out the Straw Hat Crew himself, he resolved to let them come to him. Wu Jing bestowed upon the innkeeper 1,000 berries with the simple task of delivering a note to the Straw Hat Crew next door. A short stroll to hand over a small piece of paper for such an easy reward brought immense joy to the innkeeper, who began to daydream of a world filled with such fortunate occurrences. Once the note was delivered, the Straw Hat Crew hastily departed from the tavern, closely followed by Wu Jing and his companions. Within a forest in Logtown, the Straw Hat Crew glanced around, bewildered. What is going on? Didn't he say he would wait for us here? Damn that Wu Jing! Luffy exclaimed angrily. He had clearly seen the note stating, "Meet in the forest outside the town," signed with the name Wu Jing. Could it be a trap set by the Navy? We should leave quickly. Usopp, trembling with fear, urged his friends. Upon hearing Usopp's cowardly words, both the Straw Hat Crew and Sabo felt a wave of unease. While the Navy might not pose a significant threat to Luffy, they would certainly not be as lenient towards other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Such was the nature of backgrounds that often garnered special treatment. As the group remained anxious, a voice suddenly broke through the tension. Apologies for my tardiness, ho. Out of nowhere, Wu Jing appeared beside them. Thanks to Law's use of his room ability to transfer the large rock next to the Straw Hat Crew, thereby transporting Wu Jing and his companions to their side. The sudden appearance of Wu Jing startled Usopp and Chopper, yet it captivated Nami and Robin. As the ethereal charisma of Wu Jing materialized before them, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, Wu Jing and his companions had long arrived at Rog Town. Wu Jing was aware of Luffy's whereabouts. However, he chose not to seek him out directly, instead opting to relay a message through others. Meeting Luffy in a public setting to discuss the matter of the Miraculously would inevitably lead to a confrontation. Wu Jing preferred to meet in a secluded location, where he could express his thoughts freely without the fear of being overheard. It also provided an opportunity for an unrestrained confrontation, where the victor would dictate the terms. Surrender the Miraculously, or you shall not leave this place today. Sabo's eyes lit up at the sight of Wu Jing. The coveted Miraculously was within his grasp. Indeed, that fruit belonged to Ace. So hand it over swiftly. Luffy raised his voice, pressing the matter further. This fruit is not just yours, it belongs to all of us. Usopp, emboldened, began to rally his courage. A group of individuals, resembling debt collectors, demanded the devil fruit from Wu Jing. Meanwhile, Wu Jing remained composed, smoking calmly. Observing the scene in silence, one might mistake his quietude for submission. Wu Jing intended to let them speak their minds before ultimately expressing his stance. Had it not been for the necessity of these allies, he would have already erupted with fury. Chapter 48. All together now. Listening to the fervent demands of the Straw Hat crew, both Law and Long Kuei refrained from making any declarations. They simply awaited Wu Jing's pronouncement. The content that Wu Jing inscribed on the note pertained to the burning fruit, thereby facilitating a seamless rendezvous with the Straw Hat crew. Have all the details been conveyed? If so, permit me to share a few words. Wu Jing deftly flicked the ash from his cigarette and took a deep drag, striving to exhibit his charming demeanor akin to that of a dashing young man. The two women beside him were indeed mesmerized. This suave gesture was something their companion Sanji could not replicate. Wu Jing, with an air of arrogance, exhaled smoke rings towards two captivating women. While Sanji beside him seethed with fury, these two ladies were his heart's desire, and he would not allow Wu Jing to flirt with them. The devil fruit belongs to whoever possesses it. Does the quake fruit truly belong to Whitebeard? Wu Jing displayed an attitude of disdain towards the world, while his words were compelling. The reality of possession is paramount, for the deceased cannot safeguard the devil fruits. Sabo, undaunted by Wu Jing's imposing presence, was resolute in his quest for the flame fruit to augment his strength, for he too harbored ambitions. Sabo's assertion rang true. If you refuse to yield it, I shall be left with no choice but to kill you. Luffy, unabashed, dismissed Wu Jing entirely, claiming that his own bounty was also 500 million. Indeed, forceful acquisition is commonplace in the world of pirates, but do you truly believe you can seize it from me? Wu Jing no longer maintained his usual composure. At that moment, he resembled a demon, his bloodthirsty grin, eyes radiating a crimson aura. And the explosive sounds of bones grinding against each other suggested that a powerful engine within him was now set into motion. Wu's astonishing performance momentarily plunged the venue into silence, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Let us engage in a fair duel. He who is stronger shall claim this devil fruit. Surely, that presents no issue, Robin hastily interjected, unwilling to witness the demise of either party. All right, Wu, do you dare to face me in combat? Luffy, brimming with impatience, was eager to strike first, regardless of his opponent's strength. Luffy, allow me. I shall seize the flame fruit, Sabo declared, anxious that Luffy might triumph and snatch the fruit away. I will confront him. He harbors intentions towards Nami and Robin, and I shall teach him a lesson. Luffy, of course, was not one to yield easily. You still have me as your brother. I can assist you in securing victory. Sabo was equally relentless. The two were embroiled in a quarrel over who would defeat Wu. Completely disregarding the visibly exasperated Wu, you two may join forces. Should you win, the flame fruit in my possession shall belong to you. However, I too have my demands, Wu proposed, not wishing to draw attention but unable to tolerate such blatant disregard. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted. Thus, I declare the match begins, Sabo and Luffy versus Wu. Usopp hastily interjected, eager to seize such a significant advantage. Sabo appreciated Usopp's cleverness, whereas Luffy was less enthusiastic, as he favored fair combat. I eagerly anticipate how that fellow will be vanquished, Zoro mused, perceiving Wu as a fool, while Luffy and Sabo possessed the might to contend with an admiral. Luffy, make sure to strike him squarely. I wish to see him cease his harassment of women. George fervently wished to mar Wu's visage, detesting the man who dared to blow smoke rings in the presence of women. Nami and Robin could only watch helplessly, for it was unthinkable to aid outsiders against their own. Ro and Long Kuei stood aside as mere spectators, for Wu had made such a startling decision. And while they were not entirely in agreement, they recognized their lack of influence. Even admirals would find Wu's choice laughable. No admiral would willingly engage in such a foolish endeavor, pitting oneself against two formidable quasi-admiral level adversaries. Nonetheless, for Wu, this was not a foolish decision. He possessed a keen understanding of his own physical capabilities. His innate talents were burgeoning, and the more arduous the battle, the more fully he could develop his regeneration fruit. To ascend to the ranks of the elite, one must embrace such challenging confrontations. Of course, the perils of battle were profound, and Wu would certainly deliberate further. Were he to choose to confront two admirals simultaneously, he would not plunge recklessly into a life-and-death struggle. Should the dangers exceed his expectations, Wu would proceed with caution. He was unwilling to endure futile endeavors. The lessons gleaned from Ace's fate served as a poignant reminder for Wu. To vanquish one's foes, one must thoroughly comprehend them. Wu Jing possesses an abundance of knowledge about the world of pirates, surpassing even Ace in his understanding of the formidable beings that inhabit this realm. Chapter 49. How can we fight like this? The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as a great battle loomed on the horizon. Both Luffy and Sabo were already brimming with eagerness. Wu Jing, too, focused intently, ready to unleash his potential. I declare the match. Before Usopp could finish his sentence, Luffy's rubber fruit powers sprang into action. His right fist, imbued with the color of armament hockey, hurtled toward Wu Jing's face. This unexpected strike elicited gasps from several onlookers, for such a surprise attack, while audacious, was not considered dishonorable in the pirate world. Moreover, given Luffy's fervent passion for combat, it was fully understood by all present. Wu Jing did not flinch. He responded directly to Luffy with his fist. The collision of their punches stirred the surrounding air into a powerful current, causing Robin's short skirt to flutter. This left Robin feeling quite bashful, her lovely face tinged with a rosy hue. Wu Jing inadvertently stole a glance, and to his astonishment, the lace was sheer, truly extravagant. Meanwhile, Sabo's dragon claw strike lunged towards Wu Jing's face. It seemed he simply could not abide Wu Jing's handsome visage. Indeed, being excessively handsome can be a flaw in itself. Wu Jing adeptly withstood Sabo's strike, as three formidable forces intertwined, creating a stalemate of equal might. Truly impressive, a single individual can endure the onslaught of two formidable foes, far surpassing my initial expectations. Yet, it can only last for a brief moment, as they will soon be overwhelmed, for both Luffy and Sabo are fervent warriors. Zoro and Sanji exchanged hushed words, their admiration for Wu Jing's prowess evident. Had this young man faced either Luffy or Sabo in a one-on-one confrontation, victory might have been within his grasp. Alas, his downfall lies in his excessive pride. However, Zoro and Sanji remain unaware that exhaustion is a concept foreign to Wu Jing. Instead, he grows ever more resolute in battle, drawing from an inexhaustible well of energy. The Dragon's Breath, Sabo's ultimate technique, his right hand, imbued with the power of haki, gleams ominously as this punch consolidates all of Sabo's strength. Wu Jing had already drawn his sword, unleashing the tricolor haki, mixed slash, a technique that amalgamated the three hues of haki, once capable of being withstood by Green Bull. However, Sabo's prowess still fell short of Green Bull's, as he required additional time to refine his skills. The clash of fist and blade rang out, sparks flying in all directions. After a brief stalemate between the two, Wu Jing's formidable strike sent Sabo soaring through the air. Now, only Luffy remained on the battlefield, poised and ready, having activated his Gear 4th, Bound Man, bouncing across the ground like a balloon. Observing Luffy's fervor for battle, Wu Jing refrained from engaging immediately, instead lighting a cigarette in his hand. Wu Jing exuded his captivating charm effortlessly, engaging in both combat and smoking without a care, embodying an attitude of defiance that left the two women beside him in a trance. Luffy and his companions, however, were thoroughly displeased, finding his audacity utterly intolerable. Gum Gum King Kong Gun. Luffy retracted his body, launching a fist towards Wu Jing with lightning speed. Wu Jing met the blow with his sword, enduring the impact. The ferocity of Luffy's strike propelled Wu Jing backwards several meters before he came to a halt. Yet, Luffy too was momentarily pushed back by Wu Jing's formidable counterattack. While Luffy's punch possessed considerable force, it failed to inflict any harm on someone as abnormal as Wu Jing. He merely sought to gauge the potency of Luffy's strike. Recalling how he had once been astonished by Luffy's extraordinary fruit abilities in his former human state, now, having experienced it, he found it rather mediocre, perhaps due to his own enhanced capabilities. Gum Gum Rhino Cannon. Luffy aimed to seize the moment, knowing that his fourth gear was a high-energy technique with a limited duration. He curled his legs into his body and shot forth towards Wu Jing, who braced himself and retaliated with a kick. Their four legs clashed violently in mid-air. It was undeniable that Luffy's fourth gear was immensely powerful against others. However, for Wu Jing, the impact was considerably diminished. Drawing upon his immense physique and relentless regenerative power, Wu Jing withstood Luffy's formidable strike once more. "Watch out!" shouted the onlookers, warning Wu Jing. Suddenly, a sickening sound of flesh being pierced resonated, as blood trickled down from a pipe-like weapon, staining the ground crimson. Sabo had launched a sneak attack from behind, his weapon embedded in Wu Jing's chest. It turned out he had feigned being knocked back by Wu Jing, biding his time to deliver a lethal blow. "You got me there, but it's of no consequence," Wu Jing declared, exerting force to push Sabo away. Simultaneously, his regeneration fruit activated at an astonishing pace, with the wound on his back shimmering with a radiant glow. The aura enveloped the injury, healing at an observable rate. What the onlookers were left in awe of Wu Jing's terrifying recovery abilities. Even Law and Long Kuei were taken aback by the extent of Wu Jing's abnormal resilience, let alone the others. With such automatic healing, how could one possibly hope to defeat him? Chapter 50. Once again, a graceful presence. Feel free to unleash whatever techniques you possess. Otherwise, I cannot afford to waste more time with you. I am quite busy. Wu Jing resumed his nonchalant demeanor, not out of arrogance, but sheer confidence. Damn it, Luffy. Let us show him what we're made of, Sabo exclaimed, brandishing his weapon, infused with an overwhelming force of haki. Luffy understood and shared his astonishment at Wu Jing's presence. No wonder he dared to boast about taking on 2 opponents. His confidence was well-founded. Gum Gum King Cobra. Luffy's entire arm ballooned to an immense size at his command, resembling a menacing cobra, radiating danger after being infused with haki. Meanwhile, Wu Jing prepared to teach them a lesson. Let me embrace the power of the sea, he declared as his regenerative fruit began to indiscriminately absorb the energy of nearby living beings. Following his awakening during the battle against Green Bull on the island, Wu Jing had become adept at harnessing the powers of his regeneration fruit. Invisible currents of energy surged into his body like a mighty river. Wu Jing's extraordinary physique could no longer contain such an immense reservoir of energy. His entire being began to expand gradually, yet unlike Luffy, he did not transform into a grotesque muscle-bound figure. He remained distinctly himself. His body had merely grown approximately threefold, with his muscular definition still remarkably proportional and aesthetically pleasing. Such a flawless physique, now heightened, naturally rendered him even more dashing. At this moment, he surpassed even the most handsome of men, eclipsing the likes of Panin and resembling a celestial being in his charm. Wow, Master Wu Jing is so handsome. I must capture this moment to share with Hancock and Violet, Dragon Kuei thought. Acting like a spy to betray Wu Jing for the sake of gaining favor with those 2 women. Nami and Robin were equally entranced by Wu Jing's captivating presence. The emergence of such a perfect man in the world of pirates was indeed a blessing for them. Sanji's insecurities flared up once more as he glared at Wu Jing through gritted teeth, yet he begrudgingly acknowledged that Wu Jing looked incredibly alluring at that moment. Meanwhile, Luffy and Sabo were too preoccupied to appreciate Wu Jing's transformation. They had joined forces to launch an unrelenting assault against him, flanking him from both sides in an attempt to put him in a precarious position. Wu Jing executed the 6-style technique known as shave, causing him to vanish from the sight of those around him. It was not that he had become invisible, rather, his speed was so extraordinary that his figure was rendered undetectable. Sabo, be cautious, Luffy shouted, having already sensed Wu Jing's presence. At the same moment, Sabo's observation haki also detected an aura nearby, prompting an urgent realization. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a resounding thud, Wu Jing materialized from the void and delivered a powerful hook to Sabo. The ferocity of that punch was staggering, displacing Sabo's features and dislodging one of his false teeth, a reminder of a childhood incident where he had lost a tooth. Having incapacitated one opponent, Wu Jing swiftly disappeared again into thin air. Luffy, his expression tense, utilized his observation haki to track Wu Jing's movements, which danced unpredictably from left to right. Behind you, Luffy exclaimed, hastily swinging a punch, his arm twisting dramatically as he aimed at the figure behind him. Luffy's keen sense indeed proved formidable. He had detected Wu Jing's presence at his back. So you've noticed, but what of it? Wu Jing revealed himself, not out of fear of being discovered, but rather to seize the opportunity to hone his latent potential, as his combat experience remained somewhat limited. With a thunderous crash akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, Wu Jing unleashed his full strength against Luffy, who likewise summoned all his might to resist. The outcome was catastrophic for Luffy. His Gear 4th technique, the Snake Man, was effortlessly punctured by Wu Jing, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jing had toppled both Luffy and Sabo. During the prior moments when he absorbed energy from his surroundings, his physique had expanded threefold, and simultaneously, his abilities had also tripled. When Wu Jing had employed shave earlier, his speed had increased by the same factor, rendering him invisible to all but those with exceptional observation haki. At this moment, his full-force strike was equivalent to thrice his usual power. Even Admiral Green Bull would bow in submission, and both Sabo and Luffy lay utterly defeated. Ultimately, Wu Jing triumphed in a 1 versus 2 battle, claiming victory in this wager. Long Kuei erupted in jubilant cheers, while Law expressed an uncommon smile of satisfaction. Lord Wu Jing has won. Hiki, Long Kuei exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, never forgetting to capture the moment in photographs. He is astonishingly powerful, within mere breaths. He has brought both brothers to their knees. Brooks' incorporeal forehead began to glisten with sweat. Truly perfection, handsome, strong, and exuding such charisma, I find myself rather enamored with him. Nami mused, momentarily entranced. Indeed, Lord Wu Jing is exceptional. Forging alliances with such a formidable ally is immensely advantageous for us, Robin echoed, also succumbing to admiration. Excellence aside, I must check on the captain's injuries. Chopper hurried off towards Luffy, deeply concerned for his friend. Zoro and Sanji exchanged silent glances, unable to counter their companion's praises for Wu Jing, as they too had silently acknowledged his prowess, while the Straw Hat crew remained in stunned disbelief. Wu Jing snapped his fingers, igniting 5 Marlboros in hand, and leisurely resumed smoking. As he smoked, he scratched his head and occasionally sighed, exuding a sense of solitary triumph. The Straw Hat crew could scarcely believe that this young man had effortlessly defeated both Luffy and Sabo. For Wu Jing, however, ease was a misnomer. Only he understood the immense pressure his body was under, the overwhelming power surging within him felt as though it might tear him apart. Sabo, seething with frustration after his defeat, was convinced that Wu Jing must be an ancient monster, merely masquerading in youthful form. He paid Wu Jing no heed, merely exchanging a brief farewell with Luffy before departing. Wu Jing did not obstruct Sabo, nor did he intend to include him in his plans. Like the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, Sabo harbored excessive personal ambition, rendering him unsuitable as an ally. Coughing, Luffy spat out some blood and unsteadily rose to his feet. I lost. This fruit belongs to you. However, if I defeat you in the future, I shall demand it back. Luffy's words caused Wu Jing to cradle his forehead in exasperation. Was this not the epitome of a rogue? Yet, he understood Luffy's nature. He was akin to an indomitable cockroach. That was a matter for another day. For now, it was time to discuss my demands. Wu Jing replied nonchalantly. He recognized Luffy's obstinate disposition. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Engaging him further was futile. A proper lesson could be imparted later. Speak your mind, as long as it is not something too outrageous. Luffy was quite trustworthy in that regard. I plan to execute Brother Ming, Wu Jing stated coolly. In mere words, he spoke lightly, yet the listener's mind was already in turmoil. Execute Brother Ming? That is quite a troublesome affair. Luffy gawked at Wu Jing. Although he was audacious, he hesitated to undertake such a venture. Did you not repeatedly declare your ambition to become the Pirate King? Is eliminating Brother Ming truly a bother? Wu Jing teased, knowing that the more he challenged Luffy, the more fervor he would ignite within him. Indeed, I am destined to be the Pirate King. Luffy bellowed with exuberance. Mere words were insufficient. Action was imperative. Wu Jing regarded Luffy with disdain. His presence had already eclipsed Luffy's spotlight. The title of Pirate King was now irrelevant to him. Fortuitously, his arrival had averted the possibility of allowing someone with such low emotional intelligence as Luffy to bask in the protagonist's glow. Otherwise, the world of pirates would face inevitable doom. The emergence of Wu Jing has instilled hope in this world. However, he must also address the rampant piracy. The world of pirates is plagued by numerous malignant elements, and a scattered alliance cannot hope to contend against the world government. I don't need you to tell me. If you have something for me to do, just get on with it, Luffy bellowed at Wu Jing, his expression fierce and defiant. When the time comes, you can create the diversion. There's no need for you to be involved in the killings. Just leave me your number, and I will contact you soon. Wu Jing was not inclined to divulge his battle plans to the Straw Hat crew just yet. As long as the Straw Hats could help draw some fire away, that would suffice. One must not rely too heavily on others. After all, self-reliance is paramount. Mr. Wu Jing, here is my phone number. Please remember to contact me, Robin. Clad in a revealing black outfit, politely handed him a small note inscribed with her number. Thank you, Miss Robin, Wu Jing replied with a gentlemanly bow. He was courteous towards such an enchanting woman, especially since he had a keen need for someone like her. Here's my number as well. Nami chimed in, offering her own note to Wu Jing. Having Robin's number is sufficient, Miss Nami, Wu Jing replied, withholding enthusiasm for Nami. Though he found her alluring, he deemed her unnecessary. It was enough to present himself as a good man in Robin's presence, as she was capable of understanding the true history. Nami, rejected by Wu Jing, felt her temper flare, her frustration palpable. Chapter 52. What the Straw Hats represent. Another individual Wu Jing was quite interested in was Zoro. Though his interest did not lie in Zoro himself, but rather in the sword he wielded, the Sandai Kitetsu. To forge the King of Demons, one must gather the 3 Kitetsu swords. However, Wu Jing refrained from broaching this topic, aware that asking Zoro for the sword would be an utterly foolish endeavor. Zoro would not part with the Sandai Kitetsu without reason, and Wu Jing did not require it to be given to him. Whatever he desired would ultimately come to him in due course. Since the 3 Kitetsu swords had not yet been assembled, It was acceptable for Zoro to keep it for the time being. When the moment arose, Wu Jing would simply take it. After concluding their discussions, Wu Jing chose not to depart immediately, but instead took the Straw Hats out for a lavish feast. Luffy, with his insatiable love for food and drink, reveled in the merriment, and the group drank heartily. To commemorate our alliance, let us raise a toast, Wu Jing declared, lifting his enormous barrel of wine. Come, let us assist Lord Wu Jing in eliminating that scoundrel Doflamingo. Robin wholeheartedly endorsed the notion. Cheers. I, too, wish to witness this moment unfold. I harbor a strong disdain for that rat Doflamingo, Luffy exclaimed. With that, the group raised their drinks and downed them in unison. The Straw Hat crew was in full support of Wu Jing's plan to execute Doflamingo and were eager to lend their assistance. Thus, amidst the joyous clinking of glasses, they reveled in the festivities, all the while astonished by Wu Jing's astonishing capacity for drink, as if consuming alcohol were as effortless as quenching thirst. Wu Jing single-handedly brought down that group of individuals, with the exception of the skeletal figure known as Brook, whose entire being was but a mere assemblage of bones. After cultivating a rapport, Wu Jing bid them farewell, for he was eager to seek out the red-haired Shanks. The Marineford War was a cataclysmic event that resonated throughout the world. Lacking a firm assurance, Wu Jing would not recklessly engage in such endeavors. He sought to enlist more reliable allies. Although Shanks was once a member of the Roger Pirates and shared a profound bond with Roger, the passage of time can erode even the strongest of affections. One could only speculate what thoughts now occupied Shanks' mind. Shanks bestowed upon Luffy the straw hat that Roger had worn in his youth, a hat imbued with significant meaning, embodying courage, camaraderie, adventure, friendship, freedom, joy, and dreams. Since Roger's execution and the proclamation of the Great Treasure, the era of exploration was ignited. And Luffy donning that straw hat signified his inheritance of Roger's aspirations to become the Pirate King. However, this coveted position was desired by many, a mere youth. Regardless of his strength, could easily be thwarted if dealt with preemptively. The conundrum lay in the formidable backing Luffy possessed. With a father as the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a grandfather renowned as a great hero of the Navy, most were reluctant to take lethal action against him. They awaited others to eliminate Luffy, thus granting him ample time to mature. Yet, Shanks never contemplated bestowing that hat upon Ace, the son of Roger. Perhaps he deemed Ace unworthy of the Pirate King's spirit. No one could ascertain his thoughts at that time. Regarding Ace's fate, Shanks had previously expressed concern. Visiting Whitebeard's ship to caution him that Blackbeard was far more complex than he appeared, harboring deep-seated cunning. He urged Whitebeard to recall Ace, advising against his reckless pursuit of the enigmatic Blackbeard. Unfortunately, Whitebeard did not heed his warning, and Ace ultimately faced execution at the hands of the Navy. The Marineford War was ignited by Ace's execution, and it was only towards the climax of the conflict that Shanks made his entrance. Rather than appearing at the outset of the battle, Wu Jing's conjecture is as follows. Firstly, Shanks has ceased to concern himself with Ace's fate. Believing that his private efforts were sufficient, he would not jeopardize his own standing in the pirate world for Ace, as he now relishes his blissful days. Secondly, he will not involve himself with Whitebeard's demise. Such an outcome is of Whitebeard's own making. To confront the Navy would be to undermine himself. He can only act as a benevolent figure, ensuring Whitebeard's burial in his homeland. Thirdly, Shanks's appearance is aimed at Monkey D. Luffy, the leader of the Straw Hat Pirates, who represent a refreshing current in the pirate world. Without Luffy, the Straw Hat crew would not exist, and Shanks must ensure Luffy's survival. In conclusion, Shanks is willing to engage in battle for Luffy, as Luffy's growth contributes to the governance of the pirate world, while he would not provoke the Navy for Ace's sake. The world government shares a similar perspective, preferring not to waste resources in pursuing pirates. Allowing someone like Luffy to engage in righteous acts is optimal, especially since Luffy has never challenged the Navy. Furthermore, Wu Jing is perplexed about Shanks' identity, only aware that Shanks holds the greatest influence among the four emperors. Even the Gorosei would not dare to openly antagonize him. Chapter 53. A meeting with red-haired Shanks. Bloop, bloop. The transponder snail rang at an inopportune moment, as its owner indulged in merriment at a bar, occasionally embracing 5 or 6 bunny girls to play dice. The stakes were that the loser would shed a piece of clothing, and the girls, unable to win, had nearly disrobed. Who is it? So annoying. I'm having a great time, the red-haired man complained, tossing his unruly hair in frustration. This man is none other than Shanks, the leader of the red-haired pirates, who delights in living life with such carefree exuberance. This is Wu Jing. A languid voice emanated from the transponder snail. Not familiar. If you're trying to sell me fine wine, please call back later. Shanks, a connoisseur of alcohol, often receives pitches from wine merchants in the pirate realm. Naturally, these are all genuine fine wines. No one would dare to sell counterfeit liquor to one of the four emperors, unless they wished for a swift end. Haha. See you at Holiday Island in 3 days. Jing concluded the call abruptly, disregarding whether Shanks had time to respond. Shanks, left bewildered, had never encountered such audacity in a caller. One who would hang up before allowing him to reply. Such impatience was remarkable. Jing. Is he the young man who caused a ruckus in the island recently? Shanks, previously absorbed in his game with the bunny girls, now pondered Jing's identity. Holiday Island in 3 days? I've heard it's quite entertaining, Shanks mused, suddenly intrigued. This young man is no less formidable than the Straw Hat Boy. His presence could further complicate the already chaotic pirate world. His first mate, Ben Beckman, took a puff from his cigar, possessing both remarkable intellect and exceptional combat prowess. Ha ha ha. That makes it all the more interesting. Once we've had our fun, we shall set sail for there, Shanks chuckled, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Jing relaxed on the deck of a warship, basking in the sunlight as he awaited Shanks's arrival at Holiday Island. Jing now finds himself perpetually accompanied by fine wine and cigarettes. However, without a Hankook by his side, life feels devoid of a certain zest, rendering it somewhat bland and uninspiring. Jing holds women to exceptionally high standards. He engages in mere casual conversations with the waitresses in these establishments, refraining from any overly intimate gestures. He meticulously cultivates his persona, ensuring that he does not tarnish his image as the foremost male idol in the pirate world. Although Jing currently has many women in his life, this does not imply that he is indiscriminate. Each of the women who accompany him possesses remarkable qualities, easily regarded as goddesses within the realm of pirates. Jing did not take the initiative to seek out Shanks. Although Karifa provided him with information regarding the red-haired pirates, Shanks' whereabouts were notoriously elusive, and pursuing him would only invite trouble. A well-chosen location would naturally draw Shanks to him. Vacation Island, a luxurious resort in the pirate world, was owned by one of the 4 overlords of the underworld, the king of usury, Rufi Erda. While it appeared to be a simple island with a single hotel, the offerings within were extensive. It boasted a beautiful dance floor, a plethora of diverse restaurants, enchanting bars, and exquisite packages. This was indeed a place of high expenditure. However, for the affluent visitors, such costs were but a trifling matter, especially for a magnate like Jing. Welcome. May I ask how many companions you have accompanying you for your holiday, sir? A uniformed waitress named Millie inquired warmly as she approached Jing, who was leading the group. Not quite sure. What's the matter? Jing replied, momentarily taken aback. Here, it is stipulated that anyone entering Vacation Island must first pay a deposit of 100,000 berries, refundable upon departure. 100,000 berries. Isn't that extortionate? We hardly plan to consume much. Long Kuei interjected, visibly agitated by the exorbitant fee. Then I must kindly ask you to leave. Millie retorted coldly, her previous warmth evaporating as she gestured for them to exit, showing no inclination to appease what she deemed unsophisticated guests. This is 10 million berries. A red-haired individual will come here. Just inform him of my location in the private room, Jing said, producing a check which he crumpled and tossed nonchalantly to the waitress. Millie quickly picked up the check and counted meticulously, her eyes widening at the 7 zeros, 10 million berries. A sum befitting a millionaire. Yes, of course, my lord. I shall escort you to the private room, the most luxurious suite on the island. Whatever services you require, feel free to choose, she said, her demeanor shifting to one of subservience as she led the way. This was indeed the power of wealth. For Jing possessed an inexhaustible supply of funds. In the pirate world, having money facilitated many endeavors. Much like Rufi Erda, who, despite lacking combat prowess, could hire formidable individuals to carry out his bidding due to his substantial wealth. Chapter 54, Roger's Legacy. After 2 days of waiting, Jing's awaited guest finally arrived. The red-haired pirates had come to Vacation Island, with Shanks and his crew appearing in high spirits. Sir Red-haired, are you here to meet someone? Millie cautiously inquired, her legs trembling at the sight of the intimidating figures surrounding Shanks. Indeed, may I ask where he is? Shanks responded politely, embodying the rare gentleman among pirates. Please, follow me, Millie prompted eagerly, aware that another esteemed guest was growing impatient. The most opulent suite on Vacation Island was not located on the upper floors but rather in the basement, known as Underwater Stroll. The entire suite was submerged in water, enclosed by transparent glass that could withstand ordinary bullets. Within the room, one could observe vibrantly colored fish, bizarre corals, and alluring mermaids. My apologies for arriving late, Shanks expressed upon seeing Wu Jing, though his gaze scrutinized Wu Jing with an unmistakable intensity. Wu Jing, you and your crew have been free to enjoy yourselves here. I have covered all expenses, Wu Jing greeted warmly, making it seem as if they were long-lost brothers. Is that so? Then I shall indulge in this luxurious experience for a few days, boomed the hefty Ricky Lu, sinking his teeth into a chunk of meat. How wonderful. We can truly revel in top-notch service, Usopp's father, Jesus Burgess, anticipated with delight, relishing the prospect of carefree days. If there is anything we can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask, Beckman said calmly while puffing on a cigar. This composed vice-captain had often steered the red-haired pirates away from peril. Upon hearing Beckman's words, the previously exuberant red-haired pirates fell silent, realizing that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Indeed, as the only vice-captain among the four emperors, I genuinely require your assistance, Wu Jing candidly confessed. Are you suggesting we hand over Ming Ge to the Navy? That is not a problem, Shanks responded dismissively. Accustomed to navigating the world government. Not quite, Wu Jing replied coolly. What then? Shanks inquired, still unfazed. I need you to lend me your support. I intend to execute the criminal Ming Ge. Shanks was taken aback by Wu Jing's audacious proposition. This was a severe taboo. The other members of the red-haired pirates were equally speechless, unwilling to partake in such a high-risk endeavor. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that, Shanks flatly refused. Not a moment's hesitation in his decision. Did Roger send you to help? Wu Jing placed the initial version of the Katetsu sword before Shanks. The blade which Roger had acquired at the end of the Grand Line, a fact known to Roger's confidants. How did you come to possess this sword? Shanks asked, astonished, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Roger entrusted this blade as a relic to Dr. Kuroka's. Shanks was unaware of this detail, only knowing that Roger had been exhilarated upon obtaining the sword. Yet, he never got the chance to wield it before surrendering to the Navy, ultimately facing execution. Roger had once told Shanks that if wielded correctly, this sword could alter the fate of pirates. If misused, it could become an instrument of evil. I have come into this world, and this sword is now in my possession, Wu Jing declared, speaking the truth, for shortly after his revival, Kuroka's had bestowed Roger's relic upon him. Regardless of the truth behind your words, the notion of killing Ming Ge presents a great dilemma for me. While he is undoubtedly deserving of death, the forces involved are far too formidable. I would advise against such folly. Roger's legacy is squandered by cowards like you. No matter what, I have inherited Roger's will. If you refuse to honor it, I shall not trouble you further. Please do not insult my respect for Captain Roger. If you are unafraid of death, I shall not hinder you. As for your request, I can indeed assist you on site. Consider it my final tribute to Captain Roger. Young Wu Jing. Shanks was not swayed by Wu Jing's insult of cowardice, but rather moved by the latter's reference to Roger's legacy. Having acquired Roger's relic, Wu Jing had, in a sense, inherited the heart of a king. Thus, Shanks resolved to lend his aid out of respect for Roger, pondering whether this young man might surpass even Luffy. Chapter 55. Destiny in one's own hands. Your decision will not be in vain. I need you to bolster my stance. The pirate world must know that I am not to be trifled with. Wu Jing politely shook hands with Shanks. Let me see the grand performance you are orchestrating. I shall do my utmost. Should circumstances turn dire, I shall not hesitate to make my exit, he chuckled. After their handshake, Shanks felt the strength in Wu Jing's grip. Ultimately, out of respect for the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, Shanks agreed to lend his support during the Marineford War, which instilled a sense of assurance in Wu Jing. Indeed, Joel D. Roger possessed an unparalleled charisma, and Wu Jing couldn't help but reflect on it. With the formidable Shanks at his side, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke him again. However, when it came time to deal with Doflamingo, it would still be crucial for Wu Jing to assert his presence. He aimed to elevate his own popularity, aspiring to become a figure akin to the four emperors within the pirate world. After finalizing the arrangement, Wu Jing and the crew indulged in hearty drinks, once again showcasing his prowess as the god of wine. It is said that sharing a drink can strengthen bonds, and indeed, the red-haired pirates felt a growing camaraderie with Wu Jing after their spirited revelry. Since their captain, Shanks, had already agreed to Wu Jing's request, they felt inclined to support him, considering their loyalty to Shanks. As the drinks flowed, they found Wu Jing to be quite agreeable and were more than willing to assist him. After all, they had grown accustomed to the perils of their lifestyle since childhood. An occasional thrill was inconsequential as long as they lived joyously. My friends, meeting you today is the happiest moment of my life. If fate allows, let us share another round of revelry in the future. Wu Jing declared passionately to the red-haired pirates. It's a promise. Next time, I shall bring you down. Before he could finish, the usually composed Beckman tumbled to the ground, utterly inebriated. The sight of Beckman in such a state brought laughter to everyone, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and mirth. Wu Jing, are you trying to steal Luffy's thunder? A tipsy Shanks slung his arm around Wu Jing's shoulder, suddenly exclaiming, Why would I? Destiny lies in our own hands. All of this is rightfully mine, Wu Jing replied calmly, puffing on a cigarette, completely unfazed by the drink. I never imagined someone like you would emerge in the pirate world. What a surprise. Shanks laughed heartily, his jovial nature shining through. The seas of the pirate world were already tumultuous enough, and Wu Jing's presence would only add to the chaos. You have fallen behind this era, Shanks. Enough boasting. You and Luffy are both so young and naive. The pirate world is not as simple as you imagine. What makes it so complicated? Pray tell, Shanks inquired. Wu Jing was aware that Shanks, at first glance, appeared to lead a carefree existence, eschewing the pursuit of power and the allure of wealth. However, this was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, Shanks maintained a complex connection with the world government. Every individual possesses their own secrets. Remember, I shall assist you this once. The subsequent journey is yours to navigate. Shanks did not respond to Wu Jing's probing inquiries, but instead conveyed that he would refrain from intervening in Wu Jing's future endeavors, much like Luffy. After a hearty meal and drinks, Wu Jing departed the vacation island under the cover of night, for he was indeed quite busy. As for Shanks and his crew, Wu Jing encouraged them to indulge for a few more days, covering all expenses. He wished for them to relish their time to the fullest, and the red-haired pirates greatly appreciated his generous hospitality. After enduring the relentless adventures of the pirate world, a tranquil respite to savor life was ardently desired. After all, as men, they too required moments of relaxation. The incessant cycle of conflict could become wearisome. A balanced reprieve would surely enhance their enjoyment of life. Concerning the execution of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Wu Jing shared every detail with Shanks without reservation. Concealing information would be a sign of disrespect towards the four emperors. After all, they were not the Straw Hat Pirates, and their operations were reliable. Shanks was somewhat taken aback to learn that the execution was set to occur in Marineford. The last time Marineford was embroiled in chaos during the War on the Top, it had sent shockwaves throughout the pirate world, and another disturbance there would undoubtedly capture the attention of all. In less than half a month, Wu Jing was poised to carry out the execution of Doflamingo in Marineford. He could hardly afford to rest, even if it meant sacrificing a few nights of sleep. However, this relentless pace was taking a toll on Law and Long Kuei, who had been tirelessly traversing the seas day and night. Chapter 56. Progress of the plan. Days passed, and after a relentless journey, Wu Jing finally arrived at his destination. He did not return to Amazon Lily, but instead made his way directly to Marineford, where clandestine preparations had already commenced. Hancock, you've worked hard. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in Hancock's ear. Turning to see Wu Jing, she immediately leaped into his embrace. She had been preoccupied with directing operations on site and had not noticed his arrival until that moment. Observing Hancock's faint dark circles and her noticeably slimmer figure, Wu Jing felt a pang of concern. Wu Jing was acutely aware of Hancock's recent exertions, yet her resolve remained steadfast and formidable. To express his appreciation, he did not hesitate to plant a kiss on her, eliciting a delightful blush upon her exquisite visage. I have missed you dearly. Why did you take so long to return? Hancock displayed a charmingly coy demeanor, a side she reserved solely for Wu Jing. In the presence of others, she epitomized the image of an empress. I did not merely return empty-handed. Look here. Wu Jing casually unveiled a large gift bag brimming with various feminine treasures, which Hancock adored immensely. In gratitude, she bestowed a kiss upon Wu Jing's cheek, leaving an imprint of her lips. Once their nostalgic exchanges concluded, Wu Jing commenced his inspection of the construction site at Marine Vondo. The infamous battle that had transpired there, dubbed the most significant conflict of the post-Roger era, had unleashed ferocious artillery in combat, nearly consigning the former Navy headquarters, Marine Vondo, to the depths of the sea. Thus, Wu Jing aimed to reconstruct Marine Vondo, along with certain artillery installations and essential facilities, though he opted against erecting walls or fortifications. After all, Marine Vondo had never possessed any substantial barriers. A prestigious Navy headquarters would hardly fear a surprise assault. Such an absence of fortifications only served to enhance the Navy's grandeur. Moreover, In the world of pirates, such defenses held little value. Routine patrols sufficed to maintain security. Besides, no one would be foolish enough to attack the Navy headquarters, for that would surely be a path to self-destruction. Wu Jing observed that Marco was diligently leading a group of individuals in construction. These individuals appeared quite familiar to him: Hualong Bista, Blamek, and Jing Duo. They were all captains of the Whitebeard Pirates' subordinate divisions, and it was evident that Marco had established connections with them. Upon noticing Wu Jing's arrival, they all nodded in acknowledgement. Having seen Wu Jing's visage in the newspapers, they wholeheartedly supported his current endeavor. These sons of Whitebeard fervently wished for Wu Jing to capture Blackbeard and publicly execute him before the eyes of the world. Though this collective force may seem modest when viewed individually, it represented a loyal and dependable strength, and when united, it became a formidable presence not to be underestimated. Wu Jing also observed that Violetta had brought a considerable contingent of soldiers from the island to lend their assistance. Upon seeing Wu Jing, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, and he reciprocated with a gaze that was equally extraordinary. The green pepper from the Flower Kingdom, Old Kai, also arrived to lend support, remembering the great favor Wu Jing had bestowed upon them. Without Wu Jing's intervention to overthrow Ming Ji's regime on the island, their current freedom would not have been possible. The Flower Kingdom had also suffered immensely under Ming Ji's oppression and exploitation. Yet they could not have defeated this monstrous figure on their own. Wu Jing surveyed the surroundings of Marineford, finding that the arrangements had met his expectations splendidly. Watchtowers were erected around, constantly attentive to the movements in the vicinity. The waters encircling Marineford were also under vigilant surveillance. As Wu Jing was determined to guard against any intruders, he entrusted this critical task to Fei Ling, who effectively barred all vessels within a 50-kilometer radius. In the face of sea kings, everyone chose to steer clear. Moreover, Wu Jing was acutely aware of the potential vulnerability beneath the waves, ensuring that no enemy could exploit a moment of unpreparedness. During the previous war atop the battlefield, Whitebeard had launched a surprise attack from below, reaching the naval headquarters due to the assistance of the 8th Division Captain, Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger adeptly guided the warships through the underwater realm, catching the Navy off guard. Marco and his crew had not established underwater barriers, recognizing their limited efficacy in a world rife with anomalies. Such structures could be dismantled with ease. Rather than expend effort fruitlessly, Marco opted for practical measures. Thus, he instructed Tiger to set up a line of vigilance beneath the surface, ensuring that any contact with these lines would signal an enemy incursion. Wu Jing wholeheartedly agreed, as long as he was not ambushed by his adversaries. The construction in Marinefando was nearing its completion, and Wu Jing remained unperturbed, maintaining a composed demeanor throughout. He believed in progressing steadily and orderly, determined not to disappoint his companions. He handled all external affairs, entrusting the internal operations to his trusted confidants. Wu Jing's plan was advancing quite smoothly. The primary objective in Marinefando was to publicly execute Mingu before the eyes of the world, thereby amplifying his influence. The anticipated outcome was a resounding acknowledgement from the global populace, although it was certain that the world government would harbor significant dissent against him. Wu Jing harbored no fear of those who sought to disrupt. If they dared to cause chaos, they would inevitably face consequences. The greater the number of attendees, the more tumultuous the event would become, rendering the spectacle all the more captivating. Chapter 57. The announcement is finally made with merely 5 days remaining until the commencement of the new Summit War. Marinefando continued its tense yet orderly transformation. As the leader, Wu Jing did not participate on-site in this task. He was preoccupied with strategizing and arranging his forces. In just 2 days, he would unveil this astonishing news to the world, a revelation so monumental that it would soon reverberate throughout the entire pirate realm. Wu Jing remained uncertain about the formidable adversaries he might attract, yet he had already devised the worst-case scenario. However, with the red-haired pirates and the Straw Hat crew standing by him, he believed he could withstand any formidable foe. A confrontation was inevitable, but he needed to ensure a safe retreat. The safety of both his companions and allies weighed heavily on his mind. He could not jeopardize their well-being in pursuit of his own ambitions. In the world of pirates, reputation held immense significance, for once tarnished, it was exceedingly difficult to redeem. Law, have you considered joining my crew? Wu Jing squinted at Law, who stood nearby. I have not considered it. I dislike being dictated to. Law hesitated before rejecting Wu Jing's proposal. After spending time with Wu Jing, Law had come to view him as a man worthy of traversing the pirate world alongside him. Rest assured, I am exceedingly kind to my comrades, Wu Jing said amiably, patting Law on the shoulder. However, you have no idea what I truly desire. Law retorted. Trafalgar D. Water Law. That is your true name, is it not? Wu Jing observed Law with a knowing gaze. Typically, people referred to him simply as Trafalgar Law. As Law concealed the D. Water aspect of his name, in truth, he too was one of the D lineage. Initially, Law believed he understood Wu Jing quite well. But he was taken aback to discover that Wu Jing was aware of his true name, a name known only to his kin. Law realized he was entirely unfamiliar with Wu Jing. Do not fear, I have known for quite some time. I merely chose not to disclose it. You seek the freedom and equality that the D lineage embodies, do you not? I know not what the D lineage pursues, I simply despise this hypocritical world. As long as one bears the label of justice, even heinous acts such as murder and trafficking are deemed lawful. I aim to transform this world. Upon hearing Law's words, Wu Jing did not respond immediately, lost in thought as he savored his Marlboro. Do not naively believe you can effect change alone. Only a fool would think that way. Who said I must go it alone? I will enlist Luffy's help. As expected, Law held high hopes for the Straw Hat crew, whose renown in the pirate world had established a profound influence over many. I merely wish to assist you in realizing that ideal. It appears I need not worry about you, Wu Jing remarked nonchalantly, scratching his head with a bemused expression. How easy it is for you to say, Wu Jing. Let us first complete the tasks at hand. We shall consider the future later. Enough, I no longer want you. Opportunities are fleeting. Wu Jing closed his eyes, seeking rest. He had indeed overexerted himself during this period. While his strength was inexhaustible, his energy required recuperation. Leaving Law fuming in silence, he thought. Could he not extend a more sincere invitation for me to join? Such an attitude in attempting to recruit a talent like himself was utterly disgraceful. 3 days remained until the impending battle, and the renovations in Marineford were nearly complete. Concurrently, Wu Jing dispatched individuals to disseminate this news widely. As he gazed at the currently tranquil sea, he was lost in thought, knowing that soon, chaos would ensue. Such monumental news, once relayed to the World Economic News Agency, would swiftly permeate the globe. Within half a day, nations with advanced communication systems were already aware of this significant development, inciting fervent discussions among people worldwide. Fantastic. I would relish the chance to turn Doflamingo into ground meat. That scoundrel has plagued us for years. Lord Wu Jing is truly remarkable. I long to sail the seas as a pirate alongside him. Fool, with your demeanor, how could you possibly stand beside someone so exceptional? His companions must be as outstanding as Lord Marco. A throng of people gathered, animatedly discussing this matter, expressing their admiration for Wu Jing's actions. In contrast, the world government convened an emergency meeting upon learning of this news. The 5 elders summoned several marine admirals to Mary Geos for a critical discussion regarding this issue. Immediately assemble forces to head to Marineford, capture Doflamingo, and deal with the instigator, Wu Jing, commanded the stern, bespectacled man, one of the 5 elders, Saturn. We will take 3 days to reach Marineford. By then, Doflamingo may have already been executed. The supreme commander of the world government, Kong, who rarely made appearances, was present at this meeting. Whether Doflamingo is dead or alive is inconsequential. I must ensure that boy is melted beneath my magma. The Marine Admiral Akinu could no longer contain his fury. It was intolerable for a pirate to act as a paragon of virtue within the former Marine headquarters. The other admirals remained silent, as if this matter did not concern them. They understood the urgency of the 5 elders' summons was rooted in Doflamingo's former identity as a celestial dragon, despite being forsaken by his kind. The blood of the celestial dragon still coursed through his veins. Admirals Fujitora and others were indifferent to Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage. They would not lament the execution of a soulless Doflamingo, which would bring them great satisfaction and spare them the trouble of taking action themselves. Seeing the indifference of the marine admirals towards Doflamingo's fate, the 5 elders refrained from expressing their ire. After all, Doflamingo's actions were indeed shameful. You all proceed to Marineford together and apprehend the pirate Wu Jing, commanded one of the 5 elders, Venus. The prospect of the entire Marine headquarters dispatching forces to capture a mere pirate would be a source of mockery. Thus, sending the 3 new Marine admirals was deemed sufficient. Kong finally voiced his dissatisfaction. Though I am a vice admiral, my status bears no difference from an admiral within the Marines. Indeed, I cannot endure such a lengthy journey at my age. Let those eager for merit handle this, warring states concurred. You old fools can remain here to guard. Fujitora. Green Bull, Kizaru, come with me. Akainu declared, rising hastily to depart without acknowledging the 5 elders. Chapter 58. The tremors induced by news the world government committed substantial resources to dispatch individuals to Marineford to capture Wu Jing, while various pirate factions also voiced their stances. The Big Mom Pirates Intelligence Department promptly relayed this news to their captain, Big Mom, who displayed little interest. This Wu Jing lad possesses remarkable audacity. We shall simply observe the live broadcast of this event. Madame Lingling savored the delectable dessert in her hands. She had no interest in matters unrelated to her, unless the delights of Marineford were exceptionally enticing. Upon hearing this news, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach promptly set off for Marineford, having noted in the report that Marco was also involved. For Blackbeard, such a monumental event warranted a visit, not to mention an opportunity to reconnect with an old acquaintance like Marco and perhaps make a considerable profit, much like the last time when he seized Whitebeard's trimmer fruit. Upon receiving this news, the Yonko Kaido of the beasts erupted in laughter, not out of anger or joy, but rather exhilaration. An interesting lad. I wonder if he can spar with me. It's been ages since I've had a good fight. Kaido raised his large jug and gulped down its contents, relishing the taste, perhaps having found something amusing. He had little interest in participating in the previous Marineford War, despite once being part of the Rocks Pirates alongside Whitebeard. Their bond was not particularly deep, and he had no intention of aiding Whitebeard in an assault on the Marine headquarters. My lord, shall we proceed to Marineford? The drought-causing Jack asked in a tone incongruous with his rugged appearance. Fool, I find the execution of Doflamingo in Marineford amusing. I have no interest in dealing with such petty pirates. You are right, my lord. I am indeed foolish, Jack quickly conceded, well aware of Kaido's volatile temperament. Enough. Do not bother me unless necessary, Kaido scowled at Jack. As Jack prepared to leave, Kaido added, bring that boy back. I want to stew him. Yes, sir. Jack hastily departed, fully aware that Kaido was a man of his word. There was nothing Kaido feared to do, only things he chose not to. Apart from the Yonko, other pirate crews eagerly discussed the unfolding events. The clown Buggy tilted his head, observing the newspaper with a look of utter disdain. Too ugly to compare to me. Ha ha ha. Buggy had no intention of giving Wu Jing a second glance, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Captain Buggy, let us also venture to Marineford for a battle. This is how we grow stronger. His first mate, Machi, eagerly suggested, his excitement palpable. Let us refrain from such trivial skirmishes. We'd be better off seeking more profitable ventures elsewhere, Buggy declared, feigning confidence. Only Buggy knew the true extent of his fear. When Machi suggested going to Marineford, he nearly lost his composure. Such terrifying battles were not for him, and he sought a respectable excuse to decline. It was obvious that the Marine headquarters would send forces to Marineford, since the recent disbandment of the Warlords of the Sea by the world government. He was no longer a warlord and had reverted to his pirate status. If he dared to go to Marineford, he would face dire consequences if discovered by the Marines. Captain Buggy, a figure of legendary prowess, is unmatched by any rookie, his crew sang his praises, despite being a ragtag group of insignificant pirates. Buggy reveled shamelessly in their unrestrained adulation, feeling that their words perfectly matched his inflated ego. In a small conference room, a gathering of individuals was underway, with Dragon seated at the center, flanked by Sabo and Ivankov. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters was currently located in the Kamabaka Kingdom, whose king was both a subordinate and friend of Dragon, famously known as the strongest Okama, Emporio Ivankov. Ha ha ha, Sabo was defeated by this newcomer. The pirate world is indeed full of surprises. Ivankov remarked with a mischievous smile, his hormone fruitability allowing for transformations. I merely had an off day. Next time I will surely defeat him, Sabo retorted, displaying a defiant expression. Do not make excuses for failure, Dragon stated, his gaze fixed on the newspaper. Suddenly, he grinned fiercely. I hope he stirs up even more chaos. As long as the celestial dragons control the pirate world, equality will remain a distant dream. Let us go and witness the spectacle. It will surely be captivating. The revolutionary flower Clara eagerly suggested, her excitement evident. TCH, you've got a crush, Haven to you? Once I transform him into a woman, you won't be interested anymore? Ivankov teased, exposing Clara's infatuation. I am not. Clara protested in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Very well, we shall not join the fray. We can simply watch the live broadcast, Dragon commanded. While discussions about the news ensued outside, Wu Jing's phone was inundated with calls. The first call came from his lover, Khalifa, a member of the World Government's Intelligence Bureau, adept at swiftly acquiring the latest news from the pirate world. Khalifa informed Wu Jing that Marine Admiral Akainu, accompanied by the new Navy's 3 admirals, was en route to Marine Ford to apprehend him. It appeared the world government was serious this time. The arrival of 4 admiral-level figures was a significant show of force. Khalifa further revealed that one of Kaido's 3 commanders, Jack the Drought, was also bringing a sizable contingent. Wu Jing assessed the situation as not overly dire. He was no pushover either. However, he recognized that the Navy held a distinct advantage in weaponry. Rayleigh also reached out to inform Wu Jing that he was on his way. Wu Jing harbored some apprehensions regarding Riley's navigational prowess. Fearing that the old man might once again lose his way, it would be wiser to dispatch someone to fetch him directly. The inhabitants of Fishman Island had also reached out, expressing their desire to send reinforcements, yet Wu Jing declined their offer. The more individuals that arrived, the greater the likelihood of casualties, and he was not keen on accruing debts of gratitude. Rather, he preferred to be the one to hold the favors. Most astonishingly, he received a call from an unfamiliar woman. On the other end of the line, a melodious voice resonated. A sound so exquisite that it could only belong to a beauty. The woman introduced herself as Vivi. To Wu Jing's surprise, she was the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom and indeed a striking beauty. She informed Wu Jing that she had ascended to the throne as the Queen of Alabasta, now commanding the nation. In a gesture of solidarity with Wu Jing's audacious endeavors in Marineford, Queen Vivi expressed her intention to lead her army to alleviate some of the burdens he faced. Wu Jing expressed his warm gratitude to Wei Wei, assuring her not to worry about him, as he would visit her when he had the opportunity. Chapter 60. A visit to the dying. On the eve of the great battle, Marin Vondo appeared remarkably calm, while Wu Jing's group, filled with anticipation, drifted into slumber. The relentless intensity of their work over the past several days had rendered them quite exhausted, necessitating a restorative rest to prepare for the challenges of the morrow. Wu Jing had not yet succumbed to slumber, not out of trepidation regarding the impending battle, but rather because he sought to converse with Ming Ge. In a newly constructed prison within Marin Fan, a disheveled figure lay, covered in grime and tattered clothing, none other than Ming Ge, who had been confined by Wu Jing. The emergence of Wu Jing did not arouse any concern in Ming Ge. He continually spoke of his intent to eliminate him, yet failed to take action. In Ming Ji's eyes, Wu Jing was merely a coward who dared to speak but lacked the courage to act. At the prison entrance, one individual sat while another stood. The seated figure was Wu Jing, while the standing figure was Luo. Wu Jing's fingers rested lightly on the table, rhythmically tapping it with an air of nonchalance. Luo, please procure his heart for me. With an expression devoid of emotion, Wu Jing fixed his gaze on Ming Ge, intent on acquiring the prized organ prior to executing him the following day. TSK, summoned in the dead of night for such trifles, Luo scoffed. If I tell you to do something, you ought to do it promptly. Without hesitation, Wu Jing delivered a sharp rap to the back of Luo's head, eliciting a surge of heat that prompted small bumps to form on Luo's scalp. It seemed unreasonable that one could not even grumble while performing a task. Luo stepped through the prison door, where the disheveled Ming Ge cast a dark glance in his direction. Luo, you shall pay dearly for your deeds. Those who betray me meet a grim fate. Despite his current status as a prisoner, Ming Ge remained obstinate. In response to Ming Ji's self-righteous proclamations, Luo merely offered him a scornful smirk. Scanning. Luo initiated the scanning process for Ming Ji's upper body. Once he pinpointed the exact location of Ming Ji's heart, he would be able to extract it unharmed, ensuring that Ming Ge would not perish immediately, but rather linger for another year or so. What do you intend to do with me? Ming Ge sensed the precariousness of his situation, well aware of Luo's formidable abilities. The only reply was a cold, piercing gaze. Did such actions truly require explanation? Silence served as the most eloquent retort, leaving the adversary to grapple with their own turmoil. Gamma Blade. Luo's right hand emitted a dazzling gamma ray, gradually shaping into a short blade. You dare conspire with outsiders against me. Have you forgotten who raised you? In his eyes, Ming Ge was merely a tool to achieve immortality. With a swift motion, Luo extracted Ming Ji's heart, intact and unharmed. The heart appeared encased within a cube, devoid of any visible blood, yet it continued to pulsate vigorously. The extraction left Ming Ge feeling weak, a common consequence following such a procedure. Moreover, he was shackled with high stone cuffs that nullified his powers, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. What are your intentions? In the pirate world, those who offend the celestial dragons seldom escape unscathed. Ming Ge bellowed, his voice laced with authority. A thick stack of newspapers was tossed before him. As he picked them up, his hands trembled increasingly with each glance, the papers filled with alarming headlines. You plan to torture me tomorrow? Ming Ge questioned incredulously. astonished that Wu Jing was genuinely prepared to take action against him. I merely wish for you to die with clarity. Do not be under the illusion that I jest when I sever your head, Wu Jing replied calmly, as if performing a noble deed. You have no idea of the power that backs me. A formidable old monster stands behind me, in a desperate bid for survival. Minggu revealed the identity of his support. Oh, pray tell, will I be moved to spare your life out of fear? Wu Jing inquired with keen interest. In the face of death, Minggu's words held a certain weight, as he was a man singularly devoted to the pursuit of immortality. The true rulers of this world are not the five elders, but Minggu faltered, unable to articulate the name. It is Emu, Wu Jing stated flatly. How do you know of him? Even the celestial dragons are unaware of such matters. Are the celestial dragons truly so impressive? They are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Chapter 61. Struggles before death. The celestial dragons, as the aristocrats of the world, enjoy unparalleled privileges. These gluttonous fools disdain to even breathe the same air as the common folk. They hold themselves in such high esteem, convinced of their superiority as the mightiest race on earth. Wu Jing scoffed at this, having lived a life of indulgence and ease since childhood. His survival skills inferior to those of ordinary pirates. If the celestial dragons were to leave Miraculously, their fate would be uncertain. Just as Don Quixote Doflamingo's father once believed he could thrive outside Miraculously, only to discover upon reaching the lower strata of society that he could barely sustain himself. Is the real world not similarly structured, with nobles above the law, leaving commoners like us powerless? In the face of Wu Jing's derision, Doflamingo could only stifle his anger internally, maintaining a facade of calm as he continued to speak. In this world, aside from the five elders, nearly no one knew how long he had existed, and only a select few were aware of his presence. His name was a taboo in Miraculously. Even those few who knew of him would never dare to disclose this knowledge, for doing so would lead to their execution. Doflamingo was reluctant to divulge this secret, fully aware that should him learn of it, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, at this moment, what terrified Doflamingo more was the devilish youth before him. Him wielded a formidable ancient weapon, Uranus, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Rumor had it that those who opposed him could not escape annihilation. And one should now understand the dire consequences of antagonizing the world government. Doflamingo's gaze remained fixed on Wu Jing, eager to discern his reaction upon learning such truths. Would he exhibit terror, sweat profusely, or appear utterly lost? None of these. Wu Jing continued to leisurely smoke the exquisite cigar gifted by Violet. Witnessing Wu Jing's composure unsettled Doflamingo. It seemed this young man was unfazed by the grave secret at hand. Wu Jing is indeed aware that the true rulers of the world government are not the five elders, but rather him, as mentioned by Doflamingo. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that him wields control over the formidable Uranus. There exist no explicit legends regarding it within the pirate world. Yet Uranus is revered as the foremost among the ancient three weapons, evoking an unimaginable terror, for it is a supreme weapon beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Although he presents a facade of calm indifference before Doflamingo, anyone who hears the tales of him cannot help but feel an unsettling dread. Fear is a manifestation of one's cowardice. It can become a colossal impediment to one's progress. Wu Jing does not cower before these fearsome behemoths. He is confident that he is the one sent by the heavens to rectify the order of this world. Having spoken his piece, he added, I am sorry, but the decision I have made is immutable. Wu Jing smirked with a hint of defiance, appearing to Minggu like a bloodthirsty demon. If you were to slay me, it would not be long before you find yourself in my presence again, you wretched lowborn. Minggu struggled to contain the turmoil within, for at his core, he was a proud celestial being, and dying at Wu Jing's hands would be a profound humiliation. Ah, alas, you, a man on the brink of demise, shall not witness my future glory. You may hurl your insults at me now. This is your final opportunity to resist, for time is running short. Wu Jing dismissed Minggu's absurd curse as inconsequential, treating it as mere nonsense not worthy of his concern. Let Minggu prattle on. The more he rambled aimlessly, the more pitiable he appeared. Wu Jing's commanding presence rendered Minggu's seemingly powerful words utterly impotent and insipid. Chapter 62. The arrival of Akainu on this momentous day. The weather began to deteriorate. A tempest arose upon the sea, with thunder and lightning illuminating the sky. The day of Minggu's public execution had finally arrived, and he was escorted onto the gallows by two burly men. The harsh winds and relentless rain made Minggu appear utterly disheveled. In such a pitiful state, others might have evoked sympathy, yet for Minggu, many found a perverse delight in his misfortune. His punishment was richly deserved. This day marked the pinnacle of Ming Ji's humiliation. The life of a condemned man was a fate he had never envisaged. It was a reality that the entire pirate world had not anticipated. That a scion of the celestial dragons would face public execution. In this moment, Ming finally comprehended that Wu Jing's earlier words were not mere intimidation. Overwhelmed by profound indignation, his facial muscles contorted in despair, he could scarcely fathom that he would one day be executed before an audience. Kill me, and you shall be pursued relentlessly by the Navy, doomed to a lifetime imprisoned and impelled down. Ming Gu cursed vehemently towards the distant Wu Jing. However, his words were quickly swallowed by the tempestuous weather. Even if Wu Jing had heard him, it would not alter his grim fate. At this moment, on a spacious outdoor sofa, Wu Jing reclined leisurely, savoring fine wine and enjoying a cigarette that Sanji had just provided. Its flavor was indeed delightful. Given this wretched weather, I suspect the Navy will not arrive. We should expedite Ming Ji's demise and depart from here, Usopp fretted, noting Wu Jing's lack of action. He was eager to execute Ming Gu so they could safely withdraw. You're a grown man and still so timid. I am unperturbed. Long Kuei scoffed disdainfully at the trembling long-nosed man, brimming with spirited resolve. Hey, watch your tone, child, Usopp retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Everyone, please sit down and have something to eat. Let us not turn on each other before our enemies even arrive, Wu Jing remarked, sensing the rising tension among his companions. Their fervor was almost palpable. The Straw Hat crew had arrived yesterday, not out of a desire to assist Wu Jing, but rather because Robin and Nami were eager to behold the celestial beauty of Wu Jing. When women become captivated, their allure is truly irresistible. Wu Jing's current allure is indebted to the exceptional skills of Malgao's surgical prowess, as well as the regenerative capabilities of the fruit within him, which have diligently worked to mend his wounds. The appearance of Wu Jing during his time on Earth pales in comparison to his current visage. His present charm is irresistibly captivating, embodying the essence of a heartthrob. The crew of Shanks has yet to arrive, and communication through the snail phone remains futile, likely due to the inclement weather disrupting signal connectivity. After 3 hours of tumultuous winds and torrential rain, the downpour gradually subsided, revealing a soft light in the sky. While the sea slowly regained its tranquility, the naval vessels. Usopp vigilantly scanned the surroundings with his telescope, proving himself to be an exceptional scout. Although the sea had calmed, Usopp's words immediately unsettled everyone's spirits. In no time, they spotted numerous naval warships of various sizes converging towards Marineford, leaving them in disbelief. Usopp nearly fainted from fright. When the weather is poor, one's mood tends to mirror that gloom. Although the weather had improved, their spirits remained far from bright, perhaps even worse than before. At last, what was inevitable had arrived. Everyone took their positions. Wu Jing remained remarkably composed as the woman beside him, Violet, had already utilized her keen foresight to relay every move of the Navy to him. Wu Jing looked exceptionally dapper today in a pristine white-fitted robe, perfectly accentuating his sculpted physique, embodying the image of an elegant young gentleman. He aimed to captivate the eyes of all his female admirers while demonstrating to the world what a true idol embodies. Soon, the naval warships surrounded Marineford, and the number of arrivals was quite substantial, estimated to be no fewer than 8,000. However, Admiral Akainu deemed this number excessive. Yet, under the formidable insistence of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akainu reluctantly assembled the elite forces of the Navy, secretly scoffing at the necessity. In his view, bringing along a few vice-admirals was more than sufficient, rendering the presence of the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull, unnecessary. Chapter 63. In the name of benevolence, the arrival of the Navy sent the curious onlookers fleeing to a safe distance. For them, the live coverage was nowhere near as exhilarating as witnessing the event in person, especially considering that the target of execution was the despised celestial dragon. Listen well. Surrender the criminal Wu Jing, and I shall allow you to depart in peace, in the name of justice. Akainu bellowed into a handheld microphone, his voice echoing across Marineford. No one responded to Akainu's plea for mercy. Those familiar with him knew he was a ruthless dog, cloaked in the guise of justice, employing methods more brutal than those of pirates. Akainu, your deceitful antics are as transparent as the air I breathe while wearing short pants, Wu Jing retorted, casually lighting 5 cigarettes, exuding an air of relaxation as if engaged in mundane conversation. During the previous Marineford War, Akainu had similarly manipulated Squard, leading him to betray Whitebeard, inflicting a grievous wound that severely diminished Whitebeard's combat prowess. Child, in the face of absolute justice, Any resistance you mount is but a futile struggle. Spare those around you. They are innocent, Akainu proclaimed, denouncing Wu Jing while parading his so-called justice. He aimed to brainwash those near Wu Jing with such despicable tactics. Justice? Is it not forged through sheer force? Let us see whose strength prevails. Wu Jing scoffed. The majority of onlookers regarded Akainu's declarations with disdain, fully aware of his adeptness at wielding language to confuse his adversaries. During the last war, Akainu had brutally struck at Ace's vulnerabilities through mere words, ultimately leading to Ace's tragic demise. Consequently, the words of Akainu were treated with utter disregard in the pirate world, akin to the release of a foul odor. Wu Jing swiftly maneuvered to stand beside Doflamingo, arms crossed with a sword in hand, embodying the essence of a chivalrous hero. Now that the Navy has arrived, it is time to take action. Today, I shall execute the notorious Doflamingo in the name of benevolence, Wu Jing declared, providing the noblest of justifications for Doflamingo's sentencing. Everyone was acutely aware of Doflamingo's cruelty. His demise was well-deserved. However, the depths of his connections posed a significant challenge, deterring most from taking action against him. For Wu Jing, however, eliminating Doflamingo was imperative. The opportunity he presented as a stepping stone was too enticing, despite the inherent risks. It could expedite his ascent within the pirate realm. A contingent of reinforcements arrived, not from the red-haired pirates but from the beast pirates, led by one of Kaido's calamities. Jack the Drought. Boy, should you dare to kill him, Lord Kaido will not spare you. Jack rushed in, intent on rescue. Yet, why did he not come personally? Jack's threats were meaningless to Wu Jing. Even if Kaido himself arrived, Doflamingo would still meet his end. You are not worthy of calling upon Lord Kaido. Hand Doflamingo over to me, or I shall make your demise the most excruciating of all. Jack seethed, his menacing gaze instilling fear in the onlookers. Suddenly, Luffy emerged from the crowd, cracking his knuckles at Jack. Jack, I have long remembered your attack on us at sea. Today, I shall use your head to quell my fury. Luffy glared at Jack, whose bounty far exceeded his own. Undaunted, Luffy stepped forward to confront Jack, the air thick with tension as a clash seemed imminent. Chapter 64. The emergence of Blackbeard. Though the explosive confrontation had yet to commence, the onlookers and those watching the live stream were already ablaze with excitement. The congregation of so many formidable figures promised a fierce battle. They anxiously observed Wu Jing, knowing that a multitude had come to rescue Doflamingo, making it a daunting task for him. Upon seeing so many come to his aid, Doflamingo began to smirk with newfound confidence, realizing that his life held considerable value and that these individuals would not allow him to perish easily. Just as the conflict seemed poised to erupt, a massive warship appeared on the horizon. The sight of its flag cast a shadow over Wu Jing's forces. How many of Old Man's sons are here? This is quite the spectacle, Blackbeard cackled, emerging amidst throngs of followers at Marinefort's base. The arrival of the Blackbeard pirates thrilled him. He relished the chaos, seizing the opportunity for personal gain. Having shed his previous guise of subservience since entering the ranks of the Four Emperors, Blackbeard now roamed the seas with reckless abandon. Once a comrade-like figure, Blackbeard now exuded a predatory aura. He surveyed the elite sons of Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Bista, who glared at him with palpable hatred. This brute had ruthlessly slain his comrades for the sake of the dark fruit, even betraying Ace to the Navy, leading to the tragic deaths of both Ace and Whitebeard. The memory of the previous war remained vivid, as their father had perished amidst the chaos wrought by the Blackbeard pirates, who subsequently seized the Trimmer fruit. Admiral Akainu, upon recognizing the Four Emperor Blackbeard, refrained from ordering the Navy to apprehend him, as their interests aligned at that moment. Damn it, is Shanks fooling us? Law muttered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he assessed the precarious situation. There are indeed too many arrivals. Our position is becoming increasingly dire. Marco shared the sentiment, feeling the weight of the moment. Remain calm. They are merely engaged in their own battles, while we stand united. I shall take the forefront. Wu Jing remained as composed as ever. On paper, he was evidently at a disadvantage. Aside from himself, his team lacked any formidable figures capable of turning the tide. Characters like Luffy, Law, Marco, and Hancock could only withstand the might of the Marine admirals for a short duration before they would inevitably pale in comparison. Moreover, the Blackbeard pirates posed an insurmountable challenge, leaving Wu Jing's side in a precarious situation that caused the onlookers in the distance to grow increasingly anxious for him. Despite their concerns, they were powerless to assist, acknowledging their role as mere fodder. The sun blazed overhead, and more ships began to gather around Marineford. At that moment, numerous newsbirds soared through the sky, each tethered with tiny imaging bugs, broadcasting live coverage of the pirate world, showcasing the unfolding new summit war to the entire globe. The world's gaze was now firmly fixed on this battleground, each observer more anxious than the last. As the clash between Akainu's justice and Wu Jing's benevolence was poised to yield a definitive outcome. Chapter 65. Shanks arrives. The periphery of Marineford was now a cacophony of voices, with ships crowding the waters beyond count. At this juncture, a grand pirate vessel slowly made its entrance. I've finally arrived. Shanks' ship ambled forward, leaving one to wonder if he had been waiting in the wings all along. Perhaps he relished the role of the grand finale. The most exhilarated by Shanks' arrival were the Blackbeard pirates, who found themselves thwarted by the red-haired pirates at the gates of Marineford. The four emperors had long engaged in veiled conflicts over maritime interests, each eager to extinguish the other in pursuit of greater spoils. Shanks, last time you took Whitebeard's corpse away, I felt quite humiliated. It's time we settled this score, Blackbeard exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the darkness of his powers began to stir involuntarily. Teach, this scar on my face is due for recompense, Shanks declared, gesturing to the 3 scars beneath his left eye. Your words come too late. I am no longer the person I once was. Teach's expression darkened. Now a formidable emperor himself. For me, it makes little difference. I merely regret placing my trust in you back then, falling victim to your treachery. There are plenty of fools like you waiting in hell, Blackbeard retorted, the tension between them unmistakable, indicating a fierce battle was inevitable. Almost all of the anticipated participants had arrived, yet the situation on Wu Jing's side seemed grim. The combined forces of the Marines and pirates preparing to assault Marineford numbered around 20,000, while Wu Jing's contingent, including the Straw Hats and the red-haired crew, barely reached 5,000. The largest group present was that of the onlookers, mostly minor pirates, totaling nearly 50,000. Such a gathering in a perilous war zone was nearly inconceivable on Earth. It was sheer madness. From a combat perspective, the Marines held a distinct advantage, amplifying the anxiety of the spectators sympathetic to Wu Jing's cause. Akainu's negotiations had faltered, leaving force as the sole means to determine the victor. However, the anticipated confrontation remained delayed, escalating the tension for all observers. This was precisely the effect Wu Jing sought to achieve. He was in no hurry to execute Doflamingo. Delaying the execution would only enhance the dramatic crescendo. After all, he had publicly declared his intention to execute Doflamingo under the banner of benevolence. Now, he would allow the atmosphere to thicken, fostering a grand spectacle for the new summit war. In doing so, his heroic image could transcend into a veritable belief system amidst the chaos of battle. Wu Jing had already arranged 500 cannons in perfect alignment, awaiting his command. Should these cannons unleash their fury upon an island, it would be obliterated in mere moments. Why not strike first? Usopp appeared beside Wu Jing, offering his invaluable counsel once more. Patience, Wu Jing replied. We shall wait for them to make the first move. Naturally, he dismissed Usopp's whimsical notion. His approach was one of courtesy before conflict. It was not that he lacked the courage to bombard the Navy, but rather a tactical decision. Once the Navy fired first, the entire world would recognize them as the instigators of this war, not him. Chapter 66. The official assault. The reason the Navy had yet to fire was that they were meticulously organizing their formation. 10 first-class warships lined up in a row, each equipped with 10 large-caliber cannons, totaling 100 cannons. Although their firepower paled in comparison to Wu Jing's, its lethality was undeniable. The formidable cannons pivoted in unison, aimed at Marineford. The anticipation of battle was electric. Victory for Lord Wu Jing seemed imminent. Gratitude filled the hearts of the world's populace as they rallied behind Wu Jing, hoping to vanquish Akainu, the celestial dragon's lapdog. How they despised their own powerlessness, yearning to assist Lord Wu Jing in his noble endeavor. As the world watched the live broadcast, their disdain for the pirate world's regime grew palpable. Akainu observed as his troops completed their formation, ready for his command. Without further deliberation, he declared, "Fire." At his command, the Navy unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, flames roaring as the projectiles hurtled towards Wu Jing. In tandem, Wu Jing signaled to commence fire. 500 cannons unleashed a torrential volley of shells, resembling a dark cloud descending upon the Navy. Such a scene on Earth would spell catastrophe, yet in this pirate world, cannon fire was but a trivial affair. The thunderous echoes of artillery reverberated over Marineford, marking the commencement of the grand conflict. As both sides unleashed their volleys, Hancock had already positioned herself beside Wu Jing, determined to safeguard her idol. With a delicate touch, she summoned the arrow of captivation, manifesting a colossal pink heart. Drawing back like a bow, the heart transformed into a multitude of pink arrows, which struck the Navy's projectiles. Upon contact, the cannonballs turned to stone, plummeting into the sea and creating tumultuous waves. Hancock's presence incited a stir among the onlookers, both Navy and pirate alike, leaving them parched with anticipation. Among the crowd, many had come merely to witness the Empress's splendor. Meanwhile, as Wu Jing's projectiles soared, Fujitora emerged before the warships. Utilizing his gravity manipulation, he brandished his sword, sending the incoming cannonballs crashing into the sea at remarkable speed. The resultant explosions painted the waters crimson, claiming the lives of numerous marine creatures. Those projectiles that escaped Fujitora's gravitational influence detonated harmlessly around the Navy's vessels, inflicting negligible damage. Although Wu Jing's forces remained unscathed, the Navy would not relent in their assault. Their primary objective was to capture Don Quixote da Flamingo. Under Akainu's command, the formidable Navy troops advanced onto the vast plaza of Marineford, closely followed by Jack's beast pirates. The red-haired and Blackbeard crews also entered Marineford. Fully aware that engaging in battle on the sea would spell doom for their ships, Blackbeard, understanding the peril of devil fruit users in water, opted for a land confrontation. Chapter 67. Seek your opponent. The long-standing animosity between the Blackbeard pirates and the red-haired pirates ignited the moment they set foot in Marineford. Shanks confronted Blackbeard directly, his conqueror's haki emanating unabashedly towards his rival. The crimson aura of Shanks' haki surged forth, manifesting as a terrifying force directed at Blackbeard. In response, Blackbeard spread his arms wide, gripping the air with force, generating a violent shockwave that countered Shanks' conqueror's haki. The clash of their immense powers split the very sky. Ordinary individuals would not dare linger in their vicinity, fearing the devastating aftermath of their duel. Currently, Shanks' conqueror's haki stood unparalleled in the pirate world, embodying a true sovereign with mastery over mind, skill, and strength. Those of lesser strength, below the rank of admiral, would soon succumb to the overwhelming pressure, rendered incapacitated by this mental assault. However, even the mightiest haki is merely a psychological attack. True supremacy relies on raw combat prowess. While Blackbeard lacked conqueror's haki, his possession of the powerful tremor and darkness fruits rendered him formidable. Over the past 2 years, Blackbeard's strength had become exceedingly fearsome. Yet against Shanks, a master without reliance on a devil fruit, the effectiveness of the darkness fruit diminished significantly. Nevertheless, his ability to absorb surrounding objects remained formidable. Bullets fired by Jesus Burgess were effortlessly absorbed and crushed by Blackbeard's powers. Simultaneously, the crews commenced their fierce clashes, with the battles between Beckman and Shiryu of the Rain proving particularly intense. The audience was thoroughly captivated by this monumental clash between the Yonko, an unprecedented spectacle of strength rarely witnessed. For them, this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating battle of the day. On the other side of the plaza, Navy soldiers and pirates engaged in brutal combat, while the prominent figures began to seek their respective opponents. Find the adversary best suited for you, they were advised. Survive for half an hour while I deal with the kind of first. Wu Jing addressed Marco and the others, declaring that the great battle had commenced. Without uttering a word, Luffy immediately sought to confront Jack the Drought, activating the third stage of his rubber fruit abilities. Meanwhile, Jack transformed into his mammoth form through the powers of the Zoan-type elephant fruit. Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates approached Vice Admiral Spider, who wielded swords with all 8 of his legs, providing Zoro an excellent opportunity to enhance his swordsmanship. Sanji sought out Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, motivated by his infatuation with her, especially since Peach Rabbit had confessed his feelings to her 100 times. Sanji was determined to teach this shameless man a lesson. Frankie, Robin, Nami, and others engaged the slightly weaker rear admirals. However, Wu Jing's crew faced considerably greater pressure, as the dangerous individuals in this war organized by Wu Jing could only be dealt with by his own men. Law found himself pitted against Wu Jing's subordinate Green Bull, who, although nominally under Wu Jing's command, was not one to obey him at all times. Green Bull wasted no time in transforming into the Bull Demon King, unleashing his ferocious fruit abilities, which instilled fear in those who witnessed it. This was Green Bull's first opportunity to showcase his prowess on the grand stage of the pirate world, and he reveled in the spotlight. Chapter 68. Fighting You. A backward dog Marco found himself confronting his old rival, the Logia-type light fruit user, Kizaru. During the last Marineford War, Marco had been distracted by his concern for Whitebeard's injuries, which led to him inadvertently being shackled with sea stone handcuffs by Spider, resulting in Kazara's laser piercing through his chest. Fortunately, Mr. 3, a user of the melt fruit, managed to create a key to free him. Meanwhile, Hancock faced Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Having previously expended considerable stamina turning marine cannonballs to stone, she now struggled against Peach Rabbit. However, the spectacle of these two stunning women battling was garnering attention second only to that of Shanks. The sight of their long, slender legs intertwined in the air delighted many onlookers, while their ample curves swayed enticingly with each movement, accompanied by their charming exclamations, leading many to wonder about their intentions. Fujitora was well suited for group combat, taking on several of Whitebeard's sons. Facing the oppressive force of the gravity fruit, Jozu and Vista found the encounter extremely taxing, especially since Fujitora had not been present 2 years prior. As for the skirmishes below, the Marines maintained an advantage in numbers, temporarily holding the upper hand. The plaza erupted in fierce combat, presenting a scene of intense chaos. Swords, guns, clubs, water, fire, and lightning were all part of the fray, with shouts of rage and cries of pain echoing throughout, captivating the attention of bystanders. It wasn't long before many were wounded. After all, real weapons and bloodshed were inevitable in such a brutal clash. 2 individuals had yet to engage in battle: Wu Jing, savoring a cigarette, and Akainu, glaring furiously at him. Despite the enemy standing before him, Wu Jing appeared utterly unbothered, which only served to infuriate Akainu further. While Akainu was typically a chain smoker, this was hardly the moment for indulgence. "You might wish to light a candle for yourself before your demise," he scoffed. "All you can do is talk. This is my territory, and it remains uncertain whether you will leave here alive." Wu Jing stretched his limbs, prepared to confront Akainu. Having observed that Marco and the others had sustained injuries, "You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. I shall grant you a swift death." Akainu's body began to emanate seething magma, raising the temperature around him dramatically, akin to waves of scorching heat. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch, his arm extending rapidly, transforming into a fist of boiling magma aimed directly at Wu Jing's head. This technique had previously inflicted severe damage on Whitebeard, showcasing its tremendous power. In a stunning display, Wu Jing did not evade. He caught Akainu's assault with one hand, igniting flames that engulfed his body. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as this young man was set ablaze by the Marine Fleet Admiral, appearing to be on the verge of defeat. Wu Jing's companion also displayed a look of astonishment, yet upon observing Wu Jing's calm demeanor, they were left pondering the reason behind it. The flames that erupted were not conjured by Akainu, but were manifestations of Wu Jing's own mastery over the Miraculously. In truth, Wu Jing had instructed Law to extract Doflamingo's heart the previous day, intending for Law to transplant it into his own body, thereby allowing him to absorb the power of the Miraculously. This was all in preparation for a grand display today. For the influence of the Miraculously in the world of pirates is undeniably significant. Akainu, taken aback by the sudden blaze enveloping Wu Jing, found himself momentarily stunned. "Haha, do you think merely consuming the Miraculously makes you formidable? You are blissfully unaware of how poor Ace met his demise." Akainu mocked disdainfully. The magma fruit possesses the unique ability to consume fire and absorb its thermal energy, establishing a hierarchical relationship where magma serves as the Miraculous greatest nemesis. Indeed, the destructive power of the Magu Magu Nomi surpasses that of the Miraculously. During Ace's confrontation with Akainu, he was consistently subdued by Akainu's overwhelming strength. While Ace's fate is lamentable, it was his own choice. "Today, I shall relish in delivering a severe blow to you, a wretched dog," making it clear that Ace shall never truly perish. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Wu Jing's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for such autocratic individuals. Akainu's underhanded tactics in provoking Ace to his death had long irked him, as it was nothing short of a cruel manipulation of Ace's conscience. Chapter 69. Fire against magma. Soon, Wu Jing was enveloped in a resplendent blaze, the dazzling flames rendering him even more strikingly handsome. "Ace has been revived. How exhilarating." "Fool, that is Lord Wu Jing, who merely consumed the Miraculously. Truly, he is Lord Wu Jing. Yet I worry he might meet the same fate as Ace at the hands of that dog Akainu." The tragic demise of Whitebeard during the Marineford War had extinguished their fervent aspirations to alter their destinies, but now, with Wu Jing wielding the powers of the Miraculously, the spirits of the pirates, long subdued for 2 years, were reignited. Akainu sensed a troubling shift. The onlookers were rallying in support of Wu Jing. Magma, Great eruption. Akainu's fist surged forth like a volcanic eruption, unleashing a torrential assault upon Wu Jing. Solar flare. Wu Jing unleashed a colossal column of fire from his palm, successfully countering Akainu's formidable strike. Had it been the former ace, he would have been unable to withstand Akainu's overwhelming assault. Yet now, Wu Jing's internal energy far surpassed that of Ace's, and his physical recovery was astonishingly rapid. Fire gun. Wu Jing extended his index and middle fingers, unleashing a relentless barrage of fiery projectiles at Akainu. In response to Wu Jing's counterattack, Akainu transformed into molten magma, absorbing the fiery shots Wu Jing had unleashed. Your attacks are merely a tickle to me. Akainu scoffed with a disdainful expression. Fear not, I am merely warming up. Soon I shall strip you of your skin, Wu Jing retorted, not missing an opportunity to taunt Akainu. Indeed, Akainu's strength was formidable, surpassing that of Fujitora and Green Bull whom he had faced previously. I do not have time to play with you any longer. Dog bite. Crimson Lotus. Akainu's fist morphed into a seething head of molten rock, his arms stretching rapidly to bite down on Wu Jing. Wu Jing did not confront directly. Instead, he swiftly employed the Navy's sixth style, vanishing into thin air. A mere parlor trick. Akainu scoffed. The molten canine head formed from Akainu's fist did not relent, rapidly shifting positions in the air as if pursuing an unseen quarry. The Navy's sixth style appeared somewhat ineffectual against an adversary of such caliber. Fire fist. Wu Jing re-emerged, transforming his fist into a colossal flame imbued with intense heat, ready to counter Akainu's assault, confident that his extraordinary physique could withstand any searing temperatures. The two fists clashed, resulting in a spray of molten rock that scorched several henchmen engaged in combat on the plaza, leaving them in agony. The air was thick with smoke from their exchange, and those minions had lost their will to fight, fearing they might perish in the crossfire of the two titans. Who on earth are you? Akainu's face contorted in disbelief. Just moments ago, his formidable strike had pierced through Whitebeard's chest, yet now it was effortlessly blocked by this nameless foe. I am your father, fool, Wu Jing replied, regarding Akainu as one would a grandchild. Although Akainu's magma fruit could suppress the flame fruit, Wu Jing possessed the regeneration fruit, which allowed him to manifest an ability that clearly surpassed that of Ace. The inadequacy of the fruit's power was compensated by Wu Jing's resilience. Even though Akainu's magma was far hotter than Wu Jing's flames, his regenerative body could endure it. Meteor volcano. Akainu unleashed a barrage of 20 magma fists into the sky, the immense projectiles soaring toward the heavens until they became mere specks to the naked eye. It was a ruthless display, 20 volcanic strikes descending. Wu Jing furrowed his brow upon hearing Akainu call out the move. Chapter 70. I am your father. Wu Jing possessed an acute awareness of the terrifying move executed by Akainu, one that could potentially devastate the island. Before long, the previously vanished magma fists rained down like a meteor shower, unleashing a formidable wave of heat that pressed down upon the earth. Just a single punch could obliterate tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. The simultaneous descent of these 20 volcanic fists was nothing short of catastrophic. Cursed Akainu. What was the purpose of unleashing such chaos? Kizaru glanced upward, his already yellow face taking on an even more vivid hue. What to do? Perhaps Fujitora could rebound these infernal fists using gravity. Green Bull, whose face had already turned green, appeared even more pallid with concern. Time was of the essence. I can only deflect one at a time. Through his observation hockey, Fujitora had also sensed the impending peril posed by these fists. As the others found themselves in a state of despair, Wu Jing had already initiated his response. It mattered not if he could not stop them entirely. He could provide a buffer. When they eventually descended, the damage could be mitigated. Flame Frenzy Blade. As Wu Jing descended from the heavens, he unleashed 20 colossal fists akin to meteors, executing a flurry of over 100 strikes with a speed that surpassed even lightning. After a brief pause to catch his breath, he sheathed his blade. 100 pillars of fire, resembling immense swords, surged towards the descending meteor-like volcanic fists. Yet, against the relentless onslaught of the molten fists, the fiery pillars dissipated after only a brief struggle. Nevertheless, the subsequent pillars continued to impede the descent of the lava fists, significantly slowing their fall. No one could ascertain the exact number of strikes Wu Jing had unleashed. Conservatively, it was estimated that within a mere 10 seconds, he had delivered no fewer than 100 powerful blows. Ultimately, the meteor-like volcanic eruption made contact with the ground, but akin to the meteorites that fall to Earth. It caused minimal damage upon impact. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, bewildered by the extraordinary display of prowess. How could one achieve such a feat in such a short span of time? The sheer physical exertion required to unleash such a barrage of fiery strikes was incomprehensible. The red-haired and black-bearded adversaries had ceased their conflict, drawn in by the spectacle unfolding before them. The bystanders were collectively entranced by Wu Jing's remarkable performance, and those watching the live broadcast were equally mesmerized. Admiral Akainu, however, was not merely astonished. He was engulfed by a mix of rage and humiliation as he found himself at a disadvantage against the abilities of the magma fruit. His dignity lay shattered before him. The other marine admirals showed no sympathy for Akainu's plight, as they observed him recklessly unleash powerful attacks without regard for the consequences. While Akainu's earlier display of overwhelming power could have allowed Yellow Monkey and others to escape unharmed, the destruction of Marineford was inevitable, leaving the ordinary soldiers with no means of survival. Such merciless actions were met with disdain. "Your magma fruit ability is truly impressive. I commend you," Wu Jing remarked, showcasing his sharp wit while teasing the visibly enraged Akainu. "Who the hell are you?" Akainu exclaimed, unable to fathom that this young man was a newcomer. The formidable fighting prowess he exhibited was unlike anything Akainu had encountered before, surpassing even the legendary Whitebeard in his prime. "I am your father, pup," Wu Jing replied, regarding Akainu with an expression of bemusement, for who would divulge their secrets to an enemy? Chapter 71. It is my turn to strike. Wu Jing's monstrous performance left the esteemed guests present in awe. Among them, Green Bull, who was well aware of Wu Jing's capabilities, was astonished to see how much more formidable he had become in just over a month, now even possessing the flame fruit. Shanks, too, found his worldview altered by Wu Jing's remarkable display. This individual exuded a regal aura far surpassing that of Luffy, demonstrating a more reliable demeanor in his interactions. Drought Jack, after witnessing Wu Jing's earlier feats, had lost any inclination for rash actions. The thought of capturing Wu Jing to report back was now a distant consideration. Unless Kaido's 3 calamities were all present, he might dare to attempt it. Going solo would be an exercise in futility. Blackbeard was equally taken aback by Wu Jing's extraordinary physical prowess, reminiscent of the monstrous strength he recalled in Kaido. Kaido was renowned for his immense strength and unparalleled resilience, yet this young man not only possessed deep-rooted capabilities but also an inexhaustible force. A glimmer of greed flickered in Blackbeard's eyes as he pondered the nature of Wu Jing's devil fruit. With a wicked grin, he shifted his focus away from battling Shanks. Consumed by the thought of Wu Jing usurping his position as the world's foremost hero, Buggy, with a sullen expression, watched the scene unfold at Marineford Square, occasionally licking the delicious snot that dripped from his red nose. How could Buggy miss such a grand stage? He had already mingled among the onlookers, biding his time for the perfect moment to showcase his talents. Observing Buggy's disdainful demeanor, his sycophantic subordinates began to chime in, always ready to flatter him, ensuring his spirits remained high regardless of the circumstances. In light of the current situation, Wu Jing felt quite satisfied. He even found himself begrudgingly grateful for Akainu's recent devastating meteor volcano attack. Were Akainu to discover this thought, his anger would undoubtedly intensify. After all, the painstaking effort behind the meteor volcano had ultimately allowed Wu Jing to shine. "Akainu, it is my turn to strike," Wu Jing gently reminded. A preposterous affront to the Marine Admiral. Fueled by exhaustion, Akainu showed no sign of retreat. He would not yield, no matter the circumstances. With a commanding presence, Wu Jing summoned the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, as spirals of intense flames erupted around him. As he clasped his hands together, these flames rapidly coalesced towards his fingertips, forming a whirling fireball that he lifted high. This technique, once wielded by Ace, had met its demise at the hands of Blackbeard, underscoring the disparity in their power. Thus, Wu Jing endeavored to create a fireball that would outshine Ace's Flame Emperor, continuously channeling energy into it. The fireball swelled larger and denser, suspended above him like a miniature sun. Compared to the blazing sun in the sky, the Flame Emperor in Wu Jing's grasp emanated an even more dazzling brilliance, its heat vastly superior. "Is that a fireball?" "It looks more like Mars," Usopp observed from a distance, feeling a heat more intense than Akainu's magma. Alarmed, he quickly retreated, nearly fleeing the scene by boat. As the fireball spun with increasing ferocity, Akainu felt the brunt of its heat, perspiring under its intensity. This fireball was even more fervent than his magma. Chapter 72. Whose fruit is mightier? Akainu would not allow Wu Jing to continue gathering strength for the fireball. Channeling all his might, he unleashed a cataclysmic blast of fire, a torrent akin to lightning, aimed directly at Wu Jing. It was not that Wu Jing wished to prolong the formation of the fireball, but rather that he had been anticipating Akainu's counterattack. He sensed the blistering heat of the fireball was overwhelming and was eager to pass this searing burden to Akainu, challenging him to gauge the potency of Wu Jing's creation against the might of the magma fruit. The fiery collision between Wu Jing's Emperor Fireball and Akainu's massive fire breath unleashed a torrent of heat that caused the entire Miraculously to boil. Most spectators were drenched in sweat, marking the ultimate confrontation between two formidable powers of the flame fruit. After a brief stalemate in midair, the overwhelming force of the Emperor Fireball consumed Akainu's attack entirely. The fireball surged forward, leaving devastation in its wake, a true cataclysm. In close proximity, Akainu was soon engulfed, his agonizing screams reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoing from within the inferno. Despite his body being cloaked in a thick layer of magma to counter the searing heat of the Emperor Fireball, it proved futile. His skin was charred to perfection, the unmistakable aroma of grilled sausage wafting through the air. The cries of anguish faded, leaving Akainu sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, his form rendered unrecognizable. Now a darkened figure of despair. Had the Emperor Fireball's duration not been so fleeting, Akainu would have met a grimmer fate, if not death, then certainly incapacitation. Pathetic dog. Who do you think possesses the stronger fruit? Wu Jing taunted mercilessly, deeming Akainu's demise a liability, opting instead to spare his miserable existence for now. Akainu's resounding defeat at the hands of Wu Jing sent shockwaves throughout the pirate world. During the infamous Marineford War, Akainu had resorted to despicable tactics against Whitebeard and Ace, earning the ire of many. Yet, as the fleet admiral of the Marines, his actions went unchallenged, leaving many to simmer in silence. Some Marines, witnessing Akainu's disheveled state, felt a sense of vindication, a cathartic release. This animosity stemmed from the brutality of his leadership. Had Wu Jing been in such a predicament, Hancock and her ilk would undoubtedly be filled with sympathy. Lord Wu Jing is truly magnificent. I yearn to be his woman at the depths of Fishman Island. Shirahoshi gazed dreamily at the dashing Wu Jing. In that moment, the number of women sharing her sentiment was not in the millions, but certainly in the hundreds of thousands. Even the daughters of Big Mom were captivated by the sight of the young man in his flowing white robe, far surpassing their esteemed brother, Charlotte Katakuri. Khalifa, too, found herself nostalgic for Wu Jing's imposing physique, constantly longing to be by his side. While women were enamored, many men harbored resentment towards Wu Jing. Jealousy ignited when they saw their women's eyes sparkle with affection for another man. Among the unique audience members observing the battle was Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been intently watching the clash between Wu Jing and Akainu. Although he acknowledged Wu Jing's formidable strength, he believed Akainu, known for his combat prowess, would surely prevail. To his astonishment, Wu Jing once again defied expectations, revealing the emergence of a terrifying new force in the pirate world. The defeat of Akainu directly instigated signs of disarray within the Marines. They found themselves in a precarious predicament, creating an awkward scenario. Advancing would mean continuing the battle without Akainu, a prospect they deemed hopeless. Retreating, however, would incite Akainu's wrath upon awakening. The notion of the Marines admitting defeat and fleeing was unacceptable to him, and he would undoubtedly retaliate with bloodshed. Green Bull. Go teach that kid a lesson. We must salvage our dignity, Kazara urged, adopting a tone of authority. You flatter me, but I refuse to go. I concede. Green Bull replied, much to Kazara's surprise. Then Fujitora, you handle him. He must be exhausted by now. Your gravity fruit powers would suffocate him. Kizaru assigned the task to Fujitora. I have faced him before, and we were evenly matched. Engaging him again may bring shame to the Marine headquarters. Fujitora expressed his reluctance. He had intended to confront Wu Jing during the new Marineford War, but had not anticipated the extent of Wu Jing's terrifying prowess, leaving him feeling past his prime. What shall we do? I have no desire to undertake such a thankless task. Kizaru preferred not to engage in life-or-death battles, usually exerting only partial effort. As the three debated who should confront Wu Jing, a tall woman brushed past them. Clad in a white Justice long coat over a red low-cut tight shirt and daringly short shorts, her long, slender legs strode confidently towards Wu Jing. She was the Marine's foremost beauty, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, disillusioned by the performance of her fellow admirals. Hey, Peach Rabbit, are you seeking death? Come back here. Tashigi rushed to intercept her, arms outstretched. Someone from the Marines must handle that kid, so will it be you or me? Peach Rabbit posed a dilemma to Tashigi. Confronted with her challenge, Tashigi fell silent. How could I dare? Useless fool, with your lackluster appearance, do you even have the audacity to pursue me? Peach Rabbit kicked Tashiji aside, unfazed as she continued her march towards Wu Jing. This war bore a fundamental difference from the last. The invaders, the Whitebeard pirates, had been fearless, driven solely by the desire to rescue Ace. In contrast, the current invaders were the Marines, seeking to apprehend the inhumane Doflamingo, approaching their mission devoid of the intent to die. This diminished their combat effectiveness, as pirates often fought with greater unity and fervor. As Peach Rabbit advanced towards Wu Jing, the Marines felt an unusual tension. They were indifferent to Akainu's suffering, but would not tolerate the humiliation of their military flower. Onlookers were equally captivated by Peach Rabbit's dignified presence, having only heard tales of her beauty but now witnessing it firsthand. Moments later, Peach Rabbit stood before Wu Jing, slowly drawing her renowned blade. Kenpira, knowing full well you cannot defeat me, you still wish to play the hero? Wu Jing expressed his surprise at her challenge. Questioning her mental state, I will face defeat with dignity, even against pirates, Peach Rabbit declared, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Wu Jing. Faced with the indomitable spirit of this female warrior, Wu Jing rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated as her demeanor suggested he was the one at fault. I do not harm women. Before he could finish, Peach Rabbit lunged at him with fierce intent, forcing Wu Jing to swiftly raise his blade to parry her full-force strike. Despicable. You harbor prejudice against women. Peach Rabbit pouted her lips in indignation, vociferously expressing her outrage, while simultaneously, her golden blade, Jinbira, was relentlessly slashing at Wu Jing. With a look of utter exasperation, he couldn't help but think that where there are tenacious warriors, there are equally tenacious female fighters. This woman seemed to harbor a personal vendetta against him. In the face of Peach Rabbit's formidable prowess, Wu Jing appeared remarkably composed, ready to engage with her however she wished to fight. Wu Jing accompanied Tao Tu in battle for nearly an hour. While he could defeat Akainu in merely half an hour, is this not a blow to Akainu's pride? He deliberately went easy on the beautiful woman, provoking disdainful glances from the scoundrels directed at Wu Jing. Had it not been for Tao Tu collapsing onto the ground, exhausted and breathless, Wu Jing would have continued to fight alongside her. Wu Jing disregarded the fallen Tao Rabbit, casting a disdainful glance around him, exuding an air that invited any challenger to approach, ready to engage in a relentless battle. Indeed, someone did approach. Blackbeard swaggered towards Wu Jing, his laughter chilling the air. Brother Wu Jing, you surpass Ace by leaps and bounds, Blackbeard remarked with a seemingly amiable expression. The sight of Blackbeard ignited a fierce hatred among a group nearby, Whitebeard's sons. Following Whitebeard's tragic demise during the war on the top, Blackbeard had ruthlessly hunted them down, binding them in an oath of vengeance. It was a matter of life or death. Either he would perish, or they would. Blackbeard was directly responsible for Ace's death, having defeated him and handed him over to the Marines, which ultimately precipitated the previous war. Blackbeard, do you intend to capture me and deliver me to the Marines as well? Wu Jing ignited the cigarette in his hand, showing no deference to the Emperor of the Sea. You misunderstand. I wish for you to join my Blackbeard pirates and embark on a grand venture together. Blackbeard responded with a sincere smile, entirely shedding the demeanor expected of an emperor, showcasing his talent for theatrics. Truly, he was the thespian of the pirate world. However, with Wu Jing's arrival, Blackbeard's reign as the top actor was destined to come to an end. Wu Jing holds a certain admiration for Blackbeard's cunning, for he himself is not devoid of depth. The wisdom of a king must run profound. Otherwise, how could one attract formidable allies? Without a certain level of shrewdness, one cannot achieve greatness or ascend to the pinnacle of power. Among the current emperors of the sea, Big Mom and Kaido have risen to prominence solely through their overwhelming strength, lacking in subtlety. The world government remains relatively at ease with them, granting sufficient freedom that ensures a tenuous peace. As for Shanks, he is certainly astute, yet he cannot be classified as particularly scheming. It is merely his intricate web of relationships within the pirate world that remains elusive to others. Only Blackbeard stands as the most intelligent and ambitious among the four emperors. However, should Blackbeard seek to manipulate Wu Jing, he has miscalculated. Wu Jing harbors no interest in grand ambitions. If a confrontation is desired, let it commence swiftly. And if not, he should depart without delay. Wu Jing is, of course, greatly intrigued by the pursuit of power, akin to Jack Ma's claims of indifference towards wealth. Blackbeard's arrogance incites Wu Jing's ire. Observing Wu Jing's lack of interest in his invitation, Blackbeard's expression darkened, and dark smoke began to emanate from his body. Chapter 75. The formidable Blackbeard. As Blackbeard unleashed the powers of the dark fruit, Wu Jing responded with a serious flourish of his blade. He had resolved his conflict with Akainu using his fists. Against Blackbeard, he intended to wield his sword. Wu Jing sought to seize this rare opportunity to showcase his multifaceted talents, displaying an impressive mastery of various weapons. Before the composed Wu Jing, Blackbeard's eyes darted mischievously. "I am the only one in the pirate world," he bellowed, possessing the powers of 2 formidable devil fruits. His laughter echoed with arrogance as he looked down upon Wu Jing. For an ordinary individual, such a declaration from Blackbeard would surely induce paralyzing fear. The notion of wielding the powers of 2 devil fruits is indeed terrifying, and Blackbeard was adept at psychological manipulation. However, Wu Jing remained unfazed. After all, who among them was not a wielder of 2 devil fruits? Blackbeard's petty tricks were insufficient to rattle Wu Jing's steadfast composure. "Flame Frenzy Blade," Wu Jing proclaimed, choosing not to engage in further banter with Blackbeard. He raised the legendary sword, Shodai Katetsu, and unleashed a torrent of fiery slashes towards Blackbeard. Yet, this onslaught did not perturb Blackbeard in the slightest. With a mere gesture, he summoned a colossal black vortex that materialized before him. As the intense flames collided with the dark whirlpool, they dissipated as if deflated, the once mighty flames consumed and rendered invisible within the abyss. The fiery blade technique employed by Wu Jing just moments ago was powerful enough to withstand even the descending torrents of lava from a volcano. Yet, it was effortlessly neutralized by Blackbeard. The display of strength from Blackbeard left the onlookers in a state of sheer astonishment, drenched in sweat. How has this malevolent man, who aspires to dominate the entire world, become so formidable? Wu Jing's recent maneuver proved effective against Akainu. However, it would be of little consequence against Blackbeard. The powers of the dark fruit allow it to nullify the abilities of other devil fruits. Particularly, the blaze fruit, being a Logia type, is susceptible to absorption. Yet, the dark fruit cannot completely absorb the powers of Paramecia and Zoan types. During the previous Marineford War, confronted with Whitebeard's formidable strike, Blackbeard was unable to fully absorb the might of the strongest Paramecia type, the Quake fruit. Ultimately, he was overpowered and pinned down by Whitebeard. This was due to the nature of the Quake fruit as a Paramecia type. Regrettably, at that time, Whitebeard was already on the verge of exhaustion, allowing Blackbeard to narrowly escape. Had it been during Whitebeard's prime, even with the dark fruit, Blackbeard would have met his demise at the hands of Whitebeard's earth-shattering, soul-stirring punch. However, after 2 years of relentless honing, Blackbeard's mastery of the dark fruit has evidently grown more formidable. Hehehe, it seems the time has come for me to take action. Blackbeard glared menacingly at Wu Jing, exuding an aura of inevitable triumph. Unleashing the power of the quake, Blackbeard spread his arms wide. His left hand conjured an air shield while his right hand surged with an ever-flowing stream of black energy, simultaneously wielding the capabilities of both fruits. He then forcefully brought his fists together in the center. The air on either side of Wu Jing surged like imposing iron walls, rapidly compressing towards him, accompanied by a wave of ominous energy that swiftly enveloped him. Truly, Blackbeard has grown immensely powerful. For once, Wu Jing's expression bore a rare gravity. This punch had remarkably fused 2 distinct devil fruit abilities, and he could already sense the ferocious currents within the atmosphere. Damn Teach, always adept at concealing his true strength. Shanks was equally astonished. In Chapter 76, in a disadvantaged position, during the earlier confrontation with Blackbeard, it was evident that Teach had refrained from utilizing the combined might of his 2 devil fruit abilities, indicating that he had been holding back. However, when faced with Wu Jing, Blackbeard wasted no time in unleashing a lethal assault. The energy he had absorbed moments ago was now unleashed in full force against Wu Jing. Coupled with the formidable destructive power of the Tremor fruit, Wu Jing sensed impending peril. Without hesitation, Wu Jing deployed one of the Marine's 6 styles, the Iron Body technique, in a bid to withstand the onslaught. Typically, the Marine's 6 styles were of little use against such formidable adversaries. Yet, the version Wu Jing employed was a refined and enhanced variant, allowing him to barely contend with Blackbeard. A resounding crash echoed as the dual powers of Blackbeard's devil fruits collided violently with Wu Jing. With a sudden sweetness in his mouth, Wu Jing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground. This was the first time he had been injured since arriving in the pirate world. The air was filled with intermittent cracks, and the entire Marineford swayed precariously upon the sea, appearing as though it might plunge into the depths at any moment. Those of weaker strength were directly thrown to the ground, rolling about, while some even lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, the newsbirds responsible for the live broadcast plummeted collectively, terrified by the recent deafening sound. What was happening? Where was Lord Wu Jing? The live stream has vanished. Oh no, it seems Lord Wu Jing has fainted. That despicable Blackbeard, after battling the Marine Admiral and expending so much energy to barely defeat Peach Rabbit, now he must confront this wicked Blackbeard. No matter how strong one is, they cannot stand alone against such odds. The interruption of the broadcast left the audience in the pirate world in a state of panic, their hearts heavy with concern for Wu Jing's well-being. The onlookers at the scene shouted in distress, yet none dared to rush ashore to assist. Wu Jing is not as formidable as he seems. He cannot even defeat a weakling like Blackbeard. I, on the other hand, have once toppled Blackbeard myself, Buggy boasted proudly to his group of lackeys. Reminiscing about an encounter from 15 years prior when he had confronted Blackbeard at sea, landing blows while Blackbeard held back to conceal his true strength. Wu Jing's allies hastened towards him, intent on thwarting Blackbeard. Otherwise, Wu Jing would be in grave danger. Haraha, an opportunity has been presented to you, yet you failed to cherish it. Blackbeard laughed cruelly, advancing slowly towards the unconscious Wu Jing. He drew a flintlock pistol from his waist, preparing to pull the trigger and end Wu Jing's life. Teach, if you wish to kill him, you ought to consult me first. Shanks appeared before Wu Jing, blocking Blackbeard's path. Shanks, keeping such a young man around will only bring you trouble. He will eliminate you and take your place. Do not fall for his tricks. Blackbeard attempted to sow discord, his cunning mind working adeptly. Do not speak to me with such futile words. I have been deceived once, and I shall not be again. The scar on Shanks' face was a testament to his past trust in Blackbeard, nearly costing him his life. Then I shall have to kill you first, Shanks. Blackbeard's expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Shanks' shoulder. Turning to see, it was Wu Jing. Shanks, having been entirely focused on confronting Blackbeard, had not noticed that Wu Jing had already risen. Wu Jing dusted off his clothes and casually adjusted his hair, appearing anything but injured. Shanks, you should return to the ship and enjoy a drink. I will join you shortly. Though he spoke to Shanks, his eyes remained narrowed, fixated on Blackbeard, wary of the scheming adversary before him. Haraha, I did not expect you to rise again. This time, I shall ensure you do not stand. Blackbeard glared at Wu Jing, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, his intentions clear. Chapter 77. Who will emerge victorious? In response to Blackbeard's arrogant words, Wu Jing offered a charmingly defiant smile. Whitebeard's assessment of Blackbeard as arrogant and reckless was indeed accurate, having known him for decades. The injury inflicted by Blackbeard was of no concern to Wu Jing. In this life of chaos, one cannot always sail smoothly. Challenges and setbacks are inevitable. What matters is possessing an indomitable spirit. A single failure is insignificant, for victory will eventually be yours. That should suffice. As Wu Jing uttered these words, his height suddenly tripled. Wu Jing has once again transformed into a strikingly handsome and captivating young gentleman. After this remarkable metamorphosis, the female audience at the scene erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing throughout the venue. Meanwhile, the male admirers gazed upon him with fervent admiration, each secretly yearning to embody such a paragon of masculinity. The viewers of the live broadcast, however, were left to endure the torment of being unable to witness the unfolding spectacle. In stark contrast to his previous encounter with Luffy, Wu Jing now exuded an aura of fierce intensity, his eyes radiating with an electrifying brilliance akin to a 1,000-volt spark. Wu Jing's chest heaved violently, a tumultuous energy coursing rapidly through his body as he struggled to contain the relentless pounding of his two wildly beating hearts. Since the moment Wu Jing was struck down by Blackbeard, he has been immersed in a vast sea of power, a culmination of his recent endeavors. The absorption of such immense strength has caused a subtle ache within his formidable physique. In contrast, Blackbeard, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Wu Jing, quickly tempered his arrogant demeanor and unleashed a cloud of black smoke. Soon, the burly figure of Blackbeard was enveloped in a thick, swirling darkness that grew ever more massive. Dark Emperor, shattered void, he proclaimed, as the surrounding black smoke coalesced into a colossal sphere of darkness. You have compelled my hand. To perish under the strike shall be your honor. With a fierce glint in his eye, Blackbeard felt a pang of humiliation in having to exert such effort against a mere novice. With a crackling sound that pierced the air, Blackbeard hefted the immense dark sphere toward Wu Jing. Rather than retreating, Wu Jing advanced, eager to engage in a decisive clash. The shattering air did not hinder his speed. He continued to wield his blade with grace, The initial ghost cutter rested in his hand like a pair of chopsticks, yet one must not underestimate this legendary weapon. Infused with Wu Jing's ferocious power, the ghost cutter radiated an unsettling, ethereal light. As the initial ghost cutter collided violently with the dark sphere, the devastation wrought by their battle rendered the already ravaged ground even more pitiful. Green Bull, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Asked Kizaru, observing the intense scene beside him. Wu Jing. Green Bull declared without hesitation. Who else would he support if not his elder brother? Hey. You actually back the main perpetrator? Well, I support him too. I find the repugnant Blackbeard even more detestable, said Peach Rabbit. Having regained her strength and standing beside the three admirals, her gaze fixed on the poised Wu Jing, Fujitora remained silent, disinterested in such trivial matters. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are still quite inexperienced. It won't be long before you meet Ace, Blackbeard taunted, his menacing laughter returning as he regarded Wu Jing. Just as Blackbeard finished speaking, the dark sphere suddenly enveloped Wu Jing entirely. Let my dark powers consume you into oblivion, he cackled. Confident in his mastery over the powers of the dark fruit, over the past 2 years, Blackbeard had often sought out individuals to hone his abilities, leaving a trail of unfortunate souls in his wake. You all have poor judgment. You supported this boy for such a brief moment, and now it appears he has finished. How dull, Kizaru remarked, his tone laced with fatigue. It is not over. Fujitora retorted coldly, his blindness not hindering his heightened perception. Look. Chapter 78, A Hair's Breadth Away. The onlookers shouted in unison, pointing at the dark sphere, which was now losing its ominous hue. A glimmer of light emerged from within, 2 beams, 3 beams, 4 beams. Finally, the sphere erupted, and from its radiant center stepped a man, gleaming with brilliance, none other than the revered Wu Jing. The dark fruit had indeed proved to be extraordinarily formidable, significantly diminishing Wu Jing's combat prowess. Yet, his regenerative abilities were even more astonishing. As they began to absorb the very dark smoke surrounding him, was this yet another awakening? Wu Jing remained indifferent to the situation, after all. This mysterious regenerative fruit was undoubtedly superior to the 2 fruits possessed by Blackbeard. Blackbeard himself was left astonished by Wu Jing's bizarre display, as he remarkably managed to escape the confines of his dark energy. Taste my blade. After absorbing the dark mist emitted by Blackbeard, Wu Jing's energy surged once more. The earth trembled and split. Blackbeard met the oncoming Wu Jing with a powerful strike of his fists, the immense shockwave creating fissures in the air that extended in Wu Jing's direction. Wu Jing did not flinch. He resolutely thrust towards Blackbeard, undeterred by the shattering air that sought to impede his advance. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The legendary sword, the original ghost slash, pierced Blackbeard's shoulder. Had his reflexes not been swift, it would have driven straight into his heart. In contrast, Wu Jing bore the brunt of Blackbeard's earlier devastating attack, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, though not as grievously as Blackbeard himself. Youngster, you truly possess remarkable strength. My interest in you grows ever deeper. Blackbeard coughed laboriously, blood staining his lips. Today, I have no intention of killing you, but next time, that may not hold true. Wu Jing offered a chilling smile. It won't be so simple for you to slay me, and today shall conclude here. Blackbeard, lacking the will to continue the fight, acknowledged the presence of Shanks. Unlike the previous battle at Marineford, fortune was not on his side this time. He had acquired Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, yet now faced the ignominy of returning empty-handed. Having been wounded in the process, Wu Jing found himself reluctant to continue the battle. It seemed that defeating Blackbeard was a feasible endeavor, yet it exceeded his initial plans, and the situation had escalated beyond measure. However, Whitebeard's sons were oblivious to such considerations, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate the ruthless scoundrel, Blackbeard. They clamored at Wu Jing, their voices hoarse with fervor. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Do you think this is merely a matter of slaying a dog? The chaos caused by the defeat of Mingo had already stirred the world into a tempest. To vanquish Blackbeard would complicate matters significantly. Such a potential threat, capable of disrupting the delicate equilibrium of the pirate world, would certainly attract the ire of the world government, as well as the 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, who relished their current state of prosperity. Despite Blackbeard's boastful demeanor, he had refrained from confronting other formidable rivals, preying only on weaker pirate crews, harboring thoughts not unlike those of Wu Jing. In response to Wu Jing's sardonic smile, Blackbeard remained silent, likely aware of Wu Jing's sentiments. Yellow Monkey. Did you see that? I, Green Bull, possess a keen eye for talent. Wahahaha! Green Bull exclaimed with exuberance. witnessing Wu Jing's apparent victory. "That is my brother. We might consider recruiting him into our navy. Perhaps we could even elevate him to the rank of admiral." Tama, with a complex gaze, observed Wu Jing, finding herself inexplicably drawn to this pirate. Yet she would never confess such feelings. The notion of harboring affection for a pirate was something she had never entertained. The onlookers had begun to cheer and revel in the spectacle, realizing they had made the right choice in witnessing this event live, as the broadcast would have deprived them of the thrilling confrontation they had just witnessed. Chapter 79. The Dispersal of Military Morale. Wu Jing drew the original ghost cutter from Blackbeard's body, then turned and strolled leisurely away. With a merciful stroke of his blade, Wu Jing perfectly embodied the demeanor of a chivalrous hero, leaving the onlookers in awe. Blood trickled down Blackbeard's form. Yet the crowd saw no trace of pain on his face. Instead, he glared venomously at Wu Jing's retreating figure, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, leaving everyone in suspense regarding his thoughts. Wu Jing strode directly towards the execution platform, for it was time to bring this grand spectacle to a close. Along the way, he brushed past the three formidable admirals of the Navy, when suddenly, the naval flower, Tao Tu, stepped forth to obstruct his path. Were he faced with a man, Wu Jing would have easily dispatched him to the farthest reaches of the world with a mere flick of his hand. However, confronted by the captivating beauty of the pirate world's flower, he found himself unwilling to strike, instead gazing intently at Tao Tu's exquisite visage. "Wu Jing, if you abandon the life of a pirate, I shall recommend you to the Navy headquarters as a high-ranking officer," Tao Tu declared with remarkable seriousness. Indeed, she was a woman of long hair and short sight, rather than serve as a Navy officer lacking in conscience. It would be far better to roam freely as a pirate with principles. At some point, Wu Jing had lit up 5 Marlboro cigarettes. He brazenly exhaled rings of smoke towards Tao Tu's face, causing her to cough incessantly as she covered her mouth. Wu Jing's actions stirred a tempest of indignation within Cha Tun, yet he dared not utter a word, swallowing his resentment in silence. Confronted with a creature like Wu Jing, what recourse did he have? Circumventing Tao Tu, Wu Jing strolled leisurely towards the execution platform. "Wu Jing, hand over Ming Gu to us, and we shall release you." The lecherous man, Huang Yuan, hesitated for a considerable time, finally broaching the subject as he watched Wu Jing's departing figure. He had little desire to be the first to speak up, but with Green Bull and Tung Hu remaining taciturn, and with Akainu already taken away for medical attention, he, being the most senior member present, felt compelled to voice his concerns. "I can only tell you that whether you live to return remains uncertain," Wu Jing replied to Huang Yuan, his back turned, exuding an air that suggested the other was unworthy of negotiation. "Oh, I am merely here to fulfill a task. If you refuse to cooperate, there is little I can do." Huang Yuan, unwilling to risk his life for a noble cause, swiftly sought to absolve himself of any responsibility. Wu Jing paid no further heed to Huang Yuan and strode forward, having dispelled the external forces within him, reverting to his original youthful appearance. Although he was no longer as tall and poised as before, his striking looks still elicited shrieks of admiration from the female fans. Soon, Wu Jing found himself beside Ming Gu, who gazed at him with tears streaming down his face, realizing that his fortunate days were drawing to a close. Witnessing so many formidable opponents ultimately fall at Wu Jing's feet, Ming Gu saw no glimmer of hope for survival. Under the protection of the celestial dragons, he had enjoyed unparalleled luxury in the world of pirates, only to find himself reduced to a mere tool for establishing authority. "Who dares to stop me from eliminating Ming Gu?" A voice, reverberating like thunder, echoed throughout Marineford. In that moment, Wu Jing, shouldering the first-generation sword, looked gallantly down upon the crowd below. Although the citizens of the pirate world could not witness the spectacle of Wu Jing's prowess through live broadcasts, numerous journalists were present, snapping countless photographs of him. These images were undoubtedly valuable. The scene fell into a hushed silence at Wu Jing's thunderous inquiry directed at Ming Gu. At such a critical juncture, no one dared to be the first to speak, for inciting Wu Jing's wrath could lead to their own demise. A slow, chilling sound of a blade being drawn resonated through the air. Previously, Ming Gu found this sound melodious. Today, however, it felt excruciatingly jarring. "Kill me, and you shall not escape unscathed." Ming Gu, refusing to relent, made one last desperate stand. In response, Wu Jing's gaze turned frigid, akin to that of one observing a lifeless corpse. The crowd at Marineford and the onlookers at sea remained eerily quiet, not out of lack of excitement, but rather in anticipation of the momentous event unfolding before them. The execution of a celestial dragon was an unprecedented occurrence in the pirate world, and they cherished this sublime moment. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. Ming Ge's severed head rolled a short distance across the ground. His body lay lifeless, and the spectators could no longer contain their pent-up emotions. Their long-suppressed feelings erupted in a cacophony of exhilaration. What an exhilarating moment! Justice has been served. Minggu. The malignant tumor has finally been eradicated. Wu Jing has liberated the people. I shall follow Wu Jing for all my days. He is the beacon of the new world. Indeed, many among the crowd felt invigorated, having witnessed a long-held aspiration fulfilled, witnessing a celestial dragon face retribution for his transgressions. The inhabitants of the island were particularly stirred, having long lived in the shadow of Minggu, their resentment boiling over. One man, in particular, wept profusely. Trafalgar Law, his most revered savior, Corazon, had met a tragic end at Ming Ji's hands. At last, vengeance was his, and he felt a profound sense of liberation. The Navy personnel maintained an expressionless demeanor as they regarded Ming Ji's demise. His brutal murders of Navy members were not isolated incidents. They felt no sympathy for a man like Minggu. While the living could not be resurrected, at least they could retrieve the corpse. Huang Yuan signaled to Dashiji with a glance, instructing her to collect the body. Reluctantly, she complied, knowing that orders from superiors must be followed. The Navy secured Ming Ji's corpse, fulfilling a small part of their mission, ensuring that the celestial dragons would not leave him unburied. Wu Jing remained indifferent to Ming Ji's corpse, as he had already acquired the man's heart. With the retrieval of the body, the Navy began to retreat gradually. Simultaneously, Jack the Drought prepared to depart. However, as he took a few steps, he encountered a figure blocking his path. Since you've come, you might as well leave something behind. Wu Jing stood before Jack. The Navy's departure would not be hindered by Wu Jing, but he would not allow the retreat of Kaido's subordinates to go unchallenged. He intended to make it clear that he was not to be trifled with. To offend me is to offend Lord Kaido. You should be well aware of the severe consequences. Jack, unwilling to back down, replied defiantly. Although he knew he could not overpower Wu Jing, he could not afford to lose face for the beast pirates. A swift sound of a blade being drawn rang out. In an instant, Jack's right arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed limb. Jack let out a heart-wrenching scream, his subordinates failing to retaliate against Wu Jing. Terrified, Jack dared not utter another word, fearing he would lose both arms if he did. He obediently circumvented Wu Jing and hurried away, forever shamed by the loss of his arm. The square was nearly deserted, with only Wu Jing's faction remaining, as all the invaders boarded their ships to depart. The onlookers, satisfied, prepared to leave, reflecting on how the previous Marineford War had ended in disaster for the pirates, while this new war had concluded with a resounding defeat for the Navy. This was all thanks to Wu Jing's formidable display, perfectly embodying the essence of a king, a single man standing resolute against the tide. As everyone prepared to leave, a solitary figure emerged in a small boat, Hawkeye. His arrival instantly piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who wondered if another noteworthy event was about to unfold. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, had come for what purpose? Captain Buggy. It seems Hawkeye knows you are here. He might wish to challenge you to a duel. Kabaji, the strategist of Buggy's crew, opined earnestly. That makes perfect sense. Everyone knows my swordsmanship is formidable, Buggy boasted. Upon hearing Buggy's declaration, his crew unanimously agreed, recognizing their captain's prowess. My Hawk, it's been a while. You must be here to seek me out, but I'm rather occupied. Buggy called out loudly to the passing Hawkeye. I do not know you. Hawkeye remarked after observing Buggy for a moment, feeling only a vague familiarity. How dare you? I am Buggy, Buggy exclaimed, trembling with indignation. Had it been anyone else, he would have sought revenge. Oh, now I remember. You were one of Whitebeard's subordinates. Humph. Hawkeye, you may leave now. Buggy, wishing to end the conversation, felt that further discussion would only lead to embarrassment. Captain Buggy, were you not once a subordinate of Roger? Fool. I also served under Whitebeard for a time before joining Roger. Buggy insisted, desperately trying to save face, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Hawkeye. Captain Buggy is truly remarkable, having served on both Roger's ship and that of the strongest man in the pirate world. Upon hearing Buggy's words, his bumbling subordinates gazed at him with expressions of admiration. That is certainly the case. Baki, filled with an overwhelming sense of superiority, suddenly found himself immensely grateful to the eagle for prompting him to utter such a powerful falsehood. Wu Jing and the others also noticed Hawkeye, a man who has always favored individuality, yet one whom no one dares to underestimate. Hey, Mihawk, what brings you here? Shanks, who shares a certain familiarity with Hawkeye, recalled the times they would often duel before Shanks lost his arm. I wish to duel him, Hawkeye declared, pointing at Wu Jing. I have no time. Wu Jing replied politely. Had it been someone else, he would have ignored them entirely. If you lack the courage, then so be it, Hawkeye retorted, preparing to alter the ship's course and depart. Wow, Hawkeye truly knows how to ignite one's fighting spirit. How could Wu Jing allow Hawkeye to come and go with such arrogance? This undermines his own authority. Ah, you truly possess a talent for undermining others. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly. I am exceedingly busy. Wu Jing rubbed his forehead, plagued by a relentless headache. Today seemed interminable. Fear not. I shall only draw my sword once. Hawkeye's gaze instantly sharpened, akin to an eagle poised to seize its prey. He had already marked Wu Jing as his quarry. Such an intimidating aura of murderous intent. Marco stood beside Wu Jing, sensing that this was far more formidable than Mihawk he encountered 2 years ago. You all should head to the ship. Marineford has been left in ruins. Wu Jing instructed Marco and the others. Remaining here serves no purpose and may even pose a danger. Chapter 82. Next time, I shall unleash my full power. Soon, only 2 individuals remained at Marineford. Wu Jing held his sword firmly, while Hawkeye fixed a piercing gaze upon him. The 2 remained locked in this tense standoff for over an hour, with the sun dipping below the horizon. Shanks, what are those 2 up to? Mihawk said he would only strike once. It would be wise to conclude this sooner rather than later, Luffy exclaimed, his impatient nature surfacing as he detested such drawn-out encounters. Luffy. They are merely waiting for each other's vulnerabilities. Shanks, a master swordsman, perceived the unfolding situation with far greater clarity than most. What vulnerabilities? Why all this fuss? Luffy lamented loudly, his hunger becoming increasingly unbearable. You should learn from Wu Jing. This is of utmost importance to a swordsman, Shanks remarked, growing more appreciative of Wu Jing's understanding of combat. As Shanks noted, both combatants were indeed biding their time, awaiting any sign of weakness from the other. For a master swordsman, even the slightest flaw could determine the outcome of a duel. Hawkeye, too, held Wu Jing in high regard. Though Wu Jing's stance appeared simple to others, to Hawkeye, it was a flawless position, capable of both offense and defense. Wu Jing had never intended to defeat Hawkeye. He merely sought to stabilize the confrontation. After countless battles, he was already mentally fatigued, for the use of his devil fruit powers required immense concentration. After another half-hour, Wu Jing intentionally exposed a flaw, yawning toward the sky. In an instant, the world's strongest black blade, Yoru, materialized in Hawkeye's grasp. With no flourish, Hawkeye delivered a seemingly mundane strike toward Wu Jing. A brilliant, fierce sword aura, akin to a raging flood, surged downwards toward Wu Jing. Far more devastating than the blade he had wielded 2 years prior. Demon King / Wu Jing seemed to merge with the spirit of the first-generation sword. Exerting all his strength to counter Hawkeye with a fierce strike, his chaotic sword energy resembling a phantom as it lunged toward Hawkeye. Boom. The 2 sword energies intertwined mid-air, as if they had developed souls of their own. Their overwhelming destructive force rendered the already crumbling Marineford even more shattered. As fragments of the island began their slow descent into the depths of the sea, the ground beneath Wu Jing and Hawkeye had become utterly uninhabitable, prompting their swift departure from Marineford. The 2 streams of sword energy dissipated into the air as the island vanished. I had been observing your battle from a distance, aware that you had previously engaged with several opponents. Thus, I exerted only half of my strength. Should we encounter one another again, I shall unleash my full power. Hawkeye gazed intently at Wu Jing, intrigued by the latter's recent strike. As Hawkeye had mentioned, he had arrived at Marineford earlier, silently assessing their conflict. He was cognizant of the fact that Wu Jing had expended considerable energy, and he found it remarkable that Wu Jing could withstand his recent devastating blow. This young man was no less formidable than the peak Whitebeard. Having indulged you this time, I have granted you a measure of respect. Should my mood be unfavorable next time, I shall not extend the same courtesy. If you insist on my participation, I will ensure you taste blood. Wu Jing retorted without hesitation. Hawkeye, upon hearing Wu Jing's words, chuckled with delight before departing in his small vessel without a backward glance. Marineford had entirely disappeared from the horizon, and after witnessing the clash between Wu Jing and Hawkeye, everyone except Wu Jing's entourage hastily retreated. With such a motley crew present, the onlookers fled faster than anyone else. A ship known as the Buggy Pirates lingered, held back solely by Captain Buggy's reluctance to give the command to set sail. Captain Buggy, are we not leaving? Leaving? I am not like those pitiful cowards who flee at the first sign of trouble. Buggy declared with an air of authority as he gazed ahead at Wu Jing and his companions. In truth, Buggy yearned to depart sooner. But he wished to be the last to leave, so as to enhance his own reputation. Truly, our Captain Buggy is remarkable, possessing unparalleled courage. With Captain Buggy around, we fear nothing. Ha ha ha, enough of your nonsense. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Buggy mused proudly, lost in his dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Chapter 83. Reflections over drinks. Buggy, why did you arrive so late to our assistance? Shanks exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Buggy in the distance. Hearing his name called, Buggy was startled and immediately commanded his crew to set sail. However, Shanks and his crew quickly moved to intercept them. Rarely does one encounter Buggy. Shanks was determined not to let this old friend escape so easily, planning instead to invite Buggy for a grand feast. Wu Jing had long since stockpiled a plethora of exquisite delicacies and fine wines aboard the pirate ship, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the fierce battle to host a lavish banquet for them right there on the vessel. Wu Jingsheng graciously hosted the red-haired pirates and the straw hat pirates. Although this grand conflict primarily relied on his own strength, their arrival significantly contributed to stabilizing the situation. At a large round table accommodating 100 guests, the principal figures of the battle gathered. Naturally, Wu Jing occupied the seat of honor as the head of the gathering. Thank you all for your assistance in this great battle. Let us indulge in a hearty drink today to express my gratitude. I shall start with this cup, Wu Jing proclaimed, raising an exquisitely crafted goblet and draining it in one gulp. Do not mention it. It is only right for brothers to lend a hand, Buggy courteously stated, embodying his characteristic demeanor. Buggy, what assistance have you provided? I have not even seen a glimpse of you, Luffy exclaimed, looking bewildered at Buggy, who was known for his forthrightness. Damn it. Were it not for me keeping that group of pirates at bay, you would have been finished, Buggy protested loudly. What group of pirates, Buggy? Shanks echoed, equally puzzled by Buggy's claims. Did you not see the thousands of pirates on the sea? They were coming to attack you, and it was my crew that suppressed them, Buggy huffed. Upon hearing Buggy's words, Shanks finally understood, recognizing Buggy's shamelessness, and merely smiled without exposing him. Is that so? Then I appreciate your efforts, Wu Jing replied with a light chuckle, fully aware of Buggy's true nature. He deemed it unnecessary to reveal too much, as Buggy posed no real threat. The others paid little heed to Buggy's assertions, treating him as a source of amusement, which only heightened their spirits. Is it not said that a smile fosters familiarity? Indeed, the conversation grew increasingly lively. What are your plans next? Shanks inquired of Wu Jing, who sat beside him. I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall lay low for a while. Though I harbor no fear, I do not relish a life constantly pursued, Wu Jing replied, emptying his cup. The liquor of the pirate world is a rare delicacy, surely unaffordable for the average person on Earth. After this battle, your influence will rival that of the 4 emperors. The path ahead is yours to forge. I can only assist you this once, Shanks said with a smile directed at Wu Jing. Of course, my journey is towards the stars and the sea, Wu Jing declared. For such a globally observed conflict, Wu Jing had invited them to lend some gravitas to the occasion. An even more critical reason was to demonstrate his charisma within the pirate world. To summon the red-haired pirates and the straw hat pirates speaks volumes of his standing. With such allies, any adversary would think twice before challenging him. Having achieved this objective, Wu Jing would not call upon them again. He was no longer the inexperienced newcomer. With his current strength, he would not find himself in overly precarious situations, as his crew would only continue to grow stronger. Chapter 84. Rest after revelry. As the night progressed and the wine flowed, revelry filled the air. With the clock striking midnight, some succumbed to sleep while others were overcome by drink. Wu Jing, supported by Hancock, departed the banquet hall. Originally, Violet had offered her assistance to Wu Jing, but Hancock was unwilling to concede. This left both Wu Jing and Violet disheartened, as they yearned to share the night together. Hancock, however, was resolute in her intentions. She wished to become Wu Jing's rightful wife before yielding her maidenhood, preferring to tease rather than fully submit. Are you trying to suffocate me, Hancock? I desire you, Wu Jing exclaimed, planting a gentle kiss upon her beautiful face. Who told you not to formally marry me? I am a proper woman, and my virtue is reserved for the wedding night, Hancock retorted, her expression one of playful complaint. In her usual demeanor, Hancock exuded the authority of an empress. Yet this charming side of her was reserved solely for Wu Jing. Few possessed the allure to temper Hancock's proud nature like he did. Do not rush. We can arrange the wedding later. For now, let me enjoy you. Wu Jing's hands began to explore Hancock's exquisite form, unable to resist the temptation after so much wine. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, the alluring Hancock, in her disheveled attire, left Wu Jing in a state of fervent desire. Wu Jing's body had swelled to an unbearable extent, his blood boiling and his temper flaring. "My lord Wu Jing, I shall assist you in resolving this," Hancock diligently toiled, her head down. As the night lingered and sleep eluded him, the dawn broke, and the staff presented Wu Jing with the morning newspaper. He perused it with great interest. "My lord Wu Jing, breakfast is served." A sweet voice echoed from outside. Violet had risen early to bring him his morning meal. Her prompt arrival was indeed noteworthy. Wu Jing mused. Violet's intention extended beyond merely delivering breakfast. She was also curious to ascertain whether Hancock had spent the night with Wu Jing. Women tend to be particularly vigilant regarding their beloved men. Her inquiry yielded satisfaction, as Hancock was not in Wu Jing's company. "Princess Violet, thank you." Wu Jing's captivating voice stirred a flutter in Violet's heart. As she tenderly fed him breakfast, Wu Jing contemplated a more audacious gesture when suddenly there was another interruption. "Damn it! Who dares to disturb me at this hour?" he grumbled, irritated by the lack of courtesy in announcing their arrival. To Violet's astonishment, Hancock entered the room. She was momentarily taken aback, as the woman bore a striking resemblance to Hancock, despite her swollen lips. Had it not been for her attire and stature, Violet might have struggled to recognize her. Hancock shot an irate glare at Violet before gracefully making her way to Wu Jing with breakfast in hand. It seemed she too had come to deliver a meal, filling Wu Jing with a sense of profound happiness. A successful man not only enjoys wealth and prestige, but is also surrounded by beautiful women, all due to his exceptional prowess. "My lord Wu Jing, what news has captivated you so?" Hancock inquired with curiosity. "It's just yesterday's trivial matters. See for yourself." Wu Jing handed the newspaper to Hancock. After glancing at it for a moment, her expression shifted to one of shock. Chapter 85. Lost again. The red-haired crew of the Straw Hat Pirates had parted ways with Wu Jing along the journey, while the remnants of Whitebeard's crew continued to follow Marco. Following the events of yesterday's battle, the pirate world had erupted into chaos, and Wu Jing had emerged as a prominent figure known to all. Pirates across the globe had begun to idolize Wu Jing, causing unease within the world government. They deemed him the world's most dangerous criminal, a surprising verdict, yet one that garnered considerable support. According to their analysis, Wu Jing was still remarkably young, wielding an extensive network within the pirate realm, coupled with formidable strength. Should he continue to grow, the ramifications would undoubtedly be dire. The bounty for Wu Jing has reached an astonishing 5 billion berries, surpassing that of Blackbeard, officially marking him as the 5th emperor of the pirate world. Wu Jing is quite pleased with this newfound title, envisioning a future where his subordinates chant, "Long live the 5th emperor." This sounds remarkably akin to "Long live our emperor," providing him with an opportunity to experience the essence of sovereignty. "Master Wu Jing, how fortunate am I to encounter a man as perfect as you. I am truly blessed," Hancock exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she fell into Wu Jing's embrace. "Never before has the pirate world witnessed a man of such excellence as Master Wu Jing. I am devoted to serving him for life," declared Violet with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Violet's declaration, Hancock hesitated to respond. A man of Wu Jing's caliber is a rarity that cannot be monopolized, she understood, as long as she could be with Wu Jing. What harm would it do to have another woman by their side? "Violet, Master Wu Jing is already my fiancé," Hancock asserted. "Master Wu Jing taking multiple wives is quite normal. You cannot." Violet, feeling anxious at Hancock's words, interjected. "I understand, so let us both serve Master Wu Jing well. From now on, you may call me sister." Hancock's words eased Violet's previous agitation, and she sweetly complied, calling her sister with a voice sweeter than honey. Listening to the two women discuss such matters, Wu Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Shouldn't the decision be mine? Their presumption would not go unpunished. Just then, his transponder snail began to ring. "Hello, Wu Jing. This is Rayleigh. Uncle Ray, is there something you need?" Wu Jing replied, somewhat perplexed by Rayleigh's sudden call. "Haha, I apologize. I got lost on my way to Marineford. Thankfully, you are safe." Wu Jing recalled that during the upcoming Marineford War, Rayleigh intended to offer his support. "This old man is perpetually lost. He is utterly unreliable." "Ah, it's nothing, Uncle Ray. You must have seen the news. You are now one of the 5 emperors. I truly did not expect this." "Ah, a new era belongs to you young ones," Rayleigh mused. A testament to the legacy of Roger's son. One wonders how he would react if he knew that Wu Jing is not actually Ace himself. Wu Jing conversed with Rayleigh for a brief moment before ending the call. He would no longer count on Rayleigh to come to his aid. for he would inevitably find himself lost once again. Chapter 86. The Five Emperors. Wu Jing's reputation has been thoroughly established, and in the subsequent period, his legends will continue to resonate throughout the pirate world. Each formidable faction harbors its own intentions, yet Wu Jing remains indifferent to these matters. After all, if they do not seek him out, he shall certainly pursue them. Wu Jing is not one to be content with the status quo. He is acutely aware that he has ascended to the pinnacle of the pirate world. However, the influence he wields is merely a tale of minor intrigue, not the stuff of indelible legend. In comparison to the monumental achievements of the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, he is but a trifling figure. For Roger has secured his place as an immortal legend in the annals of pirate history, while Wu Jing typically embodies his true self, indulging in life's pleasures without reservation. He harbors grand aspirations. In the past, he would declare, much like Luffy, his ambition to become the pirate king. Now, however, he proclaims his desire to transcend even that lofty title. At Marine headquarters, Akainu arose the following day, brimming with vigor. Marine Lieutenant Tina stood at the door, clutching a basket of fruit, surveying the chaotic scene within, her brow furrowed in concern. Though she had not participated in the recent Marineford War, the injury and subsequent unconsciousness of the fleet admiral warranted her concern as a subordinate. "Admiral, this is your favorite watermelon," she said, placing the basket on the table. Yet, before the fruit could settle, a resounding crash echoed as the table disintegrated under a single punch from Akainu, sending the watermelon tumbling to the floor in a shattered mess. "At this moment, I have no desire for watermelon. Bring me my military uniform. I shall hunt down the criminal Wu Jing this instant." Akainu's fury was palpable, his desire for vengeance burning fiercely. "Admiral, given your severe injuries, perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while," Tina suggested, offering a reasoned response to his command. "Humph. Such superficial wounds are nothing. I command you to fetch it." Akainu's eyes glinted with menace, dismissing Tina's well-meaning advice. To him, any dissent was tantamount to opposition against the organization. "Are you not embarrassed enough? The higher-ups have decided to temporarily revoke your position as admiral. I shall take over in the interim," Fleet Admiral Kong announced as he entered the room. "Damn it, even if I am stripped of my title, I will not let that brat escape." Akainu's fury was undiminished as he smashed yet another table. Ever since encountering Wu Jing, nothing had gone his way. The failure of the Marineford operation and a humiliating defeat had led to his demotion, plunging Akainu into a state of rage. Since the battle yesterday, the seas had shifted from the 4 emperors to 5 emperors. "What? You have so swiftly elevated a newcomer to the rank of pirate emperor?" Akainu incredulously questioned Kong. "Foolishness. The title of pirate emperor is merely an appellation bestowed by the pirates themselves. We refer to them simply as pirates," Kong rebuked loudly. In the face of Kong's admonition, Akainu fell silent. Only Kong could temper Akainu's volatile temperament. Even Sengoku had difficulty managing his explosive nature. Thus, when it came time to mediate Akainu's conduct, everyone unanimously suggested Kong take the lead. "What is the Navy's stance on Wu Jing?" Akainu was eager to learn the details. "We shall await the upcoming World Conference for further directives," Kong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, unable to predict the Elder Star's decisions. Despite the interruption of the live broadcast from Marineford the previous day, the world eagerly anticipated the morning news. With bated breath, they read the papers, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the battle, shouting praises for Wu Jing, the new pirate emperor. Chapter 87. Aftermath and influence. The news of the new Marineford War quickly spread throughout the pirate world, and Wu Jing's dazzling performance garnered him fervent admiration. The emergence of such a young lad as a maritime titan was astonishing. However, there was also a sense of trepidation regarding Wu Jing, despite his overwhelming strength. His youth meant he could easily attract the ire of the world government, placing his life in jeopardy. Thus, the pirate world officially entered an era dominated by 5 emperors. This news was difficult for 2 of the emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Lin Lin, to accept. After decades of arduous toil, they had earned their esteemed titles, only to see a youth ascend to their ranks in a mere 6 months. Most troubling was the fact that Wu Jing's rise meant the division of their spoils, a prospect they were loath to entertain. Kaido and Lin Lin had a long-standing acquaintance, both having been members of the Rocks Pirates in their youth, and they still maintained contact. "Hello, Kaido?" Lin Lin initiated the call. "Don't disturb me. I'm quite irritable at the moment." "Gahaha. Is that brat Wu Jing the source of your discontent?" Lin Lin taunted. "I will tear your mouth apart, Lin Lin," Kaido retorted. "Now, let us discuss matters at hand. You must have seen that Wu Jing has been elevated to pirate emperor. Are you truly going to allow him to reign unchecked?" What I think is my own business. I have no obligation to share it with you. Kaido's disposition was one of independence. He played by his own rules and resisted any attempts at constraint. Gaha, your subordinate, Jack, has brought you great shame, Kaido. Lin's mention of this matter ignited Kaido's fury. As the pirate reputed to be the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, the actions of his subordinates were a reflection of his own honor. Jack's humiliation at the hands of Wu Jing during the Marineford War had severely tarnished the reputation of the beast pirates. In a drunken rage, Kaido unleashed his wrath upon Jack, breaking 30 of his bones. Despite Jack's formidable regenerative abilities, he would require at least 6 months of recovery. Come to Cake Island when you have the chance. We must discuss how to eliminate this brat together. No need. I will handle this myself. Kaido flatly rejected Lin's proposal before hanging up. He was determined to confront Wu Jing alone, unwilling to risk compromising his title as the strongest creature. Damn that Kaido. I will ensure he pays dearly. Madame Lingling harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Kaido. Her intention to ally with him against Wu Jing was not born out of fear, but rather a deference to the counsel of her eldest son, Perospero. As the strategist of the Big Mom pirates, Perospero meticulously managed the affairs of the crew with great precision. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Wu Jing possessed an extensive network within the pirate world, maintaining cordial relations with the red-haired pirates and the straw hat pirates, alongside a capable cadre of subordinates, and even enjoying a close rapport with the legendary Rayleigh. Should Madame Lingling decide to confront Wu Jing alone, it could potentially incite widespread discontent among various factions, which would be profoundly detrimental to the Big Mom pirates. It was common knowledge that a significant rift existed between Kaido and Wu Jing, prompting Perospero to conceive a strategy of collaboration with Kaido to eliminate Wu Jing. This approach would mitigate concerns regarding Wu Jing's connections, as no one would wish to antagonize 2 Emperor-level pirate crews simultaneously. There was another reason Perospero refrained from disclosing to Madame Lingling. He understood her to be an exceedingly proud individual, intolerant of any doubts cast upon her strength. This concern stemmed from Wu Jing's formidable combat prowess and his astonishing physical resilience, capable of sustaining intense battles. Perospero harbored reservations about his mother exhausting her stamina, fearing that should her hunger pangs erupt, she could descend into madness, endangering even her own children, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, Perospero recommended that his mother ally with Kaido. Regrettably, Kaido had an inclination towards solitary endeavors, rendering Perospero's plans futile. Chapter 88, Gold in the Sky. The elders were equally astonished by the outcome of the recent war of the New Summit. They were more anxious than anyone else and convened that very night to deliberate on the matter. As the highest rulers of the pirate world beneath him, they were obliged to maintain order within the realm of piracy. Otherwise, they would not have ascended to such lofty heights. Their contemplations were far more profound than those of Perospero. With Wu Jing's extensive connections, they believed that, given some time, they could easily manage the situation. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that during the War of the New Summit, Wu Jing had navigated through numerous obstacles under the banner of righteousness, ultimately executing the nefarious Don Quixote da Flamingo. Wu Jing's spectacular performance has garnered unanimous acclaim throughout the pirate world, creating an unprecedented social influence that complicates decision-making. Although the world government has historically oppressed and exploited the lower classes, it has consistently proclaimed lofty ideals of justice. Wu Jing's actions resonate with the sentiments of the populace, and thus, should the world government openly apprehend him, it would undoubtedly incite widespread discontent among pirates. Even if they ultimately eliminate Wu Jing, the resulting negative repercussions would be concerning. The credibility of the world government would plummet, leading to a significant increase in those contemplating rebellion within the pirate realm. While the government may turn a blind eye to the illegal activities of pirates, it exhibits zero tolerance towards potential insurrectionists resorting to ruthless suppression. Much like the case of Roger, who was deemed a threat due to his rebellious ambitions, the world government must eradicate such figures. Similarly, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has been labeled the most malevolent criminal for advocating the overthrow of the world government. With Dragon's elusive nature, he bides his time, waiting for the opportune moment to challenge their rule, leaving the government at a temporary loss. In light of these considerations, it is prudent to postpone any immediate actions. Wu Jing has long anticipated the calculations of the 5 elders. He has discerned their timid and cautious demeanor, as long as he does not provoke them excessively. There remains room for negotiation, especially since his actions align with the will of the people. Thus, he confidently orchestrated the new war for the throne. ultimately securing his place among the sovereigns through relentless combat. While others may take decades to ascend to such heights, he accomplished it in just a day, with a little over 6 months of preparation. This remarkable feat is attributed to Wu Jing's formidable strength and meticulous planning. Currently, the world government has significantly raised Wu Jing's bounty. However, the higher the reward, the fewer dare to covet it. Much like the bounties of the previous 4 emperors, no one is willing to risk their life for such money. As for how to manage the dilemma posed by Wu Jing, the world government has decided to address it at the upcoming conference in a month. The world government comprises 170 member states, each contributing a substantial sum as a form of protection money. Nations unable to afford this fee cannot become member states. Non-member countries typically suffer similar fates, becoming lawless territories rife with piracy and human trafficking, leading to their demise. Despite the 170 member states, only 50 possess the qualifications to attend the World Conference. Thus, not all rulers globally can partake, yet a populous nation like the island must be represented. At that time, the kings of the 50 member states will gather at the Holy Land of Miraculously to discuss matters of global security and order. The 5 elders will present strategies for dealing with Wu Jing, not to solicit opinions, but rather to gauge the attitudes of the rulers toward this pirate. Should the monarchs advocate for action against Wu Jing, their subjects will likely follow suit, as these rulers possess the means to control their populace. Conversely, if there is a lack of support, the 5 elders will employ various political maneuvers to sway them, for political tactics are invariably diverse and unpredictable. Chapter 89. It is time to solidify one's position. A grand procession, led by Wu Jing, swiftly made its way to Amazon Lily, where Violet reluctantly parted ways with him along the journey. Wu Jing informed Violet that he would accompany her to the upcoming World Conference. For now, he urged her to return and continue to oversee the island effectively. It was imperative that the island's operations were oriented towards the global market, which was one of Wu Jing's motivations for attending the conference. He intended to seize this rare opportunity to facilitate trade relations with nations that could mutually benefit. Violet was more than willing to assist Wu Jing, yet the prospect of being apart from him filled her with a sense of loneliness, especially after his passionate farewell. Wu Jing was keenly aware of the significance of the World Conference, which occurred every 4 years, and anticipated that the World Regulatory Authority would undoubtedly take significant actions. A month might seem neither too long nor too short. Initially, Wu Jing had contemplated a leisurely retreat accompanied by a beautiful partner, an indulgent notion indeed. However, he soon reconsidered. Waiting passively for the World Regulatory Authority to dictate his fate was not in his character. His destiny must remain firmly within his own grasp. He would indeed engage in the World Conference, representing himself as the king of the island. At this juncture, there was no longer a need for him to conceal his identity. Thus far, his endeavors had been noble and just, albeit actions that greatly displeased the World Regulatory Authority. While the authority could tolerate malevolent figures like Mingo, who would never gain the people's approval and could be dealt with without concern, they were decidedly averse to someone like Wu Jing, whose charisma could easily lead to popular support and challenge their authority. Ironically, Wu Jing aspired to be such a ruler. However, these thoughts were only spoken to himself, as articulating them to others would diminish their significance. Just as Luffy boldly professes his ambition to become the Pirate King, such proclamations often render one a mere dreamer. It is essential to maintain a lofty perspective, to see beyond the immediate, and to reflect deeply. Wu Jing now realizes that he can no longer afford to pause. Should he stop, the path ahead may become arduous. His immediate task is to solidify his position, for no matter how opulent a mansion may be, it remains vulnerable without a solid foundation. Figures like Aunt Lingling and Kaido have established vast enterprises, supporting numerous subordinates to maintain their dominion. In contrast, Shanks appears indifferent to such pursuits, effortlessly enjoying a life of leisure and abundance, free from worry. It is evident that Shanks must have some connection with the world government. Currently, aside from managing Der Island, Wu Jing must also explore the development of additional industrial chains. In his previous life as a human, he invested considerable time studying this subject through numerous books, yet he found himself devoid of practical application. Now, he is determined to make the most of that knowledge. After all, in a world of pirates, strength is paramount. Reflecting on these matters, Wu Jing feels as if he has truly ascended to the status of an emperor. Overwhelmed by the multitude of responsibilities that accompany such a role, a chef must ensure the dishes are prepared impeccably. A cleaner must focus on maintaining cleanliness, while an emperor must navigate countless affairs. Fortunately, with many women around him, they will naturally assist in sharing the burden. Although he has reached the pinnacle of the pirate world, it still does not satiate Wu Jing's insatiable ambition. Wu Jing felt that his arrival in the world of pirates was inherently an adventure, as this realm harbored countless mysteries yet to be unveiled. He was determined to achieve every goal he had set for himself, without exception. Chapter 90. Law's helplessness. The long night stretched endlessly, devoid of sleep. In an attic on Women Island, 3 men sat together, each holding a large barrel of fragrant rum. Wu Jing naturally took a deep breath, enveloped in a misty haze that felt incredibly soothing and comforting. "Marco, you shall be the one to assign duties to our former comrades," he said. "The sons of Whitebeard possess commendable combat prowess and are quite dependable. It is imperative that we make the most of their abilities. Rest assured. Some of our brothers yearn for companionship, and I shall leave them on Women's Island. Meanwhile, those who wish to continue their adventures upon the seas will be organized into teams. They will return whenever necessary. I am truly grateful for your assistance in managing our internal affairs. Your capabilities are increasingly impressive. Daisy ought to express her gratitude for having found such an exceptional man in you. Fool, wasn't it I who handled such trivial matters in the past?" Marco responded, bemused by Wu Jing's words. Upon hearing Marco's reply, Wu Jing appeared to grasp the underlying meaning. Whitebeard commanded nearly 10,000 men, and it was likely that Marco had previously overseen these internal matters. No wonder he managed them with such ease. He was the chief steward. Although Wu Jing had once been an ardent admirer of the Pirate King, he remained oblivious to many of these personal details, as he lacked Ace's memories. "Law, I have already taken care of Doflamingo for you. You may leave now," Wu Jing said, contemplating one individual this evening. "Did you not express a desire for me to join your Dragon Slayer pirates?" Law seemed incredulous at Wu Jing's words, now seemingly issuing an eviction order. "Fool, that was an invitation, not a command." Wu Jing shrugged casually at Law, his expression tinged with disdain. "To put it plainly, I find you quite likable and wish to protect you. The more people who become aware of your Nomi abilities, the more individuals like Doflamingo will come seeking you." Wu Jing's words left Luo momentarily speechless. He felt that Wu Jing was entirely correct. Thus, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Wu Jing for having spent this time by his side, ensuring his safety every day. After spending such a considerable amount of time with Wu Jing, Luo found their rapport quite pleasant, especially given the fact that Wu Jing was only a few years younger than him, which eliminated any barriers in their communication. Furthermore, the group surrounding Wu Jing was equally vibrant and energetic, making them well suited for long-term companionship. "I have decided to join your pirate crew," Luo declared, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Wu Jing. "The opportunity has been presented to you. You simply failed to cherish it. Let me think it over again. After all, this is no trivial matter, and I must consider the well-being of our crew." Wu Jing's expression revealed his inner conflict. Deep down, however, he was quite delighted. How could he bear to lose such a talented individual? TCH. Luo grumbled, his teeth itching with frustration, for now that the chance had been laid out before him, it felt like an unnecessary hesitation. Wu Jing wore a serene expression, gazing at Luo with a cheerful smile. "This was hardly surprising. When he initially invited you to join, you were all bashful and hesitant. Now, if I don't give you a hard time, I simply won't feel right. All right, let us drink. We are all comrades here." Mao Gao interjected at the opportune moment to ease the tension. Under Wu Jing's influence, Mao Gao was decidedly more astute than before, yet he still paled in comparison to Wu Jing's effortless charisma. The group continued to sip their drinks leisurely, cherishing the rare opportunity to converse at such length, fully intending to engage in deep discussions until the late hours of the night. Chapter 91. A desire to meet someone after a week of recuperation on Women's Island. Wu Jing prepared to convene a small meeting with his key members. Typically, he refrained from holding meetings, but since he was doing so now, there were a few matters he felt compelled to address with everyone. Wu Jing harbored a profound disdain for the formal meetings that proliferated on Earth, deeming most of them mere exercises in futility, a sheer waste of precious life. In truth, many gatherings yielded no substantial results, with attendees feigning attentiveness only to promptly forget everything discussed. The meeting room housed a mere 5 individuals: Hancock, Marco, Law, Lonkue, and Wu Jing himself. These figures constituted the esteemed core of the dragon-slaying pirate brigade, and Wu Jing regarded them as family, while the others were merely his subordinates. Their recent triumph was a testament to their hard work, and Wu Jing acknowledged this with a serious puff on his cigarette, casually remarking, "It was nothing. I seem to have done very little." Lonkue blushed shyly, recalling how she had resisted the Navy only momentarily after her transformation. Before long, the focus shifted to the fierce confrontation between Wu Jing and Akainu. Had it not been for Wu Jing's formidable prowess, I might have suffered at the hands of that detestable Tontada, Hancock mused. Tontada had indeed shown no mercy towards Hancock. However, Hancock possessed strength that rivaled Tontada's. She had merely overexerted her abilities against the cannon fire, leaving her fatigued during the skirmish. The battle truly depended on you. That scoundrel Kizaru inflicted quite the beating on me, Marco lamented, having been bloodied by Kizaru's assault. If the fight had continued, he feared he would still be bedridden nursing his wounds. Law shared a similar sentiment, but refrained from expressing any sentiments, disliking flattery. Well, you're correct. Yet it ultimately hinges on everyone's relentless efforts. Wu Jing candidly acknowledged their contributions, emphasizing the necessity of collective endeavor. The array of fruits and desserts on the table brought immense joy to Long Kue, the smallest among them, who indulged more than anyone else. They enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, savoring their unique gathering, which starkly contrasted with the dreariness of typical meetings. This was largely attributable to Wu Jing's leadership. He refrained from adopting a hierarchical demeanor with those he considered close. As a ruler, one must be both ruthless and adept at winning hearts. In dealings with outsiders, however, he would adhere to conventional methods, ready to sever ties without hesitation. Tomorrow, we shall set sail, Wu Jing suddenly declared, revealing his intent for the day. Set sail? To where? Law, seldom one to engage in conversation, expressed keen interest in the topic. To find someone. Who? Marco inquired, his curiosity piqued. Du Feld, Wu Jing replied, narrowing his eyes. Who is that? They seem rather obscure, Long Kue remarked, her curiosity evident, although she was quite familiar with the notable figures in the pirate realm. This particular individual eluded her knowledge, leading her to presume he was an insignificant player, one of the 6 overlords of the dark world, primarily known for his usurious loans. He is infamously dubbed the God of Fortune, Marco noted, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, revealing his awareness of Wu Jing's target. He was indeed a formidable creditor, reveling in wealth, treating money as mere paper. Within the Whitebeard pirates, several gamblers had lost everything, resorting to borrowing from such high-interest lenders, ultimately losing themselves to slavery. Although Whitebeard cared for his sons, it was a mutual agreement, and thus, one could hardly assign blame. Considering that even Whitebeard's sons dared to cross paths with these dark figures, one could fathom the depth of their malevolence. Such scandals remained known only to those within Whitebeard's circle, as he had no desire to expose such shameful affairs. These individuals maintained a notably low profile, for their enterprises were inherently perilous. Those who sought the limelight often met untimely ends. Chapter 92. The King of Usury. Little Marco, you seem quite knowledgeable. Indeed. It is he, the King of Usury, Du Feld. Wu Jing inhaled deeply on his cigarette, relishing the invigorating aroma that stimulated his mind. With his current extraordinary constitution, he could indulge in 10 packs of cigarettes and 10 bottles of rum daily without any adverse effects. Rather, it invigorated him further. However, he is elusive. Even my father struggled to locate him for years, to no avail. Marco recalled his past attempts to track down Feld, utilizing every method at his disposal, yet to no success. Those who owed debts that could not be repaid would invariably find themselves pursued by Feld's ruthless hand. Such a callous individual was indeed difficult to find. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times over. Wu Jing drained his bottle of liquor in one swift motion, relishing the moment. Who would willingly endure the burden of such exploitative loans unless absolutely desperate? Except for the gamblers, who have already wagered their lives, ready to gamble one last time. Beyond these gamblers, many individuals find themselves ensnared in financial straits, left with no choice but to resort to usurious loans, gambling their entire family's fate. To borrow is to court death. To refrain from borrowing is to invite certain doom. Even with relentless labor, they barely manage to scrape together enough sustenance to survive, with the remainder siphoned away by the usurers, leaving many unable to meet even the daily interest. How then could they hope to repay the principal? This was not merely usury, it was akin to bloodletting, and the majority could never repay. Once one borrowed from Feld, self-repayment became nearly impossible. In the pirate world, those who resorted to high-interest loans effectively wagered their lives. This cycle would persist until their complete collapse, at which point the moneylenders would seize them when they could no longer extract further profit, capturing their families as well to be sold into slavery, an additional profit for the God of Fortune, Du Feld. Naturally, the world government would demand its share. No matter how discreet one attempted to be, Those who mingled in the shadows would inevitably be discovered. Wu Jing's confidence in locating Feld stemmed from his lover, Khalifa, who worked within the world government, gathering intelligence. Yet, he would not divulge this to his core team, fearing that Hancock might lose her composure upon learning of it. Wu Jing has recently learned that Feld is indulging himself in the kingdom of Kamabaka, renowned for its enchanting moniker, the Peach Paradise of Dream Island, and famously dubbed the second daughter island of the pirate world. Feld's private life is exceedingly tumultuous. He has lost count of the number of his illegitimate children. However, he remains indifferent to this chaos, as his wealth is inexhaustible and his daily earnings could easily sustain countless individuals. Wu Jing planned to take Margao Luo and Long Kue along, but he certainly would not bring Hancock. It would be unwise to bring a woman to such a place of questionable repute, as it could hinder their endeavors. Hancock, you should stay behind and spend some time with your sisters. We shall return shortly, Wu Jing expressed with genuine affection. My lord Wu Jing, I wish to be by your side every day. I fear you might run off with someone else, Hancock said, displaying a possessive demeanor. Goodness, Wu Jing thought, realizing the extent of Hancock's jealousy. It made him feel the weight of a wife's authority, and he felt an urge to tease her. My heart is wholly yours, there's no escaping that, Wu Jing remarked, lightly brushing Hancock's nose with his finger, admiring her smooth skin. Upon hearing Wu Jing's heartfelt words, Hancock's beautiful face blushed a vibrant red, more radiant than the rosy hues of dawn. Chapter 93, Funning after concluding the meeting. Wu Jing immediately set off for the enchanting realm of Kamabaka Kingdom. The sovereign of Kamabaka is none other than the previously mentioned revolutionary cadre, the queen of transgenders, Emporio Ivankov. However, she seldom resides in her homeland, as she is predominantly engaged in serving the revolutionary leader, Dragon. Initially, Wu Jing intended to bring Failing along, for its arrow-like speed would expedite their journey to the destination. Yet upon reflection, he decided against it. During the recent war at the top, he had refrained from allowing Failing to appear, wary of the Navy discovering it. If he could control the Sea Kings, it would inevitably lead them to draw parallels with the Sea King Poseidon. Were they to seek out Field, would it be akin to borrowing from a loan shark? It seemed they were not in dire need of funds. Marco had always found it challenging to decipher Wu Jing's thoughts. Presently, with the economic support from both the island and daughter island, Wu Jing was hardly in want of money. Who would ever complain about having too much wealth? As their team continued to expand, their need for additional resources grew. Wu Jing sought to establish a comprehensive organization within the pirate world, which undoubtedly required substantial funding. The world government possesses an inexhaustible stream of wealth each year, with its 170 member nations contributing a portion of their riches to the celestial dragons, a practice referred to as heavenly gold. This heavenly gold serves as the lavish capital for the celestial dragons, allowing them to indulge in a life of unparalleled luxury. Once, Doflamingo intercepted the heavenly gold to coerce the Navy headquarters into recognizing him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Faced with an urgent need for money in the intricate web of Doflamingo's connections, the world government ultimately appointed him to this position of power. Consequently, once Doflamingo ascended to become a warlord, he grew increasingly brazen and unruly within the pirate realm. What, then, were Wu Jing's subsequent plans? Latu was intrigued, eager to discover Wu Jing's next move. Wu Jing stretched out his 5 fingers and patted his mouth, appearing drowsy. Let me sleep for a while, and we can talk later. With that, he reclined on the deck, limbs sprawled, and fell into a deep slumber. TSK, Law quietly expressed his displeasure. As soon as he posed a question, Wu Jing dozed off. How cruel. The journey to Kamabaka Kingdom was quite lengthy, and after a relentless week of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. From a distance, the island radiated a vibrant pink hue, casting a rosy glow across the adjacent sky. Those seeking fortune often visited this locale. Along the way, Wu Jing encountered several pirates attempting to rob him. However, upon seeing his presence, the would-be brigands quickly prostrated themselves, reverently calling him emperor and offering him a bounty of gold and silver treasures. Considering their respectful demeanor, Wu Jing chose not to eliminate these petty criminals. While their demise could foster tranquility in the vicinity, it was only a matter of time before others seized control of the territory, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Wu Jing found himself in a state of helplessness, resigned to the fact that altering the order of the pirate world would have to wait for a later time. For now, he decided to let things remain as they were, perhaps preserving a semblance of reputation within the pirate realm. A favorable reputation would undoubtedly facilitate the recruitment of capable pirates. Naturally, the integrity of those Wu Jing sought to gather would be of utmost importance. While their strength was of lesser concern, provided they ranked no lower than the level of a naval major, such individuals could be nurtured over time. Unlike the duplicitous Blackbeard, who once sought to recruit Ace due to his immense potential, Ace remained steadfast even in the face of Blackbeard's lethal threats. Ultimately, Blackbeard, in his desperation, had no choice but to surrender Ace to the Navy in exchange for accolades. Such a treacherous character as Blackbeard could only command a handful of nefarious individuals who had escaped from Impel Down. Yet, these followers were always at risk of betrayal. Chapter 94. Stronger than Father. Hey, Wu Jing, it's been over a week, and you still haven't told me what your next move is. Luo's loud voice echoed as Wu Jing's silence only intensified his curiosity. Luo, you didn't seem like this before, Marco exclaimed, frustrated by Luo's antics. We'll find out in due time. What's the rush? Robbery and murder. Who are you planning to kill? You think I'll disclose that? I will kill whoever I choose. Wu Jing's words left Mao Gao and Luo in a state of perplexity. Surely, he could not be intending to eliminate the notorious loan shark. Feld. They had previously been in unanimous agreement that Wu Jing had come to negotiate terms with Feld, never anticipating that he would aim to assassinate a titan of the dark underworld, an endeavor few would dare to undertake. Why not simply extort him for a substantial sum? There seems to be no need for murder, Mao Gao pondered, unable to comprehend Wu Jing's rationale. Indeed, extorting a large sum sounds appealing, yet once it is spent, it is gone. What I desire is a continuous stream of wealth, Wu Jing remarked, his eyes gleaming as he licked his lips. You truly think far ahead. Far surpassing what my father could ever conceive, Mao Gao exclaimed with admiration. After all they had experienced, Mao Gao attributed Wu Jing's remarkable transformation to the regenerative fruit. The current iteration of Ace, having undergone such a profound metamorphosis, was not merely the result of cosmetic alterations. Every aspect of him had improved significantly. While it is easy to speak of leadership, the execution is infinitely more challenging. In a moment of spite for Wu Jing's earlier neglect, Luo could not resist a mocking remark. Wu Jing did not respond to Luo, instead delivering a sharp rap to his head. Individuals like Luo, despite being exceptionally talented on Earth, unfortunately lack finesse in their verbal expressions. Aspiring to occupy a high-ranking leadership position seems almost unattainable. He is likely destined to remain a minor official. Luo, if you wish to speak, at least utter something sincere. Would our captain engage in ventures devoid of certainty? It is no wonder you often find yourself at the receiving end of a beating, remarked Mao Gao, rolling his eyes at Luo, seemingly enlightened by Mao Gao's admonition. Luo realized that his thoughts mirrored those of Mao Gao. Wu Jing meticulously planned significant undertakings. However, he simply cannot restrain his sharp tongue. Wu Jing remains indifferent to Luo's poor oratory skills, as he understands that Luo is straightforward and unaccustomed to flattering words. He has often wished to teach him a lesson but could never find a suitable reason, yet now that Luo has provoked him, he is eager to oblige. Luo, just be yourself. I appreciate you for who you are, Wu Jing said with a mischievous grin directed at Luo. Poor Luo, visibly distressed, called out to Mao Gao, lamenting the disparity in their treatment. They engaged in a brief playful scuffle before finally docking the ship and entering the kingdom of Kamabaka. Wu Jing was remarkably familiar with the road conditions here, as if he had visited before. This familiarity stemmed from his possession of a detailed map of the area, which he had diligently studied prior to his arrival. His objective was to make his way to the most vibrant entertainment venue in the country, renowned for its extensive array of services. In particular, the Golden Bathhouse, dubbed the Paradise for Men, offered exquisite services that were utterly captivating, alongside exceptionally well-equipped facilities. It boasted a diverse selection of beauties from the world of pirates, including those from the Fishman and Giant races, and even transgender individuals, nearly fulfilling every conceivable preference. Whatever type of beauty one desired, there would be a corresponding service available. Of course, women from the Celestial Dragons were decidedly absent. Chapter 95, the simplest service true to its name, the Golden Bathhouse shimmered with golden brilliance, resembling a colossal pillar. Gentlemen, what type of service do you seek? Upon noticing Wu Jing and his companions, an alluringly dressed attendant approached them without hesitation. With her ample bosom and exquisite features, one might instinctively deem her a beauty. However, in this establishment, where transgender individuals were commonplace, such assumptions were precarious. Oh, the simplest service will suffice, Wu Jing casually replied. Would you prefer same-sex or opposite-sex services? The question struck Wu Jing as rather crude, prompting him to cast a sidelong glance. Opposite sex. Given my striking handsomeness and exceptional demeanor, It is only natural that I am drawn to the opposite sex. Very well, the simplest service is priced at 1,000 berries per person. Wu Jing casually paid the bill, noting the surprisingly low cost of the service, which seemed to be merely a foot bath. Please wait a moment. I will have someone guide you, the attendant said before calling out, Xiaohong, take these 3 guests for a little pampering. Understood, Wei Gu. A young girl responded as she hurried over. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing felt a wave of dizziness. It was evident that this beautiful attendant was indeed a transgender individual. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure and not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. A girl clad in sheer red lace approached Wu Jing. This was the Xiaohong summoned by the attendant. Dear adults, please follow Xiaohong, she said with a sweet and melodious voice that Wu Jing found quite endearing. Instinctively, he felt certain that she was indeed a girl, and a pure one at that. The bathhouse was filled with rooms, densely packed even on the first floor. As they passed by, the air was occasionally punctuated by the sound of delightful moans, which left Luo feeling quite discontented. He found no interest in such a sordid environment. Young sir, this is a personal choice for everyone. We are all here voluntarily, as long as you are happy, Xiaohong retorted, clearly displeased with Luo's comment. Aha. Xiaohong is right. Ignore him, Wu Jing said, placing his arm around Xiaohong's shoulder to soothe her. He found her figure quite appealing, and curiosity about her age began to stir. Xiaohong, how old are you? He asked innocently, gazing at the charming girl. Sir, I am 13 years old. She replied with a playful giggle, her innocence shining through, entirely at odds with the nature of her workplace. Goodness, at just 13, she has developed so well. Her little figure could easily fit in the palm of one's hand. After walking a while longer, Xiaohong led them to a door marked Little Pampering. Inside, white partitions provided privacy for each client to enjoy intimate services without being seen. The atmosphere was thick with mist, provoking the imagination. Please enjoy at your leisure, dear adults. Xiaohong cheerfully exclaimed before darting away. Wu Jing watched her retreating figure with reluctance, feeling a growing sense of moral conflict. The longer he lingered in this pirate world, the more his thoughts darkened. Perhaps this was his true nature. When he was merely human, he had a simpler mindset, devoid of such temptations. Now, having attained a certain status, he found himself plagued by unfamiliar desires. It was reminiscent of those who, once they achieved success, began to indulge in revelry rather than maintaining their former humility. Yet, Wu Jing's fleeting thoughts were not aimed at trivial pursuits. He sought the vast cosmos instead. Please, dear adults, remove your clothing. A sensual woman, barely clad, appeared before Wu Jing and his companions, accompanied by 2 similarly dressed women. What? Luo bellowed in disbelief. Isn't this supposed to be the simplest service? Why must we undress? Wu Jing shared his confusion. Please, calm down. This is indeed the most basic service. As long as we avoid any incidents, we will ensure your satisfaction, the seductive woman explained gently, now kneeling before them. Just give us a simple massage, nothing else, please. I'm not interested in anything beyond that. Luo made one last concession, unwilling to be ridiculed by Wu Jing and Marco. If we fail to provide you with satisfactory service, we risk losing our jobs. Please, do not make this difficult for us. The alluring woman gazed at them with pleading eyes. Very well, I shall be the benevolent one, Wu Jing said as he helped the kneeling woman to her feet and led her behind a white partition. To be honest, Wu Jing had never visited a bathhouse before. Had it not been for business, he would never have come here. He viewed it as merely an experiment. Luo, give it a try. If you lack the courage for this, you don't deserve to call yourself a pirate, Marco urged, pulling a woman alongside him to enjoy the experience. Marco's taunts made Luo's face flush with indignation. To suggest he lacked courage? To imply he was unworthy of being a pirate? I'll show you. With newfound determination, Luo allowed himself to be led by the last woman, bracing himself for the experience. After nearly 2 hours, Wu Jing emerged, feeling utterly pampered. The devilish massage had been exquisite, and he contemplated returning alone next time to avoid any gossip that might tarnish his reputation. Wu Jing beheld that Romargo was already donned and seated, while he remained clad only in a bath towel. Let us take our leave, he said. Expressing gratitude to the lovely ladies, this is a token of appreciation for you. From his pocket, Wu Jing produced 3 bundles of cash, each containing 500,000 berries. Thank you, esteemed sir. The sight of the thick stack of money brought tears of joy to the 3 massage attendants. Such a lavish patron was a rarity, even with their utmost service. Particularly, the enchanting woman who had attended to Wu Jing felt a twinge of regret for not providing him with a more comprehensive experience. Sir, May I continue to serve you? The alluring woman ventured, grasping Wu Jing's hand in an earnest attempt to seize the opportunity to impress. Allow us to serve you as well. The other two beautiful ladies chimed in, stepping forward to embrace him. Wu Jing wiped the sweat from his palm, realizing that excessive generosity could lead to trouble. That will be enough. You may leave, he asserted decisively. Understood, the three women responded in unison. They swiftly turned and exited the grand chamber, engaging in hushed conversation as they walked. Do you know why that gentleman in the hat is so shy? One inquired. I have no idea. Why? Another replied. His is smaller than my pinky. She giggled. No wonder he is so bashful, heh. That handsome boss who pays is quite impressive though, the trio whispered, believing Wu Jing and his companions were oblivious to their chatter. Little did they know, the three men were anything but ordinary. With their keen observation skills, they overheard every word. Luo's face darkened with indignation. He could not express his frustration and chose to feign ignorance. This time, Wu Jing refrained from mocking Luo, as he wished to preserve some semblance of dignity for him, secretly reveling in amusement. Marco also felt a tinge of embarrassment, acknowledging that his provocation had emboldened Luo to take a chance. Nevertheless, it was far better than dealing with those of lower character. Chapter 97. The cost of lollipops. After indulging in the simplest of services, Wu Jing and his companions set out to locate their target. To barge in without first enjoying the bathhouse's amenities would only escalate matters unnecessarily. Wu Jing was also eager to experience the bathhouse's devilish offerings, aiming to bring out Luo's inherent masculinity. Thus, Luo bore no grudge against Wu Jing. Having boldly revealed his vulnerabilities allowed him to feel less tormented within. His condition stemmed from the reckless exploitation of a material known as amber lead by the World Certificate Bureau in his homeland, which had caused him to suffer from amber-lead disease in his youth. This not only endangered his life, but also stunted his physical development. Hence, Luo harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Bureau's tyrannical rule and had come to regard Wu Jing as a lifelong companion. Welcome back, gentlemen. Upon their emergence, Xiaohong promptly appeared, her service undeniably exemplary. Here, Xiaohong, this is the money for your lollipops from your brother, Wu Jing said, handing her 500,000 berries. Marco and Luo exchanged exasperated glances, realizing the rapid pace at which Wu Jing spent money. Thank you, handsome brother. You didn't need to give me so much. One bill would suffice for quite some time, Xiaohong said, her face beaming as she accepted a single note. Wu Jing refrained from offering her any more money, honoring the child's choice. He found great delight in such innocent humanity, despite his own rather shrewd nature. Xiaohong, please guide me to the venue that provides the finest service. Handsome brother, the place has been booked exclusively for the past few days. Perhaps you could return the day after tomorrow? I can make a reservation for you today. No worries, I merely wish to take a look around and explore this place. All right then. Xiaohong hopped ahead, her curvaceous figure swaying enticingly. Following her lead, Wu Jing arrived at the pinnacle of the golden bathhouse. Standing before the transparent glass, he was afforded a breathtaking view of the entire Karmabaka kingdom, with the endless expanse of the ocean stretching beyond sight. This establishment boasted a bar, a stage, a swimming pool, private bathing rooms, and numerous other services that were utterly unfamiliar to Wu Jing. Indeed, he felt the need to frequent such places more often. Only then could he truly be considered a figure of influence. Handsome brother, we have arrived. The highest tier of the golden bathhouse was known as Supreme Service, where the quality of service was unparalleled. Come again another day, and I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied. Xiaohong was indeed adept at attracting clientele. Wu Jing etched the image of that individual in his mind, resolving that once his enterprise expanded, he would nurture such promising young talents, both beautiful and capable. You're quite delightful. Please, carry on with your tasks. I shall take a brief stroll before departing. Wu Jing playfully pinched her cheek, feeling an urge to kiss her. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Xiaohong politely bid farewell and left. While Wu Jing made his way toward a private room, he observed that wherever there were bodyguards, they were likely affiliated with Feld. This fellow surely traveled with a significant entourage. Halt! No outsiders are permitted to enter. 10 imposing men in impeccably tailored suits and sunglasses blocked Wu Jing's path. A formidable aura of conqueror's haki radiated from Wu Jing, affecting even Luo and Malco, who stood behind him. A terrifying presence surged toward the burly men, causing them to roll their eyes and collapse to the ground. Chapter 98. Gold Lion Wu Jing stepped over these feeble opponents without hesitation. He showed no mercy towards these insignificant beings. Those who obstruct his path shall meet their demise. Although he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, Wu Jing led the charge, while Mao Dao was tasked with opening the door. As soon as the door to the room was pushed open, a cacophony of sounds erupted, invoking vivid imagery, an assembly of women's voices accompanied by the heavy, labored breathing of a man. Do you seek death? How dare you disturb the master? A blond man glared fiercely at the intruders. Behind him, a sprawling bed, large enough to accommodate dozens, was surrounded by a group of women. A man of considerable girth, resembling a bloated pig, was nonchalantly puffing on a cigar, engrossed in his work on all fours, utterly unfazed by the intrusion. The subordinate displayed remarkable resolve. While the boss was engaged in frivolity with a host of women, he dutifully maintained his post. Jing Li, do you truly wish to remain a lackey for all eternity? Wu Jing remarked with a faint smile, fully aware of the affiliations surrounding the notorious loan shark, Feld. The adept informant, Khalifa, had meticulously prepared him, ensuring that all pertinent intelligence was conveyed without omission. How do you know my true name? Jing Li questioned, his face betraying astonishment. The stranger's knowledge of his name, which had not been uttered in over a decade, bewildered him. Ah, that is not for you to know. Wu Jing replied, regarding Jing Li as one might a fool for posing such a naive question. Huang, what are you doing? Why haven't you dealt with these intruders? Feld bellowed, his displeasure palpable, having just concluded his own affairs. My apologies, master, Jing Li retorted, his veins bulging and eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself at Wu Jing, his massive fist aimed squarely at Wu Jing's head. Bang! The sound of their collision resonated. Jing Li's punch, formidable as it was, never reached its target. Wu Jing effortlessly intercepted the blow with his palm. The force akin to that of a naval vice admiral. Quite impressive, Wu Jing mused, unconsciously reaching for a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. As he often found that smoking during a brawl imbued him with an air of authority. Wu Jing's praise did not elicit a smile from Jing Li, but rather a grimace of displeasure. The full force of his attack had been effortlessly parried by his opponent, a level of prowess he had never encountered before. While you may be formidable, I shall protect my master with my life. He is my benefactor. Blinded by rage, Jing Li was prepared to strike again, waiting for Wu Jing to reveal a flaw, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Alas, he is your father's murderer. Wu Jing responded nonchalantly. Wu Jing, do not sow discord. Huang knows how much I care for him, Feld said, his expression grave. Feld had discerned that the three individuals before him were no ordinary adversaries. He was a man who kept abreast of the developments in the pirate world, perusing the newspapers daily. Feld, spare me your theatrics, Wu Jing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the corpulent man. Silence. Wu Jing had no interest in hearing futile justifications. 11 years prior, Jin Ji was a wealthy magnate. While you publicly feigned brotherhood with Jin Ji, you were secretly plotting to usurp his fortune, seizing the opportunity while he was inebriated. You struck him down and immediately ordered the eradication of his family. His son, Jin Li, proved to be quite formidable, nearly vanquishing your subordinates. At that moment, you suddenly appeared, killing your own men, allowing this fool to believe you were his savior. I have spoken, now it is your turn to explain. Wu Jing expressed his disdain for Director Feld's gruesome narrative. This man, who was as corpulent as a pig, was quite adept at scheming. Such a venomous cunning had enabled him to ascend to the status of the lone shark king in the pirate world. In Chapter 99, with a bounty of 15 billion berries, Wu Jing's words did not seem to fluster Feld. He remained remarkably composed, far more so than those high-profile figures on Earth. It was I who killed Jin Ji and seized all his wealth. He was simply too affluent. I offer you 10 billion berries. Assist me in eliminating this waste. What say you? Feld pointed at Jin Li with a sardonic grin, openly admitting to his past deeds, having laid bare his history. He understood that further explanation would only serve to undermine his credibility. When Feld made his request, Wu Jing raised his index finger to signal a resounding no. It appeared that even 10 billion berries did not satisfy him, so he decided to raise the stakes. 15 billion berries. Feld continued to wager extravagantly, as if money held no real value to him. One could only wonder if, when truly compelled to part with such an amount, his heart would not bleed. For someone like Feld, who cherished wealth above all, even 1 billion berries felt like a grievous sacrifice. Today, his generosity seemed driven by the instinct for survival. Upon hearing Feld increase the offer by 5 billion, Wu Jing nodded slightly. Then it falls to Captain Wu Jing. Feld's delight grew at Wu Jing's reaction. His smile bore a hint of arrogance, as if nothing were beyond his control, for he had ample riches at his disposal. I will kill you, Feld, Jin Li shouted, launching a fist towards him. After Wu Jing's nod, Jing Li could no longer suppress his overwhelming urge to kill. Initially, he intended to observe the situation, especially since Feld had just exposed the truth. Surely he could not act on personal vendettas so swiftly. Stand down. Wu Jing's expression darkened. At his command, Jing Li hesitated but ultimately restrained himself. Feld, I am acutely aware of your little schemes. Wu Jing ignited a bright flame on his right index finger and lit 5 Marlboro cigarettes with his left hand, savoring the moment. To kill Kaido. You offered 5 billion berries, yet for a mere Jing Li, you propose 15 billion? Who do you think you are amusing? Do you believe that endless wealth can cloud my judgment? How naive. By the time this money reaches my hands, I suspect I won't even have the chance to enjoy it, as you would surely send someone to eliminate me. Sweat began to bead on Feld's forehead upon hearing Wu Jing's words. Even if he were to part with 15 billion berries, he felt no such anxiety, as he planned to reclaim the money in due course. Captain Wu Jing, I no longer require your assistance in murder. If you allow me to leave unscathed, I will indeed provide 15 billion berries. I, Feld, swear to honor my word. Realizing that further deceit would lead to his demise, Feld decided to speak plainly. However, 15 billion berries cannot possibly satisfy me, Wu Jing coldly retorted, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, relishing the moment. I demand your head. Should you kill me, you would incur the wrath of the celestial dragons, to whom I pay a substantial sum annually. Feld invoked the celestial dragons, his long-standing source of leverage. I have slain Minggu. What makes you think I would hesitate to eliminate someone of your caliber? Wu Jing scoffed, exuding an air of confidence. Wu Jing's words rendered Feld pale, for he was acutely aware that Wu Jing had publicly executed Minggu before everyone. Chapter 100. A Vengeful Resolution. Jing Li Lai. Are you willing to serve me? Wu Jing inquired, directing his gaze towards Jing Li Lai. I vow to devote my life and loyalty to you, Jing Li Lai declared without hesitation. Then, take your revenge properly. I shall step out for a moment, Wu Jing instructed, urging Jing Li Lai to entertain Feld, as he had no interest in the matter, though he would not forget the few female attendants in bed. Listen closely, you women. Feld met his demise in bed due to overexertion. This is your remuneration. Wu Jing tossed out 10 bundles of money, each worth 1 million berries, as a hush money for them. Yes, my lord, Feld died in bed due to overexertion. The 10 women echoed Wu Jing's statement word for word before bowing their heads and departing. The money was enough for them to last a lifetime. Wu Jing and the others then closed the door and retreated to the balcony to enjoy the view. As for Wu Jing's intentions, Mao Gao and Luo did not inquire further. They were content to observe quietly, relieved of the burden of concern. After approximately half an hour, Jing Li Lai emerged from the room, his body drenched in blood, not his own, but that of the usurer Feld, which spoke volumes about Jing Li Lai's animosity towards him. With a thud, Jing Li Lai knelt before Wu Jing, bowing his head in reverence. Rise, I do not require your prostration. This is all I can do. I beg your forgiveness, Jing Li Lai implored. Such a lack of ambition. You were close to Feld daily, so I presume you are well versed in his business dealings? Wu Jing remarked. Indeed, I am quite familiar with Feld's affairs, Jing Li Lai replied. Very well, you are now the new king of usurers. Manage his underground bank on my behalf. Any rogues who defy you, eliminate them without hesitation. No one cares for the fate of such scoundrels. Furthermore, you are to remit a sum to the world government annually, doubled from the previous amount. They will certainly favor you as the new king of usurers, Jing Li Lai. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Jing Li Lai trembled with excitement. I shall adhere to your every directive, my lord. I will not disappoint you, Jing Li Lai asserted as he rose, never expecting that today he would not only avenge his father, but also have the opportunity to establish himself as a legitimate boss, rather than meekly serving as a bodyguard to a detestable foe. His gratitude towards Wu Jing was beyond words. He would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for him. Jing Li Lai was elated, and naturally, Wu Jing felt the same. Having found such a capable ally to manage his finances, he felt akin to Ma Yun. For now, he was disinterested in wealth. Come, let us celebrate with a drink, Wu Jing proposed, adept at lightening the mood. Now, he was the center of attention for supreme service, ready to indulge in revelry. Bring me the finest wine, and summon the most exquisite ladies. Jing Li Lai commanded the attendants, fully in his element. Before long, Wu Jing and his companions were exchanging toasts, drinking to their heart's content. Beside Wu Jing, there were several women clad in revealing attire, attending to him with massages and gentle strokes. Jin Liang had specifically arranged such splendid treatment for Wu Jing, a privilege that Margao and Luo could scarcely enjoy. Margao, however, was indifferent, This was merely an opportunity for others to demonstrate their loyalty to their master. Wu Jing was quite pleased, recognizing the exceptional care provided by his devoted subordinates. Chapter 101. Attending the World Conference after consolidating control over the usury industry. Wu Jing departed from the kingdom of Karmabaka after a day's stay. The news of Feld's demise swiftly circulated through global media. Confirming Wu Jing's prior assertions, Feld had passed away in bed, succumbing to exhaustion. Now, the responsibility for his enterprises fell to Jing Li, a loyal subordinate of Feld. Such matters garnered little attention in the pirate world. Feld, operating in the shadows as one of the 6 kings of the underworld, engaged in predatory lending. Actions too disgraceful to be publicly acknowledged. Consequently, Feld was not particularly renowned in the pirate domain, his notoriety confined to elite social circles. With more than half a month remaining before the commencement of the World Conference, Wu Jing opted not to return to Daughter Island, choosing instead to head directly to D Island. He prepared to attend the upcoming World Conference alongside Violet, intending to surprise the world government with an unexpected revelation. I am planning to participate in the forthcoming World Conference. What are your thoughts? Wu Jing mused, feeling that solitary deliberation lacked excitement and valuing the opinions of others. You intend to attend the World Conference? But you are currently a wanted criminal by the Navy. Margao gazed at Wu Jing in disbelief. Luo also struggled to comprehend Wu Jing's decision to attend such a gathering. Was it not akin to a wolf entering the lair of tigers? When Brother Ming was wanted, he still attended the World Conference because he was the king of D Island. I too can become the king of D Island. Brother Ming was eager to set foot in the holy land of Miraculously, while Wu Jing harbored a desire to witness the grotesque visages of the celestial dragons. Very well, you would not undertake a reckless endeavor. To confront the world government openly reflects your integrity, does it not? Margao chuckled, exhibiting no concern for Wu Jing. He was right. Wu Jing's leadership was not a burden for them to bear. They could merely await his return. Luo smiled, indicating a notable change in his demeanor. Indeed, what is there to fear? I too wish to experience a visit to Miraculously, Wu Jing shrugged. Confident that the world government would not dare to act against him in such a significant assembly. The world government had no justifiable reason to disrupt such an important conference, both in principle and in sentiment. Wu Jing expressed his gratitude for the World Conference organized by the world government, which afforded him the opportunity to meet with the monarchs of various nations from the pirate world with such ease. The journey to Dado Island was brief. The dragon-slaying pirate crew arrived in just 3 days. Upon sighting Wu Jing's pirate flag from a distance, the island's guards swiftly opened the ship's gate to welcome their hero home. Welcome back, Lord Wu Jing. The savior, Lord Wu Jing, has arrived. Long live Emperor Wu Jing for countless ages. Upon seeing Wu Jing's figure, the soldiers of Dado Island knelt in unison to pay their respects. Wu Jing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, with time, he had grown accustomed to it. The more obedient a person was, the easier they were to manage. The ship swiftly docked, and the trivial matters of mooring had already been deftly handled by the soldiers of the island, relieving Lone Kue of any worries. My Lord Wu Jing, I am at fault for not being aware of your esteemed arrival, said the Self-Defense Force Captain, Taigule Ponte, as he promptly bowed with a group of men to welcome him. You had no way of knowing I would come. What fault is that? Please, lead me to Violet. Wu Jing's benevolent words stirred deep emotions within Le Ponte. Certainly, Le Ponte stood beside Wu Jing, ready to guide him. Chapter 102. Taking over Da Island at that moment, a large contingent was hurrying towards them, and upon seeing Violet among them, Wu Jing surmised that someone must have informed her of his arrival. My Lord Wu Jing, do let me know before your arrival next time, so I can prepare to receive you, Violet exclaimed, sprinting towards him, her adorable and mischievous demeanor bringing joy to Wu Jing's heart. We are all on the same side. There is no need for such formalities, Wu Jing replied with a hearty laugh. My Lord Wu Jing, after such a long journey, I feel quite concerned for your well-being. I have already arranged a grand feast to welcome you. Ah, with your kind words, my spirits are lifted. Let us enjoy a splendid meal together, Wu Jing said as he took Violet's smooth, delicate hand and led her toward the heights of the royal palace. In the brilliantly illuminated dining hall, a splendidly long Western-style table was set, with Wu Jing occupying the seat of honor. To his left sat Violet, and to his right, Malgo, with others seated according to their ranks. Dozens of maidens stood nearby, serving wine and exquisite dishes. As soon as one course was finished, another delectable dish would soon follow. Wu Jing savored the unique steak of Takushima, its texture both tender and resilient, imbued with a rich, savory aroma. Having finished one plate, He was still unsatisfied and indulged in two more. Subsequently, he devoured a sizable grilled yellow croaker, unaware of its name, yet fully appreciating its exquisite flavor. Following this, Wu Jing relished an array of culinary delights. As long as the food was delectable, he paid no heed to their names. Wu Jing savored several barrels of exquisite wine. For the culinary delights of the pirate world were truly unparalleled. With his hunger sated and his thirst quenched, he began to drift into a euphoric reverie. Surrounded by such a nurturing woman, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and warmth, as if his wandering heart had finally found a home. "My dear, allow me to share something with you," Wu Jing said, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Violet, his charismatic presence radiant. "Hiki, you need only speak, my lord." Violet replied eagerly. "I have come with the intention of assuming the throne of the kingdom of Derivative. I shall be attending the World Conference soon." "How splendid. They have long desired for you, Lord Wu Jing, to govern Der Island, ensuring that no one dares to plunder it again." Violet's face was aglow with joy, for she held no ambition for the title of queen. It was indeed a challenge for a single woman to govern such a bountiful nation, especially without the formidable strength akin to Big Mom. Violet simply wished to be Wu Jing's beloved. Once he became king, she would be his queen. And that was enough to satisfy her heart's desires. Der Island shall enjoy a tranquil future, with none daring to harm a single hair here. For now, you shall manage it on my behalf, as you are destined to be my wife, Wu Jing proclaimed, his resolute gaze sweeping over Violet, who shyly revealed a portion of her bun, which he found most delectable. "I shall take excellent care of Der Island for you, my lord. Please rest assured. For I yearn to be your wife," Violet declared, her heart eager to secure her place by his side. Wu Jing's appearance, talent, character, and integrity are beyond reproach. At such a young age, he has already attained the status of the fifth emperor. It is nearly impossible to find another man so impeccably perfect in this world. "I already consider you my wife, even though we have yet to wed." Wu Jing's sweet whispers ensnared Violet in a delightful reverie. Envisioning herself clad in a white wedding gown, walking alongside him in the grand arena of the King's Heights, basking in the adulation of thousands. Chapter 103, The Formal Ascendancy in the Royal Chambers of the King's Heights. Warmth enveloped the two of them, an unforgettable sensation of deep affection. As Violet observed Wu Jing preparing to rise and dress, she promptly embraced him from behind, reluctant to let go of such a rare moment. "Well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future," she mused. Wu Jing playfully pinched Violet's cheek, prompting her to reluctantly release her hold. "My lord Wu Jing, I have already informed my subordinates. Shortly, we shall proceed to the bullfighting arena for your coronation ceremony." "All right. It seems quite grand indeed." Wu Jing initially assumed it would merely entail a gathering of the civil and military officials to announce his ascension, followed by a public notice for the citizens. Of course, the fact that Lord Wu Jing is to become the king of the island is a momentous occasion for the entire nation, and the people are eager to witness your grandeur. Upon hearing Violet's words, Wu Jing felt a swell of anticipation. The prospect of becoming the king of the island stirred a sense of excitement within him, serving as a validation of his hard work and efforts. Wu Jing and his companions mounted their steeds, while the escorting guards forged ahead to clear the path. They proceeded slowly towards the bullfighting arena, flanked by throngs of spectators who erupted in exuberant cheers for Wu Jing. The crowd was well aware that today, the island of Do would welcome a new king, the strikingly handsome young man before them, heralded as the savior of the island. The bullfighting arena was already brimming with excitement, and upon Wu Jing's arrival, it erupted into a frenzied celebration. The female admirers of the island shrieked with delight, prompting Wu Jing to graciously acknowledge them with a gentlemanly salute. "Behold, our newly appointed king of the island, our savior, the most dashing man in the pirate world. The fifth emperor, Lord Wu Jing." The announcer, Kaz, proclaimed with fervor. The people of the island, filled with exhilaration, cheered loudly, yearning for a monarch of Wu Jing's remarkable caliber. Wu Jing was astonished to find his own inscribed statue. It was no longer the statue of the duelist, Cyrus. "How did it come to be my statue?" he wondered, his curiosity evident. This is the will of the people," replied Violet with a playful tone. "They believe you are the true hero of the revival of Der Island, and they feel that Cyrus is no longer worthy of being commemorated here. Thus, I had his statue removed and commissioned one in your honor. Every day, young maidens come to admire your likeness. And just look at your statue's face. It bears the mark of a bright red lip print." Violet chattered away like a little hen, her words flowing without pause. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing felt a twinge of guilt. He had not slain Mingo for the sake of saving Der Island, though his actions had inadvertently aided its people. Nevertheless, in the hearts of the citizens of Der Island, he had become a genuine hero, capable of slaying Minga before the eyes of the world. Wu Jing and others stood at the center of the bullfighting arena, awaiting the crowning ceremony. The audience had risen to their feet, applauding and cheering for him. Today marked the most glorious day in the history of the island. A moment destined to be etched in the annals of time. Kaz, delivered an extravagant eulogy that left Wu Jing's ears ringing. Finally, I declare that the new king of the island is our savior, His Excellency, King Long. Kaz had fulfilled the duties of an exemplary announcer and would now remain silent. Chapter 104. Keeping promises. Now was the moment for the protagonist, Wu Jing. The crown had been placed upon his head by Violet herself, and countless flashes captured this splendid moment. The perfect figure of Wu Jing would undoubtedly incite frenzied cheers from countless fans in the pirate world. Long live the king! The entire arena resounded with a unified roar, including Dragon Kuei, who fervently joined in the celebration. This thunderous applause reverberated beyond the arena, energizing the islanders outside, who echoed the chant in unison, filling the skies above the island. Your Majesty, do you have a few words for us? Violet had altered her address. Well, I suppose I have little to say, but since you asked, I shall share a few words, chuckled Wu Jing, his bashful smile prompting a disapproving glance from Luo. Soon, Violet requested that a microphone be brought forth, but she did not hand it to Wu Jing immediately. Everyone, please quiet down. His Majesty has something to say. Violet expertly calmed the audience's excitement before presenting the microphone to Wu Jing, displaying her remarkable poise. In truth, I have little to convey. Primarily my commitment to lead the island toward prosperity and stability. I have decided to assume the throne, and if I may be conservative in my prediction, within a year, your lives will improve significantly. Of course, Violet will continue to assist me in governing the island. Let us all express our gratitude with applause for her. Wu Jing embraced Violet briefly, his acknowledgement directed more toward the lovely lady at his side than toward the crowd. The people of the island were fortunate to have such a king. Their gratitude should be directed toward him. He felt no need to engage in empty rhetoric with the populace. His priority was to ensure the happiness of his beloved. Violet, taken aback by Wu Jing's warm words, found herself moved to tears. The citizens of the island responded with enthusiastic applause, grateful for Violet's contributions to the nation and for their king's promise of a brighter future. After delivering his remarks, Wu Jing took Violet's hand, leading her away. Yet, the crowd inside and outside the arena was unwilling to disperse so quickly. They were determined to bid farewell to their king on this momentous day. Your Majesty, did you truly mean that within a year, the people of the island would enjoy a better life? Violet inquired with uncertainty, doubting her own capacity to achieve such a feat. Indeed, since I have spoken it, it shall be accomplished, Wu Jing replied nonchalantly, as if it were an effortless task. As a ruler, garnering the people's unwavering support is paramount. That is the essence of winning their hearts. Whatever you say, I shall follow through, Violet declared with unwavering determination, vowing to do her utmost. It is quite simple. I will establish maritime trade for the island. With such abundant resources, the business prospects will be extraordinary. With his current capabilities, engaging in maritime trade would be second nature for Wu Jing. The better the island's economy flourished, the more resources he would have at his disposal. After all, ample funds facilitate endeavors. Chapter 105. Allow him to participate. The news of Wu Jing ascending to kingship on the island swiftly spread throughout the pirate world. However, the announcement did not elicit much astonishment among the populace. The pivotal point was the impending World Conference, which would convene the monarchs of various nations, clearly indicating Wu Jing's intention to attend. Since his emergence, spectators have felt as though they had stumbled upon treasure, as Wu Jing consistently challenged their preconceived notions. Was Wu Jing truly so unwise as to publicly declare himself king? Surely he would be obliged to attend the World Conference, lest he suffer the embarrassment of non-attendance. Yet, why should one worry? Surely Lord Wu Jing would not engage in such reckless behavior. Foolishness abounds. Indeed, in the hearts of the citizens of the island, Wu Jing had long been regarded as their king. Without him, the island would never see the light of day again. Most spectators supported Wu Jing, harboring no doubts about his decisions, having already envisioned him as the future pirate king. With 10 days remaining until the World Conference, the world government prepared to dispatch naval vessels to escort the kings of the 50 allied nations. Meanwhile, the 5 elders grappled with their unexpected predicament. They had not anticipated Wu Jing's audacious move. What was Wu Jing's intention, knowing full well that we would not easily let him off the hook, yet still daring to proclaim himself king on the island? He wished to attend the World Conference, but I shall not consent to his presence. Jupiter was taken aback by Wu Jing's actions. Let him come and go at his leisure? The Holy Land is not a place he can simply enter and exit as he pleases. I shall ensure he meets a swift end. I do not agree to his attendance. Mars was not in favor of executing Wu Jing on the spot, for he questioned what crime Wu Jing had committed, believing that the dignity of the world government held greater importance. In this world, we may slay whomever we choose. Who dares question us? I agree to his attendance. Mercury strongly supported eliminating Wu Jing during the World Conference, insisting that no one should challenge the authority of the world government. This young man has played his cards well, placing me in a difficult position. To slay him would bring considerable negative repercussions, directly affecting our prestige. Yet to spare him would leave us unable to justify our actions to our superiors. Perhaps it is best to allow him to come first. Saturn's eyes glinted with cold resolve, his knife vibrating ominously in his grasp. The 5 elders ultimately resolved to permit Wu Jing to attend the World Conference, as it would be unreasonable to deny his desire to participate. The world government welcomes all monarchs from the 50 allied nations to the conference. They would not foolishly obstruct Wu Jing's attendance over the matter concerning Mingo. Such an act would simply render them a laughingstock in the pirate world. The specifics of Wu Jing's welcome would be discussed further by the 5 elders, who would also report the matter to Imu, the true supreme ruler, who generally refrains from political affairs unless extraordinary circumstances arise, remains hidden from view. Regardless, the 5 elders would treat Wu Jing with utmost seriousness. When the time comes for Wu Jing's arrival, they would ensure he receives a grand reception. Chapter 106. The little brother has arrived with 5 days remaining until the World Conference. The naval vessels sent by the world government had arrived at the island to escort the kings. On the open-air terrace of the King's Heights, facing the sea, Wu Jing lounged in his pajamas, relishing the vast expanse of sky and water. Brother, I have come to fetch you, ha 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 ha. Green Bull had come alone to collect Wu Jing. In a larger group, he would find it awkward to address him as brother. In truth, Green Bull felt quite distressed. He had no desire to fetch Wu Jing. Upon encountering Wu Jing, he would be relegated to the role of a subordinate, a position he was not accustomed to within the Navy. No one in the Navy headquarters wished to undertake the task of escorting someone of Wu Jing's caliber. Only an admiral was deemed fit for the job. Ultimately, a lottery was held, and by unfortunate luck, Green Bull drew the short straw, prompting him to console himself with thoughts of fate. Ah, little brother Green Bull, you have come to escort me to Miraculously, Wu Jing said lazily, soaking in the sun on a large sofa as he tossed a barrel of liquor to Green Bull. Green Bull caught it with ease, but did not drink immediately. What's the matter? I offer you a drink and you refuse? Thank you, brother, but I haven't eaten in 3 years. It feels too burdensome, Green Bull replied, a look of resignation on his face, feeling put out despite the fine liquor. Wu Jing was not surprised by his explanation. The pirate world was filled with all manner of eccentricities. You've traveled far. As your elder brother, I cannot let you go unacknowledged, Wu Jing said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he regarded Green Bull. Green Bull, perceptive as he was, understood Wu Jing's implication. Despite his rough demeanor, he was quite astute, rivaling even Kizuru in cunning. Then I shall graciously accept your generous hospitality, he said, raising the drink above his head and downing it in one go. He recognized that coming to escort Wu Jing was a considerable burden, breaking the fast he had maintained for 3 long years. Let us have another barrel. It is rare for brothers to meet like this, Wu Jing continued, tossing another barrel to Green Bull. This time, Green Bull wasted no time and drank heartily, finding the liquor too delightful to resist. After sharing drinks, they began to indulge in cigarettes, a bonding ritual between them. Green Bull, I must ask, do you have any news to share with me? Wu Jing inquired, seizing the rare opportunity to engage with his little brother. Well, brother, since you ask, I do have some news. Due to your outstanding performance and stellar reputation in the pirate world, the Navy headquarters wishes to offer you a position as an admiral. Green Bull replied earnestly, observing Wu Jing's reaction. However, Wu Jing remained utterly unresponsive. Wu Jing harbored no interest in the matter at hand, dismissing even the prospect of a position offered by the Grand Admiral. No matter how lofty the title, it could not extricate him from the ignoble status of a celestial dragon's bodyguard. I am well aware of my elder brother's esteemed position. How could he ever consider joining the naval headquarters? However, it seems that the world government has been keeping a keen eye on you, though the specifics of their maneuvers remain shrouded in mystery to us at the naval headquarters. Indeed, this information bears little value. There is no need for Green Bull to convey it, as Wu Jing is already cognizant that the world government will likely take action against him. Chapter 107. The Assembly of Forces. As Wu Jing and the Green Bull reveled in their libations, those preparing to attend the World Conference gradually assembled. This time, 6 representatives from Da Island were set to participate, including Wu Jing, Violet, Cyrus, the petite princess of the Dongdada tribe, Miraculously, and Leo. Lastly, there was Lao Kai, the newly appointed leader of the 8 Treasures Army from the Flower Kingdom. Marco and Luo could not accompany them, as Wu Jing instructed them to remain on Da Island until his return. With everyone gathered, it was time to depart. Wu Jing, embodying the demeanor of a true leader, took the lead and strode purposefully towards the port. Wu Jing donned a resplendent azure robe, which rendered him even more striking and exuded an extraordinary charisma. Following closely behind him, a throng of people on Der Island gathered to bid him farewell, creating a formidable atmosphere. As Wu Jing and his companions boarded the naval warship, the citizens of Der Island collectively bowed in reverence, chanting "Long Life." The voyage to Miraculously proceeded without hindrance, upon sighting the colossal naval vessel of the Admiralty. Pirates had long since veered off course, fully aware that such a prize was beyond their reach. While no pirate dared to assault the warship carrying Wu Jing and his party, those escorted by junior naval officers were not as fortunate. Wu Jing and his companions happened upon a naval vessel under attack by a band of pirates. The ship, escorted by the Honorable Colonel Dasky, was besieged by these nameless marauders. Had it been any other naval ship under siege, Wu Jing would have remained an indifferent bystander, confident that the likes of Green Bull would intervene. However, upon recognizing the petite and endearing Dasky, known for her integrity, Wu Jing felt compelled to act as the valiant hero once more. Wu Jingdong unleashed the fiery prowess of his flame fruit, unleashing a barrage of scorching gunfire upon the pirates. In a mere few minutes, he had annihilated them completely. Dasky realized that it was the notorious pirate Wu Jing who had come to her aid, yet she offered no words of gratitude, for she had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. Wu Jing remained utterly unconcerned, for he knew that deep down, others would surely feel grateful to him. Despite their outward demeanor being as frosty as ice, King Snow of the Rommel Kingdom, attending the World Conference, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wu Jing. Wu Jing merely smiled at this, embodying the essence of a great hero, as reputations are built silently in such manner. The small warship commanded by Dashki followed closely behind Wu Jing's grand vessel. With their presence, even the mightiest of beings would be compelled to take a detour. Nevertheless, their group did not sail at full speed. After all, reaching their destination in less than 3 days was quite feasible. Green Bull had arranged for their early pickup, considering various adverse factors such as typhoons, tsunamis, and potential malfunctions of the warship, or perhaps Wu Jing and his companions dawdling. Fortunately, the weather had been splendid over the past few days, with clear skies and no signs of the aforementioned calamities, prompting Green Bull to allow the ship to reduce its pace. Every day, Green Bull and Wu Jing enjoyed a camaraderie filled with joviality and merriment. If one were to disclose to others that one was a naval officer and the other a pirate, few would believe such a tale. During these days aboard the naval warship, Wu Jing was treated like a commander, even having his footbath attended to by the sailors, as Green Bull ensured that the soldiers revered him like royalty. This spectacle was quite displeasing to Dashki, yet she found herself powerless to act. As a minor officer, she lacked the standing to voice grievances against a prominent leader like Green Bull. It was well known within the naval headquarters that Green Bull possessed a formidable temper, capable of confronting even Admiral Akainu. To provoke him would surely result in dire consequences. Thus, after 5 days of journeying, Green Bull's warship arrived at the Red Line, the largest and highest landmass in the pirate world. Chapter 108. Stepping onto the Holy Land. Not far from the Red Line lay the former G1 branch, now the new naval headquarters, where Marshal Akaina Sakazuki and others awaited orders. The Holy Land of Miraculously perched atop the Red Line summit, serving as the guardians of the celestial dragons, always ready to ensure their safety. Miraculously is one of the 2 routes leading to the New World, situated between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, at the very heart of the pirate world. At this moment, the coastline of the Red Line was crowded with vessels of all sizes. Many had already arrived, disembarking at Miraculously, awaiting the imminent World Conference. Gazing at the majestic structures atop the highest point of the Red Line, Wu Jing recognized that it was indeed Miraculously, the abode of the exalted celestial dragons and the rulers of the world government. Wu Jing and his companions set foot on the Red Soil continent, with the Green Bull leading the way. Upon recognizing him as the esteemed general of the Green Bull, the guards at the checkpoints immediately permitted passage, understanding that he was escorting the monarchs of the allied nations to the World Conference. Eventually, they boarded an elevator, ascending slowly into the sky. However, the elevator did not take them directly to the summit of the Red Soul continent. Rather, it halted at an exceedingly vast and lengthy staircase, compelling Wu Jing and his party to climb the steps. Only after traversing this protracted ascent could they truly claim to have arrived at Miraculously. Your Majesty, will they not simply elevate us to the top? Must we expend so much energy to ascend this staircase? Lamented Miraculously, who perched upon Wu Jing's shoulder. Despite her lack of physical exertion, she felt a surge of discontent, empathizing with Wu Jing. This illustrates the divide between the privileged and the underprivileged. The celestial dragons wish to convey that we, the common folk, are not meant to ride the elevator. Ultimately, we must rely on our own strength to reach Miraculously. Wu Jing candidly exposed the vile mentality of the celestial dragons. How repugnant! Were it not for my desire to be with your Majesty, I would never have come here. The young girl exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Do not be upset, dear. Let us not stoop to their level. Wu Jing sought to soothe the naive little princess. Under normal circumstances, he would have been indifferent. However, he refrained from provoking the narrow-minded celestial dragons, for once they took notice, they would pursue like feral dogs, relentlessly biting and attacking. No one would dare to slay a celestial dragon within Miraculously. As they ascended the lengthy staircase, Wu Jing beheld rows of opulent apartments. These were the abodes of the celestial dragons. In the distance loomed the grand edifice of the Pongo Castle, the epicenter of the world. This was the residence of the five elders, while the enigmatic king of the Void Throne resided within the castle's gardens. One door particularly captured Wu Jing's attention, the Dragon Gate, rumored to lead to the realm of the gods, a fabled land shrouded in mystery. No one knew what secrets lay hidden beyond. The celestial dragon square was already filled with royalty from 49 nations, and Wu Jing, representing the nation of Dressrosa, was the last to arrive. The sight of Wu Jing and his entourage immediately sparked fervent interest among the crowd. Oh my, Green Bull, your guests have finally arrived. I've been waiting for ages, came a high-pitched voice from the throng. A woman, adorned with sunglasses and a scarf obscuring her face, cradled a pug in her arms. Having awaited their arrival for some time, she regarded the Green Bull with an air of superiority, entirely dismissing the Vice Admiral's presence. Shalalia Palace? The Green Bull's face twisted in disdain upon seeing her, finding her utterly insufferable. He exchanged a brief greeting with Wu Jing before departing. Wu Jing had some understanding of the woman before him, the eldest daughter of the Lord Rosward. In the original narrative, this woman had once attended a human auction to purchase slaves. You may leave, provided that this man remains, Shalalia Palace declared, pointing at Wu Jing. No way. The two women immediately protested. Wu Jing raised his hand, signaling Violetta and Mengxueli to refrain from speaking, as their protests against the celestial dragons would be futile. Why do you want me to stay? Wu Jing contemplated confronting this woman himself. Her arrogance was simply intolerable. I want you to be my slave. Sophia looked at Wu Jing with unwavering resolve. This captivating man had captured her interest since she first saw him in the newspaper. Now that he was presented before her, she could hardly let the opportunity slip away. If you become my slave, I might consider it, she teased. Wu Jing shrugged off her heartless words, finding amusement rather than anger in her foolishness. The celestial dragons had become so blindly arrogant that they were beyond redemption. Humph. Have you forgotten the error you committed against me? You snatched my pet from the foolish Bartolomeo, and I have not forgotten. Her words almost made him recall. But he had never failed to obtain what he desired. After all, he had already killed one of the Ming brothers. Slaying another celestial dragon would mean little to him. Chilling words reached Sylphia's ears, causing her to nearly drop her pet in fear. Yet she could not believe Wu Jing would dare act recklessly here. You are far too audacious. This is Miraculously, and I can have you killed at any moment. Before Sylphia could finish her threat, Wu Jing had seized her throat, tightening his grip with increasing force. All eyes in the room were drawn to the spectacle, incredulous that someone would dare to strike at a celestial dragon. No, please. I was wrong. Faced with death, Sylphia quickly capitulated. Ever since she had seen Wu Jing in the newspaper, she had been captivated by this extraordinarily handsome man, and her infatuation was matched only by her fear. Violetta, too, clung to Wu Jing's hand from behind, terrified that he might truly take a life, for that would surely bring about immense trouble. Wu Jing certainly would not resort to violence. However, he felt compelled to display an air of dominance. He unceremoniously tossed Xiao Lilia to the ground. In the future, Be mindful of your words. Should I accidentally break your neck, do not hold it against me, he warned. Wu Jing wiped his hands with a tissue, repulsed by the dirt from having grasped Xia Lilia's neck moments before. Wu Jing's formidable demeanor did not leave Xia Lilia in resentment. Rather, it inspired within her a profound admiration for the man before her. Chapter 110. Becoming a Celestial Dragon. She had been utterly captivated by this unparalleled and flawless man, questioning the existence of such exceptional individuals in the pirate world and yearning to possess him. My apologies. Your Excellency Wu Jing, I miscommunicated my intentions earlier, she confessed, lowering her stance in a surprising display of humility. What I meant to convey is that if you become my man, I shall elevate you to the status of a celestial dragon. Her words ignited a flurry of whispers among those present. The notion of a celestial dragon bringing someone from the lower ranks to marry Geos was unprecedented. Goodness. Wu Jing's fortune seemed exceedingly generous. Such an opportunity to become a celestial dragon was almost too lenient. The celestial dragons embodied the pinnacle of supremacy in the pirate world, a status coveted by kings far and wide. Don Quixote da Flamingo had even resorted to patricide in his quest to reclaim his place in Mary Geos. Yet the celestial dragons refused to restore his status. For those of lower birth, ascending to the rank of a celestial dragon meant becoming a veritable sovereign. To attain the exalted position of a celestial dragon was a dream so far-fetched that it was scarcely conceived by the inhabitants of the pirate world. Celestial dragons could treat the kings of lesser realms as their subordinates. In the original narrative, Xia Lilia's brother, St. Charlos, sought to enslave Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island. And even her father, King Neptune, dared not oppose him. Fortunately, she was rescued by the celestial dragon Don Quixote Masquerade Saint. Yet such a scenario has yet to manifest in this world. The arrival of Wu Jing has caused a deviation in the trajectory of the pirate world. No longer should you embarrass yourself. A man of my caliber is not someone you can whimsically fantasize about. Wu Jing stepped directly over the body of Shalalia Palace. The notion of binding him with the identity of a celestial dragon only made Wu Jing want to incapacitate that brainless woman. Even if one were to bestow upon me the title of a celestial dragon, I would reject it outright. Meanwhile, at the Grand Fortress of Pangel in the World Government S Center, 5 men observed this scene, having installed listening devices on Shalalia Palace. The conversation they had just shared was heard clearly by the 5 elders. It seems our plan has fallen through. That young man appears disinterested in the celestial dragon identity. This is truly unexpected. How can there be someone in this world who is indifferent to such a prestigious title? Previously, the 5 elders had deliberated on transforming Wu Jing into a celestial dragon, considering it a means of talent acquisition. If Wu Jing were to become one of their own, it would eliminate a significant threat in the pirate world, easing their unease. They had not regarded the Straw Hat Pirates as a serious concern, dismissing them as mere antics of Garp's grandson. Allowing some vitality in the pirate world only served to highlight the importance of their governance, as they would suppress any turmoil wherever it arose. However, Wu Jing's demeanor and actions left the 5 elders perplexed. They particularly disliked the emergence of such unpredictable individuals, as it undoubtedly unsettled them. Meanwhile, Wu Jing strolled leisurely toward the fortress of Pangel, reflecting on Shalalia Palace's recent words. He pondered how such statements could be uttered so casually, even if Shalalia Palace harbored affection for him. The transition to becoming a celestial dragon could not be so easily facilitated. There must be a hidden agenda at play. What a beautiful landscape! Exclaimed Meng Shuili, her spirits lifted by Wu Jing's captivating display, prompting her to plant a kiss on his cheek. Beautiful scenery? The view in Mariehua appeared indeed idyllic, resembling a paradise. Yet, lurking beneath was darkness. This beauty was artificially crafted, and who, pray tell, was responsible for creating such allure? It was the unfortunate slaves, who toiled with their lives to bring forth these aesthetic illusions, much like the automated walkway Wu Jing observed nearby, constructed by the relentless labor of those enslaved. All these so-called delights are built upon the suffering of others. Chapter 111. Princess Vivi. Lord Wu Jing, please wait. Another feminine voice echoed, melodious and resonant. Soon, a stunning woman with flowing aquamarine hair approached Wu Jing, riding upon a duck. Upon catching sight of the enchanting woman, Wu Jing immediately recognized her as none other than Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. Previously, when Wu Jing had intended to eliminate the notorious Minggu in Maryford, Princess Vivi had proactively reached out to him, offering her assistance with troops, which Wu Jing graciously declined. The notion of relying on a woman for support struck Wu Jing as somewhat undignified, despite his eagerness to meet the captivating princess. Vivi, Do you seek my counsel? Wu Jing inquired with an air of familiarity, as if they were long-time acquaintances. Let us walk together. The New World War was indeed thrilling. Lord Wu Jing ultimately delivered justice upon the wretched Minggu, bringing relief to those of us from the lower echelons of society, she exclaimed. Oh, these are merely my duties. My mission is to imbue the pirate world with righteousness, eradicating the malignant evils that plague it, Wu Jing replied nonchalantly, as if his endeavors were nothing extraordinary. Splendid. The pirate world is in dire need of heroes such as yourself. Do visit Alabasta when you have the opportunity, she chimed, her laughter akin to the sound of silver bells, which greatly pleased Wu Jing. Wu Jing understood that Alabasta was a superpower, the sole descendant of the original 20 who remained in the lower realm. At this moment, the kings of various nations gathered in the social square of Miraculously turned their gazes upon Wu Jing. They were eager to ascertain whether this man, who had recently stirred the pirate world into a frenzy, was as striking as he appeared in the live broadcasts. The outcome was that he surpassed even their expectations of perfection. Lord Wu Jing, you have finally arrived, Princess Shirahoshi exclaimed, her joy almost bringing her to tears. In an overwhelming display of enthusiasm, she embraced him, leaving him momentarily breathless beneath her warmth. Other queens from different nations expressed their desire to engage Wu Jing in conversation. Yet with so many beautiful women surrounding him, they found themselves deprived of the opportunity and could only feast their eyes upon the scene. That scoundrel Wu Jing is only slightly more handsome than I am. Why do all those beauties flock around him? This is utterly unjust. An envious man with a bowl-shaped hairstyle seethed, unable to tolerate any man surpassing him in allure. Among the crowd, Wu Jing recognized a certain individual, the king of the Goya kingdom, the very nation where Luffy and Ace had spent their childhood. As the attendees gathered, led by the officials of the world government, the throngs of people began to make their way toward the Ponger Castle. Many had already stepped onto the moving walkway, allowing them to glide effortlessly toward the entrance of the magnificent castle. Wu Jing and his companions opted to walk, a choice that afforded him a sense of peace. After all, he had little desire to indulge in the lavish hospitality offered by the hypocritical rulers of the world, who persistently deceived the humble populace. At that moment, 3 figures emerged in Wu Jing's line of sight, advancing towards him. Lu Qi, Spandam, and Khalifa, these 3 individuals, who had engaged in 5 years of undercover work on Water 7, were now approaching. The emergence of Wu Jing has unveiled their undercover identities, and they have now returned to the world government, continuing their work in the intelligence agency. Previously, they were part of CP9, but they have now been reassigned to the world government's highest secret intelligence agency, CP0. In Chapter 112, a good dog does not block the way, Lu Qi, brimming with arrogance, gazed at Wu Jing. Lu Qi kept a pigeon that often perched on the windowsill of the iceberg's office, monitoring every move of Iceberg with the intent of stealing the design of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Oh, I do not know you, Wu Jing remarked, dismissing him and instead casting a glance at Spandam. How infuriating. Today, I shall ensure you remember who I am. Lu Qi's body transformed into a leopard form, activating his cat fruit abilities. Lu Qi had previously been hailed as the most formidable and ruthless killing machine in CP9's history, regarded as the strongest in the past 800 years of CP9 on Sabaody Island. His strength was comparable to that of an admiral, embodying the justice lurking in the shadows of the world government. Wu Jing's blatant disregard for him stirred a deadly fury within Lu Qi. Lu Qi, they are guests today. If you wish to engage, you should wait until they depart, Spandam ominously interjected, for he was the commander of CP0. At one time, Iceberg had proposed the condition of replicating a Pluton warship as a means to persuade Wu Jing to eliminate Spandam in revenge for his mentor, Tom. However, Wu Jing had no intention of fulfilling such a request. A weakling like Spandam could easily be dealt with in a single blow. Spandam's warning displeased Lu Qi, who had long harbored animosity towards this commander. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Spandam's words. Initiating a conflict with Wu Jing here would likely incur disfavor from above. Khalifa stood expressionless nearby, silently observing Wu Jing. In truth, her heart had melted long ago. The man she had yearned for had come to see her. She believed Wu Jing's primary motive for visiting Miraculously was not for the meeting but rather to see her. Yet, she had to maintain her icy demeanor. If their romantic relationship were discovered, she would be unable to serve this unparalleled man. Good dogs do not block the way. Do not impede my path, Wu Jing impatiently remarked to Lu Qi, who was oblivious to the danger. Had they been outside Miraculously, you would have easily subdued Lu Qi. During their last encounter on Water 7, when Lu Qi had sneakily fled to report back, Wu Jing had intended to teach him a lesson upon their next meeting. However, given the current circumstances and Spandam's warning, he refrained from seeking trouble with Lu Qi. Wu Jing, even the strongest individual has limitations. I advise you to temper your ambitions and dutifully serve as the king of the Dark Kingdom. The world government will surely not treat you poorly. Spandam feigned concern. Commander Spandam, understood. Thank you, Wu Jing casually replied, fully aware of Spandam's true nature. This duplicitous individual, driven by personal ambition, was capable of any treachery. Under Spandam's firm insistence, Lu Qi reluctantly yielded a path, which he regarded as the greatest humiliation of his life. To yield to a mere pirate from half a month ago in front of so many witnesses was utterly disgraceful. A stunning group of women, led by Violet, surrounded Wu Jing like stars orbiting the moon as they made their grand entrance towards the conference center. The notion of a weakling challenging an eagle was profoundly naive. As Wu Jing brushed past Lu Qi, he casually remarked, leaving Lu Qi merely wide-eyed, with the only option to prove his worth in the future. In Chapter 113, a boring conference, the world government organized this global meeting with utmost seriousness. Wu Jing observed the grand banner adorning the conference room door, emblazoned with the words, equality, justice, freedom. He scoffed at such slogans, recognizing the universal irony. While lofty ideals were proclaimed, dubious dealings transpired beneath the surface. A multitude of representatives had already entered the Grand Assembly Hall, their seats preordained. The chair of this World Conference was not a delegate from the World Council, but rather an arrangement rotating among 50 nations. This time, it was the turn of King Xuindalaka of the Kingdom of Elusia to preside over the proceedings. The representatives from the 50 nations were seated in an orderly fashion around an enormous circular table. Once all were settled and awaiting the commencement of the meeting, Xuindalaka rose to address them. As the chair for this session, I welcome your insights, he declared. As per tradition, this conference will span 7 days. So I encourage each of you to express your thoughts freely. The kings nodded in agreement, and Xuindalaka continued, let us delve into discussions about this beautiful world together. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of chatter erupted among the attendees. It was indeed a tedious affair, with the key players absent. The kings of lesser nations were left to converse at will. Regardless of the outcomes, it was clear that the ultimate decisions would rest with the World Council, rendering this so-called Grand Conference a mere facade for the pursuit of a supposedly better world. Wu Jing observed as if watching a play. He had little to converse about with these individuals. The nations that submitted to the intimidating power of the global order are merely marginalized entities. Wu Jing need not draw too close to them. It suffices that he does not oppress them. Wu Jing engaged in conversation with Princess Weiwei and Princess Baixing, who were indeed her significant allies, not merely because of their beauty. Under ordinary circumstances, the 5 elders would not have paid attention to this assembly. However, this time, they were focused from the very beginning. The video surveillance was consistently directed at Wu Jing's position, marking her as their primary subject of interest. To their dismay, Wu Jing exhibited an unremarkable demeanor, refraining from ingratiating herself with the kings. Instead, she merely exchanged pleasantries with the beautiful companions at her side, displaying none of her previous haughtiness, as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. Wu Jing was acutely aware of the intentions of the 5 elders. The entire conference room was undoubtedly under the scrutiny of the World Certificate Bureau. Were she in their position, she too would monitor others. This quadrennial global conference allowed individuals to voice their opinions, effectively enabling the World Certificate Bureau to discern the thoughts of these attendees. These so-called kings were akin to fish laid bare on a chopping board, vulnerable to the whims of others, a truly lamentable predicament. Wu Jing had achieved his purpose for coming here, which was to make the entire world aware that there were no boundaries he was afraid to cross. He was strong and guiltless. Observing the lively discussions among the crowd for a while, Xuindalaka signaled for everyone to quiet down. After noticing that the chatter had subsided, he addressed the assembly, stating that the most pressing concern for all should be world peace. King Xuindalaka was correct. A peaceful world is what we aspire to, and all our nations must unite to quell any insurrections, fostering a stable and harmonious environment. However, Wu Jing had incited multiple disturbances in the island, which merits our strong condemnation. Before Xuindalaka could finish, the envious Sturley interjected eagerly. After rambling on with a plethora of meaningless words, he finally revealed his intent, to harness the collective power to suppress Wu Jing. Do not spread unfounded rumors. Ever since His Majesty Wu Jing eliminated Minggu, The island has entered its most stable and prosperous era in history. How can one speak of such absurdities as insurrection? Violet immediately stood up to rebuke Sturley. "Huh, you are his woman. Naturally, you would defend him." Sturley retorted with a contemptuous expression. "Isn't your so-called suppression of evil another form of insurrection? Your regicide and usurpation are the true disturbances, Sturley." Princess Vivi could no longer contain herself. "Vivi, do not slander me." Sturley, caught off guard, appeared flustered. "I concur with King Sturley. Wu Jing has indeed instigated unrest in the pirate world. We should urge the world government to impose some form of punishment upon him." All the kings present voiced their opinions, either in support or opposition. Among them, Wu Jing remained silent, as if the matter did not concern him at all, appearing to be an outsider. After some debate, everyone awaited Xiandlk's stance. Although the world government hinted at Xiandlk suppressing Wu Jing during the meeting, he found himself at a loss for action. After all, those who supported Wu Jing constituted a significant majority, desiring more figures like him to eradicate evil in the pirate world. The instigators were mostly incompetent or cruel rulers, who resented Wu Jing's heroic stature. Seeing Xiandlk troubled by this predicament, Wu Jing felt a pang of sympathy for him, like a mere pawn being manipulated. "How about this? Those who harbor discontent towards me, please raise your hands. I would like to know which nations are displeased with me, so I can gauge the situation." Wu Jing remarked nonchalantly, as if the entire affair was trivial. This was not an act of arrogance. He genuinely regarded the provocateurs as inconsequential. In the presence of such feeble adversaries, he could hardly be bothered to display his regal demeanor. Wu Jing's proposal elicited no response from the instigators, all of whom were acutely aware that he was not merely a simple king of Germany, but rather one of the 5 emperors of the pirate world. Regardless of their vocal dissatisfaction, it was nothing more than empty words. To raise their hands in opposition to Wu Jing would invite their own annihilation. Observing that no one dared to express their discontent, Wu Jing felt a twinge of annoyance. There was no passion to be found among them. Just moments ago, they had barked like dogs, yet now they shrank back like turtles, a clear manifestation of their cowardice in the face of strength. "We merely gathered everyone's opinions. I will document them and submit them to the world government. Everything shall await their judgment." Xiaoenda Lu Ka's countenance shifted between light and dark. He could only deflect all responsibility, for it was a burden he could not bear. "Ah, welcome to challenge me. It will alleviate my boredom. Furthermore, I proclaim here today that I will show no mercy to anyone who obstructs my efforts to eradicate the malignant elements of the pirate world." Wu Jing once again showcased his heroic demeanor, embodying the benevolence he has long championed. He is determined to cultivate this persona to its fullest extent. Much like the celebrities on Earth who meticulously craft their public images, some present themselves as virtuous and innocent, while in reality, they are seasoned players in the game. Others cultivate the image of a good man, yet behind closed doors, they dally with multiple partners, their affections running rampant. These FAAs are mere constructs designed to garner fan approval, masking their true natures, which are fundamentally similar to one another. Wu Jing, too, aims to establish his character in the pirate realm as a paragon of benevolence. Chapter 115, The Meeting the World Conference, which has spanned 7 days, has now reached its final day. Apart from the initial dissent aimed at Wu Jing, no one has dared to voice any further criticism against him. On the first day, Wu Jing was mentioned by others, but after he emerged to speak a few words, he effortlessly quelled their dissent. Wu Jing was not surprised by the commotion surrounding him. He could only attribute it to his recent prominence, which invariably invited scrutiny. He chose to adopt the role of an indifferent bystander. Convinced that these matters were of no concern to him, he ardently wished for the meeting to conclude swiftly, longing to escape this dismal place. He held a deep disdain for gatherings devoid of tangible purpose, for the allied nations wielded no real influence in the world of pirates. "Greetings, Your Majesty Wu Jing. I am Khalifa." A woman clad in work attire, exuding an untamed aura, suddenly appeared beside him. "Hello." Wu Jing regarded Khalifa with a knowing gaze. She understood the significance of his look, yet maintained a stoic expression. "Please follow me." Khalifa inclined her body slightly, gesturing for him to proceed. The formidable curves of her figure nearly threatened to spill from her attire as Wu Jing's focus remained unwaveringly on her face, resolutely refusing to succumb to the allure of her physicality. Invited by such a captivating woman, Wu Jing rose without a second thought, for he had long been uncomfortable in his seat. As a member of the world government CP0, Khalifa's presence went largely unnoticed by the crowd. However, Wu Jing's decision to follow her did attract some attention. What a disgrace! Surrounded by such stunning beauties yet still unsatisfied, indulging in such frivolous pursuits. The perpetrator. Sturley, seethed with discontent, believing the world to be profoundly unjust. To him, the world must be equitable, while he himself could operate outside the bounds of fairness. Yet, as Wu Jing trailed behind this woman of impressive stature, he did not lose himself. From the moment Khalifa made her entrance, he maintained an air of composure. This was not a time for self-indulgence. Wu Jing undoubtedly understood that Khalifa would not extend an invitation to him in such a perilous environment. Khalifa, being a top-tier spy, would not be so foolish as to expose the extraordinary nature of their relationship. In Wu Jing's perspective, Khalifa's invitation appeared to be part of her official duties, suggesting that someone wished to engage him in conversation. "Your Majesty, please enter." Khalifa had already led him to the door of a room. Wu Jing did not ponder extensively. If he could arrive, he could also depart. He calmly entered the room, while Khalifa remained outside, unable to partake in the proceedings. Wu Jing beheld a refined and elegant parlor, where 5 individuals were already seated upon the sofa, their gazes fixed upon him with keen intensity. It turned out that the 5 elders had summoned him, as he had initially presumed it was the summons of him. Wu Jing was also quite intrigued by Imu's appearance. However, it seemed that Imu was disinterested in initiating a conversation with him, indicating a lack of regard. "Welcome, please take a seat," the bald man with glasses, representing Saturn, politely remarked. The other members of the Gorosei observed Wu Jing with their characteristic stoicism, a demeanor that rarely wavered. It is rare for anything in this world to stir their emotions. "I wonder what brings you all to me?" Wu Jing asked, nonchalantly crossing his legs. "For the sake of world peace." The man with flame-shaped mustaches, known as Mars, responded to Wu Jing's inquiry. Chapter 116. The agreement upon hearing Mars's grandiose declaration. Wu Jing chose to disregard it. "How fortuitous, for I too am here for world peace. It appears we share a common goal," he retorted. "Yet, individuals like you, who defy the will of the world government, cannot bring about peace," interjected a man with long white hair and a matching beard, Jupiter. "What exactly is the will of the world government? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Wu Jing sipped from the rum in his pocket, feeling that conversing with these elders required some lubrication. "It is absolute obedience. Anyone who defies the will of the world government shall be deemed a criminal." Venus took over the discourse. Clarity in such matters can often render the conversation dull. Creating an impasse serves no one's interests. Wu Jing felt a surge of aversion to their domineering words. "There is always room for negotiation. We have summoned you here to forge a mutually beneficial agreement. If we adhere to this agreement, we shall coexist peacefully." The man resembling Marx, identified as Mercury, articulated the ultimate purpose of this meeting. The Gorosei took turns debating Wu Jing, a scenario where one man faced 5. They had meticulously devised plans to counter him even before he arrived in Miraculously. From the moment he set foot in Miraculously, they had attempted to coerce Shirahoshi into submission as a celestial dragon. Ultimately, this plan failed, as Wu Jing showed no interest in becoming a celestial dragon. Subsequently, the Gorosei had instructed the current speaker, Shuenduruka, to create difficulties for Wu Jing at the World Conference. However, in the face of Wu Jing's formidable reputation, those kings who sought to slander him quickly backed down. No one wished to provoke Wu Jing, who held the title of a 5 emperor. To do so would invite ruin upon their nations. This plan too crumbled, leaving the Gorosei with no choice but to meet Wu Jing in person. Should this encounter also fail, they would have to disregard the pressures from the pirate world and eliminate Wu Jing and Miraculously. An agreement? Please, do enlighten me. I hope it is not laden with so-called unfair clauses. Wu Jing asserted his stance, indicating that he would not accept just any agreement. This agreement stipulates that you shall refrain from any actions that threaten the world government. Mercury stated unequivocally. I am not quite certain I understand. Wu Jing stroked his chin in contemplation. To not pose a threat to the world government implies maintaining its prestige, correct? This agreement was one that the previous 4 emperors had promised, and when Whitebeard violated it by raising Roger's illegitimate son, Ace, it was evident that Whitebeard intended to rebel. Thus, we eliminated him. Saturn's expression darkened, revealing the fate that awaited those who opposed the world government. It became clear that the Gorosei had orchestrated the war on the summit 2 years prior, a plan Wu Jing had mistakenly attributed to the Marine headquarters. However, given the magnitude of such a conflict, it was only reasonable that the Gorosei would be the masterminds. I wholeheartedly support the justice championed by the world government. Our goals align in the desire to bring order to the world of pirates, do they not? I shall, of course, abide by this agreement. But I hope you refrain from interfering in my grievances with those pirates. Wu Jing candidly expressed his position and endorsed the current policies of the world government. Ultimately, The Gorosei adopted a conciliatory approach towards Wu Jing, refraining from outright oppression. Wu Jing, in turn, indicated his willingness to cooperate, expressing satisfaction with the current outcome. To openly oppose the world government at this juncture would be a foolish endeavor. Such matters could be addressed at a later time. Wu Jing is adept at playing this hand. He is a performer of the highest order. I hope your words hold truth. As for the conflicts in the pirate world, we shall refrain from interference. The law of the jungle prevails, and the outcome rests solely in your hands. Saturn responded to Wu Jing with an expressionless demeanor. The elders did not reveal their emotions despite reaching this accord with Wu Jing. They have weathered numerous storms, and the expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness have long ceased to manifest on their faces. Chapter 117, Multifaceted Trade. The World Conference has concluded, and Wu Jing is now traversing the seas on his return journey, relishing the delightful afternoon. He sips exquisite wine, enjoys a fine cigar, and has a beautiful companion giving him a back massage. "Brother, come, let us drink this barrel of wine," Green Bull exclaimed, heartily downing an entire barrel of fruity liquor. Ever since Green Bull broke his fast from indulgence, Wu Jing had dispatched Violet to send 500 barrels of the island's specialty fruit wine to Green Bull's warship. This was a gesture of brotherly affection that thrilled Green Bull, who had never tasted such delectable wine. The fine spirits at the Navy headquarters had been thoroughly plundered by the celestial dragons. The liquor they usually consumed paled in comparison to the rich, aromatic flavors of the fruit wine from the island, which Green Bull intended to safeguard diligently. "One wonders what plans my brother has next?" Green Bull inquired, gnawing on a succulent chicken leg while still showing concern for Wu Jing. "Oh, I have no grand schemes. It's splendid to live life so carefree," Wu Jing replied with an air of nonchalance, as if he were utterly content with such a life. "That is reassuring, otherwise I would worry for you. The world government will not ease their vigilance over you. Recently, they remain ever watchful. Should they detect any actions contrary to their will, they would act decisively. I have led troops to annihilate several nations myself." Green Bull earnestly cautioned Wu Jing. "Fear not. I harbor no intention of provoking the world government. My grievances lie solely with certain pirates," Wu Jing replied, genuinely disinterested in such provocations at present, though the future remained uncertain. Their journey back was swift, taking less than 3 days, as the warship moved at full throttle. Wu Jing had previously informed Green Bull of his lack of plans, which was a veiled response. In truth, he had many intentions. Having managed affairs with the world government, as long as he refrained from direct confrontation with their operatives, he could act as he pleased within the pirate world. However, he chose to bide his time. The World Conference had just concluded, and it was prudent to allow the pirate realm to settle. His business endeavors had expanded significantly, demanding his attention and guidance. Once these enterprises matured, he could step back from the minutiae. The underground bank, under Jean Lee's stewardship, had grown increasingly robust. Those troublemakers within the organization were unceremoniously tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Additionally, the island's various businesses had initiated trade with over 20 nations, including Women's Island, Water City, the Sabaody Archipelago, and Alabasta. This expansion was facilitated by the recent World Conference, where Wu Jing had chosen to disregard the kings of other nations, as such matters were beneath his consideration. Wu Jing urged Violet to selectively engage with several nations, fostering mutually beneficial economic strategies. The island has initiated economic trade with them, establishing a reciprocal exchange. "You require our products, and we shall sell them to you. Conversely, I need your products, and you shall provide them to me." Thus, in addition to a few already familiar nations, the island has embarked on trade with over 20 countries. Wu Jing firmly believes that this trade will continue to flourish, especially considering that the pirate world comprises over 300 nations, among which 170 are affiliated with the world government. By selecting these stable countries for trade, the returns are assuredly substantial. Chapter 118, 4 Stones. The day following the conclusion of the World Conference, a deluge of news reports emerged, undoubtedly igniting fervent interest within the pirate realm. The focal point of this attention was none other than the revered figure, Wu Jing. What sorcery had this man employed to venture into the territory of the celestial dragons at Miraculously and return unscathed? This remains a mystery to all. The unpleasant occurrences that transpired during the World Conference were not to be reported by the newspapers. Such disreputable matters were best kept within the knowledge of the world government itself. Empress Hancock was already at Tay Island, anxiously awaiting Wu Jing's return, as her thoughts were perpetually occupied with him. Such a man is the object of desire for any woman. With his companions assembled, Wu Jing recounted his journey to Miraculously and the discussions he had with the elders. The likes of Marco and others were entirely oblivious to the existence of the elders. The upper echelons of the world government rarely make appearances in the pirate world. Significant matters are deliberated among them and subsequently announced to the public by Spandam, a representative from the Cipher Pole organization. Wu Jing planned to rest on the island of Da for a few months while consolidating his enterprises. Subsequently, he would embark on his grand adventure. It was time to acquire the 4 pieces of the road sign poneglyphs. By gathering these 4 poneglyphs alongside 9 pieces of the information poneglyphs, he could unveil the historical narrative obscured over the past century. This lost century coincided with the birth of the world government, dating back to 800 years ago in the age of pirates. Wu Jing sought to collect 4 specific road sign poneglyphs, each a crimson stone known as the red stone. Each red stone inscribed a unique location. Once these points were connected on a map, the fabled final island, Raftel, would materialize at their intersection. However, merely acquiring the 4 road sign poneglyphs would not suffice to unravel the enigma of the lost century. The 9 pieces of the information poneglyphs were also essential. But Wu Jing would not expend great effort in their pursuit. Roger had previously gathered these 9 pieces, yet he cast them aside on Raftel. Thus, reaching the final island, Raftel, would reveal the truths of that obscured century. It was this treasure that Roger used as a beacon, inspiring all pirates to seek Raftel. Wu Jing speculated that Roger sought to restore the truth of history, yet he refrained from disclosing such revelations prior to his demise, undoubtedly for significant reasons. According to the information currently at Wu Jing's disposal, one fragment of the road sign historical text is overseen by the Kazuki clan in the nation of Wano, while another remains missing to this day. The remaining 2 fragments are held by Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, each in possession of one. It is rather improbable to acquire these fragments directly from Linlin and Kaido, one reason being the considerable complications involved, and another being that should the world government discover his intentions, the amicable relationship between him and the world government would be irrevocably shattered. For an ordinary individual, obtaining the road sign historical text from the hands of the 4 emperors is nearly impossible, and for Wu Jing, it presents a formidable challenge as well. Fortunately, Wu Jing's objective is merely to obtain copies of the texts inscribed upon the stone, as removing the stone itself would invite a multitude of troubles. During Wu Jing's period of recuperation, an unexpected visitor arrived, a strikingly beautiful woman. Chapter 119. Serve me. The visitor was a captivating young lady, adorned with earmuffs and a blue scarf, her figure slender with long legs. Her pink combat attire, complemented by a cape resembling butterfly wings, wore tattoos of the number 6 on her legs. This woman was familiar to Wu Jing. She was Vinsmoke Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, which established the Germa 66 army, each member marked with 2 number 6 tattoos. Lord Wu Jing, I have come seeking your aid. Your ally, Monkey D. Luffy, has been captured by Big Mom Linlin. Upon encountering Wu Jing, Reiju immediately revealed her purpose. Ah, so Luffy has been taken? You come to inform me. I presume this plea for help is motivated by your family's interests, is it not? Upon hearing Lei Zhou's words, Wu Jing seemed to comprehend something significant. You are right. My lord, I am indeed seeking help for my family. My father and younger brother have also fallen into the clutches of the Big Mom pirates and are in imminent danger. Lei Zhou was taken aback that Wu Jing was aware of this news. He truly was the strongest among the new generation. Why should I come to the aid of your family? Wu Jing gazed at Lei Zhou with profound meaning. The woman was clad in a fitted pink combat suit that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. This was no ordinary attire. It allowed Lei Zhou to unleash a considerable amount of toxins while also enabling her to absorb poisonous gases. Although proficient in the use of toxins, Lei Zhou possessed a kind heart and was exceptionally empathetic. She held great concern for Sanji, her younger brother, who had been abandoned by their family. Now that her family was captured by Big Mom, she risked her life to seek assistance from Wu Jing. In this vast pirate world, she had found no one else to turn to, except for this rapidly rising young man, who offered her a glimmer of hope. I will comply with any conditions you set forth, my lord. All I desire is the safety of my family. My own safety has become an afterthought. Serve me. Wu Jing locked eyes with Lei Zhou. He found such a conscientious woman quite appealing, recognizing her potential to serve him well. Wu Jing's request left Lei Zhou in a state of profound indecision. She still harbored deep affection for her family, despite the ruthless nature of her brothers and father. Yet, in the presence of Wu Jing, she found herself devoid of any choice. I am willing to serve Lord Wu Jing for a lifetime. Lei Jiao uttered those words with great difficulty. Wu Jing requested Lei Jiao to provide a detailed account of the events that transpired in the world. He sought to gain a comprehensive understanding. You may leave now. After listening to Lei Jiao's narration, Wu Jing absorbed the information. Wu Jing did not immediately set off for the 10,000 nations. He was not the impulsive and naive type like Luffy. In response to Wu Jing's command, Lei Jiao withdrew without objection. Wu Jing is now their superior, and as a subordinate, one must dutifully comply. After Lei Jiao departed, Wu Jing unconsciously lit a cigarette. This cigarette was a gift from Princess Weiwei during her visit to Miraculously, a specialty from the Kingdom of Alabasta. Wu Jing was indifferent to the names of cigarettes, caring only for their enjoyment. Smoking served to enhance his inspiration, allowing him to contemplate matters more comprehensively. This was the rationale behind Wu Jing's habit. While drinking was meant to foster deeper connections, he was rather astonished by Lei Jiao's earlier narrative. In chapter 120, in a few days, I will visit you. Despite the fact that his presence had altered the course of events in the pirate world, certain elements still bore the marks of the original work. Vinsmoke family patriarch Vinsmoke Judge intended to use his son Sanji as a pawn to arrange a wedding with Big Mom's 35th daughter, Pudding. This maneuver was designed to leverage the power of Big Mom's pirate crew to reclaim dominance over the North Sea. However, he was oblivious to the fact that this was merely a grand conspiracy. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, aimed to obliterate the Vinsmoke family during this wedding and to assimilate the Germa 66 army for her own purposes. According to Lei Jiao's account, Luffy had also allied with Big Mom's son-in-law, Katakuri. Katakuri had long been biding his time under Big Mom's command, harboring rebellious thoughts. He too was an ambitious figure. Yet, the outcome diverged from the original tale, as Katakuri managed to escape. However, the Straw Hat Pirates ultimately fell into the clutches of Big Mom's crew. The Vinsmoke family also failed to evade capture. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Wu Jing's subsequent intentions did not include seeking Big Mom for the road poneglyph. His original plan had been to visit Water 7 first, as Iceberg had already contacted him to inform him that the replica of the Pluton battleship had been completed and was ready for him to collect. He had also intended to rendezvous with Princess Vivi in Alabasta, a region rich in historical relics, as one of the 20 kingdoms from 800 years ago. For now, however, he had to set these matters aside and focus on resolving the pressing issues at hand. Wu Jing has just pledged to Lei Jiao to rescue their family, and naturally, he will devise various strategies to bring the Vinsmoke family's army, Germa 66, under his command. Furthermore, Luffy is someone he must save as well, for he is indeed considered an ally. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, there is another individual of great significance, Nico Robin, who alone possesses the ability to comprehend the historical texts. Wu Jing picked up the telephone bug, intending to make a call first. The line crackled, and then a voice emerged. A woman's voice, filled with excitement as she beheld the handsome visage displayed on the image bug. I am Wu Jing. In a few days, I shall pay you a visit. Please reserve those individuals for me. Wu Jing felt it prudent to inform Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, ahead of time. Otherwise, if he arrived only to find those individuals had perished, his journey would be in vain. Is it you, brat? I must say, I am not fond of your tone, yet I still extend a welcome to you on behalf of the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Lin snarled into the telephone bug, clearly irritated by Wu Jing's audacity in requesting her assistance. After hearing her words, Wu Jing promptly ended the call. Wu Jing plans to visit Wangwa Island in a few days, having already made the necessary arrangements. What Wu Jing truly worried about was not Luffy's life or death, but rather that individual from the Vinsmoke family. He understood that Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, would never resort to taking Luffy's life, for the ramifications of antagonizing Luffy's formidable allies were far too daunting. Had anyone genuinely desired Luffy's demise, he would have perished countless times over. Shielded by the protective aura of a protagonist and fortified by an illustrious lineage, Luffy had skillfully evaded numerous threats. His grandfather, the legendary marine hero Garp, and his father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, along with the high expectations placed upon him by Shanks, all contributed to his resilience. For a tyrant like Big Mom, who had already established her dominance, the most she could do would be to reprimand Luffy. Killing him would yield no benefit, only detriment. Chapter 121. The few among many. Is it too perilous for just as few to venture into the land of Wano? Reija pondered, surveying the scant number of individuals present on the deck. Wu Jing took only Marco, Luo, and Lonkue with him, leaving behind the Empress Hancock. A woman of Hancock's exceptional caliber was too precious for him to send into the fray. Such a stunning beauty was better suited to endure his cannon fire, while he would handle all the brutish affairs. It is not the quantity of men that matters, but their quality. Leading tens of thousands into battle only to provoke Big Mom might result in nothing more than the lifeless bodies of your kin. In truth, Wu Jing had no desire to stir the pot and wage war against Big Mom for the sake of a few fragile souls. It was simply unnecessary. He had a more significant purpose in visiting her. The historical text. Big Mom, Lin Lin, possessed strength surpassing that of Blackbeard, so caution was paramount. Marco had become a father. His wife, Zhou Ju, had blessed him with a plump and healthy son. A man with a family now bore the weight of concern for his loved ones. The mere thought of that old hag filled me with dread. I feared her madness might resurface and consume me whole. Upon hearing that Lon Kuei was to meet Lin Lin in the land of Wano, anxiety gripped me. The five emperors, Lin Lin, was known to suffer from a voracious appetite. And when such craving struck, she could descend into a frenzy capable of devouring even the living. Only Luo remained silent, though his mind was a tempest of thoughts. Yet, voicing his grievances often led to a swift demise, so he found it wiser to maintain an air of profundity. The unease among his companions grew palpable, while Wu Jing remained utterly unfazed. He had the audacity to venture into Mariehua. Meeting Big Mom in Wano was a mere trifle to him. Wano, formerly known as Tado Land, was predominantly composed of Cake Island, surrounded by 34 islands scattered nearby. Big Mom resided on Cake Island, with her 34 biological children governing the other islands. This exemplified the epitome of bureaucratic governance, where power rested solely in the hands of family. Despite this, the populace of Tado Land exhibited no spirit of rebellion, as they were utterly powerless to resist. Accepting exploitation with docility was their only means of survival, for defiance could cost them their very lives. Wu Jing and his companions have arrived at the island of International Cakes, where several individuals are already waiting for them at the harbor. Wu Jing beheld a towering figure, a muscular man with striking crimson hair, who was gazing at him with a haughty and icy demeanor. This was unmistakably a challenging look. However, Wu Jing merely cast a languid glance in his direction. The seemingly handsome and imposing gentleman was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the most formidable son of Big Mom. While those unaware might consider Katakuri to be the epitome of perfection, Wu Jing was acutely aware of the reason behind Katakuri's scarf concealing the lower half of his face. It was to mask his grotesque fangs. Katakuri, a man of considerable strength and ambition, had meticulously crafted an image of flawlessness before his siblings. Yet, in the presence of Wu Jing, such pretenses were nothing more than self-deception. Esteemed Wu Jing, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of my mother. A charming and delightful young lady called out, waving her hand in an attempt to capture Wu Jing's attention. Wu Jing recognized her as Charlotte Bryn, whose forehead was adorned with a fringe that concealed a third eye. One must admit that Bryn was indeed quite beautiful, possessing a charm that rendered her irresistibly endearing. Wu Jing was not ensnared by Bryn's enchanting charm. He was far from being as naive as Sanji. Any manipulation would be futile against him. Chapter 122, Katakuri. As Wu Jing and his companions set foot on the port, Bruin hurriedly approached him, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful girl. Take me to see the matriarch. I am rather busy, Wu Jing instructed Bruin. Before she could finish her sentence, a fist the size of a barrel hurtled towards Wu Jing with alarming speed. With a resounding crash, the temperature in the air soared. Just moments ago, Katakuri had unleashed the powers of the mochi fruit upon Wu Jing, transforming his arm into a viscous substance that propelled itself forward. Nevertheless, this long-stored barrage was effortlessly neutralized by Wu Jing's fiery fist. The battle was far from over. Katakuri's already pliable hand continued to compress, enveloped in swirling waves of heat. Confronted with Katakuri's aggressive aura, Wu Jing responded with a disdainful smile, further igniting Katakuri's combat spirit. He had long desired to engage Wu Jing in battle, fueled by his jealousy that had reached a boiling point due to Wu Jing's remarkable performance in Marineford. The sight of a strikingly handsome youth commanding such presence during the Paramount War was something Katakuri found utterly incredulous. He felt compelled to personally ascertain the true nature of this young man. Otherwise, he would never accept that there could exist someone more exceptional than himself in this world. In the realm of pirates, individuals with such eccentric personalities are not uncommon, and Katakuri was no exception. Roasted rice cakes. From a distance, Katakuri launched another offensive, his hand morphing into a rocket launcher aimed directly at Wu Jing. Wu Jing felt an overwhelming pressure, a force rivaling Luffy's fourth gear technique, Goma Goma no Kongo. The enhanced fire fist, Wu Jing's fist swelled in size, engulfed in raging flames. If Katakuri's fist radiated intense heat, then Wu Jing's fist was ablaze with an even more searing intensity. The two fervent fists collided violently, and this time, Katakuri was not left unscathed. His fist was utterly obliterated by Wu Jing's strike, leaving a faint scent of charred glue in the air, a testament to the exorbitant temperature of Wu Jing's fire fist. Katakuri's expression darkened. Having been bested twice, his mood soured. He considered his own talents to be among the elite in the pirate world. Yet, in the face of the young Wu Jing, he felt woefully inadequate. Resolute, Katakuri prepared to launch another attack, having yet to unveil many of his trump cards. "Brother, stop," Brle exclaimed. "You go away." Katakuri dismissed his sister's intervention entirely. "Such behavior towards our guest will surely displease Mother. Lord Wu Jing is our esteemed visitor." The thought of their monstrous mother caused Katakuri a moment of distress. "We shall have the opportunity to compete again," he conceded, refraining from further aggression. "Compete? That is a privilege only your mother deserves to claim," Wu Jing retorted, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his signature mischievous grin perfectly displayed. This smile could drive women mad and leave men in a frenzy, radiating an almost celestial confidence that struck deep. Katakuri's eyes widened in fury. Yet he chose not to retaliate. "Lord Wu Jing, my brother is usually quite composed. I do not know what has come over him today. Please do not take offense. Hee. Follow me. Mother has prepared a lavish lunch awaiting your arrival." Brle's sweet voice, accompanied by her rosy cheeks, exuded warmth. However, Wu Jing remained unfazed. Unlike Sanji, who would be utterly captivated, for he was fully aware. Chapter 123, A Lavish Luncheon. Mother, Lord Wu Jing has arrived. Before even laying eyes on Big Mom, Brle joyfully exclaimed, as if delivering delightful news. Mama," in a grand, brilliantly lit living room. The unmistakable laughter of Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, echoed. Wu Jing entered with a swagger, accompanied by Lei Jiao and others, as if he were the master of the place. "Lord Wu Jing, please take a seat." Bryn attentively catered to his needs. Meanwhile, Mama Lingling, with a broad, gleeful smile, gazed at Wu Jing, drooling. The overly enthusiastic welcome sent shivers down Wu Jing's spine. Mama Lingling, known as Big Mom, had a total of 43 husbands, rendering her a notorious seductress. It was easy to surmise how many unfortunate men had succumbed to her advances. "Sit down, young Wu Jing. Let us indulge in this feast," Mama Lingling exclaimed, already lifting a large piece of dessert to her mouth, her favorite. At her call to eat, the others at the table, who were ministers from 34 islands and also Mama Lingling's offspring, began to devour the lavish spread voraciously. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, including fragrant roasted whole beef, flavorful roasted lamb, and a fish the size of a shark. A variety of desserts adorned the table as well: chocolates, jam-filled bread, cheese, cookies, and candies. An abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines filled the scene, truly a feast for the senses. However, the centerpiece of this opulent banquet was undoubtedly the towering cake, over 10 meters high, placed directly in front of Mama Lingling. No one dared to touch it, for it was exclusively hers. Even a single bite by another would be forbidden. Such a lavish spread was astounding. Long Kuei's mouth watered profusely, completely forgetting the fact that they were in enemy territory. Meanwhile, Malgo and Luo showed little interest in the sumptuous dishes, merely sipping their drinks with a semblance of politeness. Lei Jiao, on the other hand, abstained from eating altogether, her mind consumed with thoughts of rescuing her family. Wu Jing, much like Long Kuei, indulged in a lavish feast, reveling in the abundance before him. While Long Kuei was characterized by gluttony, Wu Jing exuded an air of calm contentment. Wu Jing believed that since everyone had gathered, there was no need to be overly constrained. He would not be shackled by the circumstances before him. This was the essence of a true leader. Regardless of how challenging the situation became, he remained composed and unruffled. In the presence of a group of food enthusiasts, the towering piles of dishes on the table were swiftly consumed. However, it was of little consequence, for soon another batch of steaming delicacies would arrive. Aunt Lingling had an abundance of chefs at her disposal, likely numbering around 100. They were ever ready to ensure her hunger was sated, should she be left wanting. It could lead to not only chaos but also dire consequences for the islands themselves. Wu Jing lifted his glass and approached Aunt Lingling, who remained engrossed in her culinary delights, unaware of his presence beside her. "Lingling, thank you for your hospitality." Wu Jing raised his drink, prepared to clink glasses with her. It was only upon hearing his call that Aunt Lingling noticed him standing there. She hesitated to raise her glass in response. as both her hands were occupied with delectable cakes. Chapter 124. Taste my cooking, of course. You are now mine. After indulging in the sweet treats, Aunt Lingling finally lifted her large cup, ready to toast with Wu Jing. You are mine. Upon hearing those words, Wu Jing immediately retracted his glass, feeling unable to continue with the toast. The thought of this older woman desiring a youthful man like him was utterly shameless, igniting a tempest of agitation within him. Oh, don't overthink it. With your physique, you would barely suffice as a toothpick for me. I intend to arrange a grand marriage for my daughter, Bruin, with you. I will host an extravagant wedding for you in the land of 10,000 nations. Upon hearing her mother's words, Bruin's face turned crimson, but Wu Jing was deeply displeased. Marry into the family? Do you believe yourself to be the queen mother? Do you wish for me to ruin the land of 10,000 nations? I came here to request your assistance, not to engage in your frivolous games. Wu Jing no longer held back. Dealing with such a boorish woman could only be met with force. If you marry my daughter, I will return those people to you. Aunt Lingling's eyes glinted with fierce determination, yet her mouth continued to savor bites of the delicious cake. Let me ponder it further, as I already have far too many women. Wu Jing's piercing gaze softened. Perhaps it would be wise to endure for the time being. He then took a piece of cake from before him, eager to sample its flavor. The children of Aunt Lingling looked on in sheer astonishment at Wu Jing's audacious act, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. It was unprecedented for someone to dare to touch their mother as dessert. And Wu Jing was the first ever to survive such an affront. Wu Jing took a bite and found the dessert to be satisfactory, yet he still preferred the one he had tasted on the island. The fruitcakes crafted by the diminutive folk of the island were exceptionally delightful, for there exists no plant they cannot cultivate in this world. The little people cultivated an abundance of delectable fruits, which they artfully adorned atop the island's specially crafted cream cakes, rendering them utterly irresistible. Dare to touch my dessert? Aunt Lingling's expression darkened, and the earth began to tremble beneath them. It's nothing special. Try my creation. Wu Jing retrieved a packet of his own confectionery from his pocket and unceremoniously tossed it onto the table. Wu Jing's rude gesture incited great indignation among the children of the elderly lady, as it seemed to treat their mother as if she were a beggar. However, Big Mom remained utterly indifferent, for what Wu Jing had tossed her was a confectionery delight, leaving her with no avenue for resistance. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the package of sweets from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. What was a single package in Wu Jing's hands became merely a morsel in Big Mom's grasp. As the sweet treat melted in her mouth, she displayed no reaction, as though she were utterly unaffected by the offering. Her children, witnessing this, began to feel sympathy for Wu Jing. Their mother had exceptionally high standards when it came to desserts, and they feared that Wu Jing's playful trickery would lead to dire consequences. How could such a delectable sweet exist? You must supply me with 50 tons every month. Just as everyone presumed that Big Mom was dissatisfied with Wu Jing's offering, she expressed an earnest longing for him to fulfill her demand. Ah, Lin, this is merely a gift to commemorate our meeting. I simply cannot acquiesce to such a request. The sweets had been meticulously prepared by Wu Jing, who aimed to exploit Lin's vulnerabilities. Typically, he carried either tobacco or spirits, never snacks. Chapter 125. You must marry my daughter, young Wu Jing. Your meager token of a gift has truly vexed me. Big Mom appeared as if afflicted by an insatiable craving, saliva flowing freely. This was due to the fact that the delicacies Wu Jing provided far surpassed those of the world. This realization further heightened the anxiety of her children, for should their mother succumb to her desires, chaos would surely ensue. Very well, as long as you release those individuals, I shall provide 50 tons of sweets every month. Wu Jing readily consented. No, you must marry my daughter, Brin, and the sweets you must supply as well. Big Mom obstinately dismissed Wu Jing's request. Her words made Wu Jing feel a headache coming on. There was truly no reasoning with individuals of such imperial stature. Without a decisive confrontation, there would be no room for negotiation, much like with Whitebeard. Were it not for the plethora of tasks at hand, Wu Jing would not engage in bargaining with Big Mom. Not all matters could be resolved through brute force. Sometimes, cleverness was essential. The world government's power was formidable, yet it still relied on the various pirate factions to maintain equilibrium within the pirate realm, all vying for a share of the bounty. Naturally, the world government would claim the lion's share, followed by the 4 emperors. I shall spend a few days in the land of Wa, and as for other matters, we shall discuss them in due time. Wu Jing had already lit a cigarette, seeking inspiration from its smoke. Brin, do ensure you entertain him well. Big Mom licked her fingers, savoring the exquisite sweet that Wu Jing had just provided. Having feasted to her satisfaction, her children, who governed 34 islands, dispersed. Meanwhile, Wu Jing remained on Cake Island, the headquarters of the land of Hua, where the architecture resembled a colossal cake, designed to delight Big Mom's eyes. Wu Jing's companions had been taken away to rest, while he was led by Bryn to a place of respite. "Lord Wu Jing, please follow me," Bryn said, her demeanor reminiscent of a charming neighborly sister as she linked her arm with his. They arrived at the facade of a cake-shaped edifice, and the door swung open effortlessly. The absence of anyone to open the door did not astonish Wu Jing. This was due to Aunt Lingling, a wielder of the soul fruit, having infused these structures with life. These animated buildings seemed to possess a spirit of their own, with the inhabitants constantly under scrutiny. Wu Jing felt no trepidation regarding this. He could simply unleash his conqueror's haki and obliterate these souls with ease. Upon entering the cake building, Wu Jing was greeted by a uniform decor of soft pink hues, likely indicative of Bryn's personal quarters. As soon as he stepped inside, he unleashed his aura, immediately dispelling the souls that inhabited the structure. "Bryn, may I smoke here?" he inquired. As Wu Jing spoke, he lit a cigarette, his tone unmistakably indicating his intent to smoke. The fact that Lord Wu Jing graced my chamber with his presence rendered any objections trivial. After all, you are the master of this domain. Bryn, accustomed to such interactions, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. According to the original narrative, Bryn possesses a kind-hearted nature. However, her third eye, which drew ridicule from many during her childhood, instilled a sense of inferiority within her. Consequently, she resorted to her exceptional acting skills to assert dominance over others. Nevertheless, Sanji, despite her unique appearance, always found Bryn to be beautiful, and ultimately, this charm won her heart. In contrast, Wu Jing remained unfazed, as the current trajectory of events had begun to unfold with dramatic changes. Regardless of Bryn's acting prowess, he was resolute in his belief that he would not be ensnared. No one could achieve such a feat. Wu Jing lay on Bruin's fragrant bed, finding it remarkably comfortable. He stretched lazily, while Bruin obediently reclined beside him, gazing at Wu Jing with an expression of admiration. Wu's strikingly handsome and elegant visage has already captivated her. Bryn's acting skills are indeed commendable. Wu Jing closed his eyes, feigning rest, yet his mind whirled with thoughts. Big Mom treated Bryn merely as a bargaining chip, having previously betrothed her to Sanji as a ruse. She had imprisoned the Vinsmoke family and commandeered the Germa 66 army. The Vinsmokes had become utterly useless to her. Chapter 126. It was not a performance with Wu Jing's arrival. Big Mom once again proposed Bryn as a bride for him. By marrying her daughter, he would become her son-in-law, effectively elevating his status to that of a Yonko under her dominion. Who would dare challenge Big Mom in the pirate world? These sea emperors have a penchant for recruiting formidable subordinates, much like Kaido, who also relishes in gathering capable allies. To Wu Jing, becoming Big Mom's son-in-law felt like an immense disadvantage, as it would place him beneath her in terms of seniority. Had Big Mom sought him in her youth, he might have entertained the notion. However, being coerced into marriage on Big Mom's territory was simply unacceptable to him. While the idea of courting a powerful figure like Wu Jing as a son-in-law might not be particularly astute, it was an uncharacteristic thought for someone as gluttonous as Big Mom. This rather clever notion stemmed from the scheming of her eldest son, Charlotte Perisparrow. Yet, they were up against the master of tactics, Wu Jing. Deceiving him would be akin to scaling the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of warm hands had encircled him from behind. The petite figure nestled against him, her cherubic face rubbing against his body like a playful kitten. Damn it. Bryn had shamelessly taken the initiative to disturb him. Wu Jing has always been on guard against her. If he were accompanied by Califa now, he would not be so reserved and subtle. He would have long since leaped through the Dragon Gate, creating splashes all around. Lord Wu Jing, I truly have a deep affection for you. The engagement with Sanji was forced upon me by my mother. Wu Jing could already feel a dampness on his back. Turning his head, he saw that Bruin was crying, her expression filled with grievance. "Ah, Bruin, your acting skills are truly remarkable," Wu Jing remarked, directly pointing out that she was merely performing. Nevertheless, he gently took out a tissue and wiped her tears, although it seemed that her tears only multiplied. To his astonishment, Bruin began to cry uncontrollably. Wu Jing experienced a sudden headache, suspecting that Bruin had been exposed. Feeling quite aggrieved, she likely wept even more bitterly. Observing Bruin's pitiable state tugged at Wu Jing's heartstrings. I was not performing for Wu Jing. Ever since the new top war, I had been utterly captivated by her. Heh. Wu Jing offered no response to Bruin's explanations. It was said that you intended to seek out your mother, and Sparrow had orchestrated this scheme for her. Mother has always held a certain apprehension towards Wu Jing. She wishes for you to become her son-in-law. In doing so, you would belong to her faction. Much like Becky marrying my sister, Chiefing, or the captain of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, marrying my sister, Charlotte Pudding. Mother has long been zealous about assimilating maritime powers, showing little regard for her daughter's feelings. This is merely a transaction. I would not allow my selfish desires to compel Wu Jing to submit to my mother. Though I dream of becoming Wu Jing's woman, I would never resort to such means. Now that I have confided these secrets to Wu Jing, I feel significantly relieved. After expelling all these thoughts in one breath, Bruin felt a sense of liberation. Meanwhile, Wu Jing kept his eyes narrowed, observing Bruin closely, convinced that she was not lying. Perhaps it was his own charm that led him to begin believing Bruin's words. Chapter 127, Delivered to the Navy. Wu Jing held closely to Bruin, tenderly caressing her, fully believing her words. In the original narrative, Bruin's innate kindness was overshadowed by the prejudice formed from her childhood, marked by the unusual third eye. A woman as dependable as Bruin was indispensable to Wu Jing. He would never overlook those who could be nurtured into their full potential. The path of the strong necessitates the judicious use of one's strengths. Bruin possessed the extraordinary ability to read, extract, replace, and alter the memories of designated individuals. Bruin, please don't say that. I genuinely hold affection for you. Wu Jing whispered into Bruin's ear, his magnetic voice resonating softly, causing her delightful face to flush with a rosy hue. The declaration of his fondness brought Bruin immense joy, her laughter sweeter than anyone else's. However, moments later, a shadow crossed her features, as if clouds of sorrow had gathered. Lord Wu Jing, someone like me does not deserve your affection, she lamented, her demeanor reminiscent of a sorrowful neighbor girl, evoking deep sympathy. Even with a third eye, I cherish you. No one shall ever deem you unappealing, for you are mine. Wu Jing resolved to claim this woman for himself. He cared little for the minor imperfections of beautiful women who were both useful and sincere, as long as they were worthy of his affection. How did you know I have a third eye? Bruin gazed incredulously at the striking figure before her. Only a select few across nations were privy to this secret. Outsiders could never fathom it. Wu gently swept aside the fringe from Brin's forehead, revealing her exquisite third eye, which sparkled with a captivating brilliance. The appreciative gaze of Wu Jing caused Bruin to weep once more, this time from her third eye. I possess the gift of insight and have seen through you long ago, he quipped, his charming smirk perfectly displayed before Bruin. Such playful banter ignited her shyness as she cupped her face in her hands. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, thoroughly enjoying their private world. With Bruin's assistance, Wu Jing found that matters became significantly easier. Bruin informed Wu Jing that Aunt Lingling had secured the historical manuscript of the signposts within the vault. That place was heavily guarded, and the key to the vault was personally safeguarded by Aunt Lingling herself. Even if they reached the vault, entry would be impossible. However, Bruin vowed to devise a way to obtain the key, allowing them the opportunity to make a rubbing of the historical manuscript. To acknowledge Bruin's efforts, Wu Jing unreservedly claimed her first kiss, and Bruin was more than eager to shower him with affection. Wu Jing confided in Brin that he would marry her in the not-so-distant future, though not at this moment. He refused to allow Aunt Lingling to dictate her life. Instead, he would empower Brin to make her own choices. These heartfelt words moved Brin deeply, prompting her to nod repeatedly, wishing she could offer herself to Wu Jing, though she feared he might find her wanting. Brin also informed Wu Jing that the Straw Hat crew and the Vinsmoke family were not imprisoned on Whole Cake Island, but rather confined in Sweet Town on the island of Pastry, where the minister was Charlotte Oven, a user of the paramecia-type heat fruit. Furthermore, an important member of the Straw Hat Pirates had been delivered to the Navy headquarters by Big Mom in exchange for greater recognition from the world government. That individual was none other than Luffy. However, Wu Jing was not at all concerned about Luffy's safety. With the legendary Navy hero, Carp, present, Luffy was not in any real danger. At worst, he would be incarcerated in the world's most notorious prison, Impel Down, for a few years to endure hardships, during which Carp would surely ensure that the guards kept Luffy's rebellious spirit in check. Wu Jing felt no need to worry about Luffy. For now, his life was secure. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, there was one person Wu Jing intended to recruit, Nico Robin, the only remaining beauty in the world capable of deciphering the poneglyphs from the archaeological island of O'Hara. This woman was indispensable for reaching Laugh Tale. as Robin's dream was to uncover the true history. With shared aspirations and a collaborative spirit, Wu Jing was aware that Robin had long harbored feelings for him. From the various signs observed during this period, it appears that the trajectory of the pirate world is gradually aligning with Wu Jing's own fate. He harbors no interest in pondering the enigmatic reasons behind this phenomenon. Even if he were to rack his brain, he would remain oblivious to the marvels that the world presents. The sunlight has already begun to illuminate the head of the bed as Wu Jing lies there, hands clasped behind his head, indulging in Brin's exceptional care. Brin is serving him breakfast, which consists of exquisite juice and delectable pastries, all lovingly prepared by her own hands. He finds himself increasingly enamored with this woman. Who wouldn't cherish a woman that loves you genuinely, especially one as beautiful as she? Just then, a knock resonates from the door. Wu was filled with disdain. Who on earth would intrude upon his tranquil morning? Katakuri, his elder brother, what brings you here? Brle's tone was far from cheerful. I seek Wu. Summon him to face me in combat. Katakuri commanded Bre without room for dispute. Wu Jing had already heard the words of Katakuri, and a wave of nausea washed over him. This insolent brat would never comprehend his own shortcomings unless he was thoroughly defeated. Lord Wu Jing was still enjoying his breakfast. He ought to be unbothered at this hour. Bre was politely declining for Wu Jing. However, there was no harm in waiting until he finished his meal. Without hesitation, Katakuri pushed the door open, determined to observe Wu Jing as he dined. Truly, a towering presence attracts attention from every direction. Bre found it difficult to rein in Katakuri, for this brother held a prestigious position in the world. Apart from their mother, Katakuri was the most esteemed, as his combat prowess surpassed that of all the siblings. Wu Jing had finished his breakfast and, in a habitual manner, lit a cigarette, disregarding Katakuri, who stood beside him. Katakuri, standing before him, did not urge him to hurry. After all, he was indifferent to the passage of time. However, even after Wu Jing extinguished his cigarette, he continued to ignore Katakuri, exhibiting an air of dismissiveness towards his presence. Such behavior is rather disrespectful towards an opponent, isn't it? Katakuri's eyes glinted with coldness. In the world of Wano, he had never encountered such arrogant treatment. His younger siblings revered him like a deity, and Katakuri was their perfect elder brother. An opponent? You think too highly of yourself. Young man, were it not for Brule, Wu Jing would have sent him flying with a kick. Katakuri unleashed his conqueror's haki without reservation, reducing everything within the room to mere dust. Yet, under Wu Jing's protection, Brule was unaffected by the overwhelming aura. This disregard for his sister's safety was appalling. Wu Jing mused, he must teach this frog in a proper lesson. Chapter 129. No longer interested in rice cakes, Katakuri's formidable conqueror's haki inflicted no harm upon Wu Jing. At best, it was merely a tickle, and Wu Jing felt that Katakuri's attempts lacked sufficient force. If you have any tricks, unleash them now, weakling Katakuri. Wu Jing thought of a basketball star on Earth named Curry, contrasting him with the one before him, Katakuri. Katakuri's arms had transformed into a rice cake-like form. His unique mochi fruit powers now in effect. He could freely alter the shape of his body, elongating and enlarging it, quite reminiscent of Luffy's gum fruit abilities. He was capable of executing techniques similar to Luffy's, but with greater lethality. Rice cake leg. Katakuri split his legs into 8, launching them rapidly towards Wu Jing. After hardening these 8 legs with armament haki, the originally white appendages turned a deep black. In response to the incoming assault, Wu Jing made no unnecessary movements. He simply swung his fist, obliterating the 8 legs as if they were mere balloons, reducing them to nothingness. Machi thrust. Katakuri transformed his arm into machi, enveloping the trident weapon, and then began to spin his arm while thrusting forward. This surprise attack posed a significant threat to most, yet it was inconsequential to Wu Jing. He casually countered with a punch, neutralizing Katakuri's sudden stab effortlessly. Bird rice cake. A long, thick, rice cake-like whip surged towards Wu Jing at high speed. Wu Jing did not evade. Instead, he allowed the whip to ensnare him. This whip, imbued with a remarkable stickiness, could not simply be severed by brute force. Katakuri remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently upon Wu Jing, convinced that it would not be so effortless to vanquish him. His intuition proved correct, given Wu Jing's speed. He possessed more than enough capability to elude Katakuri's onslaught. Wu Jing's body ignited with flames. If it were an ordinary fire, it would pose no threat to the mochi fruit's abilities. However, this was the intense fire produced by the burn fruit. And under the activation of the formidable energy within Wu Jing, the machi whips were swiftly incinerated. Yet Katakuri remained undeterred, continuing to unleash other abilities of his fruit. Machi horn, blade machi, peerless blade machi, roasted machi, famous chestnut machi, slicing machi, flowing machi, mirror machi, monstrous strength machi, nine-headed machi, clapping machi, sweet chestnut machi. I cannot believe it. Aside from machi, it was still machi. Wu Jing vowed never to eat machi again. He was utterly fatigued by it today. In this manner, Katakuri had exhausted all his abilities related to the machi fruit, yet none inflicted any harm upon Wu Jing. In contrast, he was now drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he squatted there. The forceful gasps blew away the scarf that concealed his grotesque mouth, revealing his shockingly hideous features. This startled Bruli, for she had never witnessed Katakuri's true appearance before. Given Wu Jing's striking looks, he naturally had high standards for aesthetics, though he soon came to terms with it. Chapter 130. Defeated with conviction, this could only be attributed to his mother, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, had an array of men in her life. Who knew if Katakuri's father was some kind of beast? Aside from Bruli, who possessed a third eye, just look at their siblings. Which of them did not resemble a freak? Some had long tongues, others had elongated necks, and some sported fish tails. I concede defeat. Your strength surpasses my wildest imagination. Observing the composed Wu Jing, Katakuri fully acknowledged his defeat. Until now, Wu Jing had refrained from launching any active attacks, effortlessly countering his onslaught. Katakuri recognized that no matter how this battle unfolded, he was destined to lose. Just as he prepared to turn away, Wu Jing shot forward with remarkable speed. Before Katakuri could react, Wu Jing was upon him, delivering a stunning uppercut directly to his jaw. A figure shot into the air like a rocket, followed by a resounding crash as Katakuri collided with the ceiling. His head was embedded in the ceiling, leaving him precariously suspended. After swaying for a moment, he finally plummeted down. With a thud, Katakuri landed on the ground, legs upturned. Wu Jing had ensured he experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air and crashing to the earth. Blood spewed from Katakuri's mouth as he fell into a semi-conscious state. Wu Jing does not refrain from action, rather. He seeks to illustrate to Katakuri the extent of his own frailty. Ultimately, Katakuri comes to the realization that he cannot triumph over Wu Jing and concedes defeat. Preparing to depart, Wu Jing would not allow him to leave unscathed. After all, one must uphold the principle of reciprocity. Today, out of consideration for Bryn, I indulged you in a game, but should there be a next time, I shall ensure your life is forfeit. Wu Jing shot a cold glance at Katakuri, then casually adjusted his hairstyle. His head may be severed, but his hair must remain unruffled, for he is the foremost male deity in the pirate world. Regarding Wu Jing's words, Katakuri dared not utter a single retort. This man had the audacity to slay even the celestial dragon Don Quixote, leaving no room for doubt about his own fate. Today, he accepted his defeat with humility. Wu Jing loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, a shadow he could not shake off. Picking up the nearby trident, the earth dragon, Katakuri departed with a forlorn expression. Bryn did not approach to comfort Katakuri. This was of his own doing, and her concern lay solely with her lord, Wu Jing. Wu Jing need not worry any longer. He effortlessly indulged in the exquisite tobacco unique to various nations. This was a gift specially brought to him by Bruin. Wu Jing inhaled deeply, finding it quite satisfactory. Though it could not rival the potency of the cigarettes gifted by Princess Weiwei, the international brand still possessed a distinct flavor. Thank you, Lord Wu Jing, for your mercy. It is entirely my brother's fault for offending you. Bruin gazed at her idol with admiration. Moments ago, she had been immersed in the captivating spectacle of his dashing combat prowess. Her brother, Katakuri, widely acknowledged as the most exceptional man in the world, appeared utterly feeble in comparison to her idol. How fortunate he is. Had it not been for your brother, I might not have allowed him to leave alive. Wu Jing remarked with a subtle smile, conveying a sense of concern. Wu Jing's sweet nothings made Bryn feel as though she were the happiest woman in the world. Lord Wu Jing has treated her with exceptional kindness, and what is more, he possesses extraordinary combat prowess and an impressive demeanor. Chapter 131. Men are not good creatures. After the fierce battle just now, Bryn's residence lay in ruins, riddled with damage. Even if Laban were to be reborn, it could not be restored. A new structure would have to be erected. For the time being, however, Bryn needed to find a temporary abode to graciously host Wu Jing. She went directly to her mother and truthfully explained the cause of the destruction, requesting a luxurious new accommodation. Mama Lingling was not at all surprised by Katakuri's humiliating defeat at Wu Jing's hands. She was well aware of Wu Jing's formidable strength. Rather than expressing dissatisfaction at her son being treated like a fool, she was grateful to Wu Jing for imparting a much-needed lesson to her proud son. Mama readily agreed to Brin's request for a new residence. However, she was most concerned about how Brin was faring in her endeavors with Wu Jing. To outsiders, Wu Jing appeared to be quite the lecher. The rumors surrounding Wu Jing and the many beautiful women of the pirate world circulated wildly, evoking envy and admiration from the onlookers, who believed that his triumphs on the battlefield were matched by his conquests in romance. The illustrious ladies linked to him included the Empress Hancock, Princess Violet of Dressrosa, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, and Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, all renowned for their unparalleled beauty. It was widely speculated that each of these captivating figures had a connection with Wu Jing. After requesting a new residence, Brin made another appeal to her mother regarding her dowry, insisting that on her wedding day, she wished to adorn herself with the finest and most exquisite jewels, which she wanted to select from the treasury herself. Had it been Sanji she was marrying, Mama Lingling would undoubtedly have been reluctant to part with the best treasures, reserving them for more delectable exchanges. However, the man Brin was to wed was none other than Wu Jing, a figure beyond comparison. Mama agreed to Brin's request and promised to have Baron Dandin accompany her for the selection. Although Brin was her biological daughter, Mama trusted her confidant more. She then informed Brin that the wedding would take place in 10 days, with the banquet set to be held on Cake Island. Mama arranged for Brin to have a new residence, which, compared to the previous 10-meter-high dwelling, was a magnificent structure nearly 50 meters tall. This was to be Brin's bridal chamber, though Mama Lingling felt it somewhat inadequate for a son-in-law of Wu Jing's stature. Since Wu Jing's arrival, Brin's entourage of maidservants had tripled, primarily to better serve Wu Jing and, more importantly, to keep a watchful eye on him. Wu Jing was well aware of Mama Lingling's subtle intentions. His days were filled with affectionate interactions with Brin, and occasionally he would share drinks with Marco and others, which greatly pleased Mama Lingling. Conversely, Reija felt deceived by Wu Jing, realizing that the famed emperor was indeed a man of frivolous nature. Upon arriving at Cake Island, he seemed utterly captivated by his relationship with Brin, completely forgetting his earlier promises. Reiju, having never experienced romance herself, had only known battles alongside her father. Yet she had heard a saying, all men are not to be trusted. Initially skeptical, she now found herself convinced. Chapter 132, Choosing the Dowry in Reiju's Eyes. Wu Jing had once embodied the ideal of a Prince Charming. Now, however, he appeared to her as a charming rogue clad in a divine facade. With merely 3 days remaining until the wedding, Wu Jing had yet to accomplish the tasks at hand. During this period, no one had come to escort Brin to the treasury for her jewelry selection, as if Mama Lingling had forgotten this matter. When Brin considered reminding her mother, Wu Jing stopped her, advising that urgency often breeds suspicion. He was willing to wait until the last moment. His priority was to secure the historical road poneglyph. For should he miss this opportunity, he would have to resort to force. Acquiring the road poneglyph without the Mama's knowledge would prove exceedingly difficult, as the study of such text was deemed a crime by the world government. Wu Jing had recently made a verbal agreement with the world government to refrain from actions contrary to their will. Although he did not take this lightly, he was not eager to provoke the world government just yet. Toppling such an institution required deep-rooted support, and haste was of no benefit. Brin, however, was more anxious than Wu Jing, eager to impress him and to demonstrate her affection. On the second day before the wedding, someone finally arrived to escort Brin to choose her jewelry. A gentleman clad in egg-shaped trousers, Baron Dandin from the Big MOM Pirates, greeted her with great courtesy. "Lady Brin, I am here to take you to select your jewelry," he said, bowing gracefully, embodying the essence of a distinguished baron. "Thank you, Uncle Dandin." Brin replied with a charming smile. It was now her moment to shine. She was determined to perform well for the man she adored, striving to fulfill her aspirations for him. As Brin took Wu Jing's hand, ready to head to the treasury, Baron Dandin interjected, "Lady Brin, Lord Wu Jing cannot accompany you. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering." Upon hearing Brin's intention to bring Wu Jing along, Dandin grew anxious. Who would dare defy the Empress Lingling's orders? No one in Tato land would risk such a transgression. Those who dared are no longer among the living. Outsider, my fiancé, Lord Wu Jing, is considered an outsider? Brin playfully warned, "You mustn't let Mama hear you say that, or else you may find yourself in a precarious situation." "Oh dear, my mind truly faltered. Lord Wu Jing is indeed your fiancé. Please, forgive my oversight, Lady Brin." Baron Dandin quickly apologized, realizing the potential wrath he could invoke from the Empress. This was precisely why he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, wishing to survive longer in this world. "Considering how kind you have always been to me, I shall keep your secret," Bryn exclaimed, her affectionate words prompting Baron Dandan to vow to treat her with even greater kindness henceforth. Wu Jing stood quietly to the side, observing Bryn's splendid performance. This woman would undoubtedly be an Oscar-winning actress if she were on Earth. Chapter 133. The Search. The treasury of the World Union is perpetually situated underground, directly beneath the building where the matriarch resides. Such a plethora of exquisite treasures is safest when kept right under one's feet. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, one could swiftly respond, and Wu Jing would undoubtedly adopt the same approach. Typically, the management of these gold and jewels is entrusted to the matriarch's capable assistant, Baron Dan, although the key remains securely in her possession. Whenever the World Union requires funds, the matriarch readily hands the key to Baron Dan, not out of mistrust for her wealth, but rather because the treasury houses items of paramount significance. The matriarch never concerns herself with the treasures in the underground vault. No one within the World Union dares to covet its riches unless they are utterly reckless. In contrast to material wealth, the matriarch's true passion lies in desserts. Ever since Fishman Island came under her dominion, her monthly protection fee consists of 10 tons of desserts rather than currency. If presented with a choice between desserts and treasures, would the matriarch choose food or riches? Undoubtedly, she would choose the food, for her love for it is insatiable, and money cannot be consumed. It's as simple as that. Some may argue that with ample wealth, one could purchase more food, but such reasoning holds no sway with the matriarch. Her unwavering preference is for desserts, devoid of any rationale. Wu Jing and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the treasury. Baron Dan greeted the guards and allowed them entry. With practiced ease, Baron Dan unlocked the treasury door and gestured for Wu Jing and Bruin to enter, employing a remarkably formal gesture. Only Bruin, Wu Jing, and Baron Dan were permitted inside the treasury. The other attendants were deemed unworthy of access. Upon stepping into the treasury, Wu Jing was immediately struck by the dazzling display of gold bricks, necklaces, bracelets, and an array of precious pearls and exquisite artifacts, including various renowned blades. Although some treasures were beyond his comprehension, his interest lay not in these riches, but rather in the crimson stone. Where could it be? Wu Jing pondered silently, recalling that the stone was quite substantial, roughly the size of an elephant. If it were indeed stored within the treasury, it would be readily visible at first glance. Wu Jing pondered while stroking his chin, his demeanor consistently composed. Meanwhile, Bryn stood before a mountainous pile of jewelry, incessantly selecting adornments, all the while inquiring about Baron Dan. Bryn was skillfully diverting Baron Dan's attention, allowing Wu Jing to focus intently on the search for historical markers within the text. Wu Jing intermittently tapped the ground with his foot or rhythmically drummed his fingers against the wall tiles. His treasure-hunting antics ultimately caught the attention of Baron Dan. Before the Baron could voice his suspicions, Wu Jing swiftly incapacitated him with his conqueror's haki. Bulin also joined the treasure hunt, her interest in the jewelry being non-existent. Everything was merely to assist Wu Jing in his performance. The vault was vast, and searching for a needle in a haystack proved to be a considerable waste of time. Wu Jing came to a halt, realizing the necessity of discovering a more effective approach. Firefly Fire Demo. Wu Jing contemplated employing this tactic to see what transpires. Wu Jing spread his palms, and countless glowing orbs resembling fireflies ascended into the air. Under Wu Jing's conscious command, they dispersed in all directions. Thus, the entire structure of the treasury was enveloped by these luminescent fireflies. Chapter 134. The long-awaited emergence. Wu Jing had already closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his thoughts. Gradually, he opened his eyes and calmly directed his gaze towards a corner. After uttering these words, Wu Jing proceeded straight towards that direction. Bryn immediately followed closely behind him, entirely devoted to Wu Jing's lead. Subsequently, Wu Jing extended his hand, pristine as jade, and gently pushed against a brick. With a series of soft clicks, a wall slid open like a door, revealing a massive red stone before Wu Jing. This was the historical landmark he had been seeking. Wu Jing retrieved the meticulously prepared tools from his storage bag and commenced the careful process of making rubbings. With deft movements, he completed the impressions of the unique stone in just 2 minutes, expertly maneuvering his hands and feet. Bruin glanced at the inscribed characters, identical to those on the stone, yet found herself unable to decipher a single word. "Lord Wu Jing, what do these characters mean?" she inquired, her curiosity evident. "Very few are privy to the meanings of these characters. I shall explain it to you later." We currently lack the time for such discussions. Let us proceed. Wu Jing replied evasively, concealing the fact that he too was unable to comprehend the script. All right, I shall now extract the memories from Baron Dan, who lies unconscious on the ground, Bruin stated, gesturing toward the incapacitated noble. Very well, and then we shall make the necessary alterations, Wu Jing responded. Bruin's extraordinary skill proved invaluable, allowing him to discreetly inscribe the historical markers. As Bruin employed her memory fruit ability to read, extract, replace, and modify Baron Dan's memories. By the time he regained consciousness, he had entirely forgotten the incident where he had sensed Wu Jing's peculiarity and subsequently fainted from his shock. Baron Dan's current recollection was that Wu Jing had been with Bruin from the outset, assisting her in selecting jewelry, devoid of any abnormal behavior. I believe this necklace would suit you perfectly, Lin Lin, Wu Jing remarked, lifting a rather unremarkable necklace. Isn't this rather mundane? How could Lady Bruin possibly favor such a meager piece of jewelry? Baron Dan questioned, skeptical of Wu Jing's taste. Given his familiarity with Bruin, he recalled her previous penchant for more ostentatious adornments. However, Bruin's subsequent words made him doubt his judgment. I adore it. I want this necklace, Bruin declared as she took the inconspicuous necklace from Wu Jing's hands. Perhaps this was love, after all, for Bruin. Anything that Wu Jing deemed good would also be considered perfect in her eyes. This explained why Baron Dan felt that Bruin had changed. It was because she had never encountered a paragon like Wu Jing before. Wu Jing once again selected a rather ordinary pair of earrings for Bryn. Yet she remained utterly enamored. This outcome led Baron Dan to experience a wave of self-doubt. After choosing 2 pieces of jewelry, Wu Jing refrained from making further selections. For Bryn, the 2 pieces chosen by her idol were already sufficient. She had lost interest in any additional adornments. Well then, shall we depart? Allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for your joyful union. Baron Dan graciously offered his congratulations. Thank you so much, Dan. Wu Jing responded, her spirits lifted. Chapter 135, The Wedding Night. Wu Jing held the lovely Bryn in his arms and drifted into slumber. This enchanting woman, more adorable than an inflatable doll, captivated him increasingly. One matter had finally been settled. The next step was to rescue the group from prison and make their escape. Wu Jingtian was reluctant to part with Bryn, yet he had no choice but to proceed as such, promising to return for her later. To take Bryn away directly would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Big Mom. It was one thing to remove a prisoner, but to snatch away her daughter was another matter entirely. It wasn't that she had a deep affection for her daughter, but rather that her own aging visage would be left without dignity. As one of the 5 emperors, her foremost concern was her reputation, which must not be tarnished in the eyes of the Emperor of the Seas. Bryn, I am grateful for your assistance during this time. I shall come to retrieve you very soon. Please bear with me for now. Wu Jingtian bestowed a gentle kiss, savoring her delightful fragrance. Wah! It brings me immense joy to serve you, Master Wu Jingtian. I eagerly await your return. Bryn wept, her tears symbolizing both her happiness and her reluctance to see him go. Indeed, it is a promise. Wu Jingtian extended his pinky finger. Bryn, equally joyful, linked her pinky with his, solidifying their bond. Before long, Bryn was whisked away by Katakuri as they commenced preparations for the wedding. Wu Jingtian would later journey to Big Mom's palace to escort Bryn, where a grand celebration would take place in the banquet square. This wedding was a sight Big Mom longed to witness, for it would grant her a son-in-law among the 5 emperors. In stark contrast, Sanji's wedding was merely a farce. Big Mom held little regard for a son-in-law like Sanji, feeling rather embarrassed by the association. Wu Jing's best man is Margao, while Long Kuei continues her role as the flower girl. Lei Jiao serves as the hostess, standing beside Wu Jing, specifically tasked with pouring drinks for the groom. As Wu Jing is expected to indulge in copious amounts of alcohol. On this jubilant day of national celebration, the most elated of all is Big Mom. During this period, she has captured the Straw Hat Pirates and absorbed the Germa 66 army. Today, she also gains a formidable son-in-law, making her dominance in the pirate world unparalleled. Big Mom has relentlessly expanded her power, driven by the immense wealth of Whole Cake Island, strategically located in the prime area of the New World. And after over 30 years of plunder by her pirate crew, they have amassed unparalleled riches among pirate factions. The world government covets this enormous prize. Yet the terrifying strength of Big Mom's crew renders any assault unwise, especially considering the intricate ties between Big Mom and Kaido. Both having been members of the Rocks Pirates 38 years ago, the world government is meticulous in its considerations, never engaging in battles without certainty of victory. With a son-in-law of Wu Jing's caliber, Big Mom can now truly rest easy, for no one dares to covet her affluent domain, not even the world government. All the entities on Cake Island began to sing joyfully. The houses, trees, flowers, stones, and grasses, all infused with Big Mom's essence, burst into jubilant song. Congratulations to Lady Bruley for securing her handsome groom. I too have a fondness for the groom. Let us extend our blessings to them. Bless them. Bless them. Chapter 136. Mother is furious. These sentient objects, imbued with human souls and intellect, began to warm up for the grand wedding. As night fell, the much-anticipated ceremony was about to commence, capturing the attention of all in whole Cake Island. Lord Wu Jing, we have come to escort you. Baron Tamago was sent to retrieve Wu Jing. Although Wu Jing had planned to arrive independently, he had yet to appear. Unable to wait any longer, Big Mom dispatched Baron Tamago, eager to witness her most powerful son-in-law. After several unanswered calls at the entrance, Baron Tamago sensed something amiss. He broke through the door, only to find the place deserted. Report to Mama, Lord Wu Jing is missing. Baron Tamago hurriedly informed Big Mom, his sweat soaking through his attire as he sensed impending trouble. Meanwhile, report to Lord Owen, an outsider has intruded upon Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Owen, the overseer of Whole Cake Island, received this alarming news from his subordinate. Swiftly, he relayed the information to Big Mom, intending to resolve the issue before returning to the wedding. The coincidence of these two messages led even Big Mom, typically not one for deep contemplation, to deduce that Wu Jing was behind the disturbances. That wretched boy dares to play tricks on me. Big Mom seethed with fury. The two most powerful soul creations at her side, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus, were taken aback. They understood that when Big Mom was enraged, it was more fearsome than an earthquake. Mama, please do not be angry. Perhaps that boy is bringing those prisoners to join the wedding? Thundercloud Zeus attempted to soothe the raging matriarch. Mama, calm down. That boy would never forsake such a beautiful bride as Bruley. Sun Prometheus hurriedly reassured Big Mom. That scoundrel Wu Jing dares to deceive my mother. I shall kill him. Big Mom's hat suddenly came to life, sprouting eyes. This hat, known as Napoleon the Straw Hat, was one of her most formidable soul creations. It was the fiercest among the three strongest entities created by Big Mom. Napoleon could transform into a massive sword, wielding tremendous power. Mama, let us go and slay that boy Wu Jing. Big Mom's eyes glinted with menace, her tongue flicking across her lips in anticipation. Damn Napoleon. Always stirring up trouble. Sun Prometheus glared at the hat. Thundercloud Zeus shared the same ire, glaring at the mischievous creation. On Whole Cake Island, a storm of bullets erupted, swiftly quelled. Wu Jing and his companions dispatched the feeble soldiers with ease. Meanwhile, the overseer, Owen, remained preoccupied with Bruley's wedding on Cake Island. Wu Jing skillfully orchestrated the events, deftly maneuvering to achieve his objectives. As Big Mom's crew rushed towards him, Wu Jing boldly pressed forward. Whole Cake Island was less than an hour's journey from Cake Island, and time was indeed of the essence. Wu Jing instructed a soldier to lead them to the prison, as he intended to orchestrate a swift escape. Chapter 137. The Mastermind in less than a month. The world witnessed two grand weddings that captivated the attention of all. The first ceremony was orchestrated by Big Mom to assimilate Germa 66. This was a ruse, with Big Mom herself, Lin Lin, as the mastermind. Bruley flawlessly executed the task assigned by her mother, performing the charade with remarkable finesse, albeit with a sense of resignation. As Big Mom had articulated, Bruley was merely a puppet crafted by her, bound to obey her every command. Disobedience could lead to the destruction of such a toy at Big Mom's whim. The second wedding, however, belonged to Wu Jing. This affair was orchestrated by Big Mom to entice the 5 emperors Wu Jing into her fold. Yet, this event too was a deception. With Wu Jing as the architect of the scheme, Wu Jing naturally would not hold his wedding in a foreign land, as he did not wish to bear the shame of being a son-in-law. While he indeed desired to marry Buline, it was imperative that she return to his homeland, the island, rather than remain in her maternal abode. His aunt was exceedingly eager to assimilate Wu Jing's influence. In this grand performance, Buline played her part splendidly alongside Wu Jing. She was not coerced in the slightest. Rather, she willingly and proactively participated in this spectacle. For the true protagonist of this drama was Wu Jing, not her mother. Sir, ahead lies the prison. May I leave now? The soldier stammered, visibly shaken. Moments ago, he had witnessed Wu Jing incapacitate his comrades without lifting a finger. Very well, you may depart, Wu Jing replied with a gentle demeanor. The soldier, overjoyed, hurriedly turned to leave but faltered after only a few steps. collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back in fear. Outside the prison, several guards raised their sniper rifles, opening fire upon Wu Jing and his companions. Wu Jing did not flinch, allowing the projectiles to strike him abundantly. The guards were rendered speechless, as the bullets hitting Wu Jing felt akin to mere mosquitoes colliding with flesh, having no effect whatsoever. With a fiery resolve, Wu Jing raised his finger and unleashed a barrage of fire upon those miscreants. The force of his onslaught resembled the simultaneous discharge of numerous machine guns, leaving the soldiers utterly devastated. This frenzied gunfire allowed Wu Jing to truly savor the exhilarating sensation of a bandit. It was immensely pleasurable. The prison was modest, comprising only about 10 rooms. Aside from the Straw Hat crew, there were the Vinsmoke family, father and 4 sons. The pirates held little regard for prisoners, deeming it a waste of resources to confine them. Those deemed worthless were executed, while those of value were handed over to the Navy in exchange for recompense. The individuals in captivity were under Wu Jing's special protection, courtesy of Big Mom. Otherwise, they would have faced one of the aforementioned fates. My Lord Wu Jing. The Straw Hat crew, upon seeing him, were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Reiju, come save me, Vinsmoke Judge exclaimed. Filled with fervor at the sight of his daughter, Judge felt as though he had sunk to the depths of despair, once a formidable figure. He was now toyed with at Big Mom's whim. His grand ambitions and dreams of unifying the North Blue had crumbled into nothingness, all due to his overwhelming aspirations that his abilities could not sustain. All were securely bound and shackled, rendered powerless despite their formidable reputations. Faced with chains thicker than diamonds, they found themselves utterly helpless. The person Wu Jing yearned to rescue the most was Nico Robin, and thus he unceremoniously prioritized her rescue. In Chapter 138, it was evident that this decision infuriated Nami, who was visibly upset, despite Wu Jing standing right before her. Her throat was hoarse from shouting. Yet Wu Jing remained indifferent to her pleas. Furthermore, he astonishingly chose to save Robin first, leaving Nami feeling utterly aggrieved. How am I inferior to Robin? I possess the power to summon the winds and rains. However, Nami could not fathom the depths of Wu Jing's thoughts. His intentions were beyond her comprehension. Wu Jing effortlessly released Robin from her shackles, prompting an overwhelming surge of emotion that caused her to leap into his embrace. Thank you, Lord Wu Jing, for rescuing me. I am truly moved. The profound essence of maternal love enveloped Wu Jing, evoking a nostalgic warmth. Despite the imminent danger, he managed to maintain his composure. With the rescue accomplished, it was time to make their escape. Is this truly the illustrious Lord Wu Jing? I am Vinmoke Sanji. Once before Sanji could finish his sentence, Wu Jing interrupted him. Upon finishing his words, Wu Jing turned to leave. In such times, who would bother with a prisoner like him? You know that Germa 66 is under my command, Kaji insisted, still unwilling to relent. Silence. Wu Jing replied coolly without looking back. Although his tone was not forceful, it emanated a regal authority that made those who heard it weak at the knees. Father, please, stop talking. Big Mom is on her way here. We must leave quickly. If we delay any longer, Lord Wu Jing will no longer concern himself with us. Leiju interjected from the side, unable to bear the situation any longer. Under normal circumstances, Kaji would have rebuked his daughter fiercely, asserting his dominance. However, Leiju's sentiments echoed those of Kaji's sons, who had long harbored discontent towards their father. In a prison belonging to others, there was little time for familial banter. They were in the presence of one of the emperors. Even Kaji in his prime would hardly garner their respect. This father, in his blind pursuit of strength, disregarded the feelings of his children entirely. One must ponder. If even his own offspring do not acknowledge him, who else would? Kaji's reputation within the pirate world is notably poor, tarnished by his betrayal of numerous allies and the ruthless acquisition of their resources. In times of misfortune, such a man would find no allies to come to his aid. Conversely, when Ace was in peril, the entire Whitebeard pirates risked their lives for his rescue. This highlights the stark difference. Fortunately, Kaji still has a dutiful daughter like Leiju seeking Wu Jing's assistance. Wu Jing's pirate ship docked beside the harbor, and before long, they boarded the warship. Finally, they could depart in safety. Long Kuei exhaled deeply. Previously, at the dining table, she had remained remarkably composed, savoring her meal with grace. However, now that they were in the throes of a great escape, she was more anxious than anyone else. Not yet. Wu Jing's expression grew serious as he gazed into the shadows, as if he had sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Maldao observed Wu Jing's demeanor, sensing an unusual tension. Typically, Wu Jing was exceedingly calm, It was only in the face of particularly troublesome situations that he exhibited such distress. The warship sped across the tranquil sea, veering past 2 islands ahead. At that moment, Wu Jing and his companions would have completely evaded the clutches of the world government, free from worry. Yet, an ominous sound resonated at an inopportune moment. All aboard Wu Jing's pirate ship wore expressions of utter disbelief. Soon, countless pirate vessels converged from all directions. Chapter 139. The arrival of Big Mom. The 2 islands ahead received their orders, and in no time, the route was completely blocked. Whoa, dear big brothers up ahead, please have mercy and let us pass. We are good friends of Sister Bryn. It seems that Dragon Kuei had become utterly shameless. Perhaps a consequence of her maturing. Her audacious plea drew waves of disdainful glares from those obstructing their path. How dare you play with me, you brat? Big Mom. Charlotte Lin soon arrived, riding a monstrous sea creature. I find you utterly revolting, Wu Jing retorted, deeply dissatisfied with her words. If the dim-witted were to misconstrue her remarks, it would irrevocably tarnish his pristine reputation as an untouched young man. Subsequently, Big Mom's children began to arrive one by one. Bryn was among them, her face etched with concern for Wu Jing, yet feeling powerless to assist. You should return and marry my daughter. Perhaps I might spare your life. Big Mom's tone softened. Her children expressed their astonishment. Wu Jing seemed to wield an extraordinary influence. How could such an unpleasant incident as a runaway bride still afford him a chance for negotiation? Such leniency would be non-existent for anyone else, who would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate at Big Mom's hands. Rest assured, I shall marry your daughter. Oh, but not at this moment, Wu Jing declared, casting a heartfelt glance at Bryn. This made Bryn blush, her heart contented by his words. Mother, allow me to eliminate this scoundrel. How dare he come to my island to steal people? He must be tired of living. Owen, disregarding Katakuri's attempts to restrain him, was unable to quell his fury. Katakuri had warned Owen that Wu Jing was not someone they could afford to provoke. However, Owen's fiery temperament could not be easily subdued by mere words. Had Katakuri divulged the humiliating defeat he suffered at Wu Jing's hands days prior, Owen might not be so brazen. Yet, Katakuri chose to keep this embarrassing incident to himself. If his brother refused to heed his counsel, he would simply have to learn the hard way. Very well, go ahead. Big Mom made no attempt to dissuade Owen. Though she knew he would likely suffer a severe thrashing at Wu Jing's hands, she hoped the encounter would serve as a lesson for her hot-headed son. High-temperature fist. Owen launched himself toward Wu Jing. Under the influence of the heat fruit, Owen's fist blazed with an intense heat, akin to red-hot cast iron. The air around him became stifling, causing a stir among the onlookers. It's so hot. Many were drenched in sweat. Bryn watched Wu Jing with worry etched across her face. Wu Jing remained utterly still, patiently awaiting the arrival of Owen, who was seemingly rushing towards his demise. Owen had propelled himself to Wu Jing's front, his fist radiating intense heat, aimed directly at Wu Jing's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Fire fist. With a resounding clash, the air around them became instantly suffused with heat. The nearby soldiers felt their garments igniting, prompting them to retreat as far as possible. Failure to do so would lead to their incineration. A brilliantly red fist collided with another engulfed in roaring flames. Visually, the radiant red fist appeared to possess a significantly higher temperature than the flame-ensconced one. However, the outcome was contrary, as the vibrant fist became charred. Chapter 140. Daring to kill my son, damn it. How could this happen? Owen hastily retracted his fist, the acrid scent of charred flesh reaching his nostrils. Even if we exchange our devil fruits, the result remains unchanged, Wu Jing mocked. Indeed. While there exists a distinction in the quality of devil fruits, the pivotal factor lies in the user's prowess. Moreover, Owen had a scant understanding of the capabilities of the flame fruit. His heat fruit paled in comparison to Wu Jing's mastery of the flame fruit. Curse you. I shall slay you. Owen snarled fiercely, heat sea, 10,000 waves. Dozens of crimson hot jets of water surged towards Wu Jing, each one having been heated to an extreme by Owen. If they made contact, they would undoubtedly melt flesh. Enough of this noise. Wu Jing, unfazed by Owen's onslaught, did not even spare a glance. Instead, he unleashed dozens of fire jets from his palm, which expanded to a girth greater than that of a barrel upon leaving his hand. The two torrents of searing energy collided in midair, resulting in Owen's high-temperature jets proving utterly ineffectual. They were consumed by Wu Jing's blazing flames, which continued on, undeterred, towards Owen. The flames had begun to violently churn the nearby sea. Should Owen be struck, his demise would be assured. In that moment of peril, a formidable figure interposed itself. Big Mom. Charlotte Lin. Boom. 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 The formidable fire jet struck Big Mom, yet she did not even flinch, as if they were mere fireflies. Daring to kill my son. I shall not allow you to leave here alive. Big Mom's fury was palpable. Wu Jing had thoroughly provoked her wrath. Lin, you have angered me. I could obliterate your entire nation. A spark of pride ignited in Wu Jing's eyes. Who was afraid of whom? It had been a long time since he encountered someone who ignited his fighting spirit. He relished this feeling of battle. It was exhilarating. Lord Wu Jing, perhaps you should marry Sister Bryn. We could escape safely. Long Kuei, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Big Mom, was utterly terrified. Get lost. Wu Jing vowed to teach Long Kuei a lesson upon their return. If all else failed, he would encourage her to embrace womanhood sooner. Her lack of resolve was infuriating. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Wu Jing initiated a rare proactive assault. Typically, he preferred to allow his adversaries to unleash their full potential before mercilessly overpowering them, revealing a certain propensity for cruelty. However, his current opponent was none other than the formidable Five Emperors, Charlotte Lin, who had reigned for decades, wielding strength far superior to that of Blackbeard. Particularly noteworthy was Big Mom's grotesquely powerful physique, rivaling even that of Kaido. Before long, a colossal fireball materialized above Wu Jing, its blazing flames illuminating the surroundings for miles. The world around appeared brighter than the day itself. Prometheus, consume this fireball, commanded Big Mom, directing the sentient flame by her side. Prometheus, a potent entity capable of devouring flames, obliged. Yes, Mama. The obedient spirit understood that disobedience would result in its destruction and the creation of a new Prometheus. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Wu Jing unleashed the inferno, propelling the massive fireball toward Mama. I shall feast. The searing fireball was intercepted midway by Prometheus, demonstrating its remarkable control over flames. Meanwhile, others had long since retreated several kilometers away. Standing too close could spell doom. Wisely, they chose to observe from a safe distance, recognizing that the outcome of the battle was beyond their influence. In the blink of an eye, Prometheus voraciously consumed the Emperor fireball hurled by Wu Jing. It relentlessly devoured the flames, relishing what it deemed the most delectable fire it had ever encountered. However, its belly was on the verge of bursting, though it was fortunate that it was nearly finished. A profound sense of pride surged within it, knowing it had earned Mama's favor. Wu Jing found himself in a rather awkward predicament, having unexpectedly stumbled upon a misstep. To his astonishment, this perilous skill was consumed as if it were a mere supplement. However, he possessed ample strength, and the regenerative fruit was operating at full throttle. He swiftly channeled the energy absorbed from his surroundings into the incendiary abilities of the burning fruit. The Inferno Ring, Flame Emperor, a fireball, even larger than the previous one, materialized above Wu Jing's head. The brilliant flames accentuated his strikingly handsome visage, making him appear even more captivating. He poured every ounce of overwhelming energy into this endeavor, preparing to lavish Prometheus with an extravagant display of power. Yet, Prometheus had already recognized Wu Jing's frenzied actions. Did he not require any stamina to unleash such a high-cost skill? This was nothing short of madness. However, Prometheus could no longer partake. It felt as though its belly was on the verge of rupture. To consume any more would lead to an explosive demise. Thus, Prometheus opted for a hasty retreat, refusing to shield its mother from the ferocious fireball. It had no desire to meet its end at this moment, fearing that its mother would never forgive it. Zeus, shield me, commanded the matron. Yes, mother. Thunderclaw Zeus was eager to showcase its prowess as well. Prometheus had performed admirably, and it could not afford to be outdone. Attack. Wu Jing gestured towards the matron. The colossal fireball, potent enough to obliterate an entire city, hurtled towards her with ferocious speed. The rapid execution of such a heart-stopping maneuver only affirmed why she had chosen him as her esteemed son-in-law. Prepared for the oncoming inferno, Zeus summoned its full might. Thunderous clouds spread across the sky, and a massive lightning pillar descended, aimed directly at the fireball, accompanied by the crackle of thunder. The collision of these two extraordinary energies resulted in an explosive resonance that resonated through the air. The destructive force of the fireball was already awe-inspiring, but combined with Zeus's formidable lightning strike, the resultant devastation was astonishing. The sea trembled violently, fracturing into chaos and submerging nearby pirate ships. The aquatic minions either sank beneath the waves or floated helplessly, awaiting rescue. Meanwhile, Wu Jing's warship hovered gracefully in the air, a feat made possible by Law's surgery fruit ability, Room, Command Stick. Their vessel was levitated, And with the enemy in disarray, it was the perfect opportunity to escape. Proceed without me. With every ounce of strength, Wu Jing struck his own warship, leaving it battered and scarred. Like an arrow released from its bow, the ship soared into the distance. My lord Wu Jing. Wu Jing. Your Excellency. The crew aboard the warship could hardly complete their words before they leapt over the crowd below, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. The Big Mom pirates could only watch and lament as their ship disappeared. Now, Wu Jing stood in a state thrice his usual size, flames swirling around his feet as he floated effortlessly in the air. His resources seemed inexhaustible. Chapter 142. A reluctance to continue the fight. Wu Jing must remain to hold the line for a while. Otherwise, his warship will never manage to break through the encirclement of Big Mom's pirate crew. Ha ha ha. You shall remain here today. I shall bury you right here. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin Lin, is entirely focused on eliminating Wu Jing. She cannot even find solace in sleep with such a significant threat lingering. Lin Lin, I believe it is my turn to utter those words. Wu Jing stood atop the roaring flames, akin to a reborn god of war. His entire being radiated with brilliant flames, dancing fervently around him. Coupled with his current stature, 3 times his original height, he resembled a regal monarch, poised with elegance and strength. Wu Jing's gaze revealed a hint of wicked allure. He raised the original ghost cutter, equally imbued with a captivating charm, as if he had attained a state of unity between man and blade. Now, Wu Jing had grown to a height comparable to that of Big Mom Lin Lin. The matron gazed upon this strikingly handsome man before her, feeling a pang of hunger. She had never encountered such a paragon of beauty before. Perhaps she should keep him for herself. A sudden surge of impulsive thoughts coursed through her mind. Napoleon. It is your turn. Despite her momentary lapse of reason, the battle must be fought. Victory would grant her the freedom to act as she pleased. Yes, Mama. The horned hat Napoleon was particularly fond of fighting. It leapt from Big Mom's head, transforming into a colossal blade. This blade possessed eyes and a mouth, appearing almost alive. In truth, it was indeed alive, endowed with a human soul and intellect. Wu Jing, prepare to meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, Big Mom emitted a bizarre sound. The once tranquil sea surface began to roil once more. The volume of her voice was so immense that it could shatter eardrums, and the very fabric of space seemed to fracture. This cacophony surged towards Wu Jing, threatening to rend the void itself. Yet, this shattering momentum abruptly ceased before reaching him. Wu Jing's conqueror's haki surged forth, causing all living beings within several kilometers to roll their eyes in a daze. Whether aquatic or aerial, all fell victim to the overwhelming power of Wu Jing's haki, save for Big Mom. Those who remained conscious were undoubtedly wise, having retreated to a safer distance. For the radius of Wu Jing's combat prowess was exceedingly vast. The peculiar sound waves could not inflict harm upon him, a fact that did not surprise Big Mom. This was merely her warm-up. Elbaf's spear, the might of nations, she proclaimed, raising her Napoleon high. This was a technique of the giant race. Demon Slayer. Wu Jing raised the original ghost cutter in his hand, emanating a chilling aura. In swift succession, the elder swiftly unleashed a colossal sword energy aimed directly at Wu Jing. Simultaneously, Wu Jing's ghost cutter emitted a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. The clash of blade energies resulted in a stalemate. Yet the unfortunate islands surrounding them bore the brunt of the confrontation. Where the sword energy passed, not a blade of grass could survive. Everything was cleaved in twain. For now, let it be, old woman. I shall return to the world of nations. Wu Jing has sheathed his sword, unwilling to continue the fight. Firstly, the elder is Brin's biological mother, and he must show some regard for Brin. Secondly, his companions have fled far enough. If they go any further, he will lose their trail. Moreover, persisting in the battle would yield him no advantage whatsoever. Chapter 143. Time to depart. The elder, of course, is reluctant to see Wu Jing leave. She is determined to retain him, whether alive or dead. Prometheus, Zeus, Napoleon, all warriors of the world, seize him together. The elder Lingling has issued her imperial decree. Regardless of life or death, these individuals must unite to thwart Wu Jing, granting the elder an opportunity to eliminate him. For the honor of our nations, we charge forth. For Our Lady Brin, vanquish this great deceiver. For our mother, let us collectively slay this scoundrel. Despite their underlying fear of the formidable Wu Jing, the elder's pirate crew stands resolutely united. Most would prefer to bravely perish in battle than to live in shame. Confronted with the collective fighting spirit, Wu Jing senses that the very air around him has become thick, hindering his movements. It is imperative to flee. Wu Jing has already sensed the precariousness of his situation. Harnessing the fiery power of the burning fruit, coupled with the swift strides of the Navy's 6 styles, he leaps into the air, leaving behind a beautiful spark, a scene as picturesque as a painting. Yet, Wu Jing's current predicament is exceedingly dire. Wu Jing deftly maneuvered through the air, executing rapid leaps. His purpose was twofold: to evade the astonishing barrage of gunfire below and to distance himself from the chaotic battlefield of Wanghua. The Big Mom pirates had directed all their firepower towards him, supplemented by a myriad of devil fruit abilities. The combined might of their skills and artillery constituted an utterly fearsome assault. Additionally, Big Mom herself relentlessly targeted Wu Jing as he soared through the sky, creating a scene that was nothing short of breathtakingly perilous. Though Wu Jing successfully dodged numerous lethal strikes, many still found their mark upon his body. Were he to face Big Mom alone, he harbored confidence that his extraordinary physique could eventually wear her down. After all, her formidable body was not impervious. It could not withstand the ravages of time indefinitely. However, confronting the multitude of warriors from Wanghua single-handedly was an insurmountable challenge for anyone. The mere onslaught from Big Mom's legion of children was terrifying enough, each possessing formidable devil fruit powers. Naturally, the most potent of these abilities were reserved for her offspring. Wu Jing had already sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis. Now, he was drenched in blood, yet fortunate to possess the formidable physique granted by the resurrection fruit, along with its extraordinary regenerative abilities. Otherwise, he would have been utterly obliterated. In the air, movement was undeniably inconvenient. After all, the flame fruit and the resurrection fruit did not endow him with the ability to fly. Faced with such a perilous predicament, it became evident that the devil fruits were not without their flaws. Damn it, he simply could not shake off this group of pursuers. Wu Jing had activated his maximum speed. Although he soared through the skies with remarkable swiftness, he still could not outpace some of Big Mom's pirate ships that were navigating at high velocity. Mamma mia! Wu Jing, no one can save you now. Big Mom, riding on Zeus, charged toward him. Zeus, capable of carrying Big Mom through the air, had recently expended considerable energy using his thundercloud ability. However, he had now nearly replenished his strength and could fly considerable distances. This speed surpassed Wu Jing's aerial leaps by a significant margin. With Napoleon in hand, Big Mom executed a powerful strike, the Emperor's sword, shattering blade. The fiery Napoleon descended upon Wu Jing with tremendous force, intent on submerging him in the ocean. Chapter 144, Difficulties Clang. The sound of fierce weapon clashes echoed. Under Big Mom's forceful blow, Wu Jing plummeted toward the sea. What bad luck. I thought I could alter the narrative of the pirate world, but it seems I was overly optimistic. As he descended rapidly, Wu Jing wore a resigned expression, knowing that once he hit the water, he would be unable to fight. Just as Big Mom's crew prepared to cheer in triumph, the sea surface began to roil violently. Splashing water erupted as a Sea King emerged. With its crimson eyes gleaming, it fixated on the falling Wu Jing. Without a moment's hesitation, the Sea King opened its maw full of fangs and swallowed Wu Jing whole as he descended at breakneck speed. With a powerful flick of its tail, it vanished into the depths of the ocean. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to comprehend how a Sea King had suddenly appeared. They lived in an area known to be devoid of such creatures. Wu Jing, no. A piercing female voice cried out. It was Bryn, who, upon witnessing Wu Jing being devoured by the fearsome Sea King, collapsed to the ground in despair. To be swallowed by the Sea King and dragged into the depths of the sea meant certain death. Wu Jing has met his demise. And the Big Mom pirates have achieved their objective. They have begun to revel upon the seas. Those who dare to sow discord in the land of Wano seldom escape unscathed. Only the unfortunate Bryn is left with tear-filled eyes. Meanwhile, on the warship, Marco and the others anxiously await Wu Jing's return. After traversing several kilometers, they chose to halt, fearing that if they ventured too far, Wu Jing might struggle to locate them, a scenario they dread. Marco even activated his bird fruit ability, enveloping himself in striking blue flames to ensure that Wu Jing could swiftly discern their position. Despite the considerable distance from the battlefield, they could still hear the fierce sounds of combat. Their captain bravely bore the brunt of the enemy's firepower alone. This weighed heavily on Wu Jing's comrades, who felt a deep sense of guilt. While their captain engaged in battle, they safely retreated. Although Wu Jing's formidable strength had facilitated their escape, their conscience troubled them. Tears welled in the corners of Marco's eyes as he lamented the recurring tragedy of losing a noble captain. The war at Marineford had unfolded similarly, and now, the conflict in Wano mirrored that sorrow. He ardently wished to witness no more such dismal narratives. The intense clashes persisted for nearly an hour. ultimately falling silent, an indication that the battle on Wu Jing's front had concluded. They anxiously awaited his arrival, but more than an hour elapsed without any sign of him, causing their previously steady composure to fracture. Could it be that Lord Wu Jing had met with misfortune? Long Kuei could no longer contain herself and began to weep. It is all my fault. I have brought harm to Lord Wu Jing. If I had not sought his assistance, this calamity would not have transpired. Reiju was engulfed in profound sorrow, believing herself to be the root of the trouble. After all, Wu Jing's presence in Wano was instigated by her. The Straw Hat crew also shared in the grief, with Chopper and others joining the chorus of lamentation. The warship was steeped in an atmosphere of mourning, and their hopes for Wu Jing's survival had diminished to the lowest ebb. Do you all wish for my demise? Chapter 145. The guardian spirit. A magnetic and enchanting voice resonated through the darkness. The familiar sound ignited a resurgence of hope within their previously despondent hearts. Lord Wu Jing. How splendid. I knew it. Our Wu Jing would undoubtedly break through the encirclement. Victory is assured for Lord Wu Jing. Long Kuei was the first to rally the spirits, only to be met with collective disdain. Thank heavens, Lord Wu Jing has returned safely. Reiju leaped with excitement. Marco, Law, and the Straw Hat crew were all smiles, reveling in the outcome they had yearned to see. Wu Jing stood upon the surface of the sea, swiftly approaching them. This piqued the curiosity of Ma Gao and his companions, for Wu Jing had never possessed such abilities before. In truth, he lacked this power at present, relying entirely on the Sea King's spirit for support. The sudden appearance of the Sea King was none other than the spirit itself. Were it not for the timely intervention of the spirit amidst the crisis, Wu Jing would have met his demise today. This was not a rescue orchestrated by Wu Jing. He was oblivious to the reason behind the spirit's unexpected emergence. Furthermore, the timing was impeccably precise. He could neither explain it nor was he inclined to speculate. Ultimately, the intricacies of the world's workings are remarkably wondrous, beyond the realm of mere imagination. The outcome, however, remains that he continues to live. Wu Jing stood atop Failing, casually smoking tin Marlboro cigarettes. His commanding presence was simply captivating. After delivering Wu Jing onto the ship, Failing vanished beneath the surface of the sea. Wu Jing paid no heed to it. Having lived for centuries, their understanding of the laws of survival undoubtedly surpassed that of humanity. Ma Gao brought forth 2 large barrels of rum, offering one to Wu Jing while keeping the other for himself. With you around, I hold the utmost admiration for you. Cheers. Witnessing Wu Jing's safe return, Ma Gao was naturally overjoyed. Wu Jing is indeed his family, a true brother willing to sacrifice his life for him. Of course. Who could resist when I am so remarkably handsome? With a charming grin, I down my drink in one go. Lord Wu Jing is the most dashing. Long Kuei continues to lead the applause. The Vinsmoke family fervently applauds Wu Jing as well. Their survival in the land of Hua is entirely due to Wu Jing's efforts. Sanji's brothers, Iji, Niji, and Yanji, gaze at Wu Jing with admiration. A man as striking as Wu Jing, excelling in every aspect, has always been their idol. With everyone gathered, the battleship swiftly set sail, eager to distance itself from the land of Hua, where safety increases with every passing moment. Meanwhile, merriment and toasts have commenced aboard the ship. Wu Jing paid no mind to his disheveled attire. He indulged in a hearty drink first, planning to let Lei Jio take care of his appearance later. One must revel in life's joys while they last. Amidst the merriment, some found joy in drinking, while others were engulfed in sorrow. Lord Wu Jing, please save our Captain Luffy, Chopper pleaded, kneeling before him. However, Wu Jing dismissed the earnest request of the little reindeer. Hey, we have assisted you before. It is only fair you lend a hand to our captain this time. Zoro expressed his displeasure. Wu Jing paid no heed to Sanji's plea, nor did he acknowledge Nami's entreaty. He disregarded Frankie's appeal as well as Brooks' request. Wu Jing first allowed them to plead as much as they desired. Chapter 146. I have a condition. Each member of the Straw Hat crew earnestly implored Wu Jing on behalf of Luffy. It was evident that the Straw Hat pirates were truly united in their cause. Wu Jing is indeed quite admirable. His pirate crew is undoubtedly more united than theirs. After all, the greater the leader's charisma, the more capable they are of rallying others. The plans he proposed have never faced dissent. It is not that Marco and the others lack the courage to voice their opinions, but rather that his strategies are impeccable. I risked my life to rescue you from this perilous situation. Surely that suffices to repay the favor from last time. In response to the Straw Hat crew's earnest requests, Wu Jing also shared his perspective. During the last Marineford War, although the Straw Hat crew lent him some assistance In the end, it was Wu Jing who bore the burden alone, ensuring they did not fall into danger. If one were to weigh their contributions, it is evident that Wu Jing's recent act of valor, akin to snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, far outweighs any assistance rendered. Wu Jing's words left the Straw Hat crew ensnared in an awkward silence. Indeed, they could no longer ask Wu Jing to do anything for them. Wu Jing has already done enough for them. However, their desperate desire to rescue Luffy clouds their judgment. Aside from Wu Jing, who possesses the audacity to infiltrate Impel Down, they cannot fathom anyone else daring to undertake such a perilous endeavor. As for me, I currently lack the time to assist in Luffy's rescue. We shall address that matter later. After a brief pause, Wu Jing added this remark, perhaps to alleviate their disheartened spirits. Upon hearing his words, the initially forlorn expressions of the Straw Hat crew began to brighten. Nevertheless, I have one condition. Wu Jing did not forget to add a further remark. His words left the Straw Hat crew in a state of astonishment, for they intuitively understood that matters were not so simple. How could anyone possibly risk their life, acting as a benevolent soul, to storm into the world's foremost prison, Impel Down, to rescue Luffy? What are the conditions? Nami inquired curiously. I want Robin to become mine. Wu Jing gazed at Robin with eyes gleaming with intensity. Robin, under the sharp scrutiny of Wu Jing, felt a blush creeping across her cheeks. Why not me? Nami glared, feeling fierce. She believed herself no less worthy than Robin, yet Wu Jing showed no interest in her. In response to Nami's challenging inquiry, Wu Jing offered a faint smile. Some truths lose their charm when articulated too plainly. I am willing. Since rescuing Luffy also meant aligning herself with an esteemed figure like Wu Jing, Robin found no reason to decline. Although the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were reluctant to see Robin depart, they understood that this was the only path forward. Only with Wu Jing's assistance could they hope to save Luffy. It was a matter of mutual benefit. If you feel unsafe at sea, you are always welcome to come to D Island, Wu Jing kindly remarked, showing consideration for Robin's former comrades. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates had already stirred up enough trouble, accumulating numerous enemies. Continuing their adventures on the open sea could easily lead to unforeseen dangers. I wish to hone my skills in the pirate world. One day, I shall become the world's greatest swordsman. This was Zoro's ultimate aspiration. I will join you. For I still prefer the nomadic life, Sanji declared, opting to continue his maritime adventures. In the end, apart from Robin, the group chose to persist in their journey across the seas. Their hearts remained tethered to Luffy, and the bond forged over years of trials was not easily relinquished. Chapter 147. Big Mom truly knows how to boast as the sun rose. The azure sky was alive with a myriad of peculiar seabirds. Many of these avian creatures were unlike any found on Earth, brimming with a spirited essence. The messenger pigeons exhibited remarkable humanity upon spotting vessels at sea. They would circle overhead before departing, allowing the patrons below a moment to ponder purchasing their newspapers. The more newspapers sold in a day, the more delectable treats their owner would provide. Both humans and animals operate on a similar principle. The greater the rewards, the more fervently one exerts effort. If one's contributions yield identical outcomes regardless of the amount invested, who would willingly invest more? Individuals tend to hold back, unwilling to extend themselves further. Observing a pigeon in flight, Luo snapped his fingers. The pigeon, recognizing the gesture, promptly alighted on Luo's shoulder. He requested a newspaper and placed a berry into the pigeon's pouch. These pigeons donned specially designed uniforms, equipped with designated storage pockets for receiving money. Luo scrutinized the newspaper, furrowing his brow. After a brief perusal, he handed the paper to Wu Jing, as he typically did when significant news arose. Wu Jing took the newspaper handed to him by Luo and casually glanced through it, his brows furrowing into a deep furrow of concern. To his astonishment, he discovered the ominous news proclaiming his own demise. The report claimed that he had met his end during a daring prison break from the international prison, ultimately slain by the formidable Big Mom, Lin Lin, upon the open sea. Rather than being devoured by the Sea Kings, this was a blatant display of power by Big Mom. The assassination of a figure as fearsome as Wu Jing would undoubtedly elevate the Big Mom pirates to an even more formidable status within the pirate realm. Let Lin Lin bask in her triumph for the time being, Wu Jing mused with a smirk. With a gentle squeeze, he reduced the newspaper to mere dust, which was whisked away by the wind into the sea. This astonishing news would soon ripple across the world. Wu Jing's phone was inundated with calls. The few women closely connected to him were heartbroken upon seeing the news. Hancock, Violet, Califa, Princess Vivi, and Princess Shirahoshi. These individuals were the most anxious of all. However, Wu Jing's phone was simply unresponsive, which deepened their despair. The inability to reach him could only signify bad news. Little did they know that Wu Jing's phone had already succumbed to a state of shock, with hundreds of people attempting to reach him simultaneously. How could it not be overwhelmed? The prominent figures in the pirate world were equally astonished by this news. Some expressed regret, others reveled in schadenfreude, and some applauded in approval. Different groups exhibited varying emotions. Beneath the lighthouse at Gemini Cape, an elderly man leisurely perused a newspaper. Ling Ling had certainly elevated herself, and soon she would be in for a rude awakening. Ha! Coloccus chuckled coldly. When Coloccus first laid eyes on the newspaper, he was taken aback. He quickly retrieved a box to check its contents, only to breathe a sigh of relief. He scoffed at the news, confident that it would soon devolve into a grand joke. This just would become a permanent blemish on Big Mom, one that could never be erased. Inside the box lay Wu Jing's life card, resting peacefully and securely. Coloccus had collected it before Wu Jing's departure, allowing him to keep track of Wu Jing's fate. He was, after all, the last person he cared for in his remaining days. Upon acquiring the newspaper, he immediately sought news of Wu Jing. Each report about him was always so riveting, captivating his attention. If the newspaper lacked any mention of Wu Jing, Coloccus would find it utterly dull. Chapter 148. The Phone Bug's Overload. After several days of sailing, Wu Jing and his companions finally arrived at D Island. Violet and Hancock had long been waiting eagerly at the port. As soon as Wu Jing's pirate ship made its appearance, the port soldiers promptly reported it to Violet. At present, the entire world believes Wu Jing to be deceased. However, Violet cannot accept this reality without a definitive confirmation. Furthermore, Hancock has also arrived at the Island of Women. With such a significant occurrence, she finds herself lacking the inclination to remain in her homeland. The fate of Wu Jing holds greater importance to them than anything else. They will not relent until the very end. Meanwhile, Wu Jing has chosen not to disclose his survival to the outside world, seizing this rare opportunity to feign death. He wishes to quietly observe the attitudes within the pirate realm. The pirate ship of Wu Jing has docked at the harbor, and nearly all the inhabitants of the island have gathered. Each face reflects a somber expression, and one cannot help but wonder how Wu Jing would feel upon witnessing this scene. Marco and the others emerged from the cabin, scanning the crowd for any sign of Wu Jing but found none. Hancock and Violet had already shed tears of sorrow, clearly believing that their idol had met with misfortune. The sentiment among the other residents of the island echoed this despair. Lord Wu Jing, sob. Princess Miraculously of the Little People was the first to break down in tears. Her sorrowful outburst ignited a wave of mourning throughout the crowd, and it seemed a lamentation was about to ensue. However, this somber atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Who called me? Wu Jing strolled leisurely into view from the back of the throng, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. Ah, Lord Wu Jing is still alive? Miraculously wiped her large eyes in disbelief. Your Majesty is alive. How wonderful. I knew it. His Majesty Wu Jing is wise and formidable, destined to unify the realms for millennia. Long live His Majesty Wu Jing. The citizens of the island erupted in ecstatic cheers, celebrating the return of their king. Violet and Hancock rushed into Wu Jing's embrace, ensuring for themselves that he was indeed alive. Only by confirming it personally could they dispel the doubts swirling in their minds. How could you not even give me a call? I've been worrying about you day and night. Hancock buried her head on his shoulder. My sister said the same. I was quite concerned about you as well. Thankfully, you were safe. This is the outcome I wished for most. Violet nestled against Wu Jing's other shoulder, with affection exchanged. Wu Jing remarked, Ladies, my Din Din Mushi has been thoroughly battered by everyone. He produced the mangled device, his expression one of exasperation. Of course, it was not their doing. It had sustained damage during a fierce battle with Big Mom. Next time, Wu Jing resolved to keep his phone at a safe distance, as losing one with every call was simply too troublesome. This particular Din Din Mushi was no longer functional, and he would have to procure a new one. Many would remain unaware of his new number, and he too had lost theirs. However, this was not a concern, as Khalifa could readily provide him with those numbers. He found himself missing her dearly. I'm hungry. Let me feast soon. Wu Jing rubbed his empty stomach. Hiki, we shall prepare a delightful meal for your Majesty together, and you shall be thoroughly satisfied, Hancock declared confidently, puffing out her chest. Chapter 149. It is that simple after staying on Do Island for a few days. Zaro and his companions prepared to set sail. Wu Jing presented a warship to them, having demonstrated his utmost benevolence. Before departing, Wu Jing accepted the third-generation blade, Enma, from Zoro. The Vinsmoke family opted to remain on Dressrosa, as they found themselves bereft of a home. These individuals still hold considerable utility for Wu Jing, as he requires their expertise to elevate the scientific and technological standards of Dressrosa, which is ultimately his intention in aiding Reiju. This expedition to the land of Hua posed significant risks, yet the potential rewards were equally substantial. Great adventures yield great returns. Should such perilous endeavors arise again in the future, Wu Jing remains undaunted, fearless in his pursuits. A constant quest for stability often leads to missed opportunities. There are moments when one must take a bold risk. Consequently, Wu Jing intends to embark on a journey to Alabasta, a grand nation that was one of the 20 countries 8 centuries ago. It remains uncertain whether any valuable remnants have survived the passage of time. Only by venturing there will he uncover the truth. Wu Jing walked down the corridor, intending to meet Robin. He knocked gently on the door. "Who is it?" came a voice from inside, laced with uncertainty. "It's me." The door creaked open swiftly upon hearing Wu Jing's voice. How could she not open the door for such a man? "Captain Wu, what brings you here at this late hour?" Robin inquired, her expression filled with anticipation, which stirred the imagination. "Ah, just came to check on you," Wu Jing replied with a playful tone. As a captain, it's essential to care for one's crew. He casually held 3 cigarettes in his mouth while handing her a basket of fruits, a gesture he was well accustomed to back on Earth. In the insurance business, attracting clients often required a touch of affection. After all, how could one gain recognition without it? He reminisced about a time when he had visited a university to pitch insurance to students, showering gifts upon the female principal. He had nearly offered himself, but refrained as she was already in her 50s. "Thank you, Captain. I truly appreciate you coming to see me at this hour," Robin expressed, touched by his kindness. "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Wu Jing asked politely. "Oh, my apologies. Please come in." "I'll brew you a cup of coffee," Robin exclaimed, her heart racing as she momentarily forgot to attend to him. In a room alone together at such an hour, Robin felt increasingly flustered. How could she not be nervous in the presence of the man she admired? Observing her youthful demeanor, Wu Jing felt a sense of amusement. After all, he had no intentions of causing her distress. "Robin, did you see the historical inscription on that milestone in Zuowu? What did it say?" Wu Jing initiated the conversation, eager to learn about the crimson stone she had encountered. "I've never been to Zuowu," Robin replied, her face a picture of confusion. Wu Jing appeared equally bewildered. Robin had not deceived him. According to the previous narrative, the Straw Hat crew had first ventured to Zhou before arriving at Whole Cake Island. The plot, however, had deviated from its former trajectory. It seemed he would have to personally journey to Zhou. First, he needed to make a rubbing of that historical text. "I will take you along for some amusement later. Do ensure you rest well, haha." Now that he was aware of the situation, Wu Jing prepared to depart. "Captain, it is indeed because I possess the ability to read historical texts that you allowed me to join, isn't it?" Robin sought to uncover Wu Jing's initial intentions. "Indeed. I admire exceptional women like you. It is as simple as that," Wu Jing candidly confessed. Chapter 150, The Ancient Weapon, Pluton. Since the inquiry had already been made, why not respond directly? "I am delighted to have garnered your recognition, Captain Wu Jing. I hold great affection for you as well." Robin expressed her understanding of Wu Jing's sentiments. Such an outstanding man as Wu Jing undoubtedly captivates her. "I shall collect all 4 historical road signs. Together, we shall reach the ultimate destination of the pirate world, Raftel." This is also Robin's dream, to unveil the truths of history. After departing from Robin's abode, Wu Jing proceeded directly to Violet's chamber. A sleepless night ensued, for Wu Jing was preparing to embark once more. Though he cherished this romantic existence, the pursuits of a man's career held paramount importance. Only through excellence can a man attract numerous admirers, and Wu Jing embodies such a man. "Your Majesty, I wish to accompany you." "Your Majesty, please take me with you." Even Xueli yearned to journey alongside His Majesty. So many women desired to accompany Wu Jing to Zhou, creating the impression that he might never return. "You must obediently adhere to my arrangements. I have a penchant for compliant women." Wu Jing intended to dissuade them from their aspirations. The impact of his words proved remarkably effective. They all nodded obediently, signifying their compliance. Wu Jing chose not to head directly to Zhou, but instead opted to visit Water 7 first. Ice Mountain had previously informed him that the warship was complete. Wu Jing required a top-tier vessel to match his current stature, for his previous ship could only be deemed mediocre. After several days of sailing, Water 7 was finally within sight. Ice Mountain had assembled a welcoming party to greet Wu Jing upon his arrival. The last time Wu Jing visited, he was but an unknown youth. Now he bore the esteemed titles of the fifth Emperor of the Sea and the King of Germany. There was yet another identity that Ice Mountain was unaware of, that of Wu Jing as the master of an underground bank, distinct from the persona of Jing Li. "Welcome back, Master Wu." Ice Mountain expressed his heartfelt greetings as he beheld Wu Jing approach. "There's no need for formalities. Shall we pause on the matter of dealing with Spandam for now? Is that acceptable?" Ice Mountain presented Wu Jing with an ancient weapon, the fabric of the underworld, on the condition that Wu Jing would eliminate Spandam. "That is perfectly fine. Everything will be arranged at Master Wu's discretion." Although Ice Mountain secretly wished for Spandam to meet his demise sooner rather than later, he could not impose such a request. Wu Jing was not someone he could demand from. He could only allow Wu Jing to make his own plans. In this world, many could take the life of Spandam, yet few would genuinely dare to do so. After all, he was the commander of the world government CP0, and most would refrain from courting trouble. The mere fact that Wu Jing agreed to assassinate Spandam was a boon he had long sought, finally granting him the opportunity to avenge his master, Tom. Then I shall retrieve the ship first. Within 3 years, I will surely eliminate Spandam." Wu Jing needed to ensure that others understood his resolve. He would not let arrogance take hold. "Thank you, Lord Wu Jing. I have prepared a feast. Let us indulge in merriment. Perhaps another time. I have been quite busy lately. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Wu Jing yearned for a hearty celebration, yet time was of the essence. He had countless matters to attend to, and these trivial social engagements could be set aside. Chapter 151, Zhou. Here I come. The land of Zhou is a mysterious realm nestled upon the back of a colossal elephant, which roams the seas. On this grand beast resides the mink tribe, a race that has endured through the ages. Currently, Zhun Long is traversing the ocean in search of this magnificent elephant, following the analysis of maritime intelligence. Although reliable reports indicate that the giant has recently been sighted in these waters. Locating such a creature in the vast expanse of the ocean is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wu Jing is currently aboard a simulated version of the Pluto, a vessel whose speed far exceeds that of naval warships. This imitation of Pluto glides across the ocean, outpacing the speedboats found on Earth by several tiers. However, no matter how swift the ship may be, locating the kingdom of Zhao Wu in a short span of time remains a formidable challenge. The search proves to be exceedingly arduous. Mao Gao gazes out at the boundless sea, feeling utterly perplexed. Accompanying Wu Jing on this journey are 5 individuals, including Mao Gao, as well as Luo, Long Kuei, Robin, and Lu Jiao, with 3 men and 3 women. One would expect that the gender balance would alleviate the burden of labor. Yet, even when paired together, the work remains equally taxing. Indeed, it is quite challenging, but certainly preferable to waiting idly for fortune to strike. Wu Jing, too, feels a sense of helplessness. If only Bai Xing were present, the task would be considerably simpler, for she could summon the fish of the sea to assist in locating the great elephant. Wu Jing also indulged in a rare daydream, a fleeting moment that was indeed hard to come by. Had he known earlier, he would have brought Fei Ling along with that fellow's swiftness. Exploring the nearby waters would have been far swifter than his artificially crafted imitation of the underworld king. "What is that?" Long Kuei exclaimed in terror, pointing toward the distance. Wu Jing focused intently and realized that it was indeed the colossal elephant they had been desperately seeking. After much toil and trouble, it had appeared effortlessly before them. A magnificent structure was slowly gliding across the surface of the sea. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an enormous elephant. Its height could only be described as soaring into the clouds, with Zhuo Wu perched upon its back. Long Kuei, advance. Wait for us to board. You and Lei Jiao stay here and follow this giant elephant, Wu Jing commanded without hesitation. Understood. The 2 responded promptly. How on earth do we ascend such heights? Robin asked, his face displaying concern. I shall carry you up, Wu Jing replied, unfazed. This height is but a trifle. I can simply launch us upwards. His boundless stamina was the ultimate assurance, for Wu Jing's physique resembled that of a perpetual motion machine. As for Marco in his phoenix form, he too could effortlessly take flight. And how shall I ascend? Law queried, equally troubled. Let Marco carry you. Wu Jing retorted casually. What? Both Law and Marco were left astounded by Wu Jing's suggestion. The notion of 2 grown men embracing so intimately was quite absurd. We are well acquainted. What is there to be bashful about? I shall go first. You 2, hurry along. With that, Wu Jing shot upwards, clasping Robin tightly in his arms. The gust of wind mercilessly lifted Robin's short skirt, revealing everything beneath. Below, Law and Marco swallowed hard, undeniably impressed. Let us follow suit and jump up. Marco raised his hands, albeit with a hint of disinterest. Wu Jing is an enchanting beauty, yet he can only embrace a mere man of humble means, for he is, after all, the captain. In the blink of an eye, the four of them arrived at Xiangbei. Chapter 152, Pedro. Here, mists swirl, encompassing forests, rivers, and towns, all set upon a thriving island. Wu Jing also holds a deep appreciation for the scenery here. However, at present, he finds himself devoid of the leisure to admire it, as there are numerous matters that require his attention. It is daytime now, and the sovereign of this realm is none other than the Duke of Canine Storm, the King of Daylight. Wu Jing boldly led the way towards the tallest structure on Zhuowu Island, as navigating through buildings provided the most convenient means of locating others. After traversing a considerable distance, he came to a halt, leaving Long Kue and the others perplexed by his sudden pause. "Come out, you sneaky one." Wu Jing sharply directed his gaze towards a shadowy corner. "It is you who are being sneaky, intruding upon Zhuowu Island." A girl dressed as a rabbit leaped down from the thicket. She was, in fact, a female rabbit, a member of the fur tribe, which consisted of anthropomorphic creatures. "Galote, take me to see Duke Quanlan." Wu Jing recognized the rabbit. "How do you know me? I must be quite famous." Galote beamed with delight at being recognized by the handsome young man before her. "Indeed, you are quite renowned. Now, lead me to Duke Quanlan. We are his friends." Wu Jing found amusement in the charming little rabbit. "All right, I'll guide you." Galote cheerfully bounced along, acting as their tour guide. Observing Galote's appealing figure, Wu Jing developed a fondness for this adorable rabbit. With Galote leading the way, their journey became significantly easier, and the guards of Zhuowu Island refrained from obstructing their passage. "Galote, who are those behind you?" A humanoid jaguar blocked Galote's path, casting a cold gaze upon Wu Jing and the others. "Brother Pedlu, this gentleman claims to be a friend of Duke Quanlan, so I must lead him." The jaguar, Pedlu, was the strongest guard on Zhuowu Island, renowned for his combat prowess. "Fool, do you really believe that? Strangers entering Zhuowu Island must be reported to me immediately." Pedlu sighed in exasperation. Although Galote possessed considerable strength, her naivety was disconcerting. "You all should leave. Zhuowu does not welcome humans." Pedlu glared at Wu Jing, recognizing him as the leader of the unfamiliar group. "Since you are here, let us see if you can persuade us to leave." Wu Jing's fingers ignited with flames as he began to indulge in 5 cigarettes simultaneously. This had become a habit for him, as smoking not only inspired him but also helped him enter a combat-ready state. After all, he had little interest in a mere character like Pedlu. Seeking death, Pedlu unsheathed the katana strapped to his back, his fur crackling with electricity. This was a unique ability of the fur tribe. They could generate potent static electricity through their fur. "Do not move." Before Pedlu could react, a black blade was pressed against his neck. Sweat trickled down Pedlu's forehead, astonished by the speed of Wu Jing's approach. Despite Wu Jing being over 10 meters away moments ago, he had now positioned himself directly behind Pedlu. Had it been anyone else, Wu Jing would have swiftly executed him. However, he had not come to Zhuowu seeking vengeance. Moreover, he understood Pedlu's concern about potential adversaries, leading to his rejection. Noticing Pedlu's compliance, Wu Jing sheathed his blade. Should Pedlu attempt any aggression, he would ensure the jaguar bore the marks of battle. Galote, continue leading the way. Satisfied that Wu Jing meant no harm to Pedlu, Galote felt reassured. She believed Wu Jing to be a good person and obediently continued to guide them. Left behind, Pedlu stood in a daze, contemplating Wu Jing's youthful figure, before lighting a cigarette himself. Chapter 153, observing something aside from the earlier encounter with the formidable guard Pedlu. No one else attempted to impede Wu Jing and his companions. Under Galote's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the castle's entrance. Upon the arrival of these unfamiliar individuals, the castle guards did not interrogate Wu Jing and his group. The guards exchanged a few brief words with Galote before permitting their entry. As Galote typically managed this area, the guards needed only to converse with her to ascertain whether to allow passage. Once inside the castle, they discovered numerous small apartments. Galote led them through a series of corridors until they arrived at a uniquely styled apartment, where she paused. "Little brother, this is Duke Quanlan's residence," Galote exclaimed with a radiant smile. She found Wu Jing to be exceptionally handsome, especially in contrast to the half-beast inhabitants of Zhuowu Island. "Thank you for your help, Galote." Wu Jing affectionately patted the adorable rabbit girl. He then produced a large bag of delicacies and offered it to the charming Galote. For the inhabitants of Zhuowu Island, money held no value, as they were self-sufficient and did not purchase goods from elsewhere. Upon seeing the abundant treats, Galote was overjoyed and eagerly expressed her gratitude. Once the food was in her hands, she began to devour it with delight. Meanwhile, Wu Jing confidently entered the apartment as if it were his own home. How delightful it is to have friends from afar. A burly figure lounged on a grand sofa, savoring fine wine, with the head of a dog and a human body. He was none other than Duke Quanlan, the very person Wu Jing sought. Although his words were charming, his hospitality left much to be desired. Wu Jing reclined on the sofa, observing the calm demeanor of Duke Quanlan, likely a result of Pedlu's earlier report. Galote, pour this esteemed guest some wine. Duke Quanlan promptly commanded. My lord, please enjoy. Our wine is truly exquisite. Galote filled a glass and dutifully presented it to Wu Jing. The aroma of the rich wine was indeed delightful. This secluded place produced a brew that could only be savored on Zhuwu Island. Wu Jing savored a sip, relishing the delightful fragrance of the wine. It was indeed exquisite. He resolved to take several tons back with him before his departure. My lord, what brings you to me? Inuzuka gazed sharply at Wu Jing. He had already fulfilled the courtesies of hospitality, yet he would not entertain any negotiations regarding the intrusion of outsiders. His thoughts were not solely on his own safety, but rather on the security of the entire fur tribe of Zhou Island. Inuzuka, do not be so tense. I am merely here to observe something, Wu Jing declared as he drained his cup, prompting Galote to refill it promptly. Observe something? What might that be? He inquired. The historical text of the road sign. I am unfamiliar with that term. My apologies. Surprise flickered in Inuzuka's eyes. This young man was not only remarkably mature for his age, but also possessed an abundance of knowledge. Ah, Wano country is currently engulfed in turmoil. Do you not desire my assistance? Wu Jing replied with a hint of amusement, narrowing his eyes to gauge Inuzuka's reaction. The expression on Inuzuka's face was intricate. A tapestry of emotions. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Lord Wu Jing. However, the historical text of the road sign is a task I must protect. It cannot be taken by outsiders, I regret to say. Inuzuka's countenance was grave, and it appeared Wu Jing was well aware of his secrets. Persisting in this charade seemed futile. I merely wished to make a single impression of it. That stone would serve no purpose elsewhere. As a direct vassal of the Kazuki clan, I understand the immense pressure you bear. However, relying solely on your faction to incite rebellion would be tantamount to seeking your own destruction. Should you wish to revive the Kazuki clan, I would contemplate extending my assistance. Wu Jing no longer held back. He spoke candidly and exhaustively. He detested explaining matters to the weak, merely wishing to cultivate the image of a good man in the eyes of the bunny girl, Galote. How did you come to know this secret? Inuarashi was perplexed by this revelation. If others in the pirate world were aware of such a secret, the Mink tribe would have already been thrown into chaos, or even faced annihilation. Come on, let us see it soon, he urged. Wu Jing, weary of such foolish inquiries, was reluctant to respond. Very well. How do you intend to assist us in reviving the Kazuki clan? Since he could not deter the formidable Wu Jing, Inuarashi resolved to make the best use of this extraordinary warrior. This is not a matter for you to ponder. Refrain from questioning me further, Inuarashi, Wu Jing said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Being pursued with inquiries by such a dog had left him feeling utterly humiliated. Please follow me. Inuarashi led Wu Jing and his companions to a dense forest on the back mountain, known as the Whale Forest of Zhou Island. As they navigated through the thick foliage, they arrived before a colossal rock. Inuarashi pressed a switch at the entrance, and a stone door gradually rose to reveal a secret passage. As they ventured deeper, the darkness intensified, prompting Wu Jing to ignite a brilliant flame, illuminating their path. We have arrived, Inuarashi announced, pointing ahead. Before them lay a scarlet square stone, upon which Robin eagerly sprinted forward. For her, the study of historical texts was a lifelong aspiration. She became immersed in the exquisite reading, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. Observing her rapt expression, the others approached with keen interest. However, after a brief moment, they abandoned their efforts. The incomprehensible, tadpole-like script eluded their understanding. Wu Jing felt a deep sense of embarrassment. What lay before him was not merely text, but a mere collection of symbols. I have finished reading, Robin softly remarked, standing by Wu Jing's side. As for the content, Robin would certainly refrain from elaborating. She only needed to listen to Wu Jing's account. To be prudent, I shall create a rubbings of this, Wu Jing decided, producing rice paper and swiftly completing the task. Inuarashi. Was there not a man named Reizo who has always guarded this place? Wu Jing inquired, his curiosity piqued. In the original narrative, Reizo had been a steadfast protector of the Red Stone alongside Kazuki Oden. Reizo was also a direct vassal of the Kazuki clan, continuously fleeing alongside Kinemon and the others. Kinemon had been safeguarding the heir of the Kazuki clan, Momonosuke, as they sought vengeance. The Kazuki clan had been overthrown by the current Wano country shogun, Orochi, who had seized control from them. Reizo had already gone to meet Kinemon, but alas, Lord Momonosuke had met with misfortune. Inu Arashur wore a despondent expression. Momonosuke is dead. Wu Jing was momentarily taken aback. This event had not transpired in the original tale. Chapter 155, Kazuki Hiyori. Inu Arashur candidly revealed to Wu Jing that Momonosuke had been assassinated by the calamity, Ember. Typically, Momonosuke and Kinemon had assumed a father-son facade. But their whereabouts had been discovered, leading to the revelation of Momonosuke's true identity. Upon learning this, Orochi had panicked, determined to eradicate the bloodline of the Kazuki clan. Fearing it would threaten his rule, Orochi sought assistance from Kaido, the Beast King, who dispatched Ember, one of the three calamities. Ember's might was beyond Kinemon's capacity to withstand. And in a sudden ambush, Kinemon was left powerless to counter. Ultimately, Momonosuke fell victim to Ember's devil fruit powers, while Kinemon was forced to flee in disgrace. With Momonosuke's demise, is there any need for vengeance? The bloodline of the Kazuki clan has been severed, and you have no one left to rally as king. Wu Jing pondered, stroking his chin. No, the bloodline of the Kazuki clan is not yet extinguished. Inu Arashi's gaze was sharp and penetrating as he regarded Wu Jing. Oh, I had almost forgotten about Kazuki Hiyori. She is now known as Komurasaki, Wu Jing recalled, suddenly reminded of the exquisite beauty. Kazuki Hiyori, one of the three most stunning women in the world of One Piece, was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Wano, now masquerading as Komurasaki. She portrayed herself as a haughty courtesan, the leading Orin of Wano. Utilizing her beauty, Kazuki Hiyori swindled wealth from the affluent to aid the impoverished, her benevolence genuinely sincere. Your Excellency, it is no wonder you are among the 5 emperors of the pirate world. You possess knowledge of such secrets. Inu Arashur expressed growing admiration for the young man before him. The truth of Kazuki Hiyori's alias as Komurasaki was known only to the direct vassals of the Kazuki clan, with outsiders entirely oblivious. Had I not been privy to these secrets, why would I have sought you out? Wu Jing replied with a mysterious smile. His attentiveness to the plot of One Piece had rendered these secrets no longer concealed. He was thoroughly informed. Our next plan is to support Lady Hiyori as shogun. But the people of Wano have been thoroughly brainwashed by Orochi, making it exceedingly difficult to overthrow his rule. The most daunting aspect is that he has Kaido backing him. Inu Arashur sighed. The mention of Kaido filled Inu Arashur with trepidation, for he was an entity of unparalleled strength within the pirate world. Eliminating the small snake would be trivial. However, Kaido would require considerable effort. Wu Jing took a drag from 5 Marlboro cigarettes. Contemplative matters warrant reflection. Indulging in a smoke often inspires creativity, much like how poets and scholars find their muse in wine and tobacco. Perhaps we can negotiate peace with Kaido. As long as Wano continues to align with him, he may acquiesce to the Kazuki clan's governance, Inu Arashur proposed. Pa, the Kazuki clan cannot rely on you vassals. Your downfall is inevitable. As for Kaido, you need not concern yourselves. Having pledged to assist in the restoration of the Kazuki clan, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my promise. Wu Jing admonished Inu Arashur sharply. Inu Arashur bore a dejected expression, grappling with unspoken grievances. You claim I lack the strength. How then could I aspire to such greatness? Were I endowed with your prowess, I too could speak so boldly. Inu Arashur could only place his hopes on Wu Jing, the savior they had awaited for 2 decades in their quest to restore the Kazuki clan. Chapter 156, The King of Night. The retainers of the Kazuki clan were cornered, pressed against the brink of despair. If they did not act swiftly, they would grow too old, eventually retreating to obscurity. Then we shall rely entirely upon you, Your Excellency. We, the few retainers, shall follow you with unwavering loyalty, facing the tempest of blades and flames without hesitations. Inu Arashur declared with utmost reverence. Wu Jing was somewhat satisfied with Inu Arashi's demeanor. Even if Wu Jing had not agreed to assist Inu Arashur in Wano, he would have ventured there regardless, as he had long contemplated such a journey. However, the restoration of the Kazuki clan would prove far more complex. If it were merely to fulfill his own desires, Wu Jing would find it relatively uncomplicated. Wu Jing will also visit Ghost Island to meet Kaido, as he seeks to obtain the replica of the historical road sign in Kaido's possession. For helping Kazuki Oden become the shogun of Wano, this is a matter of serendipity. And Wu Jing is more than willing to assist. In a land as auspicious as Wano, fostering mutual goodwill is always a prudent course of action. Wu Jing was also eager to meet the renowned beauty of Ueno, the esteemed courtesan Kamurasaki. Having already encountered the three most exquisite women in the pirate world, Boa Hancock and Shirahoshi, only Kamurasaki remained elusive. As dusk descended, the stars began to twinkle in the sky. After marking the historical landmarks, Wu Jing engaged in a brief discussion with Inuarashi regarding the battle plans for Ueno. He did not immediately set off to return. He still had one more individual to meet. Strictly speaking, this was not a person but rather a creature akin to Inuarashi. Zou Island was governed by two kings. During the day, it was ruled by Inuarashi, the Day King, while at night, it fell under the jurisdiction of Nekomamushi, the Night King. Both had their own respective teams. The two rulers of Zou were often at odds, behaving like mortal enemies, intent on a fierce confrontation. Without reconciling the relationship between these two, Wu Jing would effectively lose two valuable allies, though their absence would not significantly impact Wu Jing. Having them was certainly preferable to not having them at all. As night officially arrived, Inuarashi retreated to his apartment. The stage was no longer his domain, and he would not appear again that night unless an external threat emerged. Just as Nekomamushi would never show himself during the day, both adhered to this mutual agreement. Should either violate this pact, they would become subservient to the other, with control of Zou Island falling entirely into one ruler's hands. At last, the enchanting night had arrived. A formidable feline, with a fearsome visage and sharp fangs, swaggered into view, a pipe clenched in its mouth. In stark contrast to Inuarashi's restraint, Nekomamushi's temperament was wildly aggressive. Upon spotting Wu Jing and his companions, he immediately exuded a murderous intent, ready for a brawl. "Who are you?" "That wretched Inuarashi failed to eliminate you intruders and left this mess for me." Nekomamushi dismissed Wu Jing and his group as insignificant. "My lord Nekomamushi, Duke Inuarashi has formed an alliance with them. They are now our allies." "This is Captain Wu Jing," the bunny girl Carrot hurriedly interjected. "Wu Jing? I've never heard of him. Inuarashi's alliance has nothing to do with me. To me, they remain intruders, and I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Even if I slay them, that old dog Inuarashi cannot hold me accountable," Nekomamushi sneered, his gaze icy as he fixated on Wu Jing and his companions. Chapter 157. Rampage. In response to Nekomamushi's brazen demeanor, Wu Jing and his companions regarded him with indifference. This cat was utterly unruly, akin to a feral beast. It was understandable that he did not recognize Reiju, as she had not made a notable impression in the pirate world. However, failing to recognize Marco and Law was inexcusable. And not even being aware of the recently prominent Wu Jing was simply astonishing. It seemed Nekomamushi was entirely oblivious to current events in the pirate world, never bothering to read the newspapers or stay informed. The Kazuki clan, relying solely on these capable yet dim-witted supporters,